I did not intend for it to take me 7 years before reviewing Persona again, and yet, here we are. For those who are newer around here, back in 2017, I spent the early side of the year discussing Persona 4 Golden right before the release of Persona 5, and I really liked the trip to Inaba that presented. I liked it so much that I bought Persona 5 Special Edition on launch and streamed it day one. That stream has sadly been lost to time, and for a dumb reason. Atlus putting out official policy that players could not stream the game past a certain date to prevent new audiences from getting barraged with spoilers. Which is and remains a ridiculous policy, as people are going to discuss spoilers. Not just via streaming, in text posts, on social media, in other scripted videos, in podcasts, and on the franchise's fricking wiki. You can't control the flow of information that way, and Atlus's own accounts violated this policy themselves. Everyone rightfully pushed back and told them what nonsense it was, as it didn't even do the intended task of preserving the twists and story decisions they made for the game. As if you played the game with Japanese audio, you instantly knew all the twists thanks to actor illusion. Hell, it harmed the game more than anything, as after Atlus did it, players then began to deliberately look for and at times make up things that were wrong with it just out of spite towards this. The only thing this policy succeeded in doing was growing and giving greater voice to a toxic fanbase. One Atlus made worse with their multi-platform re-releases of Personas 3 and 4 and tried to do this again, when both were over a decade old by this point. Then going so far as to hit videos talking about the games that had been out for years before this newest distribution, being hit with fraudulent copyright claims, including my own, which all discourages discussion and promotion of them. And this is unfortunately where I need to actually start this video, as since I released those Persona 4 videos, I've just ended up barraged with bad take after bad take on the series that ignores the actual content of the game or the decisions about them. And as much as Atlus royally fucked up with this policy, it just as much made me not want to engage with or take the side of the fandom either, with just how bad many of these deliberately ignorant perspectives are. Such as the original release of Persona 3 or of its FES extension being superior over Persona 3 Portable, and the endless raging over the latter. My response to that one is, while there are some fair points on the differences, it's not bad in the way that keeps being claimed, as it did fix a lot of things that made P3 unplayable. In the original Persona 3, you can't control party members, and your party healer Mitsuru Kirijo will only cast Maureen Karin instead of performing her actual party role. So you'll lose fights constantly in that game through no fault of your own. Persona 3 Portable actually fixed not just the battle system, but on a game coding level is a completely different game from the ground up. Like, look up how the final boss of the original was programmed, and it's actually astounding the original Persona 3 was even playable with how bad the coding actually was. Yes, one can be disappointed that Persona 3 Portable did not give the same experience as the original, especially if you're not a visual novel fan. But Persona already tells a lot of its story as a visual novel, so that's not that huge a difference to me. Hell, a lot of P3P's decisions are understandable from the perspective of, if you actually go back to the old forum posts, how much fans hated not just the game's original ending, but the FES extended story, The Answer, due to both making it feel like suffering through the original version's bad mechanics and story decisions was not worth it. And then there's all the bad takes around Persona 4, where the critics of the game deliberately ignore what it actually does and make up their own interpretations of what the game is about. To say the story was lying about the game being about overcoming your insecurities to become your true self, and instead claim it forced their cast members to conform to societal expectations, which is entirely bullshit if you in any way put things in cultural context of being a Japanese game and then commenting on Japanese societal expectations, not Western ones the game was wrongly judged by, to show that, no, the true selves of the cast were not conforming at all. Now, I admit, when I reviewed Persona 4, I fell a bit into this trap myself when discussing the social link of Yukiko Amagi. I felt she was giving up on the opportunities to grow or expand her knowledge to better run her family's inn by just staying to join the workforce there instead of taking a chance to study abroad before coming back, when the inn, as it was struggling to adapt with the times. But she stayed for the well-being of her family, which she could just not abandon, and that's a respectable and understandable reason considering the entirety of her internal crisis is focused on how she felt trapped by the perception of obligation when there wasn't in the way she'd assumed. which was the lie she had to confront. She was a bird trapped in a cage of her own making. Hell, if she really didn't want to run her family's inn, there were ways to get around that. As presented in a fantastic video done by Tom Scott, the world's oldest hotel, the Nishiyama Onsen Keiunkan, is now an LLC helmed by someone not part of the family that owns it, as no member of the family currently can or has the understanding of how to run it, nor desires to, and thus they entrusted it to their senior-most employee. Had Yukiko's story generally been about how she had come to hate and wanted nothing to do with her family's business? There were and are ways to address that to show it wasn't about forcing conformity. We have another story like that late in Persona 5 people like to take out of context as well. But that's just the one I fell aground of and didn't see the full breadth of at the time I was reviewing it, and I apologize for my addition to the discourse. That can happen, and that is on me, but I wasn't hating on the game for it. Merely saying there could have been better ways to address that storyline to make it seem like Yukiko had more options and made an informed choice. That ain't true for the hate-dom. The two most vocally complained about, however, are Kanji Tatsumi and Naoto Shirogane, both because of matters regarding perception of LGBT issues, when they weren't originally. Some vitriolic audiences insisting Kanji has to be gay, and Naoto has to be transgender to like and be good at the things they are, when the game doesn't present them as such at all, and the game says they're not, which toxic players assume is just the game's makers being homo and transphobic, and forcing them to conform to gender stereotypes, when they're not. And that was the point. They don't conform, nor should they need to. And those idiots' assumptions actually is grounded in stereotyping, and the very consensus conformity they slandered the game for. Kanji's is the easier to explain of the two, in that Kanji is into things that are traditionally considered to be girly. He likes sewing and making stuffed animals, a trait gained by growing up around his mom, who runs a shop based around cloth and other textiles. However, sewing in Japan, thanks to in part due to heavy Western cultural indoctrination in the 1940s, is considered an extremely feminine skill and trait to bear, with most men that know how to sew, and do it well, being considered to be gay thanks to those Western cultural stereotypes. Despite sewing being an essential life skill, an independent person should know, and many traditional crafts exercise the skill in professions without gender bias. The lie the game is then calling out is Kanji does not have to be gay, bi, or a feminine-presenting male to be good at and like doing those things. But his self-image was so under attack by assholes invoking sexist societal perceptions, he felt he needed to overcompensate, which he discarded as he became comfortable with himself, which was the arc confronting his shadow put him on. Toxic fans that assume that the game straight-washed him, when his story wasn't about his sexuality from the start, but about Kanji having and embracing talents that do not conform to and defy gender stereotypes. Yet fans who want him to be gay in order to embrace them are instead forcing such upon him. And Naoto ends up being treated the same way due to her desire to be a detective and follow in her family's legacy as investigators, despite the extreme sexism that is present in Japan's criminal justice system towards any female law enforcement or investigative agents, or even lawyers and judges in their system. As a result, Persona 4 depicted Naoto as someone who presented herself as being male, not just because all her idolized influences were men, but in order to avoid the biases of that very same system and make it a non-issue with respect to her involvement in investigations. For as is historically grounded, a woman investigator's deductions and evidence would not be taken seriously over that of such being presented by a man. That is so precedent that multiple crime drama series have presented that as their entire premise. And yes, that fact is also relevant to Persona 5 in explaining two of its character storylines. As we're discussing Naoto and the trans discourse that has popped up around her, I'm actually going to hand it off to someone who is more involved in transgender issues than myself. For those of you who are new around here or don't watch our streams, this is my roommate Alexis.
Oh, hi!
And she is trans. And she has played Persona 4 to be informed about Naoto's story, so I'm going to let her speak about it instead.
Naruto's story was about how psychologically harmful that it can be to hide the very foundational traits of who you are when part of a profession that is not gender equal how much that is bullshit and her gaining the resolve to not deny her birth gender just to conform to society's expectations of what an investigator and detective should be. She is defying cultural and career stereotypes regarding gender by doing this, even if she herself does bear masculine traits like to dress in male-fit clothing as a style preference and adores Persona's in-series Super Sentai team, while she herself is named after two characters from Super Sentai. Those are all positive things that show her as gender non-conforming, despite becoming more open and accepting with presenting the truth of her femininity. And yet, there is a vocal minority that thinks that Naoto must be trans male to be all of that. For those who think that, do you not realize how transphobic and sexist that declaration actually is? That Naoto has to be a man to be a detective? Really? Do you not get that this very same idea is what the game is explicitly, in the literal text of it, is pushing back against and calling out? That it's really a bad thing to force binary gender conformity on those who don't? As gender identity is a broader spectrum than just male, female, and a solid transition between the two. And it's worse on those who do it for the reason of wanting Kanji to be gay and Naoto to be trans male for the sole purpose of shipping them specifically that way. As Persona has a ridiculously large amount of toxic fans that are crack shippers with those specific kinks. But what's wrong with shipping them as they are? That isn't to say there isn't a transcoded message in Naoto's social link in the game, as the majority of it is based around being afraid that people will not accept you as you are, and finding out it is okay to be yourself and not hide who you are. That is something actual trans individuals go through, as well as gay and bisexual individuals, as well, or people like Kanji with a non-gender conforming skill. But while it hits those same notes, her being accepting of her birth gender isn't transphobic and forcing conformity. As if it was, she'd stop being a detective due to the Japanese criminal justice system not being accepting of women, as opposed to moving forward and just not hiding her gender. But a transcoded message, one that is positively received by transgender individuals, does not require the character actually be transgender to be well received. It'd be good to have more positive transgender representation, but a story arc that epitomizes the struggle of a trans individual can be just as good. What's missed in both Kanji's and Naoto's tales by those saying this about them is they are explicitly pushing back against institutional traditionalist sexism and forced gender roles. You know, that thing that is the root cause of both homo and transphobia in the first place? So to say the game is all about forcing the cast to conform to societal expectations and ignoring their true selves is to show you either didn't play the game, didn't pay attention to it, or are deliberately lying. Not everything has subtext. There are times when people say exactly what they intend. All good?
Yes, thank you for joining me in on this.
My pleasure. Woo!
And all of this is unfortunately relevant to Persona 5, as these same sorts of culturally tone-deaf assumptions and accusations at the game just kept coming along, stealing attention away from the actual narrative direction and focus about the plot. To the point the toxic fans somehow made a canonically very horrible character score very highly in the series' popularity polls by deliberately ignoring the reality of the harm of their actions, or the fact they were centrally responsible for them, while proceeding to hate on and tear down those that have some of the best plotted arc content in the game. Persona 5 has become simultaneously an overhyped and underpraised game as a consequence of all this. Everything it genuinely does right not being acknowledged by the hatedom that didn't pay attention or ignored the cultural context, while its few failings are either subsequently ignored or overblown to the point of ridiculousness. And this is legitimately frustrating as these toxic fans with their proclamations ignore the literal text of the story to make shit up about it, when the literal intended text of the content proves them wrong. Like, are there that many people who fail basic reading and story comprehension? Now, for the sake of fairness, I'm not always perfect on this myself, and sometimes I can come away with the wrong take. But even with the Yukiko thing, that was rooted from having a different perspective on her options that her social link didn't seem that interested in letting her explore. I wasn't calling her the person who ruins the plot for it, as she doesn't have such critical prominence herself to be the deciding factor for such. And yet, that's what some of these idiots do, because they place their blame on the shoulders of the wrong individuals, when they were not a critical individual responsible for carrying the plot to begin with. Which I think is one of the bigger issues with Persona 5's discourse specifically, and that discussion around it rarely ever gets right which characters of the plot are load-bearing, and yet end up not carrying their weight as the storytellers deliberately try and shift it off of them when they shouldn't. And that's assuming the fandom isn't just being arbitrarily awful, as happened to some people who hate on the characters introduced in Royal despite their integration into the story being so well handled that outside of one incident that was done just to confirm for players that, no, they weren't just playing the original game again, they blend in with everyone else so as to not make them anywhere near as intrusive as Marie was made in Persona 4 Golden, which itself generated many players' distaste for her due to the legitimate special framing of her, which was in no way helped by Persona 4 Golden the animation. Legitimately, if you did not play the original release of Persona 5, there is no major difference to their story inclusion and eluded relevance, since the same thing that is done with her is also done with cast members Makoto, Futaba, and Haru, if one is paying attention to see them pop up far earlier to their relevance in the exact same ways. So no, new cast member Yoshizawa is not being turned into the special with the way her edition was written. She just has her own plot arc that's seeded earlier and not sequestered into her own story month like everyone else is, and has her own characterization quirks. Really, the problem all game long is certain characters being able to get away with being awful to others in the ensemble, while they themselves receive no retaliation or consequence for their own improper or even abusive actions. A bad writing trope the franchise retained in 5 that was already poorly handled in 3 and 4 with their own respective whipping boys. Though if I am being absolutely fair, both the game's English dub and localization did not help matters, as the game's translation is not good, there being an excess of unnecessary localization changes in the dialogue that were not present in the translations of the previous games, or at least to the same degree, where the changes in Persona 5 actually obfuscate and at times entirely misrepresent the intent of the storyline, it reaching the point many plot-critical conversations are entirely different, not just in phrasing, but in meaning in the English release than their intended ones in Japanese, which were not fixed for the Royal re-release, many of which I only caught because I used the Japanese dialogue track because they are that divergent. It's not entirely a case of they didn't care gag localizing the game, but there's multiple times throughout the story where the localization does not follow either the letter nor the spirit of the work, and made the purpose of what was conveyed be far less clear than they should due to their deliberate and completely unnecessary localization changes. Again, the emphasis being placed on unnecessary, as there would have been no difficulty in more directly translating the things they did change, but they made a deliberate choice to rewrite it or include dialogue that doesn't exist or need to be there from the start. As is my position with localization, if you are maintaining the spirit of what was intended despite the difference in phrasing, some may debate the accuracy of the changes, but it's not going to create the same grievances as when one completely rewrites the dialogue without regard for what was actually said. An example, there is a conversation which is supposed to be about one character named Ryuji, in good fun, teasing another of the cast named Makoto about how their persona manifested. That is instead changed to a meaningless reference to the John Bon Jovi song, Wanted, Dead or Alive, with the characters then quoting the song in this segment. What point does this have? Nothing. The joke that was replaced was one character always wanted to drive a stolen bike, and the one they were teasing responded that hers was not stolen, as her persona manifests as a motorcycle initially. That's character-based. That's relevant banter. That tells you something about the nature of those involved and how they interact as goofball and straight woman, even if it's just fluff dialogue. And there is no reason to have changed that, as it is completely explicable within the framework of what the story was doing, and isn't something that will confuse people without the cultural context. Instead, The altered version is more likely to confuse people than the original was, because not everyone is going to get the music reference the localization needlessly shoved in. So without context to that music reference, the replacement dialogue is entirely nonsensical. And beyond that, has stolen from the player's perspective about those they are engaging with inside the game, which obfuscated their depiction instead of informing it. While the example I just cited is a minor case of such, those sorts of alterations are all over the game. Add up when not carefully handled, is a contributing reason, though not the entire cause, for why people can get the wrong idea about what the story meant due to them changing the literal text and intent, and makes those who are paying attention in good faith towards the material more struggle to grasp the story's meaning, which subsequently leads to a much larger toxic fandom for those who didn't bother to pay attention and look for differences. Yet we should not have to do work to be able to understand our entertainment passively. As how are we supposed to know what was intended by which to judge the material fairly if the translation given to us in the localization process has entirely, needlessly, unnecessarily changed in bad faith what would then lead us to the proper conclusions the writer was intending and directing us towards? We should not need to learn Japanese or deep dive into transcript differences to get what was actually meant. That is what the localization process is supposed to provide up front. This is why me talking about the nonsense towards Persona 3 and 4 needed to be done before we move forward, as those controversies were facilitated by individuals misrepresenting and not understanding the literal text and intent when such were not egregiously overwritten from the start, and thus those making something out of nothing were themselves creating a bad faith argument, one that anyone who played the game could refute by just posting screenshots. Whereas a lot of Persona 5's bad takes were instead facilitated by this deliberate obfuscation and alteration of the details by the localization team, as the evidence that would refute the argument has itself been tainted, though this again not helped by some Japanese exclusive material that was likewise taken out of context, again thanks to bad translation. And actions like this have done tangible harm, not just to a work's representation, but to individuals, to the point of staff, creators, and companies getting death threats. This is not Atlas or Persona fandom specific, but Japanese companies have been taking fandom extremism more seriously ever since the attack on Kyoto Animation in 2019 killed 36 people. So for those who say that they have a right to ignore authorial intent and change dialogue to whatever they want regardless of whether it reflects what was originally written, yeah, no, you are doing no one a favor at this point and risking real people's well-being, as you're helping create these toxic lunatics that harass and threaten fans, creators, and cast members. Knock it off. Your replacement jokes aren't worth it, and you should know better than to alter the underlying work you weren't the creator of. If you want to change the details of what actually happened in a story not your own, then just go write fucking fanfiction like everyone else and stop making more work and stress for us that just want to enjoy something that interests us. As for the English cast, well, their performances were mixed at best with regards to what was needed for the roles. This is not a slight against the English actors, mind you. Xander Mobius lives on as part of the meme of Terrence Darby from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I have not engaged with much else he has been cast in, but I have not heard any bad words about his other work. Cassandra Lee Morris was chilling in her portrayal as Yu-Gi-Oh! GX's Yubel, despite 4 kids mistreating her season, and her role of Bunny Cat Kyubey from Madoka Magica was fantastically sinister. Max Middleman did great playing the redubbed voice of Kira Yamato in the Gundam Seed HD remaster cut, and it's not his fault that he mispronounced almost every name in that series, as that was down to the ADR director screwing that up for every actor across the entire Seed remaster dub, alongside it having the same problems Persona 5 did, and it having an excessive amount of unnecessary localization in comparison to the original Bandai Ocean dub of the Seed series. Erika Harlacher is underrated for her roles as Togo Minmori in Yuki Yuna as a Hero, and Kurapika in Hunter x Hunter. Matthew Mercer has so many fantastic roles, it's hard to pin down one, on top of him being the architect of the web series phenomena that is Critical Role. Chirami Lei is going to eternally be Uiharu Kazari from the Raildex series for me, on top of her more recognized roles as Lucy Hartfilia in Fairy Tail, or Kudelia Ina Bernstein in Gundam Iron-Blooded Orphans. Erica Lindbeck's performance of Luna made her my favorite character in the web series Hell of a Boss. Xanth Hoon's Yuki Yuna helped make that English dub memorable. Robbie Damon has a unique cadence with his voice that draws one to his performances, both as an underdog and an antagonist. Best epitomized by his role as Moomin Rider in One Punch Man, Mamoru Chiba in the Sailor Moon redubs, and The Curious Cat of Ruby Volume 9. Laura Post was absolutely perfect as Ragyo Kiryuin in Kill la Kill, and Queen Nehelenia in Sailor Moon. And I dare not speak one bad word towards the late Billy Kametz, who passed away in June of 2022. Best known as Josuke Higashikata in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Diamond is Unbreakable, Galo Thymos in Promare, Naofumi Iwatani in Rising of the Shield Hero, and Hiroto Kuga of Gundam Build Divers Re-Rise. So no, despite the localization team dropping the ball twice over, as they did not correct any of the localization screw-ups in the Royal re-release, I'm not deliberately hating on the English cast or dubbing in general by reviewing the game with the Japanese audio track. But the reason why I am is most of the main cast of the game were written with the Japanese actors in mind to a more severe degree than is usually the case, with intent to invoke specific, complementary actor allusions to prior roles of theirs that directly inform the story and the characterization of those they portray. And most of these Japanese actors have been co-stars in prior productions, many of which I've talked about before, to give them far better chemistry. All of which accents and amplifies Persona 5's thematic narrative and the parallels to these other series that these actors bear. To the point, there were deliberate jokes peppered into the original scripts and characterization. Case in point, Haruka Tamatsu playing characters with a sadistic streak, whose primary weapon is a giant axe, and their special powers tied to attacking people psychically, alongside bearing an association with guns, and their progenitors being literal space cases. Yeah, the entire Persona 5 storyline thus far is like this for the Japanese cast in both big and small ways. And this is not reflected within the English cast for the game. They do not evoke these same parallels, and it is not the English cast's fault, so it would be wrong to blame them for it. But this, I feel, is one of those rare situations where the Japanese casting was so perfect and the writing for them done to deliberately fit these actors that it would have been impossible for any English dub cast, short of just straight up calling back together the same English cast for Persona 4, .hack and Code Geass, which frankly would not have been a good thing, to properly fill the same roles. I love hearing those actors, but to constantly rely on the same group of names discourages involving new talent in big projects. Even though Atlas went with established big-name VAs on the Japanese side specifically to make this all a big game generation-defining multimedia event. But it is a fact that you get an entirely different experience than what was meant with the English dub, and made worse by the directing of the English cast being, frankly, bad. Them not conveying the right mood or tone or even the emotion that the game is going for at key moments. So there are numerous times where it feels as if the actors were entirely miscast for the role by how far off the mark they can be. Max Mittelman's performance as Ryuji, Shirami Lei's Makoto, and Erica Lindbeck's Futaba commonly hit an entirely divergent note on their portrayals that would undermine those characters' depiction, which only worked to further trigger fandom toxicity towards their characters, which they are undeserving of. Hell, of the English cast, Cassandra Morris and Robbie Damon are really the only ones that get points for that subversive remix of a prior role, playing into and accenting their portrayal, and do more to work with the character they were given. When for the rest, it is more of a mixed bag. To reiterate, this is not the fault of the English cast that they don't hit these same beats as the Japanese cast, but these things that broad perspective of the game make it a better experience for me to play with the Japanese audio enabled, as I end up not getting that from the English dub. And I'm someone that prefers English dubs where possible that feels this game and its sequels are a worse experience for their localization, as the end product feels like a half-assed job. Not because of the actors, but due to every other step in the process. And that all really starts with our protagonist for the game, the Phantom Thief of Hearts Joker, whose canon name is either Ren Amamiya if you follow the utterly awful A1 Pictures anime, or Akira Kurusu if you follow the manga. Yeah, I went with Ren for this, as every time I hear the name Akira, my mind immediately goes to that scene in the movie Akira, where a character shouts, Akira! And that really gets annoying to keep having that play in my head. Though there was an alternate name I tried to give my Joker, and ended up thwarted by the text character limits. As in Japanese, the character is played by Jun Fukuyama, and Persona 5 deliberately invokes leitmotifs of Code Geass throughout its story with the members of its cast, though in the cast members' case, each end up amalgamated with other sourced characters. But Fukuyama's performances as Joker when he's actually allowed to have dialogue is as good as it is because he is deliberately and directly calling back to his previous personification of Lelouch v. Britannia in that Sunrise anime that began this year's set of reviews from me, and a large reason to why I performed that. Though my use of the word leitmotif might be off to some, as is a term that more describes music than story themes, such being a recurrent theme throughout a composition associated with a particular person, idea, or situation, such as John Williams' Imperial March always calling up imagery of Darth Vader and the rest of Star Wars' Empire. Persona 5, with its Code Geass parallels, I felt fit that definition, only substitute music composition with narrative and character composition. We actually start the game in media res of Ren's alter ego, the Phantom Thief Joker, Phantom Thieves being the Japanese equivalent to a gentleman thief, and that name itself inspired by a character in Japanese pop culture, known as the Phantom Thief Joker as well, performing a heist. The story set up in a big casino we have to fight our way out of, which is infested by the shadows of humanity and the demons born of them, acting as the game's tutorial stage to the complete ability set we will be gaining for Joker as time goes on. As he sneaks his way out, Joker's allies warn him they've been betrayed, his escape assisted by another relevant character in the game who is not a regular member of his team in the royal version, before he is summarily captured on the outskirts of this palace of depravity by members of Tokyo's Metropolitan Police Department, who summarily attempt to beat a confession out of him and eventually forcing Ren to sign a pre-written statement that will make him culpable for a litany of crimes, lest they just kill him and cover it up by saying he committed suicide in custody, so as to close all loose ends and cover up the criminal conspiracies Ren's actions had in fact been exposing.
無事に出られるなんて思うなよ。嫌ってほど分からせてやる。やったことには責任がつきまとうってことをな。
Yeah, about that. Persona 5 as a game is one that is set in 2016, and is a narrative that at the heart of it is about government corruption, conspiracies to remove the will of self-governance, and the distortions of ideologies and ambition which harm the people, with the Joker of the deck beginning his journey as Zero, and fermenting a rebellion all born out of seeking to undo the sins of an unjust society, by striking at the elements of it that crushed the innocent underfoot, and changing their hearts in the process. Thus, Jun Fukuyama leading this cast and picking up the mask of revolution, again, was a perfect decision. Or at least it would have been, had they not kept Atlus's tradition of having the main playable character be mute outside of battle. Mass Effect and Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic are examples of Persona's dialogue options being able to have the viewpoint character voice the chosen lines. And there are multiple circumstances in this game where the character's dialogue directly comes off as something the protagonist himself should have voiced, but were instead given to someone else deliberately so they wouldn't have to pay him for a line. But if you're going to cast an actor for such a starring role, why not just let them act? There are multiple games that do that. There's no reason why Persona still has to have the protagonist be mute in the game. As I'm not watching the garbage that was A1 Pictures' god-awful adaptation of this game to actually hear him playing the role. And to discuss that briefly, Persona 5 the Animation's problem is the same of many of A1 Pictures' anime. It does not know what to focus on as part of the adaptation, nor where to spend its budget, resulting in so very many of its most essential moments having been done horribly or with minimalist animation as the bulk was spent on the absolutely superfluous. Its battles are literally all flash and no substance, while in the civilian segments it pays the most attention on animating the moments and events which least matter to progressing the characters, while more essential ones to progressing the story are stripped bare, and done in ways that actively make it more difficult to tell the story or connect to the cast as people instead of as story devices. If someone only watched Persona 5 the animation to get a feel for the full Persona 5 experience, you would not even get half the intended story and characterization, which I felt more severely compounds the error regarding the fandom's appreciation for the story than the dub localization did. While I might have wanted to see Ren and Makoto go on an arcade date, that isn't a replacement for having their character arcs done properly, or the anime spending several full minutes showcasing Haru looking at teacups for the cafe she wants to open years down the line after she gets a business degree. But by proxy shows more detailed animation in that scene, while skipping out on showing the attacks of Alice done properly in one of the series' most pivotal battles. Alice, for those who don't know, is an endgame persona who has as its signature attack the capability to summon either facets of the book Alice in Wonderland, or just an army of teddy bears to kill enemies en masse. Yet when A1 Pictures used her, it's just a burst of colored light, the same as they did for the attacks of all the other Persona. It's basically the same with the grand majority of A1's productions that make them awful. Their content lacks the substance the original works or other adaptations may have featured, as their animations are just too focused on the wrong things. A1 Pictures continues to get away with this crap not because they're successful, by the way, but because they're a division of Aniplex, which is owned by Sony. And because Sony is footing the bills, that's why they've not felt the financial losses of how frequently their works are rated as bad. And not helped by how, even if you might like the franchise they do, you can't even afford to buy them with how price gouged the sets are. That should be making their financial situation far more dire by locking off most people from even considering purchase of their shows via mass retail. I am not paying $300 to $400 fucking dollars for Persona 5's garbage adaptation when the video game originally retailed for $60 and has a longer, more engaging experience. Hell, I bought both special editions for $5 and Royal. The bonuses in those sets validated the price points, and I still didn't even spend half of what the anime is sold for. Like, how are you supposed to make money from millions of people if you price them out of being able to afford the work? You don't! And while you might see me use a few clips from P5A as accent pieces later on where I feel the game didn't provide me enough material to emphasize my point, I'm explicitly saying that anyone remotely interested in this game should avoid that adaptation like the plague. Hell, you can collect the manga adaptation of Persona 5 for less, and it adapts the story better too! Anyways, the game starts us near the end of the journey with Ren's capture after many of the tales have already been told. Ren is about to die, and the only thing holding off his execution is the presence of the prosecutor that has been assigned to the case of the Phantom Thieves, Sai Nijima. And Sai has been part of this case more than even she has been led to believe. So more than anything, she needs answers to how Ren has done the things he has, if only for her own peace of mind. Which is only hampered by the fact the other government agents that have been assaulting Ren have drugged him, and Sai is on a time limit for how long she has before those behind the conspiracy will call her bluff and drag her out. Ren getting the clarity he needs to push forward, thanks to the power of the mighty monarch!
This cocoon has witnessed your sins, and she seeks vengeance. The cocoon will punish the wicked. The cocoon will reward the righteous. You must escape from her grasp. You must earn your freedom.
Which sets up the framing device for the majority of the game. Persona 5 has most of its story structured as one massive flashback arc, with each chapter of the game being framed by the story flashing forward to Ren and Sai in this makeshift interrogation room. Ren having been injected with an overdoses amount of drugs that's muddied his thoughts but also made him highly suggestive, allowing him to relate every single thing that's happened. Also, Sai can make up her mind. For while she herself is not a member of the grand conspiracy the game's story is focused around, her bosses are, and she has been as much used by them to do their dirty work as those minions lower in the chain. And I don't like the framing device with this interrogation, or at least how it was used. I find it frequently acts to be intrusive to actually telling the story. Every time we cut back to Sai, it ends up spoiling some major aspect of the story we're just about to experience. and in doing so ruins the immersion to actually experience it play out. There is an importance and reason for it to be here, but I was more invested in what was currently going on in the moments when we'd be pulled back to the interrogation room. Like, how much time is even passing in that room? What specifically is Ren relating?
We're on a mission from God.
Considering Atlas's policies around spoiling game content, it makes these flash-forward sequences that spoil what you're about to do extremely hypocritical as well, on top of breaking the immersion. And worse with regards to the idiots in the player base, the framing device made them read the story as the protagonist being an actual guilty man, and were playing as the villain which they raged against. Because obviously those running the government couldn't possibly be corrupt, right? Even though the game is literally about fighting a corrupt political conspiracy. You see how that all wrapped around? And as such, we are, for the most part, as I will be using a few snippets here and there, just skipping use of the framing device in this review, only addressing what eventually comes from it near the end, as that's the only point where it becomes relevant. So, to take a third shot at starting all of this...
Sa, 話しなさい。すべてをね。
The story really begins in the late end of 2015, when while he was traveling home, Ren stopped a man from sexually assaulting a woman, only for that man's position in the government to allow him to press charges against Ren instead, the man claiming that Ren assaulted him instead of the reverse, and it was his actions against the woman that started everything. Plot point. Major plot point. We will be coming back to discuss this far later down the line. Ren was canonically 16 at the time, but close enough to his 17th birthday that the frame job this man made would have led to Ren being charged as an adult, at least had the case gone to trial. And man, oh man, did this man not want it to go to trial, as then he'd be on record as being there and he'd have to testify or make a sworn statement to get the false charge against Ren to stick. And while the woman involved in this disappeared out of fear of the man involved, so Ren wouldn't have even had a witness to back up his side of this stormy story, a paper trail of this man's activities would have undermined his own plans. And he couldn't have that. So even his ruining of another's life would need to be covered up. Of course, he'd do it through his lawyer. Consequently, the lawyer hired on Ren's behalf, which did not represent him or his interests, got him a plea deal that prevented him from having his day in court, and circumventing the system entirely, making it so he was falsely charged and by default convicted for a crime he did not commit, all because he stopped to help someone. That is the world we've immediately walked into, and how much it has been made to go wrong, all because of the malice of one man and those who support him. But after being charged, Ren's parents wanted nothing to do with him, nor would his school keep him. The court required him enroll at Shujin Academy in Tokyo, which was also the assailant's doing, and be taken in by Sojiro Sakura, owner and operator of Cafe LeBlanc. Heh, cute. Who, on top of looking like a retired version of Daisuke Jigen from Lupin III, has enough governmental connections from his previous career to double as Ren's parole officer, even if Ren's bunk for the next year ends up being the storeroom above the cafe, if only because Sojiro can't let Ren in his house, for reasons we will discuss later that has nothing to do with what Ren was charged with. Sojiro is a hard ass, but a well-meaning one. And, well, he's just met Ren, having no personal or professional connections to the protagonist, which is unlike any of the previous Persona games. The fact he's giving him a chance says a lot in and of itself, and he knows the real story behind Ren's situation, not just the falsified plea deal. Though as he settles in, Ren notices on his phone a mysterious app, one that has installed itself on his phone earlier, and it will just not go away. Damn malware, it'll install itself on anything these days. That app, however, is part of Ren's connection to the Velvet Room, him only now being summoned to the place that this time is expressed as a prison of reformation, with his warden being these very creepy one-eyed twins.
Come and play with us. Forever and ever.
ようこそ私のベルベットルームへ。
Oh, yeah, another thing that's gotta be addressed, as Igor's performance here is vastly different than any before him. This is because between the production of Persona 4 and 5, the Japanese actor for Igor, Isamu Tanonaka, passed away. He was summarily replaced by Masane Tsukayama, who gave us a much deeper voice to the character, changing from a kind, goofy-voiced benefactor to one running his own agenda that is benefited by supporting the wildcard arcana in their development, which was then reflected in the English dub subsequent recast. And when you remember Igor was a creation of Philemon's for the specific purpose of growing wildcards into the worlds in his game with other deities, it makes a great deal of sense coming in that not every Igor encounter is going to be as upbeat as it's been with the prior protagonists. This Igor is not beating around the bush in wanting something from Ren. It's just to Ren's own advantage to accept the contract, and if he does well, he can possibly save the world from destruction. The twins are in turn Igor's assistants this time around, Justine and Carolyn, who upon seeing Ren's rebellious and noble nature due to his actions before, have sought him out to assist him in their own way with his rehabilitation. So here's something players might have missed with the twins calling Ren inmates in the English dub of the game, as in Japanese the equivalent word Shujin is the same as the name of the academy Ren has been enrolled in. This is because the two are homophones, words that sound the same but have different meanings. The name of the academy written with the characters that translate as excellence or mastery, while the kanji for inmate are different but have the same pronunciation of Shujin when spoken out loud. The shared word was a deliberate pun, done that way as if to say, no matter what the formal word about the place is, that school too is a prison incarcerating those banished there. This was confirmed to be an intentional choice in an interview with the series director Katsura Hashino, with Persona 5's head writer Shigeru Yamamoto being behind the wordplay, as the pursuit of ambition at the cost of morality just as much imprisons you to the machinations of an unjust system. That is one of the themes of the game, and thus makes it all the more meaningful to learn that those that run the school are part of the conspiracy.
You weren't telling them about the secret government conspiracy, were you?
Well, my wallet was missing.
Now, folks, listen, pay no attention to this guy. Everything is exactly as it seems.
This is made more clear down the line, as the next day Sojiro gets Ren enrolled formally at the academy, the egg-shaped principal ready to throw Ren out on principle, which, considering some future knowledge I have, was very likely the plan. After all, who would believe the word of someone with a criminal record over a more upstanding citizen? It only reinforced the idea he was a deviant to begin with, and following the cultural stereotyping present in Japanese society, unfit to be among them. As from there, the problem Ren's assailant created would solve itself by Ren having no choice but to turn to a life of crime in order to survive, thanks to Japanese societal stigmas, and they'd never believe his original story. But this scene also introduces Ren's homeroom teacher Sadayo Kawakami, who will become relevant later, but in the now is just very, very tired. As well, for the protection of the student, the state of Ren's record should stay completely confidential beyond those who would need to know, such as the principal himself and Ren's homeroom teacher. That should be the limit of how far that spreads among the staff unless disciplinary action would need to be taken. However, due to Kawakami's exhaustion, she breaks that confidentiality, as she vents about it to the most absolute wrong person, the gym teacher Suguru Kamoshida, as the man projects an air about him that just makes people trust him and do what he says. Or else. Primarily because he's brought fame to the school through being a former Olympic medalist who has trained their volleyball team well. And from their view, that's put in the principal's head that turning a person with a record into an upstanding citizen would only further raise their cultural standing, especially in a time where it seems like the entire country is derailing from its tracks. Case in point. Yeah, this is part of the conspiracy storyline of the game. Someone is causing a phenomena that has been called mental shutdowns. Moments where people become entirely brain dead either for short periods or permanently. Well, okay, I should clarify this point. There are actually two phenomena, but the localization team at times would translate them as being the same one, using the umbrella term of mental shutdown for both of them, as in both types the conscious mind of the affected individual is thrown out of the driver's seat. The second type are psychotic breakdowns, and they occur when someone goes into a mad rage and do things they normally wouldn't. And keep that in mind for later, as it is very relevant for the progression of the main plot of the story. Mental shutdowns, on the other hand, are, as the name says in the tin, when someone's brain stops working for no perceivable reason, paused so they either do not perceive time at key moments, or are rendered outright brain dead, with their body left catatonic or immediately following into death. Both bear the same visual symptom of a character's eyes rolling up into their head, only differentiated by whether they interact with the environment around them or not. These incidents have been instigated to largely affect government agencies, exasperating any perceived slight and magnifying them into larger catastrophes. One that would have not happened on their own, but any more nefarious means or motive are obfuscated by investigators part of the conspiracy, blaming the matter on the minor issue the incidents expose, so as to show those operating those divisions as incompetent, bleeding from them political support and capital. And an election year of all times at that. Who could possibly have such a motive to deliberately engineer such a scandal harming their political opponents? Again, this is a game set in 2016. But yeah, this is the context for how Sai got involved. She is the lead prosecutor assigned to the mental shutdown case and is playing part in the investigation towards them, on top of her other assignments as a prosecutor, and is being pressured to find a culprit due to the sheer number of them that have occurred over the last 2 to 3 years. Well, okay, I should clarify. Some foundational events for the conspiracy occur in 2013, but most of the conspiracy's activities start in 2014. It's just thanks to certain events in the game, it actually makes more sense if the conspiracy was active earlier than the game later says they are, simply due to matters of interconnectivity. I will state what later on. I actually had to revise certain parts of this script when I realized there was a timeline conflict I had unintentionally presented, but to me, due to the bigger enemies in this all being connected to the conspiracy, well, it would have made more sense for all events to have started 3 years back to build a bigger, better, grander picture of the whole storyline. In the future scenes of the interrogation, all of the mental shutdown incidents that have been caused by the conspiracy have been blamed on Ren as their scapegoat, leaving them all free to do as they wish, and Sai was attempting to determine the means by which they were done, as Sai is the kind of person that needs all the facts before her in order to determine her course of action, one that is complemented by the tasks of the successor to the Detective Prince title the game introduces. That title claimed by this amicable guy named Goro Akechi. And thus, an hour into the game, every accusation a player might falsely levy against Ren regarding his criminality that the game introduces him under is proven demonstrably false, as the crimes he got blamed for predate anything he's done. And I have seen people avoid the game because they didn't want to play as a criminal confessing to their sins. There are some very stupid people out there. But enough about them. Ren's got to get to school the next day. The subway derailing is causing enough travel delays that the already crowded Tokyo subway network is even worse off, leading to Ren crossing paths with fellow students An Takamaki and Ryuji Sakamoto, voiced by Nana Mizuki and Mamoru Miyano respectively, Ryuji appearing right after An accepts a ride to school from the aforementioned Suguru Kamoshida, which Ryuji was too late to intercede on, due to him having a grudge with the teacher.
変態教師好き放題しやがって。お城の王様かよ。そう思わねえか。
This is where things go weird. as the images of people we see on the street begin to loop, and instead of the school, the location has been replaced in its entirety by a castle, matching the words Ryuji spoke about Kamoshida, as if this place had been mapped onto reality itself. Knowing not what to do, the pair enter, and amidst seeing reality distortions that show this castle has somehow mapped itself over top of the school, they are immediately accosted by guards, captured, and thrown into this castle's dungeons. It is here we're met by this castle's ruler, a yellow-eyed King Kamoshida, that is later told to be Kamoshida's own shadow. Since it's been years, for those who may not remember, Persona as a franchise operates off of the idea that cognitive expressions of thoughts, emotions, and human ego can be manifested as their own entities. While they cannot normally, there are exceptions, exist in the normal human layer of reality, they can manifest their own shadow realm to live in, which is finally named in this game as the metaverse, and they can have an effect upon it, as a collective of shadows can congregate and come to manifest themselves as representations of mythological spirits, demons, and deities, powers and all, with the capacity to affect the corporeal plane. Significantly strong shadows can resonate with their originating selves to then empower them, even creating their own lands and dungeons that distort the metaverse from being a mirrored, balanced reflection of the real world. And in doing so, it alters one's cognitive perception of what is real. For in the metaverse, perception literally makes reality. This is what we see occurring here. This King Kamoshida has become an empowered shadow, it not just representing all of Kamoshida's darkest desires, but the shadow itself has become so distorted that these desires are in fact feeding back onto Kamoshida, so he has not been acting as a balanced normal person, but hijacked by his shadow to give into his worst impulses and abandon any semblance of morality. This moral black hole has consequently crushed itself into a singularity that draws other weaker shadows into it, and shadows that become slave to a stronger one empower the dominant shadow, enabling it to manifest this castle, a palace, by which the dominant shadow can entrap and crush the lesser shadow's own wills. Kamoshida's palace having mapped itself over the metaverse's equivalent of where Shujin Academy is in reality. This in turn feeds back and manifests as permitting the living person, i.e. Kamoshida, to have greater psychological influence and sway over those that come into his orbit, those that enter the territory of the palace, becoming influenced by and trapped inside of it, as the shadow in the metaverse under normal circumstances stays in equivalent proximity to their human counterpart's real-life location. So if someone attends Shujin Academy in the real world, then in the metaverse their shadow has itself walked into where the palace has manifested, and as a consequence can be openly swayed by it, creating a perception filter effect that prevents those in proximity to the palace ruler from realizing anything about their actions is bad, and thus are indoctrinated to go along with them. This is why Kawakami earlier so easily gave up Ren's confidential information to Kamoshida, as she can trust Kamoshida, right? At least, that's what her mind is telling her. That is what she is being made to perceive as true. And it's sinister, as with what this palace's power has granted its ruler, you don't even realize that anything is wrong, even when their misconduct is pointed out to you, as you won't believe it even when the evidence is staring at you in the face, due to its power turning everything around them into a cult of personality. I stretch for that pun there, but it is accurate. Moreover, this state of palace and ruler, this is not natural to the shadows, or at least, not normally. While they can form on their own, they don't grow this powerful in short spans of time, as the experience of the person likewise impacts their shadow. And all it really takes is any crisis of conscience, guilt, or a popping of an overinflated ego to collapse a naturally forming palace long before it reaches this point. Someone is deliberately causing shadows to become distorted enough to grow into palace rulers by them binging on a root sin by which to derive their power, which occurs after causing the person to suffer a psychotic breakdown that they then internalize into a distorted delusion instead of expressing it externally, which prevents the shadow of the person to be in the driver's seat and influence their true self. To contrast the two forms, think of a normal person just getting so angry they have to vent, and then venting in a violent way. Say punching something, a person or an object either works for this, or flipping a table. That being taken up to 11 is the normal psychotic breakdown Persona 5 presents. But the palace ruler's internalization that turns into a distorting delusion more looks like what one would see of, say, Batman's Rogues Gallery, which is a cavalcade of the mentally unwell, trapped by their own delusions they can't escape from. Them having that one moment, that one bad day, that makes them turn their blinders onto reality and try and take it all for themselves.
You brainwashed and kidnapped a woman who rejected you.
He was going to take her away from me. I had no choice.
You could have respected her wishes and left her alone.
I'd have killed her first!
So good we are getting anime Batman involved to put an end to it. Now, you won't see this perception filter effect mentioned much in discussion of Persona 5, or even on the franchise's wiki or TV tropes, at least at the time of this recording. Because while the major villains of this game are obviously manipulating cognition on a widespread basis as we near the end of the game, I don't think many notice the more passive effect I am describing, which we do keep seeing of every palace ruler in the game, which is what is ultimately pulling everyone's strings. As why would it only be the most powerful palace rulers that have this ability? Shouldn't all of them showcase it to varying extents? And the answer is, they do. But a lot of it can be written off or excused via other things. Except for one. Why did no one actually report the palace ruler to authorities before their grip became so cemented and normalized? The game has no good answer for that on its own, unless you factor this aspect of the distortion in, that the conscious ruler in the real world is being just as affected by it to normalize the malicious actions they commit. And the one triggering this and pulling the strings is one of the major three villains of the game. 4 if you count the end boss of Royal's content. But that's for later when we start working to stop other palaces from forming. In the moment, King Kamoshida's got Ren and Ryuji slated for execution for trespassing, Kamoshida taking great pleasure in beating Ryuji to death himself, as Ryuji has in the past defied and rebelled against the actions of the real Kamoshida's tyrannical abuse of the student populace. And seeing someone beaten on the ground like that, well, it wraps around to what Ren got in trouble for to begin with, as his morals scream at him that if someone is in need, you must help them. But he can't. If he does anything in the real world to act out, his life is over. And here, he doesn't even have that. All he can do is glare at them in defiance.
これは極めて理不尽なゲーム。勝機はほぼないに等しい。しかし、この声が届いているということは、まだ可能性は残っているはず。
我が身大事さに見殺しか。このままでは本当に死ぬぞ。それともあれは間違っていたのか。よかろう。彼は聞き届けたり。
And once again, I must declare, in the moment of death, take the devil's power.
たとえ地獄につながれようと、すべてを己で見定める。強き意志の力を。
Let's start a revolution. As opposed to the previous game, the cast of Persona 5 manifest their persona when they resonate with a spark of rebellion, an absolute truth of their souls that brings them into communion with their shadow's power. But because rebellion is the key, all of them manifest new outfits within the metaverse to signify their defiance of a societal system that is being made to make the world go wrong, and them choosing to fight against it. Ren's being a mix of influences, the most obvious of them being the original Phantom Thief Arsene Lupin, mixed with stylistic elements of Lelouch v. Britannia's Zero Identity, because again, this character is played by Jun Fukuyama and draws immense influence from Lelouch. Ren's starting persona, Arsene, likewise reflects this reference, as a mythical thief and rebellious anti-hero that, while being a villain in some eyes due to being opposite the law, his thievery was solely focused against those more nefarious and evil than himself, whom lawmakers routinely turned a blind eye to. Thematically, this is the perfect soul to incarnate as Ren's core persona, as a phantom or gentleman thief's entire purpose is to steal back what was wrongfully taken from the people and humiliate the corrupt in power to topple their enemies. Why else do you think the Lupin III franchise has lasted as long as it has? That itself is a timeless story engine. Arsene grants to Ren curse spells and a short dagger, which is used to defeat the shadows threatening us and trap King Kamoshida in his own jail cell. But the problem is a palace ruler is an extremely strong shadow who can control nearly every facet of their palace, so that's not going to hold him. And not even an awakened persona user is capable of toppling them on their own. So with Ren only having just manifested his for the first time, it's taking its psychological toll on him. And since they're in the metaverse where cognition is king, the psychological toll is draining his physical stamina fast. The pair try and find a way to escape the dungeon, this acting as a tutorial for the game's stealth mechanics, and honestly Persona 5's stealth mechanics are some of the best in any game I've ever played, as they actually implement, trying to be stealthy. Alas, there is no hiding in a box, a la the Metal Gear Solid series, the good ones at any rate. Though that type of sneaking grown from those games does seem to be a clear influence, as Persona 5 actively encourages you through every means it introduces to stay stealthy and sneak up on shadows slave to the palace rulers. Eventually we find our way forward blocked, which is where we come across the talking cat.
喋る猫。猫じゃねえ。次行ったら許さんぞ。
I'd say don't accept any contract it offers you, but it's a bit too late for that. This is Morgana, and they are not a shadow slave to the ruler, but another rebel against the machine. The problem Morgana has is his memory is on the fritz and thinks that he's a human transformed into a chibi Philaneko that would not look out of place in CyberConnect 2's Little Tail Bronx series. Now all we need is Morgana to pilot a steampunk robot or tank that uses souls for power. If you've not already, please play CyberConnect's Fuga Melodies of Steel games. After some banter with Ryuji, the pair do not get along and Morgana is frequently the antagonist of their exchanges, he offers to help them escape the palace. Morgana has his own persona based off of Zorro, the legendary swashbuckling outlaw of the southwestern United States back when the territory was owned by Mexico. And no, he is not voiced by Antonio Banderas, or for that matter, the companion of the Pirate King. As the more experienced persona user, Morgana can tell Ren's newly awakened, trying to brief him and Ryuji on the ropes, even as Ryuji's having difficulty processing all of this. Anyone would, really, after being thrust into effectively an alternate universe without warning. But Morgana is openly hostile towards Ryuji for it, and acts like an outright asshole. This unfortunately becomes a recurring thing throughout the game, as Ryuji is made to be Persona 5's respected butt monkey, acting as the counterpart of Junpei Iori from Persona 3 and Yosuke Hanamura from Persona 4 as the put-upon loser member of the cast who, no matter what they do, they cannot win, and are used for depreciating comedic effect. It is one of the things I actually most despise about this game, as Ryuji doesn't do anything to deserve the flack to the degree he gets it, especially in comparison to others among the cast who perform worse acts than himself which are outright excused. I was already against Persona 4 doing this with Yosuke, but there was at least some back and forth there to excuse it, just not to the degree it always escalates, where any time Yosuke pushes back against the abuse he gets, it only causes worse things to happen. To see the same thing occur again, with Ryuji getting it worse for even smaller slights, when he is deliberately being insulted and antagonized by other cast members, while likewise being blamed for what others do, was not appealing, as it completely abandons ideas regarding how proportionate response to an act is supposed to occur. Junpei was the last time in the greater Shin Megami Tensei series where the equivalent role actually had proportionate response to any misconduct he may get involved in, and Junpei accepted his lumps and rolled with the punches when he deserved them. Yosuke's complaints were self-aware about how he didn't deserve how he was treated, and then back again with Ryuji, his own escalation is always rooted in how he does not deserve being treated like shit, and after everything he's already gone through, will not stand for such abuse. As a result, the most harm this does as consequence is towards Morgana's own character with how he deliberately showers Ryuji in abuse, in far excess to anything Ryuji does, especially when it comes to Ryuji not being a natural to the Phantom Thief thing, and not helped at all by the story deliberately using him trying to understand what's happened as an excuse by which to introduce dialogue asking questions the audience wants answered, which Ren cannot ask due to him being a silent protagonist. And since the story is using him that way, it makes it all the more indefensible for the story to then insult Ryuji for providing the means by which to then deliver to us, the unaware audience, essential, need-to-know information. It is the biggest writing crutch Persona 5 indulges in to treat the person asking a question in storyline, but on behalf of the audience, as an idiot. And nearly every time, I as a player ended up taking Ryuji's side on the matter over Morgana. For if Ren were allowed to talk, he would be asking many of the things Ryuji is made to. Anyone that isn't already read in on the theories of cognitive psychology would be asking these questions. And the fact that Ryuji is trying to understand these things better is a merit to him. But Morgana constantly treats him poorly for it because his off-the-cuff comments and explanations are constantly lacking until Ryuji asks for clarification. And when Morgana actually expands on and coherently explains himself properly after complaining that his audience is an idiot, then Ryuji immediately gets it. The frustration of this being every single person we recruit, bar one, requires this same expanded explanation that Ryuji asked for in the first place. Morgana's version is that much complete garbage that absolutely no one, again with that one exception, gets it when he explains it Morgana's way. So Morgana's ridicule of Ryuji all game long, and I do mean all game long, is consistently invalidated. But the game, and the fandom by proxy, never acknowledges it.
ここならシャドウも来ないだろう。
で、なんでわかんだよ。
ここだけ歪みが少ない。主の支配が弱い場所ってことだ。
これ、教室か？
これでわかったろ？ここは主の心が映し出したもう一つの現実なのさ。
Like seriously, on top of playing Persona 4, I took psychology classes in college that got into these concepts to be read into this stuff. And yet, I agree with Ryuji's take that Morgana does an absolutely crap job at explaining them because Morgana every time makes the assumption that we know everything that he does, so he doesn't need to get into the details. But we don't know everything he does. And insulting Ryuji for it, but not the others, does nothing but make Morgana out to be a hypocritical asshole. But it's in a lot of this where I find my dislike of Max Middleman's performance as Ryuji in the English tracks, as, intentionally or no, his take on the character only seems to exasperate the Ryuji deserves to be a butt monkey problem to me in just how pathetic and whiny he makes Ryuji sound.
Send it back.
Sorry? I didn't get that.
Send the everything back!
Whereas Mamoru Miyano's performance more accents Ryuji's objections against being mistreated and exasperation at being denied essential, need-to-know information delivered in a simple, succinct way through which to make better decisions, due to the character's backstory of him being ostracized in excess of sin. So for the main story and character beats, and even the English take on the character to repeat the same compounding error, that is not appealing. I basically take his side all game long, Because no one else will! Regardless, Morgana gets the two out, then returning to reality through the use of the app on Ren's phone that caused all this, allowing them to finally get to school in the real world, and for Ren to be in trouble for his tardiness. Fortunately, we have a built-in excuse of getting lost on one's first day, plus the railway delays alongside Ryuji being with us and getting us lost, provides enough cover for Ren to not get thrown out over it. Though this meeting also shows that the real Kamoshida, while he is a puppet to his shadow now, is not aware of everything his shadow is, only able to glean a distrust of Ren from his instincts. As for his antagonism of Ryuji, again they have history.
ほんと勘弁してほしいわ。なんで私がこんな目に。
Kawakami is not tolerant of Ren's tardiness, nor his companionship with Ryuji, as Kamoshida destroyed Ryuji's reputation the prior year to the point he is the school's pariah. And as it turns out, he's already done the same to Ren as well, Kamoshida having leaked the fact that Ren has a criminal record, but nothing about what he did to earn it, to immediately turn the school against him. Then he's also spread rumors that he's dating the previously seen An Takamaki, for the sole purpose of actually forcing her into a relationship with him. If it weren't for the influence of the palace, rumors like that would be grounds for investigation, but the psychological hold his shadow has over the school is permitting him to completely get away with it with impunity. To the point he can talk back to his boss and defame someone in public sight of everyone around him, and nothing will in any way be done about it. No, instead, they all write it off with excuses that try to validate his reprehensible behavior of how he's so upstanding, and he contributes so much to society, and he's making the school great again. Because the psychological effect the palaces play turn the rulers into cults of personality, so their sins, their guilt, can just be ignored. Oh right, another thing that put Persona 5 in my good graces. I brought her up before, but that girl is Haru Okumura, and she is relevant later on. Much later on. So much like her actress, keeps smiling until we get to discussing her. But that's the thing I like. Unlike the previous games where you could only find characters once they are available for a social link or story event, or in Naoto's case when she comes to town, the cast members relevant to the story are present throughout the game. Haru does not become relevant for 6 game months, but if you stick around the school, you can on occasion catch sight of her and interactions she's having. And she's not the only example of this. I kind of came to hate the means of storytelling where a main or supporting character only comes to exist when the story suddenly decides to focus on them, which became so very commonplace in the 2010s that Persona 5 subverting such gets additional points from me. Anyways, Ryuji meets us on the roof, having heard the rumors as well, but puts little stock in them because of how he's also been ostracized by Kamoshida. More interested in what the hell the palace was, and if it might be a way to take down the man, as he's been abusing people left and right, yet none of them want to speak up, due to the prestige he brings from being a teacher here, and not wanting to slander him, as they subconsciously know what would happen to them if they would go against them. And thus, because no one will stand up, the abuse continues. But now, Ryuji sees this palace, as a means by which to subvert his power, get word of his crimes from the horse's mouth, and then validate them in real life by which to force him to be ousted by the weight of his sins being exposed. This is why I push back at Ryuji being the designated idiot. While there are flaws in the capacity to pull off this plan thanks to, well, how the metaverse itself works, the base logic of his plan is very solid. It's just he has no way to know of what will keep it from working. That night, after Ren gets an earful from Sojiro for the tardiness both to and from school...
Oh, どうした?
Plot point. We have a return to the Velvet Prison, where the denizens inform Ren, and the players, of the powers of the Persona for anyone who's not played a Persona game, as well as the Metaverse Navigator, the app that appeared on Ren's phone that's what lets humans freely enter the metaverse, which Igor can bestow upon those who he finds may be useful to Ren's rehabilitation. The next day, after we cross paths with another cast member, we find An being harassed by Kamoshida in order for him to fulfill those rumors about them being a thing as fact. on trying to make any excuse she can just to get away from him, even as he uses his station as the volleyball team's coach to leverage his position. While she isn't on the team, Shiho, An's best friend, is, and before Kamoshida came along, she was a star player with actual talents. But Kamoshida is now using them both against the other. An forced into Kamoshida's orbit to permit Shiho to remain part of the team, and Shiho being abused and injured instead of trained by the man every time An makes an excuse, like today, to keep him off of her, not so subtly threatening Shiho's well-being. For as we learn when we meet up with Ryuji and use the meta-nav to re-enter the palace and meet again with our resident cat burglar, Shiho isn't the only one. Kamoshida is doing this too. The palaces are a reflection of their creators. Every sin twisted and magnified and put on decadent open display. The other sections of the castle dungeons containing training rooms where the drills they run are nothing but torture exercises. Ryuji recognizing the entire volleyball team, as well as past members that didn't make the cuts, or have shown themselves to be in classes to be more and more injured. These are unfortunately not the actual shadows of these individuals, the cognitive clones manifested by the palace to assist in the palace ruler's twisted delusion, that these individuals are better off or are deserving of this treatment as slaves to their ruler's own glorification, which again helps the distorted delusion of the twisted shadow map that train of thought onto the ruler's counterparts. Everyone and anyone can and should be used for their own gain. Unfortunately, the Metaverse Navigator prevents the group from using the phones or any other technology as means of recording anything while inside the metaverse. Gee, I hope that won't result in a significant storyline plot hole far later in the game. So it's not like Ryuji can take photos of everyone here as evidence of their wrongdoing, as obviously evidence obtained in another world would be a bit suspect, or to better match the faces of those being abused to try to talk to them in confidence. Not like that would have worked either, though not for lack of trying. As shown earlier, Kamoshida's already poisoned both of them to the greater student body, so who would believe them even if they came forward? Again, this is insidious, as there are no legitimate real-world options for resolving this due to the psychological effect the palace is creating to make people trust the palace ruler above reproach, and not the ruffians storming at the gate trying to break it down. And Ryuji truly, desperately wants to make Kamoshida pay for his crimes, and for what he did to Ryuji in specific. For the previous year, Shujin also had a track team, one that was capable of being just as exalted as Kamoshida's volleyball team. Kamoshida destroyed them, and used Ryuji, their star runner, to do it. First getting himself assigned as their coach when their original supervisor was busy. Some parts of the game say the supervisor was fired, but the timeline's been muddied by the game's localization. And then putting them through training so harsh everyone was risking career-crippling injuries. Before Kamoshida played his final card, and used information gleaned from Ryuji's private records to insult Ryuji's mother. Ryuji's single mother. For those not in the know, this is one of several socio-cultural political things international players of this game seem to not get when the game explains it to them. The one presented here being that single parents raising their children by themselves in Japan is extremely stigmatized against, for reasons that are very stupid, and they usually refer to the greater society perceiving them as irresponsible, which ties back to that societal expectation for dads to be breadwinners and moms to be homemakers, and they can't be both as single parents without any other source of income. See how that hypocrisy within Japanese workplace culture tends to cycle itself back into these discussions? Hell, even deadbeat dads that force their wives to work while they do nothing are seen as a more respectable nuclear family than someone single raising their kid alone. Though some allowances are made in the events of, say, divorce, which is still considered taboo by other generations and has only lost much of its stigma in the last 20 years, or the loss of one of the parents due to tragedy. And single women are, of course, going to get it worse by the double standard of assuming the mother was a prostitute or just sexually loose that forgot birth control and kept the results. And not that maybe they wanted kids and the would-be father was the problem that the mother wanted nothing to do with anymore. As one of the cast members in the game is the bastard offspring of a man who slept around and forced himself onto women without care of the consequences. But that ain't Ryuji's dad. Ryuji's father instead was an abusive monster Ryuji's mom eventually just kicked out to raise him on their own. Hell, this game acts in defiance of a lot of Japanese sociocultural regressiveness by the fact it does feature several characters in it who were raised by single parents or guardians, some of whom they have no blood relation to, which runs the spectrum of different outcomes tied to their relative positions in society, and how they are viewed because of it. But Ryuji is certainly the most hostile take explicitly because it is that case of single mother that is the most culturally ostracized. So what Kamoshida did to antagonize Ryuji is outright call his mother a whore to his face. I cannot believe there are people who have played this game who do not get that. Because that isn't subtext. He did everything short of using that literal word, only for the translation to obfuscate that fact just slightly more. And when he did, Ryuji snapped and attacked Kamoshida, the man exploiting Ryuji's exhaustion to get the upper hand and break Ryuji's leg, twisting it so he'll never be able to run as he did without pain again. Kamoshida used that as his excuse to get the track team disbanded, which turned Ryuji into a pariah, as no one believed him when he told them what Kamoshida did, nor considered the act of breaking a leg far beyond what one would call self-defense. But of course they wouldn't. After all, Kamoshida is a former Olympian. Such a hero couldn't possibly be bad. Yeah, no. The fact there was no formal investigation into this is what is actually terrible. And the incident being swept under the rug and being blamed on the students is grounds itself for a lawsuit. For if Ryuji was at fault, he'd have been expelled, not ostracized. But expelling him, like with what happened with Ren, would have left a paper trail regarding the larger context of the incident and the abuse Kamoshida was inflicting, and then all the one outside the influence of the palace would need to start smashing it down. So of course, cover up and obfuscation of blame to let the guilty party walk. And King Kamoshida brings this all up as the group tries to leave with the leads they have, the shadows that make up his guard manifesting as a monster that neither Ren nor Morgana have the right elemental typing to deal with. So they are left subjugated, and Ryuji stuck facing down his own personal monster once again, with nothing to show for it, up until Kamoshida reveals one critical detail Ryuji had only suspected, but could never prove. That his broken leg was deliberate. And that ignites his spark, the spark of rebellion that breaks the perception filter's hold on one's mind, and why it actually is important narratively that such an effect exists. For that moment of epiphany focuses their clarity into a single sharp point and pops the bubble around their cognition that prevents them from realizing that things are wrong. Every persona awakening in this game forms on these same grounds, where the shadow's voice, once pacified in their realm by a ruler, starts to scream loud and clear in their ears.
クズをかばって犬死にする救えないクズどもをな。
お前の方だよ。上利用することしか考えてねえ。お前の方こそクズだ。カモシだ。にやけた面でこっち見てんじゃねえよ。随分と待たせたものよ。
Okay, this is Mamoru Miyano getting a transformation, so I need to make the right reference call. I can't use his time at Setsuna FSA as his Gundams didn't really transform and Trans Am does not count. His role as Kiba in Wolf's Rain was illusion-based, so that's no. Light Yagami didn't really transform as a character so much as revealed how malicious he actually was. I don't own a Keyblade by which to mimic Riku opening one's heart, and he never really did that much in comparison to Sora. Salad didn't really have any Pokemon with a transformation gimmick. Ultraman Zero is too obvious. So that basically just leaves Death Ryuger. Or rather, the pirated version.
どうせ消し得る女が旗にかぶってきたもの
Ryuji's own persona is Captain William Kidd, a Scottish privateer and lifelong sailor who in the late 1600s was hired to hunt pirates, but was labeled a pirate himself after he captured a pirate ship captained by an Englishman, when his masters of the English crown expected him to turn over pirates that happened to be French or of color. In essence, he was driven to piracy by those in authority, turning against him for just doing his job and apprehending the criminals, after spending a life where he chafed against those in authority, abusing their power and defying the law themselves. An appropriate persona for Ryuji then, as that is in turn what Ryuji himself has experienced, thus why his true self expressed himself as that rogue. But beyond Ryuji's own mask, manifesting as a skull, there's not a lot piratey that goes on with his outfits. In fact, Ryuji's Phantom Thief form takes more visual inspiration from Shotaro Ishinomori's The Skull Man, the manga which was the basis by which the original Kamen Rider series had been developed and reimagined from. Hell, Ryuji's outfit even has a typhoon-like belt buckle on his waist to make the reference all the more overt. But that doesn't share much commonality with a pirate. A bit of a mistake, for, as said, we get the more overt and direct Kamen Rider reference later on with the member of the cast whose persona manifests as a motorcycle, and whose theme of rebellion is more aligned with the nature of their sense of justice. I like the design of Ryuji's thief form, and I get why Captain Kidd was chosen as a persona. Hell, I can even tell you why lightning was chosen as Ryuji's element, as that is technically this same Tide actor illusion as well. But there is that consequential disconnect between the manifestation of one's soul and the outfit that expresses that manifestation and what the bearer considers to be a rebel. Hell, I'm pretty certain most Persona players outside of Japan didn't catch the Skullman homage, and I only know of it because I'm a Tokusatsu fan. But with Captain Kidd giving Ryuji lightning spells, which are the weakness of the guards King Kamoshida sends against us, Ryuji being a faster attacker, permitting him to hit hard and fast, allows us to escape as post-awakening fatigue hits Ryuji. But not before the now 3 thieves get insight into more of Kamoshida's delusion, and his deliberate targeting of An to slake his lusts, which riles Ryuji up again against the depravity, as now he's free from the influence of the perception filter, so he can realize how much danger from him she has been in, and isn't one of the man's sycophants.
てめえの化けの皮絶対ひっぺがしてやる首洗って待ってろ
見つかりたくないなら単独でやる方が効率的そういう考え方だってできるでも君は単独では行動しなかった協力者がいた方が利点がある君はそう判断した違う
鴨志田の歪んだ心っての見たらそれこそ放っておけないだろう頼んだぜ俺も気合い入れっからよ
我は汝汝は我汝ここに新たなるちぎりを得たりちぎりはすなわち囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり我戦車のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり自由へと至るさらなる力とならん
The social links of Persona 5 are referred to as the Confidant system, which to me ended up being really effective and rewarding, as not only does this system allow you to eventually summon stronger persona and get bonuses to fusing them into their arcana, leveling up the confidants actually results in gameplay bonuses. For party members especially, as it can lead them to being able to attack immediately in a turn where a player knocks down an enemy, break the effect of a status ailment on a party member, withstand fatal attacks themselves, or protect Ren himself from a fatal attack. For advancing Ryuji's confidant story, he specifically unlocks abilities tied into ambushing enemies, permitting one to insta-kill some foes, especially in the People's Palace known as Mementos, which will be introduced later. I also said earlier that thanks to Jun Fukuyama's character drawing so heavily on the leitmotifs of Lelouch, every major cast member of Persona 5, as well as many of the supporting characters, draws a parallel to characters from Code Geass. And let me reiterate that this does not mean these characters are the same as those from that series, merely that there are similarities with regards to character roles and personality and some designs, with some of their traits shuffled up between two or more characters, so one character with the same role in the story will not be presented as having the same personality. Some of this is admittedly superficial, but once my brain started making the comparisons, it was just hard to stop. And admittedly, not every character has one. But this begins with Ryuji being an amalgamated XP of the self-stated best friends of Lelouch and his alter ego Zero, rivals Cardamond and Shinichiro Tamaki, and that they are punkish goofballs, borderline idiots, more with how they are not good at academic matters than actually lacking intelligence or wit, and their personal priorities being out of balance. Though to many the comparison is fleeting due to Ryuji overall being a smarter individual than Tamaki, and Rivals himself is infamous as being such a complete nothing of a character in Code Geass's anime that some wonder why he was introduced to begin with, as due to the studio-mandated overfocus on CC, despite her irrelevance to the story causing character focus time to be stolen from other cast members, the most he ends up doing is being a freaking co-conspirator to Lelouch's gambling, and expressing a one-sided crush on the character Millie Ashford. But it is in that co-conspirator role that I saw Ryuji being like Rivals, or at least how Rivals could have been portrayed had the show ever allowed him to, have any form of character spotlights. Without he is Ren's bro and supportive of Ren's pursuits, just with Tamaki's mannerisms stapled atop them. Hell, the more I plumbed Code Geass Apocrypha, the more I felt the comparison fits. For there's always been speculation that had Rivals been read in on Lelouch's Zero identity, he would have filled a role similar to Tamaki, just being less likely to betray Lelouch over the plot arc. And, well, all three end up taking a butt monkey role in their stories as well. And it also ties into the Seiyu thing, as while these characters echo prior roles of the Japanese voice actors, it is not necessarily a one-for-one for any of them, permitting the role to have a distinct subversive flavor to them. In that respect, Mamoru Miyano, as that listing of roles I gave a couple minutes ago shows, tends to play either arrogant savants, as exampled by Ultraman Zero, Light Yagami, Night Hunter D, and Riku, or damaged individuals who have lost everything and are taking a stand against broken systems and false gods, as is seen of Setsuna F. Seiei in Gundam 00, and his role as Tusk from Cross-Ange Rondo of Angels and Dragons. So yeah, a character like Ryuji, who is a social misfit, thematically is his normal wheelhouse. But that's where the subversive element to the role is, in that Ryuji is only really competent as a runner. While he is not as stupid as Morgana and others in the story ridicule him for being, and him being a situational butt monkey is taken vastly too far in Persona 5, him being a character that is not the coolest man in the room, competent in intellectual pursuits, or is otherwise experienced with the situation he finds himself in, is a refreshing take for a Miyano role, as that's not something the actor gets to portray often. Ryuji's just a normal guy, and that's stimulating for him to actually play one for once, and not have them be the explicit special. Ryuji's overall mundanity helps keep the rest of the group grounded overall, and while he does come to embrace the Phantom Thief gig and gets excited at his chance to make the world better, we resultantly do not see him become overly reliant upon it to exclusion of all else as Ren does. This shown in his Confidant storyline. For after we deal with Kamoshida and have his crimes exposed, Ryuji acts to get himself back in shape, as their real-world skills do not translate into the group's capabilities in the metaverse, even restoring Ryuji's ability to run and ignore damage to his leg, but that only goes so far, with him noticing the difference of how he used to move. Thus he ropes Ren into training with him to get his mobility back, as Ryuji is very good when it comes to running, and can pass on the tricks he used to get so good before Kamoshida ruined everything, which draws the ire of Ryuji's former compatriots in the track team. For it wasn't just that Kamoshida used his provocations of Ryuji to get the track team disbanded, he did it right before a championship match they were all set to win, and had they won, Kamoshida's abuse of them, which is said was all done to sabotage the team so his volleyball team would be the award winner of the school, would have had to stop due to the spotlight on them which would have come from that victory. But Kamoshida pushed Ryuji's berserk button, that is his private family history, deliberately to ruin the team when they were at their height so they would fall and never return, the point at which the track team would most keep a grudge against their former star. And Ryuji does not blame them, for even if they were being influenced by Kamoshida to do as he wanted, that was still the mistake he made. And in order to grow, he has to own his role in it. The problem is the former track team members, when they cross paths, now take to being the same bullies Kamoshida himself was, and antagonize Ryuji directly over his familial situation, which shows the scars someone like Kamoshida leaves behind and those he victimized, to show the influence he had in the school, despite the eventual collapse of his palace, is not instantaneously undone, and the longer one is exposed to the effects of the palace altering one's cognition or reality, the more the effect does linger. Again, plot point relevant to the character arc of someone we'll be discussing in a few videos, and the fandom's complete inability to pick up on that, leading to several instances of media illiteracy. As the mental deception the track team is operating under is they all took the same abuse from Kamoshida, when that wasn't so. He had it out for Ryuji. But the only way they can justify themselves that they did nothing toward the abuse is to leave Ryuji as their scapegoat and ostracize him unjustly. But that only shows how far they have all fallen, especially their de facto head, Nakaoka, that took the event the most personally. And I do say this is the lingering effect of the perception filter of Kamoshida's palace, as when Ryuji and Ren go to train in an actual gym, Ryuji runs into a former classmate of his named Ikeda, one that graduated and lost the chance to get a letter of recommendation that screwed over his college plans. But the distance from Kamoshida's palace has allowed him to shake off its influence and realize Ryuji wasn't at fault for it. Kamoshida never intended to do right by them the second he got control over the team. The problem is, with the school trying to brush Kamoshida's wrongdoing under the rug afterwards, the track team is restarted with a new advisor, named Yamauchi, and he is as bad as Kamoshida, previously having acted as the man's lapdog and second to influence the school by proxy of the king's will, to show that evil doesn't just die with the head of the snake. And as the Confidant story progresses, the lingering distortion has a risk of growing into a new palace to replace the old one. Yamauchi is already picking his targets to dismantle all opposition against him, Nakaoka being singled out in the same way Ryuji was to direct the ire of Kamoshida's abuse, framing Nakaoka as the one who routed to him all their personal information, when a lot of that information was already in the students' records, and it was the abuse of that information by the teachers that screwed them. But as Ryuji and Ren overhear when Yamauchi is out with other teachers later on, the track team thinks Yamauchi is doing it for them, but he's really doing it just for himself, taking advantage of what was done to make himself famous, and blot out his own role in actively enabling Kamoshida. Fortunately, with Ryuji already suspicious of Yamauchi, Ryuji shows how smart he can be, and unlike when he tried to do so in the metaverse, there was nothing to prevent a simple audio recording from exposing Yamauchi's plan to exploit the team, and handing that over to them before they can be used. For in Ryuji's time with Ren, he's learned that, at the end of the day, you can't live by letting yourself be used by other people as their scapegoat. You can take blame for things you did wrong, but beyond that, you can't let yourself take that shit. You ultimately have to live your own life for yourself, no others, lest one be thrown into a trap that ruins one's future all on their own. In doing so, it settles the discourse between the track members, and they rally against Yamauchi's plans, succeeding in getting the original track coach back. And from such, Ryuji earns his redemption for his mistake, permitting him the wisdom to never commit it again.
本当はさ、ずっと怖かったんだ。あいつらと向き合うの。てめえのバカさ加減思い出すし、 あいつらの軽蔑の眼差しとか、何より居場所をなくしたこと、ずっと忘れらんなかったからさ。こういうの柄じゃねえし、なんて言っていいかよくわかんねえけど、お前がいてくれたから俺は変われた。ゴタゴタに巻き込んじまったけど、お前最後まで付き合ってくれたよな。俺を見捨てなかったよな。ありがとな。なんかあったら言えよ。今度は俺がお前を何があっても助けてやる。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、戦車の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
感じるぜ、俺の新しい力。
よし。
Which brings us to the final element of the confidant system of this game. As, from the framing device of Sai's interrogation, this is another detail revealed from it. One of the people that has been brought into our confidants, one of the people we have gained a social link with in this game, is a traitor, out for themselves, and sold rent out by which to get him arrested, because their bond is all based on nothing but lies. So while Ren may strengthen his links to become a stronger persona wielder, that bond is not in fact a two-way street, as that confidant is in fact a flipped in reverse arcana, and that's something we haven't really seen in the Persona series before, or at least not in a way where it's a definitive way to read the game, story, and characters. Tarot cards by which the Arcana system is based can have two interpretations of their meaning, depending on whether the card in question is right side up or placed in an opposing reverse position. In Ryuji's case, his aligned Arcana of the Chariot, in its upright position, can find meaning in the terms succor, providence, presumption, triumph, vengeance, or trouble. In essence, it revolves around feelings of competition and overcoming oneself. We similarly saw this of Chie in Persona 4 as the Chariot-aligned member of that game, her training herself to compete against the person she was to overcome them, whereas Ryuji's was more literal in him being a former competitive track star who was wronged and held an open grudge, so unintentionally caused trouble. The reverse position Chariot, however, signifies disputes, arguments, and escalating animosity over failure. Basically, had Ryuji been a sore loser and lashed out at everyone around him for a screw-up instead of trying to warn people of Kamoshida's malice, taken it into his own hands to deliberately get revenge or publicly lashed out at his abusers, he could have come to represent the reverse side arcana. But as he does not, and because we can evolve our bond with him into a blood oath to legitimately make Ryuji into Ren's bro, hell, some people ship the two of them, as this is not the first time Jin Fukuyama and Mamoru Miyano have worked together to develop chemistry between them, that takes him off the table as a potential suspect for both Ren's future recollection as part of the story's framing device, as well as our experience within the game experiencing it linearly, which thus once more introduces the larger mystery aspect of the story in attempting to uncover who that traitor is, and add an additional encouragement for players to complete the Confidant stories. Not just for the engagement with the characters as written, not just for the gameplay bonuses such provides, but to determine who was the one that left Ren to end up in the situation he found himself in. And that trifecta to me was all that was needed to make completing them become an even higher priority than they were before. And it actually is possible to complete all the Confidants in a single playthrough if you do things the right way. But there is a huge problem Atlas caused for itself. And that is, even with Atlas's no spoilers play mandates, everyone who actually took the time to look at the Japanese cast list immediately zeroed in on who the traitor was, thanks to the P5 characters acting as subversive takes on their prior roles. Thus, any form of public information Atlas gave us already gave that oh-so-precious secret they were protecting away. Thus, once more making their spoiler embargo utterly meaningless. I'm not going to discuss who it is until it is the proper time to do so, but it was widely guessed correctly who the traitor was, even earlier than players caught on to Adachi being the true killer of Persona 4. Basically, from the second the character was introduced, interacted with the cast if it hadn't been caught already. That's how much the actor-character allegory by itself, alongside the framing device, gave it away. Which brings us back to my opening statement that Atlas's insistence on screwing over streamers and online content creators just to protect this twist was pointless, as they did it themselves just by announcing who was cast in the game. Regardless, this video has once again been one that's gone on far too long. So to rewind things back to when Ryuji's confidant was first gained, Ren and Ryuji go out for food after leaving the palace, to formulate their plan of attack, which involves confronting the real versions of the cognitions they saw being abused by King Kamoshida, to see if they could get any of them to admit what he's been doing to them. A pity, though, that they're already too late to help one of Kamoshida's greatest victims, as they were not made aware of the trouble she specifically was in. Igor calls us to the Velvet Room again as sleep comes to Ren, congratulating us on taking the first steps to rehabilitation with the forging of the Arcana bonds, encouraging us to form more of them to grow stronger and use them to destroy the palaces, granting us rank 1 of the Full Arcana as well, signifying Ren's bond with Igor in this game as opposed to that of Joker's own personal growth. Yeah, unlike prior Persona games where the Full Arcana represented a protagonist's own personal growth, the main character here, while he is a wild card, is not necessarily represented by the Full Arcana itself. That instead represents Ren's bond with Igor, because as it becomes clear later, he's playing with us. Kamoshida's influence over the school has gotten them to approve a massive rally for the volleyball team, which plays to Ren and Ryuji's benefit as it even more puts on display the heavily injured state all the players are in, and Kamoshida flaunting his abuse of them in plain sight. Him smashing in the face of a kid in Ren's class named Mishima. But moreover, it leaves the class distracted enough for them to go and try to talk to the members of the volleyball team to see if they will come forward. But Ren and Ryuji's poisoned reputation as well as the perception filter preventing any of the normies from conceptualizing the things Kamoshida does as wrong makes this a fruitless endeavor, as everyone already knows about what's happening. The parents, the teachers, most of the victims' friends and other adjacent students. They just can't do anything about it as they are being prevented from realizing that Kamoshida is doing anything wrong. Now this has a point. It is emphasizing explicitly that palace rulers cannot be taken out of power by normal means, as they are being empowered by supernatural forces to literally become above any forms of mundane punishment, or others realize the fact that they are acting criminally to begin with, as the perception filter is preventing anyone that would confront them about their acts from being aware that they need to do so. Thus, supernatural means of confrontation must be taken to shatter this hold they have that normalizes their behavior. I am emphasizing this point as much as I am because there are people who have played and loved this game who still voice criticism towards it that shows they do not understand this point, and how that reflects upon a character arc in the game which is consequently misunderstood. And for the people who ridicule this game, being deliberately blind to this is how they make their entire argument about how unrealistic everyone ignoring these misdeeds is, when they're being mind-screwed to ignore it, and the game, while not being as explicit as I am about it, is showcasing that. But that doesn't mean that the effect is absolute. There are ways around it. It just requires Kamoshida's name and identity not directly come up. This is shown when we next interact with Anne, who Ryuji assumes is a mark for Kamoshida due to the rumors he's spread about them dating that Ryuji mistakenly bought into. causing her to not say what she meant, which was revolving around her trying to get them to not interfere with the volleyball championship, as it would put her own sacrifices to waste. For Kamoshida has forced An to be with him, and has been pushing her to go farther into more physical intimacy, sidebar, ew, by threatening An's best friend Shiho, who is a member of the volleyball team, and is actually damn good at the game, but Kamoshida has singled her out for assault in the same way he did to Ryuji and with Mishima earlier, in order to break her. An has been with Kamoshida, as he has been blackmailing her with Shiho's membership on the team, and her refusal to go all the way has in turn led to the violence against her, with Shiho not resisting that assault just so An wouldn't be raped by him. And yes, it does count as rape. Coercing someone into sex through blackmailing, forcing them, or threatening violence upon them or someone else violates consent, as they have forced them to comply. More problematic, however, is the factor of statutory rape, where an underage individual cannot legally consent to sex at all. An's birth date in Apocrypha material is given as November 12, 1999, and these events occur in April 2016. She's still 16 at this point, and will not turn 17 for 7 months. So it would also be statutory rape by the metric of most Western audiences, as age of consent in many regions is 17 instead of 18. Except when it comes to Japan, for when the game was being made, the national age of consent was 13. Now, before people go into the comments, first of all, that law was finally changed in June of 2023, so the national age of consent is explicitly now 16. Second, all 47 prefectures in Japan, long before this game was made, had already made it illegal for a legal adult to have sex with someone that wasn't either 17 or 18, depending on region, with a few exceptions getting around that law, made for those who were in an established relationship or were within a 5-year difference between them. Those laws known as the Seishonen Hogo Ikusei Jorei, or the bylaws for protecting and nurturing adolescents. So say a 18-year-old just entered college student is dating a 16-year-old high schooler, and they might have been dating before the older one graduated. So if they consensually decide to have sex, that is legal because they're within 5 years of each other and have a pre-established relationship, so the older one would not be charged with statutory rape. This is actually smarter in some ways than American laws, where if that same scenario happens, it is by default statutory. Third, the reason that Japan originally had such a low age of consent nationally was due to the country's propensity for arranged marriages, where men were considered of marriageable age from 16 onwards, and women would be put into such wedding arrangements as early as 14. So the age of consent needed to technically be lower so family heads could begin shopping around for suitable suitors before that point, so the engagement could be formalized at 14. Rarely would the two in such an arrangement marry and consummate their relationship before at bare minimum the bride's 16th birthday, but legally making such an arrangement would instead put them on a path where they would eventually marry, after a point of interaction to ensure compatibility, or in the event that the adults in the family would for some reason die or become indisposed, making sure their children would be capable of joining another family and not just be left to fend for themselves. Unfortunately, those laws' intent wasn't always adhered to, and after World War II began to become abused. Due to the national legislative process in Japan being quite glacial when it comes to any socio-cultural political issues, that's why it took decades longer than the local ordinances were put in place to actually fix statutory rape laws on a national level, and actually impose a penalty to violating them. These violations likewise include coercion clauses, where if someone is coerced into sex and happens to be on that borderline of the age range, like An is, it still by default counts as statutory rape. The problem with this, however, is the individual that is sexually assaulted has to themselves submit the complaint against the individual who is assaulting them before they can be arrested or investigated for it. You can, as a third party or family member, see them being assaulted, but legally you can't file the complaint on the victim's behalf. You could be a police officer yourself and see it happen, hell, you could record it happening, and a court would still throw it out if the victim won't come forward. And fourth, which I am only including here because it comes into play later with Phantom Idiocy. In 1985, the Supreme Court of Japan determined that the laws did not explicitly ban sexual acts between adults and minors, but the only, and I mean only, valid exception to them is in the event the two were in a sincere, committed relationship for a tangibly measurable period of time before the sexual act occurred. The law does specifically forbid, and I quote, acts committed by unfair means that take advantage of the juvenile's mental or physical immaturity, such as enticing, threatening, deceiving, or confusing, as well as acts where the juvenile is treated merely as an object to satisfy one's own sexual desires. They try any of that? Hell, if they try grooming a younger individual to later be a paramour after they're past the age of consent?
Huh?
少年 H 計画は大成功よ。
少年 H？
大成功よ。ちなみに光源氏の H や。
もしかして先生は6人目のヒロインかもしれないと思った。
Then they're still going to end up a sex offender. It's just in the case of groomers and those they groomed, it's far more difficult to get the victim to actually acknowledge the abuse in order for the abuser to be held accountable. But morally and ethically, they are still on the hook for that, and Japanese media normally does not encourage that. Again, that's one of my tangible complaints about what Geass's movie timeline did with the altered paramour arcs which promoted CC into the role. They changed the story from one that condemned that shit to one that exalted it. But the court decision made allowances and exceptions with intent, once again, for arranged marriages, engagements, or familial approved relationships that may occur over larger than normal age gaps. If the pair are in a loving, caring relationship with the consent of both parties, and if one of them is underage, their family knows about it, then the law has no right to intercede. The second someone declares they were abused by their partner, however, that all goes out the window. But sometimes due to what age they're approached at, the younger one can end up being so indoctrinated to not even realize the damage that's been done, which is the law's greatest flaw and failure by not allowing informed third parties to report on their behalf. But due to the perception filter the palace is creating, neither An nor Shino are acting to break the hold Kamoshida has on them, nor are they communicating what they are doing for the other to make them mutually aware of their suffering, as the perception filter is making them feel like they themselves are at fault for getting into such a situation. Shiho doesn't want An to have sex with Kamoshida any more than An wants Shiho to lose the college scholarship Shiho's starting position on the volleyball team can gain her, as Shiho herself doesn't view herself as having any special talents beyond volleyball. And now Kamoshida's actions have so tainted her enjoyment of it and her general well-being.
おい、あれ!
あれ、飛び降りるんじゃ。もう無理。しよう。鴨志田。しよう。
And if that weren't bad enough, the game and the Apocryphon very heavily implies, though never outright confirms, that An's final refusal to go all the way with Kamoshida may have made the man replace An with Shiho as his sex doll for the night, leading to the circumstances for why Shiho chose to jump due to how violated she felt. Again, this is never confirmed in anything Atlas has ever put out. It is just as possible Kamoshida just verbally and physically abused her horribly enough that it broke Shiho's spirit outright, so she felt worthless and abandoned and alone enough to consider that last step. As just existing like this, it's not enough to want to make someone even considering it to turn away when they feel revulsion for even being in their own skin. I know that, personally. 16 years ago this November, I was fucking there. For different reasons, for different circumstances, for different extremes of self-loathing, yes. But those differences don't matter to that last step. All that does is the result. I got pulled back. Not by a person, but an experience that nonetheless did the job of talking me down. And Shiho? She didn't have that. But this is the effect of that perception filter at play again, as when you literally can't even think of blaming the person responsible and are aware of no one else doing anything about them, where do you think that's all going to turn? Now, this is made in part worse by a hindsight realization as well, which explains the focused cast's following actions. As the previous day, the protagonist had a chance to intervene on what was likely Shiho's last straw when the two interact after class. But instead, that intervening moment was given to An. Fans had proposed the idea that had Shiho stuck with Ren for the afternoon and then both found An screaming at her phone in a rejection of Kamoshida's demands, it would have blown the whole thing open to both of them, thus preventing this tragedy. They propose it this way as, well, the fandom is fully on Shiho's side as a blameless victim, and there is a vocal part of them that would have liked to have seen Shiho suit up as a phantom thief as well to rebel against abusers like Kamoshida. But here's the problem with that. As Shiho wasn't actually designed to be a character in the game. She is a story device created specifically to be An's personal women in refrigerators moment and call to action. This scene I just showcased with her interacting with Ren. This is the only time we ever see her in a scene that doesn't involve An. There's literally not enough ground by which to build out her character from that. Oh sure, fanfiction writers can have all the fun they want doing so, but the story of Persona 5 was never meant to dwell on her as deeply as the fandom has. Hell, even An's character story doesn't dwell much on her either. She's merely just there to be a victim, like Ryuji, that shows that Kamoshida cannot be allowed to continue doing as he wants unopposed. As right or wrong it might be to mess with someone in the metaverse, he will only continue to create more victims. And what happened is the last straw for Ryuji, dragging the earlier volleyball victim Mishima aside and confronting him, the other boy admitting to everything. Even his own role in being Kamoshida's lackey just so he wouldn't be punished by him as much, leading to Ryuji to once more confront the man, who gloats that with it being unlikely for Shiho to recover, there is no way she'll ever be considered well enough or mentally sound enough to make a statement against him. Which, as I stated before, if Kamoshida had actually assaulted her, regardless of whether it was sexual or not, then the victim of the crime has to make a statement to the police for any charges or arrests to stick. And because Ryuji almost takes a swing at him, it's circumstantial grounds enough for him to lie to the school board and get them expelled. Meaning there are no other options now. We have to collapse his palace and dethrone King Kamoshida. And the means to do such have been provided by Morgana. For palaces crystallize and form around distortions of a person's own desires, with them acting as an anchor maintaining the metaphysical manifestation of the power of the ruler. Get that disordered desire to physically manifest in the palace and then remove it, and it will collapse, taking with it the perception filter that keeps the individual and those around them from realizing their sins. The game referring to such as stealing their hearts. As such is the heart of their distorted desires. However, Morgana warns doing so the wrong way could cause Kamoshida to suffer a mental shutdown in the process. And it's that phrase and the potential consequence which forms the moral and ethical argument at the root of Persona 5, both its story and its discourse. Is it right for the Phantom Thieves to steal away a person's heart, their desires, their natural feelings? Is it wrong to indoctrinate them to act a certain way and force them to live with the guilt of their actions when they are no longer made blind to them? Interfere with something that is natural just to get their way and avoid consequences of their own actions in doing so? Well, here's the thing. This entire debate is based on a false premise, that the palaces are naturally occurring, when they are not. They are being artificially created, the impetus for them being seated in their rulers. Someone is creating them. All of them. And as I inferred when discussing Ryuji's Confidant, the distortions from one consequently have a knock-on effect and can create more depending on whether the potential palace ruler can escape or be removed from the controlled territory of an existing one by them being afflicted by a distortion of their own. So the original individual triggering the distortion to form need not be present or involved at all for more lesser palaces to spawn. And because someone is creating them, or at the very least seeding them to grow, the actions of the Phantom Thieves are neither morally nor ethically wrong, let alone criminal. They're acting to undo the damage someone else unknown to them did, which is only creating more and more victims as the palaces grow in power. The only complication to that being if they accidentally kill the empowered shadow. As if you kill the shadow, it's the same as killing the real person in the end. And that's pretty much the tip-off to Persona fans on what the psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns are. Someone in the metaverse is out there screwing with people's shadows, which then affect their real mind and psychological makeup. The outspurts of violence and the palace's formations happening by someone having their perception so distorted they either rage against everything or internalize the emotion created in the distortion. Whereas the mental shutdowns occur when a shadow is incapacitated or outright killed. Ironically, this actually makes Morgana a prime suspect as the actual instigator of, or accomplice to, the incidents as well, since he is a non-human being letting in others to the realm, and one that is suffering from amnesia. He frequently goes off on his own that allows him to move and make contact with individuals we would have no awareness of. Especially suspect because Morgana wants to return to the human form he believes he had before, and not live out the rest of his existence as a cat, only understood by people who've been to the metaverse. The problem with thinking this is, Morgana's Confidant arcana, the Magician, is an arcana that automatically levels up as you progress through the game, meaning you get his blood oath by default regardless of what you do, which would make for poor storytelling if he was the traitor, and if he was the one deliberately causing the shutdowns and breakdowns, then he would not have warned us we could cause one on accident before the confrontation. He'd have just let his fooled companions kill the shadow outright before vanishing into the aether, which would have given the game away. But in the rush to now get into the metaverse and take Kamoshida down, Ryuji deflects Ann's desire to help in an unnecessary bit of belligerence from him as, that was her best friend that was just taken away in an ambulance. Affronted, she follows us, which is where the biggest flaw in the metaverse navigation app comes into play, and not for the last time, as it has an area of effect to it. Everyone inside the specified area is transported into the metaverse, and Ann was close enough to cross over with us, and follow the group inside Kamoshida's palace.
今度からナビ使うときは気ぃつけねえと。
使う道具のことは確かめとけよ。
And to once more call out Morgana's game-long verbal abuse, how were they supposed to know? This is not intuitive deduction. It's not like they would have known how large that area is, since this has been, the third time they've used the metanav now? And they know nothing about it to have been aware that it wasn't just immediate proximity of a person, nor the time available to test it. But now that they know there is an area of effect, they can use that knowledge in productive ways. Suggesting they do better in the future is one thing, which is exactly what Ryuji is saying. They can't afford to make the same mistakes. That is helpful. That reflects how Ryuji does try to not repeat his screw-ups. What isn't is Morgana shouting at us and insisting we should know something when there was literally no way for us to even have the time to consider it, let alone have the experience to predict the need. The problem that results, though, is even with Ryuji then escorting Ann back to safety, the metanav has also spread to her phone as well. So she triggers it herself and follows us back in, before being immediately captured and taken to King Kamoshida, requiring us to save her. As unfortunately, this exposes Ann as being a complete ditz, unable to grasp that this isn't a normal reality despite having been brought here twice, and already seen something supernatural was going on, but she doesn't grasp she's in danger even when she sees the king walk in with her cognitive doppelganger. But like with Ryuji, the perception filter doesn't work right when the shadow itself is around, due to perception of reality being reality having a lot of stronger effects in the metaverse. Thus, its gloating and taunting and objectification of her as a sex doll likewise allows Ann to throw off its influence, with the breaking point for her being Ann's anger upon learning that her refusal to have sex with him is why he replaced her with Shiho. Again, whether Kamoshida actually raped her is up to player interpretation. It fits the theme of the game and this beginning villain if they did, with how selfish adults in places of power ruin the future of the younger innocent. But that is too far, too fast for some, and a concern regarding game content ratings in the corporate world. So making such ambiguous on whether it did or didn't happen is the best they could do here. But that ultimately is immaterial in comparison to how monstrous Kamoshida is, and how he already cognitively considers so many other women to be part of his harem of sex dolls. But Kamoshida blaming Ann for what he did to Shiho? No, that's not something that's going to fly, even with the perception filter in play. And with your mind focused in rage, does a spark ignite into an inferno?
まったく出番が遅すぎるのよお前が立ち向かわないで誰が恨みを晴らしてくれるの許す気なんて初めからなかった
聞こえるよカルメン分かったもう我慢しない
何も解決できない分かったのなら力を貸してあげる
私あんたなんかが好きにできるほどお安い女じゃないから
こいつ
塩から全部奪って踏みにじったあんたは許さないあんたの全てを奪ってやる
It really is great when the cast members themselves give me the material to work with. For those not in the know, Ann's Japanese voice actress, Nana Mizuki, is primarily a musician, and that was her song Fire Scream from the Symphogear XDU mobile game, where she voices main cast member Tsubasa Kazunari. Ann's our fire elemental and primary spellcaster for the group, with her persona being Carmen, based off of the novel and opera of the same name. Gee, Nana Mizuki drawing power from a musical source. Where have I heard that before? With Carmen herself being a Romani woman that charmed a naive soldier named Jose, who abandons everything he had going for him just to claim the love of Carmen, only to murder her when Carmen herself became mutually infatuated with a matador named Escamillo. Carmen thus represents the fires of passion and a free-spirited woman, one who is constantly being persecuted by the world around her due to her exotic appearance and mannerisms. Also worthy of note that the novel and opera are heavily slanted by pejorative cultural biases against the Romani people, aka gypsies, due to their preference for a nomadic lifestyle adhering to no single nation, and thus not integrating into their cultures when they remain nomadic, despite their nomadic nature, making them be essential seasonal workers and personnel for businesses in every country within which they roamed. The modern equivalent being the entire illegal immigrant or refugee labor thing, where companies rely on them, but right-wing nutjobs and libertarians make idiots think, they're taking our jobs!
They took my job!
They took your job!
When no one but them works the jobs they do in the first place, to just show that such a political talking point is as old as dirt, just directed towards different scapegoats over time. Much of Carmen's criminality of the story thus occurs when someone is openly racist towards her or she is not strictly adherent to the laws of the land due to her being a nomad, and her standing up for herself, such as the inciting act of the story where she threatened a co-worker with a knife, a not uncommon practice at the time in some regions of the world, after she was insulted for being a gypsy. And Jose inadvertently helped her escape from being detained as he was entranced by her beauty when his task was to detain her, leading to him to be fired from his job, which he was about to quit anyways to return home and be part of an arranged marriage. Jose then made a choice to follow Carmen instead when she tries to make amends for the incident, which is in turn misunderstood by Jose as love and seduction on her part when she was just being a free spirit, with the story framing it that Jose was being led astray by her. Hell, the Persona Wiki makes this mistake, like written by someone not familiar with the socio-political content of the story, with that entry saying she twisted the hearts of unsuspecting men to her will when that wasn't what she did. She never forced him to do anything, and it was his own choices that would eventually damn him when she eventually outright tells him that she was never into him romantically. He made his decisions to help her on his own, and her affection for him beyond friendship was all in his head. When he ultimately gives her the ultimatum of bind herself to him in matrimony or die. Carmen throws the ring he handed her away, and he stabs her to death. Some people just do not understand how to take rejection, and modern interpretations of the story have taken to viewing it as one victim blaming a female member of a minority to excuse a man's selfish descent into madness trying to control those they had no right to. But you can see the parallels with An and Kamoshida that would make her persona manifest as a representation of this tale, right? Kamoshida becomes infatuated with someone exotic. An is of partial European descent, which is a 1% super minority in Japan, and destroys everything he had going for her in a bid to claim her, only for An to spike him as she wants nothing to do with him, and only went as far as she did due to him threatening Shiho. But now that that leash is gone, what do you think is going to happen?
行くよカルメン、思いっきりやっちゃおう。ペルソナ、踊れカルメン、いいぞ。
Unfortunately, this confrontation with the king has maxed out his alertness, so we need to get out before he sends all his trapped shadows against us. An suffering from post-awakening exhaustion, as Morgana shows he now has a crush on An by defending her when Ryuji calls her out for charging in here when she was warned it was dangerous. This also shows off the double standard that pisses me off about Morgana. As while Ryuji constantly gets both barrels from the cat for any slight, An's deliberate idiocy is treated with kid gloves because of the crush, which either shows once more how much Ryuji is treated as a butt monkey without justification by the game, or Morgana's open, character-damaging double standards and hypocrisy.
混乱して当然さ。いきなりあんな目にあったのに、すぐ理解しろって方が無理だ。
Now play this back to back with Morgana's earlier condescension. Do you get where my problem is? And this is one of the things I'm in conflict with the fandom over, as due to Morgana's constant barbs at Ryuji, players think he is the idiot. He is the problem of this group. Yet when An actually admits to her obliviousness constantly, it's a lot more excused because Morgana excuses it. I don't even have that much of an issue with An being a flighty idiot ditz and Ryuji making mistakes due to lacking knowledge. But it's Morgana's hypocritical conduct towards them that turns it into an issue as the one I find to be the problem character in the ensemble. Though An herself isn't that enthused by her Phantom Thief attire. While each outfit idealizes the person's own perception of rebellion, it doesn't always reflect their personal tastes. An feeling uncomfortable in a skin-tight catsuit due to everything Kamoshida's done to sexualize her. Ren and Ryuji get her out and explain things properly now, with their prior lack of a persona being why they tried to exclude her before, as she wouldn't have been able to help. But now they don't have an excuse not to, and as Morgana said earlier in their attempts at infiltration, they'd need at least a fourth person to properly fight through the palace in order to collapse it and get Kamoshida to confess. But they now only have 2 weeks in which to do it before they will be expelled.
志保だけじゃない。今までしてきたこと全部。もう誰一人あいつのせいで泣かせない。
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なる。我、恋愛のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
As a party member, An's involvement makes it easier to perform negotiations with shadows, a mechanic I haven't discussed yet as I haven't gotten to combat gameplay yet. In short, you get to hold up staggered shadows to extort money, items, information, or even potentially recruit them as part of Ren's powers as the wild card to join his bestiary of summonable demons and deities. as in comparison to prior games, it becomes far easier to fail to recruit shadows over time. The hold-up and negotiation system ends up annoying me at several points, as it just legitimately made it too difficult to recruit shadows I needed to for new Persona. Even when I'd rank 10 on story to have all the bonuses to recruitment at my fingertips, a lot of times I'd try it would fail. I never had this problem with holding them up for cash or items, but if I wanted them to join Joker's summonable personas, yeah, I had so much difficulty at that. As a consequence, most of my Persona recruitment actually came from driving through mementos, we'll get there next video, which by maxing out Ryuji's Confidant allows you to literally turn shadows into roadkill without any battle needed. And as a side bonus to that, if that encounter would have had a new Persona, it would automatically be recruited, as long as you have open slots in Joker's supply of masks. To me, it consequently made Ann's special gameplay improvement effectively worthless, with the point of me maxing it out more based on the bonuses doing so give her as a party member. Ann Takamaki's Code Geass character parallel makes her an amalgamation of Millie Ashford and Shirley Finette, with the plot point of Cal and Kozuki's mixed ancestry and attachment to the color red tacked on atop that, taking visual inspiration more from the former, while her personality and personal tragedy is more taken from the latter without the extremes the source characters take things to, making her a social person with a normally upbeat attitude, though with flighty whims normally due to the weakness of her own heart. That does not mean she is indifferent to others' suffering or makes herself unaware of how others normally act, as was the fault of the rooted characters. More that she can find herself oblivious to what others find as obvious. This made the central spotlight of her Confidant story, where it is explored more how she is a teenage model constantly being hazed by her co-workers, who are envious of her exotic beauty, which I don't see the appeal of as I have zero attraction to blondes, and her finding less fulfillment at the job thanks to everything that happened with Kamoshida and Shiho. Her having taken the job to begin with thanks to her parents being fashion designers who are constantly away traveling the world in order to keep up with current fashion trends. It's this lack of parental oversight that is also a tenet to Ann's naivete, and, ironically, lack of world experience or cultural integration, with her always being seen not just as the transfer student, but the foreigner, a state that Kamoshida did nothing but bring back and reinforce. But that is how she met Shiho, who has been a lifeline for her ever since, which is what made Ann failing her so thoroughly devastating in the first place. Ann loves Shiho. Some fans believe that love is more than platonic. And that headcanon many players have certainly helped by the number of openly gay and bisexual characters Nana Mizuki has played over time. So with the perception that she herself is weak, it's made it more difficult for her to overcome it, especially now that she no longer has Shiho to rely on due to the other woman's recovery, and the inevitable fact that Shiho just cannot return to Shujin due to the trauma it inflicted upon her. With Ren's assistance, however, she figures out how to best walk on her own, and that is ironically with a direct personal opponent by which to focus herself on. The basis for this inspiration coming from a series she watched as a child, where she admired the resilience of a recurring female villain who never stopped trying to claim what she wanted, but that not crystallizing into her resolve until the end of her storyline, when the model who had been hazing her, Mika, reveals herself to be an utter bitch that hadn't just been screwing with her, but all the other models, just to raise her own profile higher than theirs. That selfish malice making something click for Ann, by which to oppose her with everything she has, and make her recognize that Ann is better than her, regardless of what tricks the other model may pull. Admittedly not the best way to deal with someone out to ruin other people's lives, but that's kind of the thing with the role of Ann that also makes her distinct from most of Nana Mizuki's other roles, while playing into the general typecast. A lot of her characters end up abused or traumatized women in some way, either things being done to them or significant loss of someone they were close to, shaping their lives for the worst. Be it Hyuga Hinata and everything with her family, Colette from Tales of Symphonia, where she was being forcibly turned into an angel by a group of assholes so she could be an empty host for another soul, Fate Testarossa from Lyrical Nonoha, where she was a clone of her sister, her mom wanted to revive from near death, Angelis Mitsurugi, who was outright dehumanized by her entire society in Croissange, only for her to gain the drive to literally spit in the face of God, Tsubasa Kazunari, who had her girlfriend die in her arms at the start of Symphogear, on top of her sperm donor also being her grandfather. Yeah, go back and watch my Symphogear video for greater context on that. Hell, this happened when Nana voiced Victini for the Pokemon movies, and the king Victini was friends with abusing their power to enhance their forces until Victini got sealed in a bubble so that power wouldn't be used against him. There is a pattern with this, and not helped by the social isolation a lot of these characters suffer from, but is more epitomized by her role as Mocha Akashiya, as, for those who have never read Rosario Vampire, the entire reason that character created an outer personality which sealed off her true self was because she felt isolated from everyone by being herself. That didn't exactly translate well to the more fanservice-focused anime adaptation, whereas the original manga had such be a more essential and thematic plot arc. I kind of feel like Rosario Vampire is one of those manga to anime adaptations that needs a reboot, as the anime, by comparison to the manga's actual plot arc, actually does end up making it trashy. And while that might sound like An in its entirety with these comparable roles, again, the difference is tangible in that while these other characters tend to be savants at something, An is generally a lot more airheaded than any other character Nana has ever played, which was not helped at all by the localization taking that interpretation up to 11 into being a borderline bimbo at points. Moreover, while the listed characters already have strong resolves or gain them quickly to survive their circumstances, that is not something which comes easily or expediently to An, with An still having faltering steps along that path as she seeks amidst all this to reconcile with Shiho for her role in her trying to kill herself, and help the injured woman through her recovery. A process that does end up lasting the entire year, to more explain why Shiho being a recruitable party member, that was never in the tarot cards.
そっか。
Which brings us to, is An the traitor? As if her heart wavers in the face of authority, could she have turned on Ren? Well, the lover's arcana, on top of what one would expect about love and attraction, tends to be more focused on trials overcome. After all, you have to become seen as worthy by those you wish to be your paramour in order to gain a relationship with them. But the lover's in reverse position, it represents failure, foolish designs, and contrarianism. And certainly someone feels like an idiot when they try to court someone that just wasn't into them. And thus once more we see An start the story on the borderline of the reversal, with her acting foolish in her failure towards her best friend. Only for her to get better as the Confidant story plays itself, and she finds the challenge in her enemy model that will keep her attention focused. And especially because of what happened with Shiho being a consequence of the abuse of the people, like Ryuji and Morgana, she's immediately thrown out as a potential suspect.
昔、志保と会って救われた時にね、思ったの。出会いは宝物。私、もう逃げない。自分にちゃんと向き合って、今度は誰かを救ってあげたい。でも、まだちょっと不安だから、君にも手伝ってほしいな。だから君も私を頼って。なんかようやく君と同じとこに立てた気がする。君と出会えて本当によかった。 我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、恋愛の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。感じる。私の中の新しい力。
よし。
However, with going through Ann's Confidant story, she becomes the first character that the protagonist has the option to romance. And thus, we need to discuss the game's paramour system and the harem ending.
お前、何やらかしたんだよ。店の外にいんの、ありゃもしかして。
昨日電気ついてたよ。恋愛音痴の目ならごまかせると思った？
It is actually possible to confess your affections for and get in a relation with every single female confidant in the game, bar one, at the same time. And while Atlas gives you the freedom to, the company does not deliberately encourage players to go through with it, even writing in a hilarious scene representing the consequences of how betrayed each of these women felt by going behind their backs and not telling any of the others about their relationships. That more than anything else is probably what doomed it to failure. The complete lack of communication and their obliviousness that there were, or they were, the other women in the relationship. Communication is a major requirement for multi-member relationships. Just look at Rex from Xenoblade. He ends up having 3 wives and they made it work as a functioning polycule as the guy literally cannot tell a lie. This scene is very well written, as you have to match the blood oaths of each member here, which means they completely trust you. And yet this is a massive betrayal on a fundamental level for one to go about doing it. They generally guilt you over it to show there can be no reward in doing so, concluding with them all kicking Ren's ass. And Atlas does not deliberately encourage players to perform the harem ending. They in fact deleted from the game a prototype for a "we're fine with it" route to the harem ending that someone found during data mining. Done so to discourage actually going through with it, as that's actually connected to a bad ending of the game, and I will be discussing it when it is relevant too. However, they nonetheless did make it a requirement to unintentionally to recruit more than one paramour, and that is unfortunately due to game mechanics. As this is a Persona game, there is inevitably a point the game becomes a life simulator for the normal high school experience. Most of your actions being to socialize with specific individuals to form the bonds needed to rank up confidants, gain the special abilities from those confidants, earn money, study for classes, and rank up Ren's personal social stats. Those being knowledge, guts, proficiency, kindness, and charm, with them needed to facilitate all the former actions throughout those days, especially from the confidants that require you have their scores high enough to even begin their stories. For the best chance at defeating the palace rulers and the conspiracy part of creating them, as well as uncover the traitor in your midst, you need to focus on doing everything, everywhere, all at once, as soon as you can. And it actually is possible to 100% everything. Literally everything in the game in one single playthrough of it. It is a micromanagement hell with no free days on the schedule in the event you miss something, but it is doable. But there is one caveat to that. You need to romance multiple women to unlock the right time flow of events to open up new gaps to do things in the late story of the game. And I don't want to romance everyone. Hell, the fact we can romance adults was a big thing the Western fandom complained about because they thought it was encouraging pedophilia, instead of, as I explained earlier, it being a quirk of Japanese laws which permit such as long as the relationship does not involve grooming, deception, or is about solely sex before the age of maturity. and those complaining being ignorant of Ren turning 17 well before any potential bow chicka bow wow could have taken place. And again, several places in even the United States have 17 as an age of consent. It got so bad that people who did not know or understand this created a mod that deliberately stripped out the older women paramour content from the game. In doing so, accusing these older women of taking advantage of the protagonist, and seemed to completely ignore that Ren, after reaching an acknowledged age of consent, came on to them. And you have to talk the older women into it, which in and of itself refutes the claim, and hits that this relationship is not about sex clause in Japanese laws, so yeah, it doesn't encourage pedophilia, you idiots. If you don't want to romance older women, you don't have to romance the older women. It is optional content. Hell, it's optional content which was included explicitly for older players who were uncomfortable romancing younger women, even playing as a teenager, due to the protagonist being stripped down from having a character explicitly to be a player XP. And frankly, I would have rather had Joker be allowed to be a voiced character explicitly because of this problem. And furthermore, why does everyone that slanders the game for this always blame the older women? When again, it's the protagonist, or on behalf of the player, that comes onto them. It's never done the other way around in the entire game. So it seems like they have a problem with women in general, and is using the game as an excuse to voice it, since they deliberately ignore the actual pedophilic rapist that is the game's first enemy, which shows how wrong such is to blackmail one into sex against consent. And An is unfortunately the central linchpin of that. While I found that not every paramour causes this event optimization, she was the first one I couldn't bring myself to do, once again because of the actor illusion issue taking effect. As I've discussed before in previous videos on the Super Robot Wars game franchise, Nana's character of Angelise Ikaruga Mitsurugi is in many respects the spiritual daughter of Lelouch v. Britannia and Callan Kozuki, at least before one of the mobile games actually introduced an actual biological daughter of the two. Due to her sharing the mutual characteristics of the two, how her story writes her growth, and her personal mech bearing many of the same capabilities that Lelouch and Callan's machines did. An shares similar traits again with Ange, albeit with An having her hairstyle more like Ange's paramour Hilda, despite her consequential airheaded mannerisms, and thus romancing An in Persona 5 with Joker, who is already a thematic Lelouch XP thanks to Jun Fukuyama voicing both characters, leads me to having an executive dysfunction that makes me incapable of pulling the paramour trigger with her. But because I didn't, an event doesn't flag at the fastest possible time by which to complete it on an open day like it does if you do court on. Meaning you can have several missed days wherein you have to reschedule other events in the timeline, and that could potentially lead to things you need to do you no longer can do. And I only found this out well past the point I completed her blood oath. That spooked me enough that, while I refrained from going full harem, I narrowed it down to the most likely in a real-world sense that could be viable paramour options, and kept those in my playthrough. But realistically, there were only 3 options, 2 of whom were in the core game. Honestly, many fans have pointed out that, if you don't just ship her with Shiho, An gels better with Ryuji anyways, as is showcased through their actions in the game. And Nana and Mamoru's characters have been canonical paramours in the past, to explain why they have such good character chemistry in their voice roles. Though that also gives another reason for why Morgana treats Ryuji so reprehensibly. But An and Ren being an item, yeah, while some fans are for it, it's not one for me. Anyways, back in the now, An is formally joining the Phantom Thieves, with her garnering the pseudonym Panther to complement Ren's Joker and Ryuji's Skull, which makes Morgana just crush on her more. But with us being outclassed 3 trips in a row just inside Kamoshida's palace, it's time to start actually planning and preparing for infiltrations. Meaning we need actual proper infiltration supplies, involving healing items, stamina drinks, and better weapons and armor than the makeshift ones we've been able to scrounge up. Which is where this vision of beauty enters the picture. This being Tai Takemi, the local doctor around the corner from Sojiro's cafe, who will give us discounts on healing supplies by helping her out as a test subject in clinical trials she is performing. She is also a confidant, but due to time and completion of such requiring a game mechanic not yet introduced, we're going to leave that until next time. However, Tai cannot supply all the stat rejuvenation items we need. She can give us things that regenerate health and get rid of status ailments, but there's one thing she cannot supply: SP replenishment items. The largest hindrance in this game is Persona 5 introducing a psychological strain mechanic into even being in the metaverse. Which does make sense. Being in a palace as a phantom thief means one is actively using their willpower to rebel against the will and whims of the palace ruler, and resisting such psychological attack, even passively, is going to invoke mental and emotional strain on a person. And thus, that is expressed by there being very few ways in the game to recover skill points, as SP relates to mana, and mana to mental willpower. Thus, the only way to replenish those effectively is by giving the characters mental stimulants in the form of soft drinks, energy drinks, and coffee. The irony being, well, Ren lives above a coffee shop, and you are usually too busy doing everything else in the game to just brew batches of coffee up en masse. Plus, Sojiro would notice a large amount of his coffee beans and grounds going missing, and he doesn't exactly trust us enough to touch any of that at this point in the story. You can actually brew coffee at LeBlanc later in the game, after Sojiro himself becomes a confidant, but he has meticulous standards, so while the coffee you brew with him will restore SP to the max, and that is very valuable in the late game, it takes a while to do it, and the time taken will end up using a unit of time. There is a way to get around that and start being able to brew up a good supply without losing those windows of time, but we're not there yet, and requires getting 2 different blood oaths, not just Sojiro's. However, I should also mention that when you New Game Plus the game, and happen to have completed a blood oath in the first lap, then you can receive a key item from that confidant that enables you to access some of the bonuses from their confidant ranks early. And Sojiro's is the ability to always make the best coffee possible, even before you rank him up again. But yeah, the overall problem with this is you cannot just go to a store in this game and buy up large amounts of caffeinated drinks or even something like Gatorade. For some reason. You can only find such SP recovery items by buying them out of the vending machines peppered around the maps of the greater Tokyo region that are unlocked over time. And you can only purchase so many of them at a time before the machines run out or rate limit your purchases. And the developer is doing this so you can't just min-max your way out of the deliberate SP limitations imposed. This makes it so you have to be smart and make wise choices with the mechanics, party rotation so SP isn't depleted by the important characters, and also make as much use out of physical attack skills that burn through HP, as HP recovery items are much easier to stock up on, even if using those physical power attacks increases the risk of depleting a party member's HP due to an attack in the process. Though something to watch out for that I actually missed for a long time in the game, while I found the common vending machines sparse around the areas that open up, I actually forgot to check around Sojiro's cafe for any. And in fact, one of the best SP drink vending machines in the game is actually at the bathhouse that is across the street from the cafe. It wasn't until late June in the timeline of the game that I found it, meaning I missed out on about 2 months of SP drinks from that machine. Oops. Now, while I said that Tai doesn't have any SP recovery items stocked, that is partially a lie. Upon reaching rank 5 with her confidant, she begins to sell the accessory item SP Adhesive, which have the special ability Invigorate attached to them, which passively restores skill points to someone equipped with it every turn in battle. However, they are ridiculously expensive, even with the discounts Tai then gives you at her higher ranks for her items, and the SP Adhesive 3 with Invigorate 3 only restores 7 skill points per character turn. That is still helpful for padding our supply of SP, especially early in the game where you don't have a lot of skill points, and even more if you're moderating your use of SP skills so characters can play out battles to implicitly recover stats. But unless you're on New Game Plus, you're not going to be able to afford them at the point they are most useful. Until Persona 5's Royal re-release, that was the only way to get equipment that recovered SP. And worse, while there are also a few Persona that learn Invigorate that Ren can summon, the skill does not stack with the accessory ability. You can have one or the other, but not both. And worst of all, endgame skills for Persona can cost anywhere from 40 to 90 SP per casting, meaning the Invigorate accessories just stop being useful after a point, as while that little bit of SP regain can still help in mid-battle, it's usually wiser to just use the stockpile of items you gather throughout the course of the game, and use them between battles or in safe rooms to recover. If you can get Tai's Confidant ranked early enough to get the discounts, and save the money to buy them in the mid-game to equip them on just the 4 characters you have active in battle, that can allow you to build up the stockpile of SP items you will need to survive battle with the game's end bosses. And yes, end bosses, plural. There are 3 primary villains of this game in the original, with a 4th added in Royal, that are collectively setting in motion the story's events and play part in the conspiracy arc. Though in 5 Royal, you do have another option for SP regeneration, that being the DLC-accessed Izanagi no Okami, who in this game is the only Persona with the skill Victory Cry, the passive ability in Persona games that restores health and spirits after every battle. I think they limited it that way because, well, as I discussed in the Persona 4 review, there were players who figured out how to get the Victory Cry ability early from a common monster, and then just created crazy mass fusion trees to get it on everyone thanks to trait inheritance from fusion, which broke the game, as you never had to worry about stat regeneration again past that point. And Persona 5 is explicitly trying to not have that occur until you've done everything legitimately the intended way at least once. Izanagi no Okami, when you summon him, is already an endgame Persona, so a player summoning him up early one would think is just done to break the game. And it is! In New Game Plus, as Izanagi no Okami is actually made worthless until the endgame for a first lap player, because the Persona's unique ability makes it so its stats and abilities are all dependent on how much of your Persona compendium you've completed. Because of that, Izanagi no Okami's stats are significantly downgraded if the compendium is not at 100%. To the point that our scene at the start is stronger. Thus, until that book is complete and you've recruited every other Persona, there is no point in summoning Izanagi no Okami. And that same is the case with every DLC Persona. The only point where it's appropriate to summon them is when you're already in the level range they get summoned at, so as to not make their special skills disrupt the normal gameplay. The developers were that insistent on making you work for SP recovery this time around to explicitly stress and spotlight the themes of the game and how difficult and taxing it can be on one's mental well-being to resist going with the flow in order to do the right thing and be an independent person. As for weapons, there's 2 ways to go about that beyond just finding them in treasure chests inside palaces. As something to remember for later in the game that is a heavily overlooked narrative detail, every weapon you get in a palace thematically matches that palace. The first is Persona itemization. Every Persona that can be obtained in the game can be turned into a specific item. Either a skill card which can be used to teach Persona-specific skills, which, by the way, makes it very easy to complete the Strength Arcana that is attached to the twins, since their Confidant is completed just by showing them 10 specific Persona having 10 specific skills on them, or more prominently, weapons, armor, and accessories for Ren and his teammates. Hell, once you obtain Joker's ultimate Persona, that Persona, Satanael, can be converted into Joker's best melee weapon, the Paradise Lost. And likewise, the strongest weapons for most of your party can be obtained by itemizing the Persona that are unlocked by obtaining blood oaths with many of the other cast members and confidants, thus giving additional utility to completing every entry on Justine and Carolyn's Persona compendium. Unfortunately, Satanael specifically is an event Persona that you can't create freely until New Game Plus, much as we were locked out from being able to use Izanagi no Okami in a first lap through Persona 4. And before you ask, yes, you can itemize the DLC Persona as well. Doing so to Izanagi no Okami does give you an accessory with Invigorate on it, for those who are insistent on getting such an item. However, you could also itemize Arsene immediately to get his weapon Arsene's Cane, which is still a decent stat boost at the time that itemization unlocks. Hell, there's a new mechanic in the Royal version on top of that called the Fusion Alert, where if you try to either fuse or itemize the persona with the twins, it will result in what is done receiving significantly improved stats. Unfortunately, fusion alerts are randomized, and one won't always remember to, or have on hand what would be needed to get the best stat boosts out of it. But like a lot of things in this game, itemization doesn't unlock immediately for a reason, as we are first directed to the mundane way to acquire weapons, which happens to be a airsoft gun shop run by Munehisa Iwai, a potential confidant with a frustrating unlock condition. And it's such an irritating unlock condition that it will likely end up being one of the last ones completed by a player, as it requires a player raise Joker's Guts social stack to rank 4 out of 5, and then talk to him at any time after May 6th in the timeline. If you're trying to stay balanced in social stat rank ups, that can actually end up being a detriment, but likewise making Courage the dump stat can lock off access to other confidant acquisitions and rank ups as well. Though if you go through Tai's confidants early enough, you can end up getting bonus points to Guts. And as that's the first one that isn't a party member which you can unlock, it makes sense to start on that early. We'll talk about her next time. It actually is a bit easy to do though, as some of that can be done through other collectible events you might as well get out of the way early. Such as reading books and watching rentable movies on a cheap TV, one can buy at one of the used junk stores. It's just about knowing when to do it, as early in the game, the timing just isn't right for a lot of the confidants to unlock. So building up social stats helps in speeding the rest along, until the point they can auto-level on their own, instead of it being a game-long thing to rank them up. But yeah, as I kind of skipped over the battle mechanics entirely, there was one thing that caught everyone's attention immediately as the battle tutorial started up. And that being... Gun! On top of normal attacks and Persona-derived heavy damage and magics, Persona 5 introduced the gun skill, each party member having their own type of gun they make use of, in the event that their normal attacks might be useless to a certain enemy.
You know, just once I'd like to meet an alien menace that wasn't immune to bullets.
And as the Doctor Who clip implies, there is no enemy in the game that is resistant to guns, due to the metaverse's existence relying on human cognition and consciousness, and the popular perception of guns, outside of America's right-wing nutjobs, is that they are tools of death. You shoot things with a gun, and they die. Thus no, there is a reason no one has gun resistance. Hell, some enemies have them as an explicit weakness. But there is a reasonable and logical limitation to the mechanic, one that was worse in Persona 5 Original, but is much improved in Royal. In the original Persona 5, you specifically had a limited supply of ammo that you would use up with every shot of each of the guns in the game, just like one would in real life. And you would not be able to refill such while one remained in the metaverse. So if you sprayed and prayed your ammo, you'd lose that as a resource in the event you ran into something you couldn't deal with. You only unlock the ability to create reserve ammo packs on July 25th, when the Magician Confidant with Morgana automatically levels up to reach rank 6, and he teaches Joker on how to create thief tools for helping with palace raids. However, this ended up being a problem, as you can create only so many thief tools that the bullet mechanic itself was creating a problematic detraction, as players became too reliant on it instead of any other more useful tools for infiltrations, such as constructing lockpicks that are needed to unlock treasure chests or exclusive items that can only be found in the palaces. And since the entire point of the infiltrations is to collapse the palaces, if you miss a treasure chest, then it is just gone after you're done in there. But wait! Couldn't the protagonist just buy the ammo? That would solve the problem! No! This is Japan! Persona games are heavily based around Japanese life simulation, just with a layer of the supernatural placed on top of it. And because the political conspiracy plot is the entire framing of the game, Japan's laws are still in effect for a lot of things like this, even if our actions are skirting around the edges of them. Thus, do you have any idea how strict the gun laws are in the country? You have to do paperwork, extensive paperwork, for every single step in which you use a gun. Every single bullet is registered with its own serial number, and one is legally required to return all expended shell casings and account for, as well as document, the circumstances of their use to prevent them from even possibly being used in a mass shooting. And that legal red tape is what so discourages misuse of them. Hell, that's why the majority of instances of mass murder are limited to a guy with a truck and a knife, or homemade bombs that take such effort to do, they're easily traced back to their perpetrators. Weapon regulations are also why Yu and Yosuke were detained by police when Yosuke showed off in public the weapons he bought for them to use in that game. There's significant enough public threat by just open carrying them for an officer to warrant intervening, regardless of intent. So there is franchise-wide narrative consistency on this as well. And even the means of manufacturing the bullets in homemade circumstances by hobbyists is heavily regulated, so anyone doing it is a known factor. So it actually stretches credulity that even Joker could make the spare ammo packs to begin with. Besides that point entirely, those bullets wouldn't even work with the guns to begin with. Do you know why?
It's a fake.
Every gun you buy in the real world is just an airsoft gun that UI customizes to look real. Thus, making bullets for them is pointless. It only appears to work in the metaverse, because due to them looking so real, the enemies we face think these fake guns are the genuine articles. And thus, because the metaverse works off of rules of perception and cognition, I think, therefore I am, I think it is real, so it is real, and thus the fake guns then act like real guns. But this is why the gun mechanics were entirely changed in Persona 5, as either someone on the development team or possibly even a fan asked a very smart question. How do the enemies we are fighting know how many rounds of ammo we have on us or in our weapons?
How did you know about the parts you weren't there for?
They can't. They can only assume our weapons are fully loaded to begin with, in the same way that anyone has a gun pointed at them will also assume that it is fully loaded as well. That makes such part of the collective unconsciousness, and thus the metaverse makes that assumption real. And thus, in Royal, the gun mechanics were changed so that your ammo fully restocks at the beginning of each fight. As how are these new shadows supposed to know that he didn't just restock them when no one was looking? Which in turn gets around the logical fallacy of how you load a real bullet into airsoft guns, let alone deal with the issues regarding different calibers of bullets being required for different types of guns. A shotgun can't use the same ammo as a revolver or magnum after all, let alone Haru's grenade launcher. Thus, why removing bullets actually helped the game make more sense, and better highlight how perception in the metaverse helped redefine reality. Hell, it actually makes even more retroactive sense when you consider Naoto Shiragane's primary non-Persona weapon in Persona 4 was a gun as well, and she is never shown reloading that thing either. The consequence of removing the spare ammo packs is, due to game balance reasons, the developers reduced the maximum ammo capacity of each weapon so the guns would not suffer the same spray and pray issues Persona 5 standard players would walk themselves into, where they ignored learning everything else, which allowed better highlight of the game's intended focus mechanics by not tricking those who didn't use everything possible into being reliant on it. And consequently, by guns having less assumed importance, it didn't cause players to try and speed through Iwai's Confidant the second one could unlock his various weapon customizations that become available as you obtain his Blood Oath, as trying to max out his first is one of several easy ways one can screw over their own save file. Anyways, as we're making preparations, Kamoshida himself is not staying idle, already sowing more rumors to seed the idea among the teachers that Ren and Ryuji deserve to be expelled, leading to Kawakami pulling us out of class to have a chat about just that, as she's trying in her own way to warn us unaware of Kamoshida's intentions. Though in Royal's version of these, we also cross paths with another classmate, Yoshizawa, that Kamoshida is planning on sinking his metaphorical fangs, and literal other parts, into, as having encountered her a few times before. Sumi, as I will refer to her as, will also be relevant as a confidant later, but we'll get to it when we get to it. But despite confrontations like this, it is still better to not rush into completing a palace the second you enter, as if you prepare correctly, you can rush completion of a palace in one straight swoop. as you have to enter each of them a minimum of 2 times. Technically 3, as the first infiltration, like the ones we've already seen, almost always end up being a scripted story event. The first time is a normal infiltration to get the treasure, and the second time by making the palace ruler aware they are being raided, which will make the cognition of the palace even aware of the treasure to begin with, by which to manifest it. This, I believe, is another sign of the artificial nature of the palaces, where even the ruler is unaware of the distortion that maintains their existence. Thus, when we finally infiltrate, we get access to the majority of the mechanics I've skipped over, including in those being persona fusion, which, as the Velvet Room is a jail in this version, the fusion of 2 incarnations of oneself into a single alternate self involves a literal execution. You are literally killing off parts of yourself in order to gain more power. There's a metaphor here somewhere. But the game actually calls out how, as was suspected in prior Persona games, the other members of the cast cannot see the protagonist's actions interacting with the Velvet Room, which is a cool detail. At least until a point later in the game where their meeting finally comes about. But yes, after 2 long videos on this, I finally get down to the actual palace infiltrations. And they are legitimately the best things ever. Unlike the winding hallways of Persona 4's dungeons or the randomized crawls through Persona 3, the palaces are a deliberate progression maze with hidden items, artifacts, and shadows you have to stealthily sneak up on to not alert the palace ruler to something being wrong, with you having to take every advantage you can find and exploit the hell out of it. Each of the palaces is well thought out and memorable, making up for you not being able to replay them outside of New Game Plus. These are stealth gameplay mechanics that I actually adore, as under normal circumstances, I've not been a fan with how they've been implemented in other games I've played or been a fan of, where the jank of the controls often screws with them, or the enemy group's awareness is just set a bit too high. But that's not the case in Persona 5, where if you screw up and a shadow is alerted to your presence when you didn't want them to be, it's legitimately on you as you weren't doing the stealth mechanics right, even though the game doesn't give you all of them immediately, such as the zipline Joker later gets in this stage.
Grappling hook!
Or the third eye ability he gets from Igor that allows him to discern special trinkets and progression items that might be hidden either behind a false panel or in plain sight, which gets you to learn what you need to so you'll be ready for more after you've spent appropriate time learning the prior mechanics naturally. Moreover, you're not forced to just run everything at once with no means of rest, as there are points where the palace ruler's cognition wavers over their territory, usually areas that are seen as beneath that individual to visit so they're not as aware of them. Thus these become safe rooms, where shadows won't attack, as if the ruler isn't aware of them, then neither will the shadows they've dominated. But a person who is rebelling with their own will can see and interact with them just fine. Here you can save and use healing items that can't be used in battle or on the run, which can cost less to buy, but are more limited in utility if you're not remembering to regularly use them in safe rooms. Plus, these rooms trigger more cast interactions and how they're feeling about, well, anything going on, which always is nice to see in games that encourage such engagement. Now, some have criticized the game as just dressing up a hallway, and it's no different than Persona 4, or even at the most extreme, the levels of Final Hallway 13. And my counter-argument to that is, we're trying to find something in a labyrinth where there's deliberate false doors, puzzles we need to complete to enable progression, unique traps and encounters, and even secret rooms that feature stage-specific and special bosses that can only be accessed by finding hidden will seed key items hidden across the entire palace, which makes investigating everything essential. Not every game is going to be Xenoblade or Legends of Zelda, with a massive overworld. Sometimes less is more. And I feel like I get more out of this as I'm actually getting an opportunity to do shit here, instead of being led by my nose and the game holding my hand just to lead me to the only path of progression available that only leads to a door that runs to just another hallway, as was the problem with the 13s. It has been 10 years since I published my review of Lightning Returns, and the criticisms against that series are still relevant as counter-arguments to ridiculous accusations of far better ones, as This game does exploration so very much right for those of us that struggle to figure out what to do in expansive overworlds. Though not everything here is roses, which brings us back to a discussion I've been dodging for 2 hours now. The actual battle system. And, it's alright. It's basically the same as Persona 4's, albeit with the gun mechanic diversifying your choices between a normal attack, magic attack, or healing skill that costs SP or physical skills that cost HP. And now you get special animations from all-out attacks that succeed in defeating all enemies after you knock an entire set of them down. Plus, the animation of everything never feels like it runs slowly, so one doesn't really feel any wasted time as one might were this an active time battle system. It's stylish and fine, but still ends up limited in a lot of ways just due to things you can't do that a lot of other turn-based RPGs keep as more standard options. At least until you start filling in the confidants, which improve things immensely, which is more where it began to click with me. Such as when one character is hit with a status ailment or knocked down, and a party member at the right rank can undo it or pick them back up without wasting an action. That's very useful. We knock down one enemy by hitting their elemental weakness, only to then pass battle over to another member of the party, which at the right level, and right ranking, can increase their damage. There's a minigame that you can do later in the game to improve that even more. You can't swap party members in battle until you do a certain confidant later. And these are tangible improvements that do encourage filling out the social link system. But the legitimate criticism of that is, did they really need to be sectioned off into social links to begin with? As a lot of this is just standard to well-developed games to begin with. So that they aren't here and you have to be rewarded with them is strange, as if they were being done when such quality of life improvements were first being introduced, instead of them becoming common before Persona 3 even released, yet both Persona 3 and 4 lack these essentials themselves. But a positive improvement is the disaster shadow mechanic, where randomly you can encounter a purple glowing shadow that does heavy counter damage to you if you don't kill it in one go, and when you do kill it, it spreads the damage it took in its final blow to the other shadows. So if you one-shot kill it, you instantly kill whatever shadows came with it. I actually like this, as well it can be dangerous if you don't have the right types of elements to encounter the disaster shadow's weaknesses. If you develop your party and Joker's persona correctly, it'll never be a major issue. And once we've secured a route to a palace's treasure and looted it of everything valuable, all that's left is to force the palace's true treasure to manifest, which can only be done in the gentlemanly thief way of warning the person that a treasure is to be stolen from them. And to do so, Ryuji himself decides to write a calling card.
なんで?
なんでって、なんでだよ!
Oh, come on, I had to at least get one more of those in. But because Ryuji is not a cultured person, and the fact they've never done this before, the resultant message is rough, and thrown up publicly as if to announce to the world, "We are here!" instead of trying to do it privately. And to be fair to Ryuji, this wasn't exactly considered a repeatable gig. The goal of the start was to just deal with an abuser who is given supernatural immunity from punishment as no one could perceive him being in the wrong. And thus the public callouts in that context make sense, as such a declaration would make the Shadow Self feel humiliated and take the matter seriously. And it does. King Kamoshida taking possession of normal Kamoshida's body in the real world to show just how much power a palace ruler has to break the rules of existence completely to emerge like that. Shadows and Persona normally can't do that. This thus acting is another sign that leaving these palaces active is a bad thing, if the distortions can become so severe that they can overwrite reality. And oh my yes, that is a major plot point revolving around those who are actually all pulling the strings. Like, just think about that for a second. It took the actual incarnation of deities in Persona 4 the better part of a year to build up enough power to start punching holes in reality and bleed through their power onto the streets of Inaba. And the only reason why palace rulers aren't doing this casually is solely because they're hoarding their power for the explicit purpose of maintaining passive mental manipulation. It is a difference between brute force and subtle infiltration. Though speaking of which, with the shadow aware, it forces the group to rush back into the palace to steal the treasure before the ruler can get to it. But as we are repeatedly reminded over the course of the following stages of the game, a confrontation is inevitable specifically because the rulers can't control nearly every facet of their palace, so can immediately warp themselves to their treasures to lie in wait for the perpetrators, taking back their treasure and then invoking its full, true, distorted power as even the shadow becomes enslaved by the delusion. And with the treasure in his hands, King Kamoshida can use it to evolve into Asmodeus, Demon of Lust. Whew boy, where do I even begin with Asmodeus? As depending on the mythology the creature is from, his origins differ a lot. From being a king of hell, an alternative name for Satan, or the male counterpart and husband to Lilith, the demon queen from which most succubi mythology draw their roots from. And it's this last one that was likely intended, as each of the palaces we raid has its distortion align itself with one of the 7, well, technically 9, deadly sins of man. Lust, vanity, gluttony, wrath, greed, envy, pride, sloth, and despair. Because of the overlap on some of these sins, such as vanity with pride and despair with sloth, they are commonly just merged down to 7. Envy itself also being an odd one out, as it was added to the alignment system in 590 AD by Pope Gregory I, who was also responsible for merging the prior 4 down into 2, despite vanity and pride technically being different things, vanity being appearance, pride being achievement, and sloth and despair having diverse causes for lacking motivation, sloth being tied to ambivalence, or ennui, because you just can't find the will to be motivated, while despair is caring too greatly for something that you can't get over what is felt as a substantial loss, so you are prevented from becoming motivated. Now the thing about the sins is, they're not inherently bad. No, really, they're in their own ways causes for actions. Attraction to things is natural. You want things in yourself to look aesthetically pleasing. You have to eat. It is normal to feel anger when you have been unjustly wronged. Desire to obtain something can motivate you to perform an action to obtain it, and someone possessing something you don't can drive you to seek to earn such yourself. There is nothing wrong with having pride in one's own accomplishments, and likewise there are times when someone needs to rest in order to recover spiritually and mentally, as well as there being appropriate times to mourn or just generally have a negative view of yourself that you struggle through, no fault of your own, to move on from. The problem of where the sin becomes invoked is when someone overindulges in sheer excess of need, or use them as an excuse for one's own actions against others. And likewise, why Pope Gregory tried to simplify the system. It was due to the overlap of the sins. Despair can cause sloth and wrath, or you can feel empty and directionless after you've satiated anger as you have nothing left. Your pride can cause you to become egotistically vain, or envy those who do better at what you're good at than yourself. And you can hoard things that evoke gluttony, lust, and greed quite easily, as the overlap of all 3 is you want it all. Hell, there is in fact technically a 10th sin known as emptiness, or hollowness, which is different from sloth, as it is a complete absence of, well, empathy, which then causes apathy. You are hollow as a person when you cannot care about others, or care about the world around you beyond yourself. And it is considered the root inciting sin for all the others, because not giving a crap makes it far easier to, and in fact opens the door for indulging in any of the other 9. But what's so scary about being one who symbolizes emptiness is they have a far easier time of just blending into the world in plain sight or invoking the effects of the others in a moment's notice as it suits them. And that that is a sin that consequently cannot form a palace because it does not form a distortion. It is the distortion. Again, plot points. And I'm generally surprised no one talks about that. But yeah, the crossover of the sins is one of the fullest in effect with Asmodeus, as it having all manner of drink and meal and gold cutlery and dishware are all evidence of gluttony, greed, and lust's overlap. But because this is our first palace ruler battle, and from the lacking capability to develop the confidants to levels where we can gain the cast's full advantages, it is one of the more difficult of the bosses. Later bosses will have their difficulties tied to their unique tricks, but here it's just because you can't do as much yet, as Asmodeus can heal itself in the same way we can, by indulging in the food and drink in front of him, as if directly taunting the player by him not sharing our gameplay limitations. Though you can destroy his means of regeneration, and in doing so unlock a reason you suck speech delivered by his victims. Beating him requires you lose damage effectiveness even further by sending Morgana off to knock the crown symbolizing the treasure off of Asmodeus' head to ultimately weaken him enough for defeat, which can end up taking time, especially when Asmodeus calls in the cognitions of the ones Kamoshida has had in his thrall. But just stay patient, and the second the crown has come off, Asmodeus goes down. In a panic, the depowered King Kamoshida attempts to flee. The only way out of its panic it sees as an out being jumping from the height of the palace. But he doesn't. Because in the end, Kamoshida is nothing more than a coward, taking what he can because he can never truly earn the right to what he wants himself.
飛び降りる？それともここで死んでみる？
一思いにとどめさしちまうか？まあ任すぜ。
やめてくれ！頼む！やめてくれ！
みんな、あんたにそう言ったんじゃないの？けど、あんたは平気で奪ってたんだ！
わかった。俺の負けだ。とどめを刺せよ。そうすれば現実の俺にもとどめを刺せる。勝ったお前らにはその資格がある。ああ！
廃人になられたら罪が証明できなくなる。
And that's part of the ethical and political arguments of the game with the destruction of the palaces. You can't fix society and the wrongs of the world by ignoring the problem, ignoring what distorts it, and allowing those evils to have power over you. To invoke real societal change, you have to confront them, and drag these failings into the light to expose how bad they are. The confessions of the palace rulers play significant parts on that, as they then act to banish the perception filter, and the fallout of those revelations then motivates those formerly trapped by them to act. And from there, it's making sure those who want to restore the corrupt status quo that explicitly enabled this abhorrent behavior, or take charge as the new ruler doing the same, are not allowed the chances to go back on them. And that plays into later arcs in the game to show these aren't just isolated incidents.
負けたら終わりだ。これからどうすればいいんだ。分かった。俺は現実の俺の中に帰ろう。
おいおい、長話してる暇はないぜ。ここはすぐに崩壊する。
死ぬってば！ちょっと。
てめえ、リーザ
目的地が消去されました。
本当だ。行けなくなってる。
お宝は？
なんだそりゃ。
メダル？あの王冠は？
鴨志田にとっての欲望の源がそれだったってことだ。奴の中じゃこのメダルがパレスで見た王冠くらいの価値ってことだろ。
あの変態野郎、過去の栄光ってのにしがみついてただけってことか。
But we see signs of the shift take place immediately as the palace collapses. Kamoshida going missing from the school as, without his real self also suffering under the perception filter as well, he is also hit with the guilt of all his actions the palace's distortions had obfuscated him from realizing. As said before, the palace rulers are as much the victims of what was made to create the distortions within them that formed the palaces in the first place. But they are not innocent because of it, due to the victims they themselves caused by their own hands. And thus, as Judgment Day comes, the world pays witness to the justice brought by the phantom thieves of heart.
生徒への暴言、部員への体罰、そして女子生徒への性的な嫌がらせ。鈴井志保さんが飛び降りたのは私が原因です。私はこの学校を自分の城のように思っていた。気に入らないというだけの理由で退学を言い渡した生徒もいます。もちろんそれは撤回します。何の罪もない青少年をひどい目に遭わせて本当にすまなかった。私は傲慢で浅はかで恥ずべき人間、いや人間以下だ。死んでお詫びします。私は
逃げるな。志保だって死にたいほどの事件の続きをちゃんと生きてる。あんただけ逃げないで。
その通りだ。全くその通りだ。私はきちんと裁かれ罪を償うべきだ。私は高巻さんにもひどいことをしました。鈴井さんにポジションを与えることを条件に高巻さんに関係までも迫りました。どなたか警察を呼んでくれ。
警察？
マジで？しかも
すげえ。
朝礼は終了します。解散して。
本当に心が変わっちゃったんだね。
Huh. This event didn't show much spotlight on Ryuji despite him being one of Kamoshida's earliest and longest ridiculed victims. I wonder what he's feeling about this. With Kamoshida dethroned, things will be different here. Not necessarily better due to the principal trying to cover up and downplay Kamoshida's confession, but that's a plot arc for later. At the very least, Kamoshida's various victims can all breathe a sigh of relief that that man is no longer in a place of power, and those enthralled by them consequently also have the spell broken from upon them. The most affected by such being the injured kid from earlier, Mishima, who as said was Kamoshida's unwilling lackey. The banishment of the perception filters more than just allowed him to think straight, it's made him resolve to never let such lead him astray and enable such bullying again.
いいよ、私のことは。鴨志田に志保のこと謝らせてやった。私それだけで。
いいからやれ。生意気言ってんじゃねえ。いらっしゃい。
取り込み中？
You know, I kind of wonder why that's not brought up more in fanfics for this game. How early in the plot Sai and Ryan actually do intersect, at least in the flashback parts. And if you've been catching my eye catches, this is technically the third time they've crossed paths. Even here, Sai is acting off if one is paying attention to the plot arc of the game, unable to refer to the person he knows who tends Shujin by name, who is actually her younger sister Makoto, envious of how easy it was to skirt the law and get such a criminal perpetrator to admit to their crimes when that comes up on Sojiro's TV about Kamoshida. But as said, the distortions of the palace rulers are special cases. criminal prosecutors like Sai are a necessary part of the system to ensure non-supernatural cases are being handled correctly. And this ends up being part of the problem, but we're not there yet. The point of this intersection is to once more showcase, well, the pointlessness of the framing device of the game. Sai's appearance here hits harder in retrospect because the psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns, which she is part of investigating, appear unrelated to the palaces. At first. With the idea brought from it being that this begins the seed of her mistaken assumption that the phantom thieves who changed Kamoshida's heart could also be behind these other incidents. As if the thieves were like the web activist group Anonymous, and they're causing civil unrest and harm just to expose what is being overlooked, and their pattern only now evolving to the point of the calling card, instead of the thieves' activities being independent of those behind these other incidents. But yeah, we got a lot of treasure from Kamoshida's palace, which when brought out of the metaverse turned into real objects. Ryuji and An having the bright idea of taking that Olympic medal that was the physical form of the treasure and hawk it, earning 30,000 yen from doing so, which they decide we're going to use to fund a trip to a buffet. Now, I originally had a critique of this as that medal works out as being $260, and I couldn't wrap my head around why it cost that much to go to a buffet. But then I looked up the economics behind buffet restaurants, and why they've been slowly failing the last 3 decades is basically the same as all other food service gigs. People can't afford to go to them due to stagnant wages that don't even pretend to keep up with inflation or cost of living increases. Thus, a $50 to $60 per person buffet, that's actually what it costs to maintain one with decent food and well-paid employees in 2016. Especially as the one they go to is a high-end, rich, catered place. For that point, if patrons can't afford the cover charge due to its higher expense, there's no way they're going to one. And if they don't see enough patrons, a restaurant can't keep opening their doors. Ironically, the entire point of buffets to begin with was to cut the expense of having waitstaff and cooking food to order, but just the sheer wage stagnation has crippled even them. Regardless, the group after their success with Kamoshida, specifically Ryuji and An, are a bit ego-drunk on the positive spotlight this has placed on them, after being persecuted for so long. Especially as there's now a website created specifically to thank the Phantom Thieves for their actions, which was started by Mishima out of his own gratitude. Positive reinforcement is like a drug when you've been without it for so long. Though, as with our sin discussion last time, overindulgence will get one into nothing but trouble. And that's shown by how the other patrons of the buffet are at best indifferent to what happened and why, despite them being primarily from the upper echelons of society. And that itself is telling for the game's political commentary. And that's often those hoarding all the power and wealth who isolate themselves from the problems of the everyday man that might in fact be causing all of them. And distract others from their role in why things do not get better by throwing to the wolves a scapegoat to direct their attention towards. And that scapegoat at the moment is Kamoshida, thanks to him acting outside of the social contract. Even though under normal non-supernatural circumstances, it would be these same people who would so break the law to the point the victimized wouldn't have any power. After all, remember what I discussed about sexual assault laws in Japan in the last 2 Persona 5 videos? In that specifically the victim has to come forward and make a statement for officers to even begin investigation? How easy do you think that is to silence them when one has money or political power? Or get the officers or their bosses to kill the investigation? As it's happened before, we've spent the last decade with prominent politicians in America doing that in plain sight. Thus, in truth, the supernatural perception filter really only gave the common man Kamoshida the same privilege awarded to those that are considered higher on the social ladder, who can bribe and strong-arm others to get their way. And the law was written that way specifically to benefit those parties, instead of allowing a third-party witness to come forward in their stead, or the existence of a true impartial arbitrator. And in doing so corrupted the very system, so those who are meant to be protected aren't. And before one makes any statements to the contrary, I will inform anyone not in the know that Japan's government is notoriously heavily weighted by traditionalists that, by our perspective of political standards, are heavily conservative right-wing. Such has changed very slowly over time, but they still remain primarily in control. Thus, these individuals represent those that fall on that side of the aisle. And as is the idiom regarding such, conservatism consists of exactly one proposition. To wit, there must be in-groups whom the law protects but does not bind, alongside out-groups whom the law binds but does not protect, with them consequently blocking progress that fixes the problems these special interest groups implicitly caused. Just in the same way, we in America have problems that can be easily solved, but have their solutions blocked because it is personally advantageous to those resisting change to obstruct the solution, then take credit for fixing it. And that is the group explicitly that stories like this, and characters like this, are calling out and rebelling against. So when put in socio-cultural political context, it becomes extremely stupid to proclaim that specifically this game has no political message or commentary, when the game ultimately proves itself to be about a political conspiracy, and literally wears its criticism and condemnation of conservative and traditional politics on its sleeve. And that is important context because the high society apathy and elitism is one of the motivators for why the group decides to continue seeking out palaces and distortions and act as phantom thieves, to rebel against this sort of nihilistic selfishness in any way they can, to break the yoke of control over those who just let abusers like Kamoshida happen, and want to bury or make irrelevant the fact that they did. But speaking of those individuals and the greater conspiracy storyline, that's where Makoto comes in. And I have kind of an important question for everyone who criticizes the following parts of the game. Why does everybody keep expecting Makoto to act with knowledge, abilities, and authority that she does not actually have? Makoto Nijima is Sai's younger sister, the student council body president at Shujin, who up to this point has been completely unaware, as most of the student body was, of Kamoshida's abuses. Primarily because on top of her normal duties, she is studying like mad for her college entrance exams, to the point that she was literally unaware of any matter in the school that had not been brought to her attention, and one who is now being called in by Principal Kobayakawa, but not to document on the victim's behalf Kamoshida's abuses, so they may be used against the man in court. No, Kobayakawa intends to relieve the school of any criminal liability by doubling down on actually catching those who exposed the crime, because Kobayakawa cares more about the image of doing something and throwing the blame on those that upset the status quo than actually taking steps to correct the problem. And as shown through Ryuji's Confidant, Kobayakawa does absolutely jack all about seeking to prevent those same abuses from happening again. Now, why did I bring up Makoto when Kobayakawa is himself the problem? Well, 3 reasons, beyond this being the first proper introduction to her after seeing her several times in passing. 1. Kobayakawa is part of the conspiracy plotline. He answers to individuals who are themselves middlemen to one of the chief antagonists of the game, the one that framed Ren and sent him here in the first place. That is why he's not fixing anything, as he's part of what broke things to begin with, that helped Kamoshida's palace to form once the distortion took root in his head. 2. The mastermind is always looking for more members to bring into the fold, and Sai already works for them. Sai is unaware of that, but Sai herself is such a useful pawn to them already with how they've manipulated her envy, that they plan to extend a similar offer to Makoto in exchange for rooting out the Phantom Thieves for them. It is blatant bribery and cronyism, but to a kid in high school that needs a college recommendation letter due to how the educational system works over there are those who would not see anything wrong with it until it is too late, as refusing could legitimately destroy her chances at the future she desires, in the same way that Kamoshida was deliberately forcing Anne and his other victims into corners to get from them what he wanted. And third, Persona 5's toxic fandom are idiots, and like to blame Makoto for everything that Kobayakawa or his superiors are responsible for, despite everything they condemn Makoto for, not being the duties of a student council president in Japan. Like, ignore when you read on TV tropes or see an absurdist anime about them having more power than they do. Their responsibilities involve them planning and coordinating school events, budgeting resources for clubs, and acting as a middleman that bridges student concerns to those who could do something about it as they pass along issues to a student council advisor, who then reports to the vice principal of a school, who then chooses to bring up a matter to the full principal or school board. There are no disciplinary committees. There is no influence over school policy. They can't give you demerits over clothing or refer you to a teacher for punishment if you break a school rule. You're not going to have a spontaneous cat hunt pop up on a school campus. That's not the fucking job. The condemnations of Makoto as fallout of her not doing anything about Kamoshida are consequently ludicrous, as what was she supposed to do, which should not have been done by an actual fucking adult in a proper position of authority in the school. As established in-game, all of the victims were being forced to keep quiet and never reached out to them. And because of the perception filter, Kamoshida's actions were not being seen as wrong to anyone for them to file a complaint. And as established, Kobayakawa would have just killed the inquiry and told them it was something like Ryuji's incident to discredit them. And the student council are not even the ones you would report sexual harassment and abuse to. So again, what was she supposed to do? This misconception about what Makoto could have done is all contingent on a scene later where An ridicules her for being a toady to the administrators that enabled Kamoshida, and being worthless with regards to stopping him and helping the victims. But An is the idiot in here, making false assumptions that she could have done something. And it's actually because of the scene that the worst interpretations of a character got started, as it made people make assumptions that Makoto's arc is about how worthless she is, when her usefulness as a person is not a factor at all in her character arc, and is quite offensive to consider someone's merits on the sole grounds of what use they have. As apparently they missed the scene after that where An apologized for being a complete bitch to her in the prior moments, and an idiot atop that for presuming she could have had any sway over such matters as a student instead of actual faculty, as An was projecting her own guilt regarding her role in Shiho's injuries wrongfully onto Makoto. But that is likewise a counterpoint to the guilt Makoto does feel when she learned about what was happening around the school, as Makoto is a very moral and ethical person who believes in fair justice for all as one of the tenets she lives by. As while she had no authority to intervene via her student council duties, she could have done something as a normal student had she just known to get the victims out of harm's way, or possibly called upon her father and sister's police connections to try and get an investigation opened. Except again, due to how sexual harassment and abuse laws in Japan are written, she could not have, as it requires the victim of such come forward on their own independently without coercion. And as for the former, again, this is why I've been stressing so much the effect of the perception filter of the palaces, as she would have, and likely was, just as affected as everyone else to not see Kamoshida's actions as wrong while he was still committing them, and they were within his range of influence. So again, what was she supposed to do? For at every turn, what toxic fans and detractors claim she could have done is not something that was possible for her to do, nor should she be singled out as culpable over any adult whose duty and job it actually was to protect the minors in their care from such abusers. The discourse over Makoto's merit as a character as consequence of this is some of the single most idiotic arguments associated with this game, thanks to the people who don't get that. And I brought this all up as early as I did, as I wanted to get out in front of it. Hell, even here, Kobayakawa is all but demanding Makoto step outside of the office of her duties, explicitly to spy on the student body because of her family's history as members of law enforcement, and Makoto herself wants to eventually become a police commissioner to root out corruption in the system as her father and sister have. So he keeps trying to frame this as her exercising the skills she is cultivating early in order to sell it as her investigating to see if students were criminally blackmailing the confession out of Kamoshida, alongside this shift in personality being abnormal for him. When in reality, Kobayakawa is doing nothing short of coercion, which is based on a lie that how Kamoshida acted before when he was abusive was supposed to be normal. With the final prod to get her to move being the role her sister has, possibly being negatively affected if she fails him. So yes, he is blackmailing her as well, making the direction of her future entirely contingent on what she does for this man, with what her arc is actually supposed to be, all framed on what price she puts on her sense of justice. More on that next time. But if you're among those that would say, Kobayakawa was not part of the conspiracy, you're taking that out of context. Well, funny story.
先生、私です。お忙しいところ恐れ入ります。例の件で。はい、抜かりはありません。早速調査に。もちろんです。いい結果を。はい、近日中にはお伝えできるかと。それでは失礼いたします。お時間いただきまして誠に。
Seriously, who do you think he was reporting to? Media comprehension! This is not that hard! Granted, it is surprising that it takes as long as it does for Makoto to call us out, as Mishima just straight up announces it at the end of class. For as said, he is behind the fan site, and is ready to help however he can.
鴨志田なんかに利用されて、俺は君にもひどいことをした。そのお詫びってわけじゃないけどさ。俺にできることがあったら何でも言ってくれ。
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、月のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Yuki Mishima is voiced in Japan by Daisuke Sakaguchi, better known as Uso Yuin from Gundam Victory, which we will not hold against him because Yoshiyuki Tomino is responsible for everything that is wrong with that series. TomahawkMan.exe from the Rockman.exe anime, at least in the stream seasons onwards, Syllabus from .hack.gu, and Hackmon in anything where that Digimon has appeared. And while not every non-Phantom Thief confidant has a role subversion part of their casting, there is a bit of one presented with Mishima, as Daisuke Sakaguchi has a tendency to play lawful morality characters as going by the ye olde D&D alignment system, whereas Mishima doesn't quite fit that thanks to the code Geass parallel to the character. And just to say it up front, not every character has a story XP or equivalent, but the unusual amount of remixes my brain latched onto with those that do is why it's going to be recurring narrative analysis for these videos. It'd be absurd to say they all do, or that plays a central part in their character arc, as several characters only have tangential reference as it is, versus the more story-essential ones where the parallel is much stronger. Mishima acts as the equivalent to Agent Niberius, aka Rollo Lamperouge, for this cast, characterized by his fanatical devotion to Joker specifically, enabling the Phantom Thieves to act by him stalking back in the shadow unnoticed, and assisting their activities by bringing them the names of people who may have the beginning of a distortion growing in their hearts, which the thieves can take out early before the individual begins to act out or form a palace themselves. More than just the story role, he also acts that in character role, both Rollo and Mishima being rescued from an abusive situation through kindness, and then them trying to pay that kindness back eventually, leads them off the rails as once they've made the choice to defy their old masters, they don't know what to do with themselves. and because of that, they fall back on old habits that ended up being a detriment to their own goals. In Rollo's case, his selfish desire to always be by Lelouch's side as his brother led him to doing actual tangible harm by isolating him from the people who love Lelouch to the point of wanting to kill or replace them himself, not understanding until too late that love for another is not a finite resource, and his failure to understand that being what begins Lelouch's walk to his own damnation. Mishima, though, is a bit more complicated than that, because his specialty is information gathering and distribution. He finds targets that may have distortions within them for the Phantom Thieves to then investigate whether they actually are forming a palace, or if those individuals are just an asshole. And yes, the game does distinguish between them. There are decent people that can become distorted and form palaces. There are actively malicious people who can have their mouths turned up to 11. And then there are just complete dickbags where it is part of their personality to be awful, and yet have no motivation beyond their spite, so there is no foundation for a palace to form within them. But it is in this distinction that Mishima most struggles, so wanting to make up for his past misdeeds that he just plain overdoes it. So out there looking for targets for the Phantom Thieves to reform, that he begins to see criminality where none exists, and starts to go from informant running a website in gratitude into viewing himself as an arbiter of justice himself, and the Phantom Thieves the ones he himself controls as the tools delivering that justice. And this is, in part, due to the lingering distortion left inside himself that was seeded from Kamoshida's influence, that he would escape being the one punished if he just worked alongside the ones with power. And he's doing that again with the thieves. And thus, he's not reforming, not making up for what he did, and using the work he does with the thieves as an excuse to not change. Thus, in becoming more radical, is in fact in his own way a cry for help, as the distortion he himself is forming is a belief that he was nothing more than a victim, and his actions in assisting Kamoshida were not wrong. And that's the lie. They were wrong. In criminal courts, one just following orders has not been an accepted defense for an illegal action. However, it can be reasoned that one who is coerced into an illegal action cannot be held as accountable as the one who incited it in the first place, as an argument can be made that person would not have done it if it were not for the coercion. Thus why you often see criminal defendants make a deal for a lighter or committed sentence if they cooperate with the prosecution, with the contingent part of that being they have to admit and accept that they have done wrong. But even then, that is shown to be part of Mishima's own victim complex. So expecting to be bullied, even now he's still being antagonized by other students, that he wants nothing more than to turn the tables on them. And some part of that knows that is wrong. But in finding himself unable to change, he's doubling down, expecting the Phantom Thieves to come and do it for him, prove the evil in his heart by tearing the distortion out, and after confronting his shadow in the metaverse, we just walk away, not giving Mishima what he wants, as that would only further prove his victim complex. A lot of fans don't get that about this scene, that Mishima is trying to deliberately get his heart changed because he himself thinks he's a bad person, but in doing so it will remove the point of reforming. To take responsibility for what you've done wrong, you have to not just own it, but change. Stealing the distortions that form treasures of the heart are the extreme last option for something that cannot be fixed by other means. Either the fully fledged palace rulers, those damaged by their distortions into becoming distorted themselves, or those in the real world who are or could become active threats to others' well-being. It is not a replacement for regular means of punishment or reform, nor should it be. And yet, change is hard, as it's difficult to determine the behaviors that cause your biggest mistakes to correct them without external perspective on them. And that does match with the Moon Arcana he is paired with as well, which when right side up represents danger, darkness, and error, the reversed moon aligned with instability, silence, and deception. Put together, it's a tarot card that can be associated with self-delusion, whether it regards one's purpose or actions, or their own criminality. So Mishima is a character that is making mistakes he doesn't know how to correct, thus keeps working himself into a frenzy that only acts as self-harm. For what Mishima is doing is trying to take the easy way out and get someone to force him to change, to get someone else to fix him. But the easy way is what caused the crimes he feels remorse for in the first place. And that is the self-deception. So even if his distortion was torn out, what would motivate him to reform? And that becomes the sticking point for his Confidant story, talking someone like Mishima down from an edge, to be responsible in their actions through support, but also calling out when they take things too far. To be a guiding hand, not an absolute. Hell, if Code Geass were written to end as a tragedy where the villain wins deliberately, one wonders what might have happened had Lelouch been able to talk Rollo down into actually considering his actions before performing them. But that's a timeline we'll never know. Mishima, however, can be saved by not abandoning him. Him ultimately finding his redemption by saving a classmate from a gang that had been extorting them, and acting himself to take that gang down by recording their actions, which could then be used as evidence against them if they refuse to back off. It's from that act, and his experience with being the victim in those situations, that allows him to center himself correctly to not act out of guilt or revenge, but to help others, in the way he wishes he could have been helped himself. And in truth, that shift in mentality, sometimes that is all the difference one needs to not repeat the mistakes of the past.
俺さ、ずっと変わろうとしてた。冴えないいじられ役から必死に世間の注目を浴びるヒーローになろうとしてた。でも君と出会って気づいた。ヒーローは目立ってるやつのことじゃない。誰かのために戦えるやつがヒーローなんだ。勝手に協力者を気取ってたけど、本当に本物になれたんだな。俺は世界にとっていてもいなくても同じ空気、そう諦めてた。確かに俺に世界を変えたりはできないけど、自分を変えることはできるんだ。うつむいて何にもできないってふてくされるか、前を向いて一歩踏み出すか、自分の世界を変えるのは自分の心次第なんだね。また失敗することもあるかもだけど、君がいてくれれば何度でも頑張れるよ。だからさ、こんな俺だけどたまには君も頼ってくれよな。世間が何と言おうと絶対に応援する。君が俺を見捨てなかったようにね。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり、絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、月の究極なる非業に目覚めたり、無尽の力を汝に与えん。
And since this is the first non-party member confidant we've talked about, no, none of those individuals that fill out the rest that focused upon Arcana are considered to be the traitor. Primarily because by the point they would have any awareness or conclusions drawn about our actions, they're too far down the progression tree of becoming a blood oath to consider betraying us. Mishima's confidants can be completed far earlier than I did it. That was merely the way the guide I was using structured his involvement. Which is kind of strange, as ranking up Mishima's confidants gives all party members significant increases in the ways by which they earn experience. Originally, if a party member isn't active in battle, they don't level up, so you end up needing to regularly rotate party members. But by the end of Mishima's Blood Oath, everyone earns the same experience regardless of where they are. But back to my point, because people, specifically Mishima, Ryuji, and An, keep bringing up the Phantom Thief stuff around school, it puts Mikoto on our trail very early. her consequently dogging us for the next month as she is a good investigator, albeit with her having terrible stats and stealth to the point it's outright hilarious. Granted, with context that she doesn't want to do this, her being as obvious as she is telling towards her mindset on the whole matter. But the other thing that makes us suspicious is, as showcased before, Ann's own hostility towards her due to Ann's mistaken assumption the fandom then adopted that Makoto had any possibility to intervene against him. As from an objective viewpoint, such an investigation like the one Makoto is being strong-armed into doing would be best served by first questioning Kamoshida's victims and those close to said victims. And since Kamoshida had it out for Ren and Ryuji and was plotting to rape Ann, it makes sense to start with them to see if they know anything. And Ann's bitching towards someone uninvolved would put up red flags to any competent investigator, let alone an admitted amateur like Makoto. Seriously, if Naoto were here, at this point in Persona's relative timeline she's still doing casework while in college, and even makes a small dialogue cameo in this game, she'd have these three pinned to a wall within a week. The fact it takes a month for Makoto to do the same, with how obvious Ann is making them, shows a combination of her inexperience, patience to get something solid, and, again, how she really doesn't want to poke a hornet's nest of public outcry in the first place. This entire conversation exclude awareness of this group being the thieves, and they would be acting odd enough to watch. But with Mishima giving us potential targets for those who might be distorted enough to be forming a palace, it's time for Morgana to show off how to actually find their shadows in the metaverse, introducing us to the realm of mementos. The Freshmaker. That joke would have been better had I been able to get actual rolls of Mentos in hand for it, but they're no longer apparently being sold in my region. I don't know why. Mementos manifests itself within the subway lines of Tokyo, the winding mazes of Japan's railways making for something that is overwhelmingly part of every Japanese citizen's awareness, thus grounding its significant cognitive power, alongside the nature of cognition of the railways being different for everyone that uses them, making it so their layouts shift and change with every visit. Thus it makes sense for someone suffering from a distortion to trap themselves in transit by becoming emotionally lost. And thus those transit lines connecting to a new stop when a palace forms by which to allow shadows to be trapped in and influenced by it, thus making Mementos the Palace of Humanity. Everyone ends up playing parts in it. However, it would just take too long to traverse this ever-shifting dungeon on foot, which is what we have Morgana for.
ついにこれを見せる時が来てしまったな。モルガナ変身。
ライダー変身。
さあパンサー、レディーファーストだ。
Sue, funny story. Morgana's actress Ikue Otani is actually a Kamen Rider fan. She was 5 when the original series debuted in 1971. While she is most known now for playing Pikachu, Tony Chopper, and Zatch Bell, yes, seriously, she's surprisingly not been cast to do a voice role in any Toku material to date, as far as I'm aware. The closest she's gotten is the spoof series Juni Senshi Bakuretsu Eto Ranger, where she played the character Usagi, or just how Toei has gone about animating Chopper's transformations into his animal point forms.
猫はバスに化けるって認知がなぜだかものすごい広く浸透してんのさ。なんでバス？知らねえ。
Damn you, Hayao Miyazaki! But yeah, driving Morgana in his cat bus form through mementos to find targets suffering distortions makes things much easier to level grind. Though the Reaper demon exists here as a super boss representing the eternal stalking presence of death, it's really hard to encounter him unless you're dawdling, which you have no reason to. For thanks to ranking up Ryuji's Confidant, it makes it easy to just ram and insta-kill every opponent's shadow that might be a problem, as long as you're high enough in level. For the game also makes it so any shadow you defeat but don't already have registered in the Persona Compendium ends up being automatically recruited as a Persona as long as Joker has open slots in his summon stock. This is actually how I ended up recruiting the grand majority of my Persona that I didn't get from the DLC or from Persona Fusion, thanks to me having such a hard time with the hold-up mechanic in getting through the dialogue options. Which leaves us in good shape as we find our first target to reform. 4 individuals suffering distortions have been deliberately sealed off from the consciousness that is Mementos, seemingly as if to quarantine the distortion in hopes their sickness would affect others, but still leaving behind a portal for others to enter if they need to. And new to the Persona 5 Royal content is Jose, a supernatural merchant who is seeking to find flowers that grow mementos from human emotion, which we find naturally just from exploring the floors every time we're here. If we can find him and trade them in, we can get points through which to raid his inventory for special items, including SP restoratives and stat boosting items. If you even give him all you've managed to find, he'll give you a stamp for your efforts, which in turn can modify the experience, item, and monetary gains from fighting shadows in Mementos. Couple that with the capacity to insta-kill shadows brought from ranking up Ryuji's Confidant, and it's ridiculously easy to power level the cast in the metaverse, which makes it worth it to help him in his quest since, well, you're going to be here anyways. Granted, much like the dungeons in Persona 4, you want to make it so every Mementos trip you take is for more than one action. You get targets to destroy distortions throughout the game, either naturally from the cast members hearing about them, as part of ranking up confidants as there are some distorted people harming them, and the last group come from you overhearing them as the protagonist works the various part-time jobs the game permits you to do. If you want to destroy every distortion and save everyone harmed that you can, it is a difficult balancing act. Though we don't have free run of the place just yet to find anyone that might have a distortion, each section of Mementos is sealed off by doorways that can only be undone by rooting awareness of someone deeper and deeper into the collective consciousness of the people. Meaning while the thieves are known to the school, as evidenced earlier, they are being dismissed as having any relevance by normal people. Thus we can't infiltrate any farther to see what's down in the depths of this realm, especially as there's something running subway lines deeper and deeper into Mementos, ferrying the shadows of people who are wandering the realm or were held in palaces. And if we are to find out what, and even find more of the targets on our table, then unfortunately the Phantom Thieves who would work best if they were not known are going to have to become a household name. Which loops us back to the first non-party confidant we can get that I had skipped over.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、死神のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
演奏中にも言ったけど、10代のモルモットは貴重でね。私はあなたの受験のためにお薬を提供。代わりにあなたはモルモットになる取引。新薬、絶対に完成させたいの。
Takamaki is the hot goth doctor we saw earlier at Sojiro's cafe, her being a disgraced medical practitioner reduced to a small local clinic, which in Japan is a career death sentence due to the financial gains working at and for a larger hospital can bring, as would be seen by anyone who may have watched Japanese medical dramas, or possibly even seen Kamen Rider X-Aid, with the character Taiga Hanaya, Kamen Rider Snipe, being Tai's effective counterpart with his backstory experience mirroring Tai's own, albeit with Taiga having his origins as a radiologist before he was given his black mark. Granted, both draw their own thematic and story trope basis from the 1970s Osamu Tezuka manga Blackjack, with that story being adapted several times into various series and OVAs, which has allowed the character to retain enough awareness in the popular consciousness for XBs like Taiga and Tai to be created, and carry on the thematic motif of a persecuted doctor still choosing to do good despite the adversity they have wrongly been saddled with, which allows her to be one of the few of the side characters that sidesteps my Code Geass parallels thing. Unless one wanted to make them comparable to the scientist cast members Lloyd, Cecile, and Rakshata. And they're a different type of doctor more focused on robotics. But even I'm not going to stretch things that far. As discussed last time, she becomes our primary recovery item supplier, in exchange for the protagonist becoming her own personal guinea pig in a series of medical trials she is working on, as her specialty is pharmaceutical medicine. What got her thrown out of a larger facility with the proper resources needed for her experiments and drug trials, however, is the administrator at her previous hospital rushed one of her drug trials after removing her from control over it, him using it on a sick patient with the associated autoimmune disease before it was ready, and Tai had all the blame placed on her instead because it had been her drug. The fact it wasn't ready yet being obfuscated in the chaos. Tai, as a result, is spiteful towards her former employers, continuing on in her research hoping to make the drug safe and to actually work, which is what Ren is helping her out with, as drugs that target autoimmune diseases can be best tested on those with healthy immune systems to show that it wouldn't just exacerbate the problems. In reality, though, said administrator, a man named Oyamada, sought to steal the results of her research and gain fame from doing it, only for the circumstances to go wrong through his own incompetence, as Tai can doctor circles around him, as evidenced when we see one of his patients who had a severe infectious disease that was misdiagnosed as bronchitis. That little girl would have died if Tai had not intervened. And the thing is, he's never stopped antagonizing her to make her quit doctoring so he can completely claim her research as his own by filing false police reports to get her arrested, even though that itself is a crime. But he comes back into focus as more patients of that hospital start to come explicitly looking for Tai, as the administrator has been causing more and more incidents of medical malpractice, and something is causing them to not report him to get his ass fired, and the circumstances around Tai's termination exposed. And as Oyamada ridicules her in person, he reveals that the patient he used her drug on died, thus justifying her termination and breaking her spirits. But with her being unusually submissive towards his threats, yeah, he has to have distortion planted within him, as Ren's more continued presence destroys his influence over her, but not that of other people, as Oyamada leaks the lie to all her distributors, meaning she can't even get supplies to run her clinic anymore, her revealing in her anguish that she was deeply sick as a child and was saved by new medical research, and was motivated to become a doctor to help people the way she was. And now that's all been stolen from her. And someone destroying another's life? Those are terms by which the Phantom Thieves will intervene, to take it all back. In his defeat, he reveals that the original patient he claimed died. Yeah, she wasn't dead. She just changed hospitals, and Oyamada's influence convinced others to jump on his lie. With the destruction of his distortion bringing this all out, that he's a straight incompetent given his position through political connections. Gee, I wonder with whom? And him surrendering to justice returns the light to Tai's eyes, her regaining her determination to finish the drug with Ren's help to save the original patients, and from such succeeding, we gain her blood oath.
素晴らしいモルモット。 いえ、協力者だったよ。改めてお礼を言わせてもらう。ところで、私の方はどう？あなたの役に立ってるのかな？例えば怪盗の仕事とか。それであの代わりを、まさに怪盗の事件と一緒じゃない。あの状況、あのタイミング、正体はあなただと思っても仕方ないでしょ。まあどうでもいいよ。問題はあなたがいなければ私は私の使命を果たせなかったこと。新薬も完成できないまま、医局長に言われた嘘に騙されたままで、それにこの町の患者たちにも出会えなかった。きっと怪盗団って医者みたいに弱ってる人を救ってるんでしょ。じゃあ私もあなたのために危ない橋を渡ってみようかな。もっとすごい薬用意してあげる。あなたなら正しく使ってくれるって信じてるからね。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、死神の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与え。
The Death Arcana represents the concepts of change in its various states of being, that including death as a change from alive to deceased. Its conception that it's a bringer of death is frequently mistaken, as change is not all bad. It is the end of one thing and the beginning of another. In reverse, it represents stagnation, lethargy, and the loss of hope, the failure of change coming to take away things that were bad, leaving one to wallow in naught but pain, which we see Tai on the verge of when Oyamada lies about their patients, to once again reinforce how the distortions risk bringing out the worst in everyone, and creating new distortions as consequence. As for Tai's capacity as a paramour, honestly of the adults, Tai would be the one I'd most be interested in dating. Though it's in part because, well, hot goth chick, which actually reminded me a lot of a pair of girls I had crushes on in high school. Plus, she's a doctor!
A doctor, honey.
And admittedly, I don't like visiting doctors often. Seriously, I don't even have a regular physician I see, and the last 3 times I've tried to obtain one, I only saw them once each before their entire offices shut down. It's weird. But yeah, she has a good morbid sense of humor, she has a good give-and-take dynamic with Ren that, to me, made her a highlight of the secondary characters. Regardless, the first time we come down here, it is to deal with a guy who's been stalking a woman he's shown interest in, but is only acting to scare off with his creepy behavior. Under normal circumstances, this would just take talking to someone to stop, but as explained, distortions psychologically proof the bearer against the possibility they are mistaken. That's why the Phantom Thief's intervention is required to begin with, especially in a case like this, before things would escalate. For this circumstance, removing the distortion would be a preventative act, but also a sign of how these smaller individuals became distorted to begin with, as his distortion is based around this man, Nakanohara, just wanting something in his life that was his, that he could control, being afraid he's been rejected and abandoned again after having been robbed of everything he had by a man he trusted named Madarame, such being the act that triggered his own distortion. And this first puts us on Madarame's trail, as Nakanohara asks us after we fight him, and he acknowledges he was going too far to help save someone who is suffering under the other man he speaks of, in the same way Nakanohara was himself victimized. Only this younger man cannot see it. For Madarame is the bearer of a full-on manifested palace himself, and thus is exploiting the full-on perception filter effects. This event for me evidenced how the palaces are not naturally occurring. They're triggered by other individuals, which then cause a knock-on effect to spread the distortions further and further, acting like a malignant infection. If this was a natural occurring event, then humanity and human consciousness would not have so few, to the point of being non-existent, psychological defenses against being affected by them. Moreover, the way in which they spread, they reminded me of Persona's wildcards, in that a special person can awaken greater power in an individual by their interaction with them that can allow them to become their best self. And consequently, this is showing the reverse. The individual who triggered a palace to be born made someone into their worst self, and that karmic black hole does nothing more than infect others with malice by proxy in order to escape them. As is revealed over the course of the next plot arc, Madarame is a famous, nay, the most famous traditional Japanese painter in this setting, having gained fame and renown by being able to fluidly reinvent his entire artistic style every few years. But that is all a lie. What Madarame actually does, as is revealed over the course of the investigation, as well as by Nakanohara after his reformation, is steal from the students he takes under his wing, and publishes their work as his own, allowing him to sell these works for exorbitant prices due to it being part of the Madarame brand he is exalted and praised for, which he just soaks up. But in doing so, he robs the opportunity for those artists he steals from to be able to gain recognition at all, or even earn money from their works by which to live, and become independent of Madarame, as if they'd even try to, they'd be seen as nothing but a copycat ripping off the works of a household name, which has led some of them to commit suicide by their inability to tell others of what Madarame did. After all, why would they believe some no-name newbie would be behind the works of someone who has reinvented what it means to be an artist? Yeah, depending on how long one's been watching my show, I've kind of been calling this out in my own way for years, but more in the context of directors and writers, where a lot of the time, directors on a film, TV, or game are given all of the credit that should belong to the writer of a work, and what the writer did and brought to the table to take what ideas a director may or may not have had and turn them into something that would work. The writer did the heavy lifting on crafting the story, which was then the director's job to visually depict. While depiction of a story can also be a large part of what makes a narrative be successfully presented to the audience, if it starts out as a bad story, or is made so by outside intervention, they can have the most beautiful looking cinematography ever, and you'll still have a piece of crap people disliked. And yet consistently, the head director is given the credit for everything anyone else that wasn't them was responsible for. That is wrong. And while that is a different medium than just painting, it is still a matter of artistic expression not being credited to the correct individuals, and thus enabling industry-wide abuse of key members of it. Such reaching its head last year with 2023's Writers Guild strike. Granted, we're not allowed to get to that immediately. None of the assembled have much of an idea about the art world to even get close, beyond announcement of an entire Madarame exhibit being opened as one grand vanity piece to the man, which is what set Nakanohara off to begin with. Our primary delay coming in the form of amicable conversations with Makoto. At this time, she really is not targeting us when one puts her statements in context to her as a person. And really, half the time we end up encountering her for the next month, she's privately confiding in and complaining to us about having to do this when her personal morals conflict with the principal's demands. Though atop that is, in the Persona 5 Royal content at least, us meeting with this Sosuke Aizen-looking bastard, the trauma counselor Takuto Maruki, who is hired by Shujin to help any of the students abused or affected by Kamoshida's actions move past what was done to them and obtain closure. Kobayakawa hoping from the therapy that the kid's parents won't sue his ass for the dereliction of duty he is oh so guilty of. Though Kobayakawa chose wrongly, as Maruki is kind of terrible at his job. More doing it because, well, he was already on campus helping out another student, the young woman named Yoshizawa, who we met earlier, cope with the consequences of her own loss unrelated to Kamoshida. Thus, since he was already going to be around, Kobaya saw him as suitable to hire for this broader task. With us even forming a confident bond with him as he helps Ren dive more deeply into psychological concepts that play part in the cast gaining a greater understanding of the rules by which the metaverse and cognition is governed. I'm actually going to hold off on talking about Maruki's Confidant until I get into Royals after the story ends content, as it's more fitting to talk about it then as one cohesive diatribe instead of sectioning it off. I can't exactly do the same with Sumi, as her relevance to the changed narrative of Royal is a bit more relevant to discuss before, but suffice to say, Maruki's Confidant is one you have to complete in order to unlock the new content of the game when you're playing Royal. It's not the highest of priorities over others, but it's best to be done before the end of November, as he stops being available at that point so he won't conflict with the major story events that trigger late in that month and run through December. And of course, there's just normal exams atop that because of Persona's Japanese student life simulator's traits, with An repeatedly feeling like someone is stalking her. I think part of the problem with people taking the wrong ideas about Makoto as well is having those two meeting scenes on back-to-back days, it giving players the wrong idea that Makoto is stalking them now thanks to An. She is in fact not. An is instead being stalked by the next major character introduced. Said character being Yusuke Kitagawa, who happens to be our in with Madarame as the corrupt artist's current apprentice, having been raised by the man since childhood after his mother's death. But being raised by Madarame seems to have not been the best thing for him, as he is the game's Cloud Cuckoo Lander with just how out of touch with everything and everyone around him he is. Madarame stunted his emotional growth something fierce, and caused him to lack life experience by just locking him up to learn how to be an artist. Except the problem with this is nearly all forms of expression is consequence of life experiences, not just training. Case in point, I'm actually really good at building things from scratch, such coming from my lifelong experience building stuff with Legos, Connect sets, or just normal model kits. My dad encouraged I develop this hobby because he is a design engineer, a really talented one. The only reason I didn't follow his career path as well is, well, I sucked at computer-aided design when I was younger. Even now, I need what I'm building in front of me to really wrap my head around it. But by contrast, when I showed him the home improvements I've been doing, and how much better they were over what was there before, as the previous owners of my home were DIY dumbasses, he admitted he would not have been able to do anywhere near as well a job attempting to do the same. But hey, I've got a 3D printer now, so I've been asking him for design advice considering I'm trying to make my own model kit parts now. And I can't exactly sculpt every part I want out of thermoplastics and model clay. And this is part of the problem with Yusuke. He has no real-world life skills nor experiences outside of classes to really bring in as inspirational direction to his art. Thus can only work off base beauty. And thus why he came on to An. I mean, she is a model, so this isn't that unusual. It's just the way he came at her that shows his explicit lack of social skills. Seriously, he's worse than Futaba, and Futaba is a Hikikomori NEET. Though again, that's Madarame's fault as he raised Yusuke to lack them, and is even here showing he keeps Yusuke on a pretty short leash. That fellow teen offering tickets to Madarame's exhibition to show that he's on the level. Thus, entirely by chance, which even in Sai's cutaway outside of the flashback in the story's framing device she says is ludicrous, yeah, not the best idea to be admitting that the entire next section of the game is straight up prot railroading riders. But from them, we are given all we need to be able to judge whether Madarame is as distorted as Nakanohara claimed, assisted by Nakanohara posting on the Thieves fan site about his actions. We bring this to Yusuke, but again, it's the problem of the perception filter that when you are in closest proximity to a palace bearer, you are most affected by the perception filter insulating their actions from you. Also not helped that Yusuke does owe his life to the man, and the escalation of Madarame's misconduct is only a recent change in the last couple years. So even without the filter, it's easier to overlook by someone who has a legitimate bias. Granted, Madarame's done a better job trying to cover up his actions, as any form of scandal he couldn't discredit would harm his image as a cultured artist, even shutting down Yusuke's defense as not wanting to have such an aggressive pet. Yusuke admitting a lot of his admiration comes from his greatest inspiration, Madarame's painting Sayuri, and the mystery of the smile of the woman within it that has been the speculation of many art critics, and understanding that has become Yusuke's obsession. But him trying to learn from it has stalled simply because the original was declared stolen years ago, with only pictures taken of it beforehand remaining. As we were informed by this reporter lady named Oya, when she also comes by Madarame's place looking to learn about the allegations of abuse herself. We will be getting to Oya much later. As for the Sayuri, well, I'm no fine art critic, but from having watched several thousand hours of live-action works that are dependent on body language to sell their depiction, well, mimic that pose yourself. And where the painting is deliberately obfuscated, and the posture indicates that she is smiling down at something held in her arms. Most likely, her child. And yes, I guessed this before that is later revealed to be exactly the case. This is not a critique of the painting. It makes sense for the story for it to be so. But not for cultured, experienced art critics to miss something that obvious for so long, as such obliviousness to the obvious predates Madarame forming a palace or gaining access to its perception filter effects. But I think that's part of the point. On some level, despite the perception filter, Yusuke does know the truth, but won't let himself admit it due to what he owes Madarame, as one painting unliked from the exhibit is later revealed to be Yusuke's, and is an expression of his frustration that he can't consciously speak out against him. But he's basically the man's son. Of course he's going to be loyal to him. Defaming his image would be nothing more than spitting in the face of a man who gave him everything, when he was abandoned with nothing in infancy. But much like with the original Kamoshida discussion, the metanap picked up everything they talked about, and Madarame has a hit as bearing a palace. We enter it and find the walls all lined with the paintings of his former students, literally putting them all on display as a sign of how he views them all as his works of art. Thus, his distortion has made him think that anything derived from them is a reflection of his own artistic merits. It's only recently he's actually devolved into straight-up plagiarizing every student he's ever had as gratitude for his training.
彼らはマダラメ館長様が私費を投じて作り上げた作品群である。彼らは自身のあらゆる着想とイマジネーションを生涯館長様に捧げ続けなければならない。それが叶わぬ者に生きる価値なし。
Yeah, that line is supposed to be, must offer the work of their imaginations. As I've said, if you have the Japanese audio on with this game, there are numerous points which expose how divergent the English localization can be. Anyone can have an idea, regardless of its relevancy to a goal or situation. And ideas cannot be copywritten or plagiarized. They can be stolen, but it is what you do with an idea, how you develop it, how you use one's imagination to create something from an idea, which then has artistic merit, which is the subject of Madarame's criminality. Multiple people can take an idea and develop it in wholly unique ways. But what is not accepted is taking not just the idea, but the beats and direction and the actual effort put into the work wholesale. Thus, the English localization is legitimately wrong, as it's working off of a completely different foundation as its concept, despite the Japanese script using an English word to describe it, which thus made it not need to be changed when the dialogue was translated, as the use of an English word there directly means that English word's presence should be maintained. Hell, I just gave an example of how you retain the concept properly at the top of this paragraph. With awareness of this, the group first tries to truly get through to Yusuke, only to hit a wall as he's been so indoctrinated throughout his life, he's just offering himself straight up to Madarame freely. But his inability to work any further on new works of art is his own mind and creativity rebelling against it. It's entirely possible that his subconscious yearning to break free is what drew him to this group like a moth to a flame, due to the awakening of their persona, making them passively immune to indoctrination. But conscious Yusuke is so desperate he's not thinking straight, as in a private place like this, when no one is around, it's pretty easy to deny one's basic needs, such as food. And yes, Madarame is starving Yusuke as a means of control. This is revealed later that he frames such as not having the money we need to survive if you don't help me bring more art into the world. It is quite despicable. And in his desperation, Yusuke escalates his request by asking An to be part of a nude modeling session. Well, glad Yusuke admitted to having no sexual attraction to An in dialogue before this, as that sure ramped up the uncomfortable factor. Though at least he tried to be respectful and attempted to draw her with clothes on first, but that didn't really prove his talents and professionalism to them very well. Hell, if they were going to concede to such at any point, well, An does have an out for that so she wouldn't be fully nude that she should know about. There are skin-toned undergarments made explicitly for models and actors that allow one the appearance of nudity without requiring them to actually strip completely bare, so they retain their modesty in such circumstances if they are not comfortable being naked. An has every right to know about such due to her being a model, and after the mess with Kamoshida, An has more than every right to demand such a compromise to get her to agree. An does not ever bring these up as an option. That she doesn't is another example for why I consider her dumber than Ryuji is accused of being. For at least when with Ryuji, it always pertains to things he doesn't know jack about, as opposed to one he has every reason to. Granted, that might have been done for the purpose of rule of funny, as An is forced to agree to the terms. Why? Well, Madarame's palace, thanks to it being a reflection of his ego and how fragile it is due to it all being held together by fragile lies, has a lot more security than Kamoshida's did. Madarame's palace has a sealed door, which is contingent on his cognition of him controlling every facet of his domain. In specific, the door to his personal storage room, behind which in the real world is all the evidence one could want against him. As long as he believes no one could enter, the equivalent door in his palace will not open. Thus, An agreeing to model nude for Yusuke is the cover by which to allow Morgana to try and crack the lock. Once he's aware that his sanctum is no longer secure, the cognitive door will open on its own. Unfortunately, even with An stalling Yusuke by wearing a ridiculous volume of extra clothing layers, how many of those clothes do you think she ruined by stretching them all out like that? Things do not go to plan. Morgana having difficulty with the lock, so by the time Madarame gets back, he's only just got inside, leaning on to improvise, which she does not do well, walking straight into his sanctum to show that Madarame's crimes go far deeper than plagiarizing his students. Oh no, he is creating counterfeit versions of the Sayuri, having made up the tale of it being stolen, and then claiming he found the real one as bait to then sell off the fakes to unsuspecting art collectors in order to make a mint. And their silence ensured by If they announce they have the Sayuri, Madarame can claim they were the actual thief, even though the other people Madarame sold the fakes to would know theirs is a fake as well. It being only how such a scenario would look from the outside and humiliate those scammed, that would prevent the rest from coming forward. The image, unironically, is all that matters to any of them, which is how Madarame has been able to get away with what he's been doing. Well, then Madarame has a broker he works through to ensure these deals are made as quietly as possible. The special connection he mentions in the story, through which he is connected to the conspiracy plotline. A lot of people miss the importance of this line, for while the entire Madarame storyline appears disconnected, it's merely a matter of 6 degrees of separation, where it's bridged by the middlemen enabling the malice. But as An catches on to, the only way Madarame would be able to recreate all the counterfeit Sayuris is if his version of the original was a fake as well, or as is revealed, very heavily altered, as even that version of it was not Madarame's, as it's found in this room as well. Yusuke recognizing the emotion put into every stroke that is not seen in the forgeries. The original has a different technique than the forgeries bear as part of them. This is enough of a shock to break Yusuke's blind faith in the man, but not yet the loyalty. Madarame calling his private security on them, forcing An to drag Yusuke along into the metaverse in order to escape lest they be arrested, allowing Yusuke to hear the truth from the man's own shadow, that every single thing about Madarame is a vain forgery constructed to portray him as a genius, while he feeds on the suffering of those enthralled by him.
絵の価値など所詮は思い込み、ならばこれも正当な経済行為だ。まあ、ガキには想像できんだろうがな。
さっきから金金金。道理でこんな気持ち悪い美術館ができるわけだぜ。
てか、あんた芸術家なんでしょ？盗作とか恥ずかしくないわけ？
芸術など道具に過ぎぬわ。金と名声のためのな。お前にも稼がせてもらったぞ、ユウスケ。
なら、あなたの才能を信じている者は、天才画家と信じてきた人々は、
これだけは言っておいてやる、ユウスケ。この世界でやっていきたいのなら、私に歯向かわぬことだ。私に意を挟まれて出世できると思うか？有能な弟子を集め着想を吸い上げれば才能ある目障りな新芽も摘み取れる。着想をいただくなら大人よりも言い返せん子供の将来を奪った方が楽だ。家畜は毛皮も肉も剥ぎ取って殺すだろうが同じだ、バカ者め。
許せ。許すものか。お前が誰だろうと。
ようやっと目が覚めたかい。真実から目を背ける貴様こそが何より無様なまがいも。たった今決別するのだな。いざや契約ここに結ばん。我は汝、汝は我。人世の美醜の誠のいろは。今度は貴様が教えてやるがいい。
来たれよ、五右衛門。
まがいものとてこうも並べば相関至極。悪の花は栄えども醜悪俗悪は滅びる定め。貴様を親と慕った子供たち、将来を預けた弟子たち、一体何を踏みにじってきた。いくつの夢を金で売った。俺は貴様を絶対に許さない。
Yusuke joins the Phantom Thieves as our mixed ice and physical attacker, not being as much of a glass cannon as Ryuji, but basically being the same mix of skills. his persona Goemon being based around the historical thief of the same name, Goemon Ishikawa. Most people are likely to know of the man the persona is based on, amusingly enough, through his fictional descendants, Goemon Ishikawa the 13th from the Lupin III franchise. That Goemon draws upon many of the original's leitmotifs, but there is problems with claiming he is a descendant in the first place. That being that the original Goemon's entire family was executed after he attempted to assassinate Japanese warlord Hideyoshi Toyotomi, who Goemon viewed as a despot that did nothing but seize power gathered by Hideyoshi's deceased former master, Nobunaga Oda. Whether he was right or not, the original Goemon had a reason to have that perspective, as Goemon's parents had been killed by the previous shogunate without cause, and had such an animosity for the Japanese noble caste grow from this injustice that he became a bandit explicitly to steal back riches from the wealthy to distribute to the public, and in doing so, act to break their hold on them. During the Sengoku era, where Japan suffered through several civil wars, ultimately leading to the nation's restructuring and unification, Goemon was seen as an anti-authoritarian folk hero fighting for the well-being of the people. He was viewed as a real-life Robin Hood, despite his exploits featuring great exaggeration of his skills and abilities, and some of them being entirely misattributed to him to the point we'll never know where the line between the fact of the man and the fiction began. And why it makes even more sense to become Yusuke's persona is one other facet, as it's not just Yusuke's rage on what he came to value all being based on a lie, but how he even got there in the first place. Also, the reason why Yusuke's powers are ice-themed despite fox spirits, or rather kitsune, commonly being connected with fire, does have to do with Goemon as well, as Goemon and his family were executed by being boiled alive, the man saving his son from the pain of a slow, agonizing death from the blisters, boils, and burns by acting to drown his son himself. Thus, thematically, it makes sense to have both fire as a weakness and act to cast ice to counteract the heat that brought his ultimate end. With Yusuke suffering post-awakening exhaustion, he's bombarded by all the things the perception filter and his own bias towards Madarame would just not let him admit, fully on board stopping his former teacher, with a deadline set of not just the end of the art exhibit, but before Madarame can forge evidence against this group, including Yusuke, for learning his secrets, all in order to discredit them, in the same way he's done before to his other former students. And again, in the same way Kamoshida gained power over others by being an upstanding member of the public. It best being done before the exhibit ends as well, because it will allow everyone to see on every wall of the museum it's staged in the complete truth of his fabrication once context to all his art is given. And with all the prep work already out of the way, and the confidant ranks that are available already progressing, I get the infiltration done and calling cards sent out literally 5 game days later. It's really the contrast with Kamoshida's palace, which took forever with all the back and forth for story nonsense, to realize just how much less time is spent in the game on this second and subsequent months. The end of Kamoshida's story to the end of Madarame's only taking another 10 hours of game time. And even then, all that time isn't spent explicitly on Madarame himself, but the other developmental activities of the ongoing story. Now admittedly, Yukiko's dungeon in Persona 4 had that same problem, and there's a legitimate perspective that the extended length of Kamoshida's palace was all based upon it being the foundation for everything else. So it needed to just do so much that it took far more time, and that is fair. That justifies its length to me. But for others, well, a lot of people foolishly dropped the game in the middle of it. Hell, I was sold on the game back when I first played the original version in 2017, but I was just so busy at the time, it took me until Royal release to get back to it. And even then, that was during the pandemic when I was working 60-hour weeks, so it took me a couple years after that. But yeah, what I end up liking so much about Madarame's palace in turn is it does build off of all the mechanics introduced before, while giving us new complications such as the various security systems featured in here, and even a new type of enemy to confront now known as a treasure demon, a special type of shadow that only appears once each palace, so you need to recruit it, and doing so gives a whole host of rewards through either itemization or the ability to upgrade persona heavily when used as a fusion material. The security puzzles, though, I did like, as while they weren't hard, they did vary up just traveling and fighting shadows and dealing with environmental obstacles. Though I am a complete sucker for some of the surrealist things made use of in Madarame's palace, such as when we need to go inside a painting as if it was a Looney Tunes bit. And then there's just this grand fun of spoofing MC Escher that I can't help but smile at. Hell, Ryuji shows how he learned from his experiences, as when we finally reach the treasure room, Ryuji suggests we look around and find a different way to claim what manifests as Madarame's distorted treasure, so as to avoid the problem they had with claiming Kamoshida's, us finding not just a way to shut off the metaversal security around it, but ways to just claim it directly from amidst their security. With that prepared, Yusuke is commissioned to design a proper calling card for Madarame, Ryuji formalizing his speech much more with Yusuke's assistance, and pissing off both man and shadow in the process. Thus, when we return to the Museum of Vanity, we claim the treasure, only for there to be one problem even with our plan.
It's a fake.
I mean, why do we expect for the real treasure to be in the most guarded place? Madarame's vanity is smarter than that. Of course it would be a feint. So despite trying to avoid this confrontation, it's made clear from this encounter that anytime we try to claim the treasure formed through distortion, it is going to devolve to a fight with the palace ruler. Shadow Madarame revealing that the Sayuri was actually the work of Yusuke's mother, and originally depicted her love of him. A lasting epitaph of it, even as she herself fell ill, as Madarame worked her to death. As after Yusuke's father died, she fell into Madarame's orbit, her being the first one he profited off the work of. This being the true reason why Madarame took him in, to be that very same sort of cash cow in the event his mother's talents were passed on to him. But he never truly cared for any of them, or their well-being. For if he did, he wouldn't have just stood there, doing nothing, as Yusuke's mother died from a seizure she could have been treated for.
Yusuke?
礼を言うぞ、マタラメ。お前を許してやる理由が、たった今、すべて露と消えた。貴様は腐った芸術家じゃない。芸術家の皮をかぶった、世にも卑しい悪鬼外道だ。
And now it's time for Yusuke to steal back his life and his mother's living legacy from the demon of vanity that is Azazel. Well, okay, looking it up, Azazel isn't a demon of vanity. They are a demon of the deserts, and his myth is in fact where the term scapegoat comes from. Azazel, in Jewish, Christian, and Islamic religion, was viewed as a fallen angel cast down from the heavens, who gifted humanity with forbidden knowledge and original sin. During Yom Kippur, 2 goats would be sacrificed during a ritual, one to Yahweh, representing the people's faith, and one sacrificed to Azazel, representing the sins humanity bears and wishes to rid themselves of. This in context of Madarame's actions, his students are the scapegoats he'd sacrificed at the altar of his own vanity. And appropriately, all of Madarame's Azazel forms in this battle are differing expressions of forgery. First a collection of paintings he hides within, and then a collection of elementally aligned forgeries. Initially, this second set in the battle is the more problematic one, as depending on the rotation of them, you would only be able to take down 2 at most. But as the rounds proceed and we defeat the fake Madarames, he begins to make his forgeries more diverse, which then allows us to hit their individual elements and weaknesses all in the same single turn, thanks to Persona 5's baton pass mechanic, thus making the diversification his ultimate weakness, with Yusuke rightfully being the one to deal the final blow. Persona!
お前はもう終わりだ。このおぞましい世界と共にな。
助けてくれ。命だけは、命だけは。
現実の自分に帰ってこれまでの罪を告白しろ。全てだ。
殺さんのか。
約束しろ。
分かったからあやつは来ないのか。あの黒い仮面の。
The who now?
まさかパレスに我が輩たち以外の侵入者がいたってのか？
Well, no. Madarame doesn't get a chance to expand on that, but this black mask guy, they weren't in Madarame's palace. They are the ones Madarame encountered, who triggered his palace to form in the first place. Shadow Madarame just brought them up, because he remembers that, and our powers are similar to theirs.
なあ、ユウスケ、わしはどうしたら。なあ。
優秀の美くらい、せめて自分の作品で飾れ。
ユウスケ。
おい、待ってくれ。なあ、ユウスケ、ユウスケ。
さようなら、先生。
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、皇帝のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり、自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Yusuke as a character is the Jeremiah Gottwald of our cast, bearing fanatical devotion to a person and an ideal above all others, whom are undeserving of that loyalty, who then break from it in favor of the protagonist of the story. There are of course significant differences in presentation, to the point it took until I was writing this script and ruminating over who it could be, or if Yusuke was without a parallel for me to bring up. But it is Yusuke's fanatical devotion to the Sayuri, his mother's last gift, that made such click for me as comparable, if certainly not the same. His Japanese voice actor is the famous, infamous, and ubiquitous Tomokazu Sugita, best known as Kion from Haruhi Suzumiya, Gintoki Sakata in Gintama, Joseph Joestar in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, the Mad Dr. Ver in Symphogear, Escanor in The Seven Deadly Sins, the entire Kivat race in Kamen Rider Kiva, King Oladin and the Kirame equipment in Machine Sentai Kira Major, and a match with Jun Fukuyama and Mamoru Miyano's roles. He is also an Ultra series actor, having portrayed both Ultraman Ginga and his dark counterpart Dark Lugiel in all of their appearances. And that's just a short list, as the man's voiced multiple characters a year since he started his career in the year 2000. Thus, it's hard to actually get a bead on what makes Yusuke a subversion of Sugita's usual roles, just due to the number of them there are, and other opportunities he's had to be subversive to his typecasting. But from the ones I have seen of Sugita, however, he tends to play characters that are ridiculously over the top in their mania, as best showcased by Joseph Joestar and Dr. Ver, or ones that are just moving and boisterous like Gintoki and Oladin. It's rare that he plays roles that are as reserved and regularly calm or emotionally stunted like Yusuke is, which I think is the key on how it is divergent, as when he's not playing maniacs, a lot of Tsukita's credits do place him as the only sane, well-rounded man in the room, which Yusuke is certainly not. That's not necessarily his fault, but it is a difference. Matt Mercer's performance of Yusuke by comparison? Oh no, that is for the most part that man's wheelhouse, and he was well cast for the kind of person Yusuke is. As an asset over other party members, as mentioned before, Yusuke can use his artistic talent to both create from scratch or duplicate persona skill cards, allowing any of Ren's persona to learn the skill placed into the card. This talent becomes invaluable when one focuses on leveling up the strength arcana, as it takes out the grind for persona fusion grinding if a given persona can just learn the skill they need in order to reach the requirement for the twins' next rank. Though unfortunately Yusuke can only create one skill card a day, so it's best to stock up on the needed skill cards over time. Said skills needed being Mabufu, Frey, Magaru, Tarukaja, Dodge-sai, Dekaja, Tetraja, Masukunda, Samarakarn, and High Counter. Some of these can be obtained from persona itemization, others can be found in the wild. Others, Yusuke can create wholesale once your rank is high enough with them. But the ability to not just obtain them, but duplicate these skills to put on persona that can't naturally learn them through persona fusion is the best thing for customizing loadouts how one wants. Like, you can still do such the normal way through persona fusion, but that takes a lot longer. So it is still an asset to have as an alternative, and a warning on which cards to collect and clone over time can save you a lot of effort. Especially because the persona the associated skills must be put on differ between versions of the game. His Confidant arc revolves around him trying to get out of his creative slump in the wake of learning of Madarame's sins, trying to find a new direction for his life and arts, and struggling with it as with the collapse of Madarame's support. Well, he's not exactly worse off, but his living expenses are now more eating into any funds he might have had for materials. It only being his work with the Phantom Thieves that allows them to earn money off the corpses of shadows that he isn't worse off than he is. And yes, the money we get in the metaverse does end up transitioning into equitable real-world money beyond us trying to resell any treasure items we might obtain. Don't ask us how. In trying to break it, he tries to use the metaverse itself and its wild expression of human emotions as a basis for a new means of presenting his own arts. But as he puts one of his new pieces, which he calls Desire, on display, he finds he's still lacking something. In part thanks to the sabotage Madarame performed that made his art just lacking its fullest potential. It's actually when Yusuke gets into a conversation with an art critic that is hugely detractful of the work that he starts to see what he's missing. And it's what I said before. He has fantastic technique, but without life experience, he cannot embody the emotions of the event he wants to. This art critic is a man named Kawanabe, who is involved with an artist support foundation, permitting those like Yusuke without personal funds or a patron to receive funding to continue to create arts. And Yusuke has a chance to be able to develop a career with his art with their help if he can impress them. But that requires him figuring out what he's missing first. With Ren's help he does, revising the painting he submitted so that it ends up embodying not just one facet of a person, but its common duality. The problem I find with this is, he paired desire, which is ultimately a neutral force and not by default a malicious one, with hope, when one's hope is opposite despair. Hell, one can see hope as a form of desire, when you want something good to happen. And no, as far as I can tell, this isn't a translation error. The Japanese words for desire and hope, yokubo and kibo respectively, were used as the painting's title. But then again, I'm not an art critic, I just know what I like. Regardless, what he injects into the work is more than enough for him to win the next competition he enters, one sponsored by Kawanabe, who agrees to have his organization help support him. Though Yusuke for the time declines their offer, more out of not wanting to become like Madarame than anything. Still, Kawanabe also shares something important about Madarame. As though the man is responsible for abusing his students and let Yusuke's mother die thanks to the temptation to steal her work consuming him, he was not consumed by that malice all of that time. That really was only a recent development. Because before Kawanabe cut ties with him a couple years ago when his self-importance began to consume him, one of the last times he had contact with Madarame was when Madarame called him in a panic, trying to find a clinic to save Yusuke's life when he was deathly ill. This was before the man could in any way profit from anything Yusuke could have made, meaning this compassion towards Yusuke was real. And it was some sick, twisted, distorted bastard who made it so Madarame became empty and could no longer feel that emotion before being consumed by his own vanity. And maybe, had such not happened, maybe Yusuke could have redeemed him, had he not been robbed of his capacity to care. And with Yusuke's passion for painting all he truly cares for, it's hard as well to believe that he is the traitor in our midst, despite the black masked man first being mentioned as the cause behind his former master and foster father's descent into madness. This reflected as well in his arcana, which thematically matches authority and establishment, but in reverse reflects dominance and inflexibility. Yusuke's had a strong foundation for his talent built, and is now building upon that structure himself. Thus he won't let it tumble, like Madarame did, by letting it fall apart like an ill-placed stack of dominoes.
我ながら矛盾してるが、これが心なのだろう。面白い。やはり、これこそが俺の描くべきものだ。きっと、俺に付き合うのは、さぞ面倒だったことと思うが、なぜだろうな。お前は最後まで、俺を見捨てないと思った。本当に、ありがとう。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり、絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、皇帝の究極なる非業に目覚めたり、無尽の力を汝に与えん。
俺に宿るペルソナ、新たな力に目覚めたか。
よし。
俺、そろそろ。
なあ、本当にいいの？うちなんかにはもったいないぜ。
寮で俺だけが抱えているのも、好奇の目にさらされるのも嫌でしょうから、何の変哲もない日常をほんの少し彩る。母もきっと同じ選択をするはずです。
そうか。じゃあ預かっといてやるよ。
ごちそうさまでした。また。
With Madarame's palace collapsed, we've got some time to kill before his formal change of hearts. Thus, Ryuji and Mishima, having found a flyer for a maid cleaning service, want to try it out and see what it's like to hire an all-services maid. Look, unless it involves dragon maids, a certain character voiced by Yoko Hikasa, or either Kaori Kenzaki or Mikoto Misaka, finally getting into the legendary fallen angel maid outfit in an attempt to seduce Toma Kamijo, I'm really not that interested. Hell, this ends up going bad for them, as the maid that they end up hiring through this service happens to be Sadayo Kawakami, previously introduced as Ren and An's homeroom teacher, who on complete accident played her own part in jumpstarting the protagonist's story.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、節制のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり、自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
The Temperance Arcana Confidant is open to us after this event, by immediately on May 28th of the year, finding Kawakami in the school building being chewed out by fellow teacher Miss Chono about her lacking commitment to her job as an educator. And that reason for such, as well as the sheer exhaustion I have pointed out since the beginning of the game, begins to be known, due to her having to work 2 jobs to make ends meet. Now, like in America, Japanese educators are actually properly paid. Maybe not what they deserve, but they're not so badly funded they have to buy school supplies out of pocket just to have them in freaking classes, as far as I am aware. Seriously, the American educational system has been so sabotaged by Republicans, it's astounding anyone learns anything, since they don't want people to. But the reason, as is revealed through her Confidant storyline, is a former student of hers named Kase was worked to death by his selfish guardians, who had initially demanded he work for them the second he was of legal age to hold a job in Japan, as high school education and beyond is a completely optional pursuit in the country, in order to repay them for the kindness of housing him after the boy's parents had died themselves. The guardians using that money to fund their own hedonistic lifestyle that made it so they themselves wouldn't have had to work anymore. But because the boy didn't want to be his guardian's wage slave for the rest of his life, Kawakami did her proper job as a teacher and had been helping him take back his own agency by tutoring him in her own time for him to improve his grades and earn his graduation certificate in order to leave that abusive situation behind, only for Kobayakawa to learn of it and demand she stop doing such for a delinquent, regardless of the reasons he was failing his courses and was absent to begin with not being his fault, and said principal would have earned more prestige for his school by helping such an outlier instead of dismissing them. Because with Kobayakawa, it really is all about image, not act. It's made people question why he wasn't shown to have a palace or distortion worth correcting, but let's face it, he's not distorted. He's just a spineless toady. Not every person who is evil has the sense of morality twisted or locked up. My initial question of this ended up more along the lines of, why didn't the Guardians want Takase to get a good career before trying to insist he pay them back? But on rumination, I came to figure that ruining his prospects at a better job in life was the point. So he would always be forced to be dependent on them for shelter, so he'd have his wages so stolen he'd never be able to move out and become independent, due to how bad housing costs in Japan are. Sometimes things like this just require a little thought for it to make sense. But tragically, all the jobs Takase's guardians forced him to take caused Takase to suffer from karoshi, literally dying from overwork, with this taking the form of him dying in a car crash he was too tired to avoid. His guardians had blamed Kawakami for the loss of their income, and have ever since been extorting money from her on the grounds that if she didn't pay up, they lied to the school board and claimed she was having an inappropriate relationship with their ward. Which in turn ties back to both what I discussed earlier about criminal reporting of sexual assault and the abuse of minors, and also why I don't consider Kawakami as a legitimate paramour option for Joker, as if it had happened with Takase, the Guardians wouldn't have grounds to make a statement to the police without the individual themselves making the statements. But they sure as hell would have been able to make Kawakami's life hell and dragged her name through the mud enough to cause her to lose her teaching certification at bare minimum, as that is a civil issue, not a criminal issue at that point. And the sad reality is, there are far too many parents and guardians out there that regard their children not as people, but their property. This is actually having become more commonplace with time in Japan due to the population decline the country has suffered, to the point it has more and more seen spotlight as abused in popular media. And I'm not just talking Persona examples. That's also the backstory to Iruma Suzuki in Welcome to Demon School Iruma-kun, where his parents are so abusive and hedonistic that they sell him to a demon lord, and him being taken away by said demon is the best thing that ever happened to him. That is the second time I've mentioned this series in reviews this year. Please check it out, it is really fun and wholesome. But yeah, her being X'd out of the paramour options for me is because, despite Ren hitting a status of being of age by the time they'd ever reach any point of consummation, which, again, does not actually happen in this game, Just the accusation of impropriety by these jackasses have done nothing but ruin Kawakami's life, and their selfishness is reaching the point she herself is risking death by exhaustion as well. While saving her from that as we do, it's shown that the Guardians were more than distorted enough to warrant intervention by the thieves. The circumstances that even brought her to this point are more than valid enough to traumatize her against possibly getting her into a relationship with a student or younger man. Thus, having a player insist on it and getting her to cave into agreeing, it feels wrong. It feels like we're forcing her to submit to this in exchange for having freed her from this hell, and that any love might end up conditional even if that was not intended in the depiction of events inside the game. This not helped that the maid service Kawakami worked for, yeah, it has two divisions. The actual maid service arm she was in, and the full service arm that adds on full-out prostitution onto the table. And due to her being in her late 20s, aka beyond marriageable age by Japanese standards for some stupid cultural reasons, she wasn't earning enough work from the former to be able to stay out of the latter for much longer. Thus again, it has that rent-a-girlfriend vibe to it where one can't get past the idea that we bought out her contract to own her love, which is just a different form of prostitution. I don't believe Atlas did that deliberately. If you exclude her as a paramour option, you don't get that context at all. Merely the protagonist deciding to help someone that is desperate enough in exchange for the help they themselves need. Hell, it's only by bringing in parallels to material that exists outside the story itself and making assumptions about character actions, it would seem so negative. But as I have been presenting, media does not exist in a vacuum, and sometimes the idea of impropriety is all someone wants. Even if one goes that route and has Ren pick her as a paramour, that's still something that would hang over the relationship. For if you look at them as people, not as characters, that would be something very difficult for them to work past. But again, as was my original condemnation of the toxic fandom on this, they took this the wrong way and claimed it was the elder woman who was pedophilically victimizing the protagonist and Atlas was promoting such malicious grooming. When that never happens, and the claim itself is slander due to the context of her confidant story, which one would even need to witness to get to that option. For that ignores the role Kawakami's associate arcana plays on this. For temperance is the alignment that pertains to frugality, living by the minimum of what one needs to stay mentally and physically healthy, while in reverse, it effectively represents enslavement, either to a religious sect or other institution where one loses all agency over themselves. And to be a positive force in the universe, a wildcard is not going to force an arcana to invert itself. Thus, while one could take away the wrong viewpoint from the dynamic between Ren and Kawakami, it really is more about helping her free herself, and permit her to live her own life again, simply by providing the absolute minimum of comfort and a safe space in an unforgiving world by which to recover, and she can provide that in turn, matching that of her Code Geass character parallel of Sayoko Shinozaki, Lelouch's personal ninja maid that made it so much easier upon him to care for his sister, though even she made mistakes that helped lead him to his eventual end. For she provided many of the same forms of support in that story that Kawakami does. Though amusingly, it is neither the first or last time that Kawakami's voice actress Mai Fuchigami has ended up in a maid outfit when their role specialties lie elsewhere.
Taxi!
But why you need to trigger her confidant as soon as humanly possible is because of the reward it gives you. The gift of time. When we have the money for it, we can hire Kawakami after classes as part of her maid gig to not only help her ward off the extortionists in the short term, but gain assistance in completing tasks Ren would otherwise be stuck doing himself, such as brewing coffee or making thief tools for infiltrations, which all used periods of time for Ren to do himself. By having Kawakami do them instead, that frees up Ren's schedule by which to improve the character's social stats, have him take part-time jobs that can lead to connecting with other confidants, or find new targets, or even develop the dynamics by which to build up or completing the blood oaths. Not only that, she allows us to do things in classes we otherwise wouldn't be able to do, such as use that time to build thief tools ourselves, or, more importantly, read all of the books Ren can collect throughout the game, which are one of several ways you can have available to level up Ren's social stats. We literally would not have this advantage without her. And most critically, by obtaining a blood oath with Kawakami, we unlock from her a full body massage, which can be used after metaverse infiltrations to be able to use the same period of time we did those metaverse trips in to do something else as well. This was a game changer for players in every respect, making Kawakami the single most important confidant in the game, bar none, and the highest priority one to complete as fast as possible once it unlocks, because of how truly invaluable that is in giving us every possible extra day before we even hit the midpoint in the game. Like, the tedium of Persona's schedule management has been the bane of many players, and yet, here it is, Atlas giving the fanbase a built-in cheat to earn back some time. And all it takes is handing over what money one can until one maxes out the confidant, as once one does, Kawakami's services become free, as we freed her from her own personal hell.
あとそうだ。これも言っとかなきゃね。君、噂の怪盗なんでしょ？伊達に長く生きてませんから？安心して。バラすつもりなんか全然ないし。いろんな評判あるけどさ。怪盗団は私みたいの助けてるんでしょ？最初は前歴ある問題児とか思ってたけど、一緒に過ごしてきた今なら納得できるんだ。私応援する。君は単なる生徒でもお客さんでもない。教師としての道を築かせてくれた子だもん。どんな生徒も見捨てない新しい道を。我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、節制の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
As we wait for Madarame to come clean, Shujin hosts a community service day for the school in the final day of May, which when you're playing Royal, leads us to having a fateful encounter with one of the new characters made accessible in Royal, who I've mentioned in Passion before, Yoshizawa, as she's accosted by a dirty old man trying to pick her up, which is all sorts of wrong.
どうして助けてくださったんですか？助けたいと。あ、変なこと聞いてしまってすみません。先輩も清掃活動ですよね。
Yeah, scenes like this would be so much more effective if the protagonists were allowed to actually have a voice. Again, Atlas got Jun Fukuyama for this. Why wasn't he allowed to actually act? Still, the greater cleanup event places a spotlight on why I just like the cast integration on this game far more than the others, as we actually see relevant cast members actually have chances to interact before their actual relevance to the story. So it acts as us getting to know them before their points of relevance alongside the ones we're already connected to. Whereas in Persona 4, their side events were not terrible, but were overly focused on just the main cast with maybe inclusion of one of the comedic foils to make things messy. We didn't really see much of other relevant cast member interactions in much of those, so they came off as more isolated. That doesn't make Persona 4's use of such bad at all, far from it, but it shows how the storytelling of the franchise has evolved over time, so people we should be getting to know are not just brought in at random to become relevant at some arbitrary interval. By seeing them earlier instead, we know who they are. And it's because of this event that Yoshizawa gets to have a more private moment with Ren to thank him, leading to her connecting as an Arcana.
我は汝、
汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、信念のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり、自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
As we learned from her ID card dropped during this event, Katsumi Yoshizawa is a year younger student at Shujin, recovering from the trauma of losing her twin sister with the help of Dr. Maruki, the counselor that Shujin hired to help deal with student trauma in the wake of everything that happened with Kamoshida. She and Ren bond after Sumi showcases her gymnastics talent, Morgana commenting that the natural agility she displayed would be good for him to learn in order to better dodge enemies in the metaverse. And in the terms of game mechanics, that ends up translating to improvements to HP and SP to better survive attacks and cast spells, alongside additional gymnastic abilities such as tumbling out of the path of shadows in order to avoid being surrounded by them in battle, which can give those shadows free attacks against us if such happens. So the workouts with her are an overall improvement to our efforts. Scheduling these workouts and other interactions with her also assist in Sumi's efforts to get over her ennui, which has been a detriment to her own development as a gymnast in the wake of her loss. Her trainers wanting her to take a break and think about who she is on her own now, but Maruki has been the one to encourage her to work through her own grief however she can, though that has only acted to cause Sumi to have random attacks of anxiety when she didn't before. Ren in his own way does help her improve by giving her a means to ground herself again, but the problem is Sumi's a perfectionist, and if she doesn't do things right the first time, she is overly hard on herself, which is a component to her anxiety, and why she's in a slump as she just works herself into such a frenzy that she doesn't always consider how to improve or what to do in the moment, both as a gymnast and in other matters. To the point that sometimes when she looks in the mirror, she doesn't quite recognize herself in comparison to the person she wishes to be. If anything, her traumas cause her to suffer from a case of imposter syndrome, as if she doesn't know who she wants to be without her sister in her life anymore. All we can really do in the end is help her feel at home in her own skin again, make her see her for herself, and seek to improve day by day however she can. Now, unfortunately, half of Sumi's Confidant is locked up until we hit the post-story extra chapter that was added in Royal, as her continuing development is more tied to that, with an exception to an event we'll get to that occurs in October. And I felt that was a fair balance, as this way such would only occupy 5 units of time in the schedule, and not subvert our efforts with trying to complete hers over that of other essential characters that factor into the main story, which she does not. With Royal removing the need for a player to make gun ammunition, and then taking a hell of a lot more time than both what Sumi and also Maruki's Confidants would take up, it was a fair trade-off. But as consequence of both of them being new addition characters, they are also exempt from consideration of whom among us is the traitor. We clear out more distorted shadows in another trip to Mementos, only to just see the plain oddity of the shadows of people patiently waiting in line to board the trains down. What are they being ferried to, one wonders? Well, that's tabled for now, as the next arc of the game starts up. Madarame putting together a press conference to announce his crimes and be taken into custody, which is broadcast to the nation. And in doing so, start to see the idea of the Phantom Thieves into the popular consciousness. But the continued unsubtlety of Ren's companions, alongside our new association with Yusuke, has gotten Makoto's suspicions riled, as in an investigation, there's no such thing as a coincidence. A line of thought that Sai in the flashback scenes is also pursuing in the continuing case of psychotic breakdowns affecting government employees. As to her, the changes of heart of Kamoshida and Madarame are just too similar to the random personality reversals that the breakdown victims are suffering. One is an attack of conscience, the other just being overwhelmed by blind rage or gaps in memory. Now, you'll forgive me for not including more examples of the psychotic breakdowns that Sai is looking into. A lot of the news reports of odd incidents, quite frankly, just flow into each other. Or you have to be in the right spot to overhear passerbys talk about them if you're not near a TV, or hear a news report while you're out doing the other activities. Which is pretty frequent and metaphorical for real life, where you don't always hear about essential news that can affect you. As they are still happening all over the place, we're just not directly related to them enough to know, and some just blend into the normal crazy nonsense of life. Many of the headlines just sounding like the Japanese equivalent to Florida Man stories, but obviously with a Japanese twist to them. Hell, that clip I just pulled up as an overlay, that first headline actually factors into later, and the second one is alluding to the story arc we are just entering. But you just don't think about it having any relevance, so you don't remember it, even though it ties into everything going on. That is subtle storytelling. It's evidence that the Black Mask's activities are behind them all. But because Sai and Makoto are not aware of our methods, they are confusing these creation and destructions of distortion with just straight up drugging a victim. Neither are considering actual mind manipulation as, well, you kind of have to work one's way up to accepting the supernatural. Hell, in the flash forward, Sai is still having trouble accepting that herself. That it has to be more conventional means, when it really is not. Granted, even her director thinks that's too much of a leap in logic back in the flashback, but of course he'd want to discourage that line of thought simply because it put her too close to the truth of what the conspiracy he's part of is actually doing, especially as she's gotten down a likely timeline of how long this has been going on, the Black Mask's distortions having been done over the course of the last 2-ish years. But that's context for later. In the short term, Ryuji had an idea and introduces a new side game to us. Dart throwing. We work in tandem with other members of the cast to play darts and hit the target scores. And in doing so, we get upgraded bonuses to baton passing with them. And that bonus stacks the more you have cast members it's been improved with. If you chain baton passes around the entire group, the damage multipliers can get nuts. Unfortunately, there are three caveats to the minigame. The first is you're playing with an NPC, meaning half your score is out of your hands. The other is the minigame is a bit dependent on the controller's motion sensitivity for where you hit with a dart. Fortunately, if you manage to get high scores in a small enough number of turns, you can actually encourage the NPC player of the game in the right time, so they will on the last throw get a perfect score. The difficulty to this is just getting the needed score low enough with the throws you control for them to have the last round instead of yourself. Completing the scoreboard in 2-player mode is what levels up the baton pass rank, and like everything else, you need to do this in the bare minimum amount of detours to doing it possible so it doesn't mess with the other events in the schedule. Certain party members only partner up with other specific players, so one needs to wait until they're around to actually do it in the limited days you have available to doing it. It is an achievable minigame, and since Ren can trigger the circumstances of a baton pass really easily, it does pay to come play darts with the cast when the windows are right to do it. For it is a positive reminder that we're in this together. And to that end, that segues us into a politician that embodies that very concept.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、太陽のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
One of the more easily missed confidants and arcanas is the sun, represented by Torinosuke Yoshida, and is voiced in Japanese by Keiichi Noda, who is best known for voicing Tetsuya Tsurugi from Mazinger, Cyborg 002 Jet Link, and the Decepticon Overload. We first encounter him back in the first playable week of the game, as he gives speeches to the people in Shibuya Square, where a bunch of Tokyo rail lines intersect. And in my collection of Code Geass parallels, Torinosuke can be best represented by Taizo Kirihara, who similarly in Code Geass's canonical backstory mentored Lelouch for a time following his exile to Japan, before becoming relevant again in the first half of that series as a man publicly disgraced by working with the Conquerors to maintain their personal power, but privately was one of the financial backers of the resistance seeking to thwart the domination of their overlords, and one of the most progressive members of their group. Regardless of that parallel and only considering Persona 5's content, however, Torinosuke is a magnificent orator with deep-seated beliefs and convictions, but due to his past, no one will listen to what he's actually saying. After Kamoshida confesses, Sojiro begins to allow Ren to leave the cafe at night, permitting him to take part-time jobs in the evenings. While the other two jobs made available for Ren to work permit the Phantom Thieves to learn of the crimes of other distorted individuals, spending some time fulfilling orders at the Beef Bowl restaurant Torinosuke frequents allows Ren to build a rapport with the man, so he will seek to recruit Ren to assist him in giving his speeches. And through them, we learn of his disgrace, and why he has lost re-elections to Japan's government for years, despite all those speeches being things that are generally progressive, good, and messages any normal person should agree with, and should want a politician to properly pursue. But we rarely see progression of, thanks to conservative special interest groups blocking them, or demonizing those who don't know any better against them. For as is the condemnation, conservatism consists of exactly one proposition, to wit, there must be in-groups who the law protects but does not bind, alongside out-groups who the law binds but does not protect. And that is basically what happened with Torinosuke. The political party he was part of framed him for campaign finance fraud in an effort to shut him up and avoid punishing the individuals actually responsible who were going to be up for succession into political office, forcing Torinosuke to resign in disgrace because his ideals and working for the people rocked the boat too deeply. Again, had there been a proper investigation, he would have been exonerated of any wrongdoing and such charged against the properly guilty party. But as is so common in politics, the optics are everything. All you need to be seen doing is something the public does not agree with, and can scuttle your career regardless of guilt. If one actually bothers to pay attention to politics, and I can understand if you don't, but you should still participate if you ever want to see things ever get better, we've seen that a lot as of late, which has helped this game over the last 7 years retain an insane level of relevance that has been part of why it has come to age like wine, where the idea of impropriety is enough for a politician just trying to do their job to get death threats as a mob is directed at them. But when someone is actually criminally liable for things they've done wrong that have broken the law, their supporters do everything to deflect as they think they would benefit from it. Yet if there is a legitimate accusation and evidence against them, just charge them. From there, the truth should come out in a fair system. That should be a non-biased, non-partisan position. But as we've also seen, the justice system itself is rigged to favor those of a conservative political alignment and punish those not part of it. So there isn't even faith in the idea that someone will be judged fairly due to how many people have gotten away with high crimes, even treason, because their party protects them and calls such the fairness of law, when it is anything but. This game's entire narrative is built off of the abuses of the law to punish the innocent, reward the corrupt, and maintain such a status quo, and how you have to smash that and expose the greatest sinners for who they really are to break the apathy of the people that allows such a system which abuses them to continue. And in his own way, Torinosuke is a microcosm of that art because of his history, and by his speeches all directed to galvanize the people, regardless of his reputation, regardless of whether they support him, regardless of if he ever obtains political office again. As honestly, despite his disgrace, that doesn't matter to him. What does is doing the right thing, and encouraging others to do so themselves. The man is more than content with where he is and doing what he is now, only striving for office again just to help the people that he can. But he can do that no matter where he is as well, matching his Sun Arcana that regardless of whether it is right side up or reversed, it represents fortune and contentment, that one will persevere no matter what struggles, as long as one strives to be and for better, as the sun will always rise once again.
自分が変われば世界が変わる。それが天の道。
It's why when toxic fans try to say that Persona isn't political, has no presence of topical politics, I can't help but ask, what the hell do you think this is? Because this is politics. This game has a political message, relevant even beyond the Japanese audience it was originally written for, and in context to their political landscape. And I've been saying what it is. A system of governance that does not work to represent the best interests of the people is corrupt and must be reformed by taking out of power those that only consider what benefits solely themselves. This should not be so difficult to understand, yet it is for so many that deliberately blind themselves to there being a problem, or are made to believe someone else other than the historically guilty culprits is supposed to be responsible. And again, you can't say it's not, as even in this game, we're already seeing that with Sai's part of the plot, where she's being misdirected, and the criminal parties are going to start using that against her and us very soon to cover up their own crimes, by which to lead into the circumstances that form the game-long framing device. To say that there are no politics here is to deliberately admit that you did not pay attention. And because of Ren's help, he does begin to throw off his bad reputation, ultimately coming to just outright say that even if you don't support him in specific because of his past, is anything he said about what can improve things for them all actually wrong? That they shouldn't try to put into positions of power not just those who make empty fleeting promises, like that asshole bald guy from before, but people who are shown and have a track record of agreeing with their own values and have an idea of how to make things better in the long term? As every politician is inevitably going to break their promises. They are not kings. Their word is not binding law. There is a process to everything, and because humanity has divergent views on everything because of free will, not everyone will agree. But when you have popular support for something and you only put in office those people who have long screwed you over and refuse to do any actions that would better your lives, show they never intended to keep their promises to begin with, or those promises were bad for you from the start, then those who continue to put those people in office have no one to blame but themselves. And as a last tangent to this, back in 2020, the representative for my congressional district was a race between a known pro-corporation liar who had worked to obfuscate everything about himself to make him seem as the perfect candidate, and a guy who it turned out had forgotten to pay a few parking tickets a decade before. Now me personally, an individual that has a history is more real to me than someone who tries to hide who they are. And something like forgetting to pay a parking ticket, that's relatable. That showed a sign of how biased our criminal justice system can be, where they criminalize some for benign matters, but ignore more serious offenses. Hell, I've got a ticket not for breaking the law, but via entrapment by an officer turning off their vehicle lights at a highway at night, so I'd move to pass them out of a concern for safety. After which, me speeding up to do so in the passing lane was all they needed to do to ticket me. So I wasn't going to fault that candidate for such when the one I got was fraudulent enough in circumstances even the judge I saw over the matter was skeptical it was warranted, as that specific officer had a history of doing that even though it was against the law. But that candidate having such themselves was enough that it swayed the vote against him, as it implied he was more of a lawbreaker than the rest of his history told. so my district is still overseen by someone who does not represent the best interests of where I live, even though the town I live in widely voted against him. But that's the cost of me living in a state that has been gerrymandered to hell. So Torinosuke's speeches resonated a lot with me in its simple declaration of even if you feel you can't trust the messenger, at least try and support those who have shown to believe in the message. Or nothing will ever get better, as those who obfuscate who they are will always stab you in the back. And when that facade finally breaks and you peer through the mask they disguise themselves behind, then believe what you see beyond the mask is the truth of that person, and stop supporting them if they do not align with what you believe in. As you are not to blame for the lies others tell you, only the consequences of if you still continue to support them past the point the lies have been exposed. For supporting Torinosuke through all of this, however, you get to learn from his general life experience and skills as an orator, which again is hilarious in context of the protagonist just being a transparent XP of Lelouch, what with his various examples of speechifying. And as you rank up the Sun Arcana, his lessons in diplomacy pay dividends by making it far easier for one to enter and succeed in negotiations with rogue shadows for either recruitment or them giving us the bribes we ask for. Either way around, it helps to deal with the issue I most had when starting out my negotiations, breaking down with even common shadows, let alone the rarer ones we'd need to find to complete the Persona Compendium for the twins. And it's a good sign to work alongside an honest politician for once, even with Torinosuke's baggage, especially considering the one out there that acted to ruin Ren's life.
結局、頭皮不正流用の真犯人が倉本の親父だってこと、週刊誌にスクープされてね。親父はこのまま政界引退だろう。もう時効なんで警察沙汰にはならないが、道義的責任があるからな。孫の弁蔵君も離党届を出したそうだ。松下が掛け合ったか、それとも党の罪滅ぼしのつもりか。あとは私の実力が試されるばかりだね。無実の罪によく耐えたと応援してくれる人が急増しているらしい。そんなつもりはなかったのに。20年間いろいろ苦しい思いをしたが、今度の選挙で清算できそうだよ。私の推測の息を出しない話でもあるからね。それを前提に聞いてもらえるのなら、今は仕事に集中したまえ。そういう時期だ。私は政治の王道を目指す。別の道を行く君のことを思いながらだ。だがもし君がその道で困ることがあれば、いつでも力になろう。世の中を正そうとする同志として。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、太陽の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
私はある若者に出会いました。彼は私と違う方法ながら世界を正そうとしていました。それは途方もなく大きな山です。私は彼と歩くことはできませんでした。ですが、さよならは言いません。頂上で会うはずだから。彼はやりたいことを必死でやっています。皆さん、やりたいを見つけてください。私が支えます。それが私のやりたいことです。
Moving on, Sai's boss informs the conspiracy that Sai might end up onto them, putting even further pressure on Kobayakawa to find who the thieves are, if they even are at the school, which makes Kobayakawa pass that unsubtle threat onto Makoto, dispensing with the carrot and trying to hammer down the stick with their respective lack of progress. But she's lacked any progress explicitly because, while she has likely suspects, there's no evidence beyond hearsay. And more than that, the Phantom Thieves helped the school by exposing Kamoshida in the long run, which is her largest hang-up, as while they went around the process to do it, it's very clear to her that no one who had the power and was in a position to do anything was doing anything. But the conspiracy makes clear they're trying to hammer obedience into this group with dragging the affected classes out to a talk show, where they have as a guest the new detective prince Goro Akechi, who exhibits himself and his own ego a bit with expositing on the clear criminality of the thieves. How could they force such a despicable confession from such an innocent man? This acting to do nothing but undercut the evidence Madarame presented of his own criminality, which Akechi brushes off as inconsequential, despite that evidence being worth more than the confession to begin with. And he knows that. The portrayal from Akechi itself, selling how really naive one can be towards how people can throw up a public face, and yet still be a slathering monster underneath, despite such being a common thing exposed by criminal investigations, especially the specific nature of the crimes that he usually solves for the police. His condemnations, however, ring more hollow and empty and more than a bit hypocritical in the wake of the reality that his own investigative powers are extra-legal themselves. While he may work alongside the police, he has no proper right to investigate and gather evidence in the way he does independently of police action. More expansion on his casework later, revealing he'd usually find that one piece of cinching evidence to close the matter for the prosecution, as if this were a Murder, She Wrote episode. But even in those, there's a clear way to reveal or connect a chain of evidence handling that would present such as being on the level and not possibly forged. As hell, even Naoto Shirogane, the previous detective prince before, obviously her actual gender became more publicly known and that title got changed, more worked off of deduction and surveillance to bring additional information and ways of looking at a case in order for her to help the police she worked with to solve them, which would lead to questions of evidence tampering through which to have a case thrown out, as that is something more to question with Akechi's presented methodology. It's only because Akechi is good with the press to have a positive public image and works with Psy that such probably isn't happening, though probably more for the latter than former, come to think about it. Though beyond that, Akechi doesn't seem like that bad a guy, as during a run-in with him the previous day, he'd expressed his own appreciation of pancakes when Morgana had gotten the group into a conversation about them in an open hallway. I mean, how can you hate a guy that appreciates pancakes? I actually make really good pancakes, though I don't get to cook them as often as I'd like. Though we're not the only ones that end up having encounters with Akechi during this, explicitly thanks to the conspiracy in their own ways trying to recruit Makoto as well.
回答は悪で、あなたが正義？
勝手に人の心をいじってるやつと比べれば、少なくとも僕は正義の側にいる。それに僕は自分に備わった才能を使って世のために奉仕しているに過ぎない。
Yeah, about that. We will be discussing Akechi's Confidant story later when he becomes more involved in things, as there's more critical matters affecting the student body that should have their attention first and foremost. That being, several students informing Makoto of their classmates being forced into working for a criminal after being blackmailed into servitude. It would do more to redeem the image of the school, as Kobayakawa publicly seems to want, if they were to drop the boot of police intervention on such an extortionist now, than waiting until the situation is untenable as they did last time. But of course, Kobayakawa cannot do that, because the individual in question, one Junya Kaneshiro, is a mafia boss and black market broker who is involved with the conspiracy as one of their financial backers and accountants. And because of his part in their schemes, he views himself untouchable by the law due to how deeply the conspiracy has invested the greater Tokyo Police Department and legal system. And while it is never directly confirmed, it is a popular fan theory that Kaneshiro was the broker through which Madarame sold his forgeries of the Sayuri painting, as Madarame is later revealed to be among those who are backing the conspiracy as well, to have such a bridging connection between them and the creator of Distortions. Or at least, I think that's what was going on. I could not find the line of dialogue in the game that confirmed it either way, but it is said to be so on the Shin Megami Tensei wiki. Then again, the wiki could itself be mistaken, as like all wikis, it's fan-created, and some sections of it are a bit obtuse regarding some details of Persona 5 as well, such as the timeline and the backstory, which is self-contradictory on that itself. As it does even bring up the perception filter effect that is seen all game long, or the process by which distortions are seeded into the palace rulers and other targets. It just describes their shadows as escaping one prison only to drop themselves deliberately in another, due to later story events. But that explanation contradicts the process by which we see palaces form in the game, as the regions they themselves dominate, and also how the jails and strikers are created, and what purportedly imprisons them, not taking form until later, so that explanation leaves behind a form of chicken and egg paradox, where it can't happen the way it is claimed, as the one who would have done so did not yet have the power by which to do it, and only was able to start out by acting through a proxy that did seed the distortions which would grant it power. We are like 4 videos out from beginning to discuss that just yet, but that's one of my other complaints about the late end of the game, where audiences just take the word of a self-deluded dumbass as gospel, when one of the points of the game is explicitly about how it's impossible to control everything, and its version of events actually causes the game to make less sense. Now, as I said at the beginning of these reviews about the portrayal of Makoto, her English voice actress Chirami Lei did not manage to sell many of her scenes, which in turn made Persona 5's toxic fanbase turn against the character en masse, while Makoto's Japanese voice actress Rina Sato more than does so. Key to that being how ever since the character's introduction, Rina has subtly put into her voice Makoto's frustration at being strong-armed by Kobayakawa into doing all of this, and forcing her to ignore the suffering of actual people, as if she's being told who and what is just in contradiction to her own morals. Whereas Chirami just doesn't. Her depiction coming off as more whiny and condescending than it should have, and that likewise playing part in the Western misconception of Makoto being worse than she is. And again, I more place blame on the voice she used for the character in the English depiction of Makoto on the matter, alongside their respective direction, and Chirami is not a bad actress. I have no idea if the English dub's director asked her to use that voice, or if that was what she felt fit for it, but again, as I mentioned in part 1 of these reviews, it would have been better for her to have used the voice she did for Kudelia Ina Bernstein in Iron-Blooded Orphans in her portrayal of Makoto, as that fits the character more. It's less of a miscast, more of the voice used acting in conflict with what would have been best for the depiction. But if I were to be arrogant enough to claim anyone that might have done better out of hat, I would be biased in the favor of saying voice actress Brittany Karbowski. And that would be for one simple reason. Mikoto Railgun Misaka. As for those who are not aware, Rina Sato also voices the Raildex franchise's lead heroine and Electromaster alongside Brittany, and that inevitably has bled over into Makoto's depiction in several ways, thanks to that being the same voice Rina uses for the character here. Thus, for individuals like myself who have engaged with the Raildex's material, the actor illusion effect allowed us to get into Makoto's head far faster thanks to the use of common vocal tics and inflections between both characters, and the knife edge of a tsundere more present in the far more insecure Mikoto, still seen as a subtle sliver in Makoto during every interaction we've had with her. That is part of why An and Ryuji find such danger in her and don't write her off as an incompetent like they do the teachers, as that scalpel settled into her voice permits her to command a room if she so wishes. Thus why such subservience to the coward that is the Eggman would seem so out of character, were it not for the game making us aware of him holding the possibility of her future and her sister's well-being in his hands.
囚人学園の生徒会長ですって。誠が怪盗団騒ぎに首を突っ込んでいたっていうの。
But backed into a corner as she is, Makoto decides to take a gamble and stops self-sabotaging herself, keeping a recording device on her as she spies on her primary suspects until the point An and Ryuji are stupid enough to mention they are phantom thieves.
レコーダーか。証拠にしては不十分な気もするが。
Tell that to the Black Knights 3/4 of the way through Code Geass R2. Once again, there is a reason that plot is so ridiculed, and everyone that echoes that series handles that matter much better to call out its bullshit. But yeah, right then and there, she has them dead to rights, with no need to even reveal to them that she has this information that she could right then and there turn over to Kobayakawa to get off of her back. And yet, she doesn't. Instead revealing the existence of the recording to them for one reason alone. She has no idea whether doing so is truly the right thing.
だから確かめさせて。あなたたちの言う正義を。
Because Kobayakawa is once more ignoring the plight of the students and their suffering. He, despite being an authority figure, does not present himself as a just arbiter, as he's abandoning his position's duties and doing everything to shift the blame to others when the buck should stop with him. This belief only reinforced because Kobayakawa's conduct has poisoned himself towards Makoto, insisting on dragging her name through the mud as a scapegoat that failed them instead of him, in order for the animosity the school would then feel towards her to try and invoke peer pressure to isolate her from them, just so she would have no choice but to turn back to Kobayakawa himself. And it doesn't work, because Makoto is the fucking adult in the room and is intelligent enough to see this manipulation for what it is. And if she were to concede to it, that would be all she'd ever do throughout her life going forward. Whereas despite holding no formal position themselves, the self-described thieves before her lack any criminal intent to commit harm. Thus it's questionable whether, legally speaking, they would even fit the grounds to be charged with the conspiracy to commit a crime. Thus everything Makoto's awareness of the law is telling her, that she's been arguing with herself over for the past month, is, are they really in the wrong? Or are they just being blamed for fixing a problem the adults should have done themselves? As if it's the latter, she has no moral reason to oppose them and would happily side with them instead. We're obviously ignoring here that the supernatural would not be explicitly covered under any rule of law the real world in this setting would be governed by. At best, the thieves will be charged with compelling the confessions of the individuals under duress. As part of the legal text for a duress charge includes language that covers any form of psychological manipulation, torture, or brainwashing that may force someone to act contrary to their wishes or best interests. Those laws written in such ways that would count any supernatural means or future technology that would allow for such mind control. That is in fact what Sai's entire case with the psychological breakdowns is hinged upon. The matter of who caused that state of duress. However, as I've already explained, the removal of the distortions is not causing a state of duress. It is acting to remove such a state, with the consequences of that being that the weight of their sins is then left behind, as their conscience is no longer being locked up and ignored. The duress that then causes their confessions or reformations is consequently self-caused, and not something the thieves can be charged with invoking. It is instead the one who causes the distortions to begin with that creates the duress which causes the subsequent crimes and guilt. There's legal precedent with that too, with criminals that were found to have brain tumors or other mind-affecting sicknesses, whether they be viral, bacterial, or parasitic, that once the condition was cured, experienced differing emotional responses towards the actions they had previously committed, which made a case for a lightening of their sentences. Or in America's case, it used to, but mental health regulations were butchered in the 1980s thanks to former President Ronald Reagan after a mentally unwell man assaulted him. And he and his supporters were very unhappy the sick individual got a lightened sentence even though his treatments cured him of any psychotic or criminal impulses to allow that man to properly reform and pay penance for his actions. That he wasn't just locked up forever in a cell led to the legal gutting of mental health funding, which led to psychiatric treatment of criminals to become a revolving door of people who need help being failed by the system, only to relapse again, thus stigmatizing any form of mental health problem as inherently wicked, while also creating a double standard with regards to mental health diagnoses being used by rich assholes with clear intent of their criminal actions to abdicate all responsibility for a crime, which it's not supposed to be used for. You still did it, and the condition being cured should be contingent with regards to release in order to prove such a mitigating factor was not fabricated. But back on point, because they don't know the means or method of what's causing the breakdowns, neither the Nijima sisters can make a judgment for or against the Phantom Thieves out of hand. And it's only because of later story events, where Sai is not in the know, that she actively turns against them. Thus, once we get past On wrongfully guilting Mikoto for the state of Shiho thanks to Kobayakawa's scapegoating, which I already explained she couldn't have done nothing about, as she had no power by which to intervene, and I really hate that so many fans of this game miss that On is completely in the wrong here, and making idiotic assumptions based on Kobayakawa's lies. Mikoto gives the thieves an offer. Prove their justice to her, prove that they had no other choice and were in the right to intervene how they did, and their methods do not involve any form of coercion to those they target, and she'll destroy the recording she has. For if they are truly righteous thieves as they claim, then they'd have no problem helping her stop the abuse of more students at Kanashiro's hand. So this is a bit of a tangent again, and involves something I've discussed in the past. For those who are newer around here, I used to be a tokusatsu reviewer. In case that wasn't obvious from the toys I've been showing off, the references I've been making, and the fact I have an entire shelf full of Gao Ranger figures up there. I stopped years ago due to a combination of reasons, but most essentially being I disliked a lot of what the toku genre was doing at the time, and me voicing that was getting me death threats. But from that, I found if I was just going to hate on everything, it was time for me to step back before I turned into one of the hateful monsters that were screaming at me anyways, as it was a waste of what little time I had. Distance from the event has shown that was a good decision on my part, and the position I had voiced ended up being vindicated. I do miss the view count it used to provide me, though. I mention this because Persona 5's immediate widespread popularity with audiences in big and small ways had a knock-on effect to other media around it. Wolmore Lupin III series were already in production by the time this got out, so I can't say Lupin Part 5 came out because of this game. It did consequently inspire Toei to use such as part of the basis for their own series themed after the rivalry between cops and robbers. With the 43rd Super Sentai series released in 2018, Kaito Sentai Lupin Ranger versus Kaito Sentai Pat Ranger. And Lupat, as it's known in its shorthand, is a mess. Part of that is because of the series head writer, Junko Kimura, being outright terrible with long-form arcs and characterization when it is not contingent on condemning one character to prop up another. And doing that in the first place can be infuriating as well. She is quite bad when there is not someone else above her demanding revision, and has been one of several individuals responsible for the consistently worst decade Sentai's ever had, due to how many Sentai series produced after Gokaiger are just plain bad, Komura having written 3 of them. The other, larger part of that is the entire series was one massive popularity contest between the 2 competing teams. To avoid Toei striking this video, I'm going to avoid using explicit clips of the moments that damn the series, though it literally does start from the first episode and never stops. But as a viewer, the consistent problem with the cast was the Pet Ranger, who were acting as police officers, had no legal grounds by which to attack and attempt to arrest the Lupin Ranger, who were acting as deputized recovery agents for a collection of stolen relics, which was something other previous Sentai series had done themselves. And atop that, had committed no crimes. Like, literally none. At least not any that they could have legally been charged with that did not equally apply to any other Sentai team, including the Pat Ranger themselves. Their cause for persecuting them was solely based on them stylizing themselves aesthetically as thieves, despite, again, them being legally contracted by their benefactor to receive stolen goods. A benefactor that was already cooperating with and supplying the police as well, so was within his rights to hire additional private agents, meaning the officers were acting under their own discretion, choosing to attack an allied group for no other reason than their appearance. As you can imagine, this has not helped the series with age, nor even its original reception, as this immediately defeated the point of the entire popularity contest framing gimmick, as the poll instantaneously swung overwhelmingly in the Lupin Rangers' favor, and never left it due to their unlawful persecution being what got audiences on their side. To the point that all series long, the only times the Pat Ranger ever had a positive showing was when the Lupin Ranger were explicitly depicted as selfish assholes completely out of character to their presented actions, motivations, and empathy. And even then, the Pat Ranger in those episodes came off as the larger jerks because they'd usually forced the Lupin Ranger into that position of being antagonistic or apathetic. Literally, the only way to make the other side look good was for the storytellers to commit explicit character assassination towards the side that had the people behind them. And it frequently backfired metatextually, as it kept buying into and seeking to excuse the very abuses of power that Persona 5 itself and other media which inspired Lupat had acted to call out.
邪魔をしないでくれって言っただろ。助けて、助けて。あれが神林さんの考える正義ですか。あれがやりたかったことなんですか。
And I bring this up here because the same question and challenge by Makoto, is that what you call justice? And show me what justice means to you, is the Damocles sword that hung over that entire series, as they never attempted to seriously answer it on either side beyond the petty squabbling that kept being dragged into. Show what that meant for the cast to inform the actions they committed. As if they ever did so, that would have defeated the point of the popularity contest by explicitly framing one team over the other as being in the right, despite the audience from episode 1 having already made up their minds from the moment the officers chose to attack the thieves instead of the monster of the week that had been harming innocent people. Which, of course, led to the thieves in turn retaliating, with both of them looking worse and worse as the series went on, because their infighting kept doing more harm to the characters' depiction as opposed to acting to develop them. And no one realized how detrimental it was to call the whole thing off earlier than planned. And because none of the animosity built over the series was ever settled, when they eventually did reach where the contest would end, the entire reason for them coming together was seen as shallow and unjustified, as the Pat Rangers series-long persecution had been from the start. Now, I bring this up not just because Toei fucking up with Sentai for the majority of a decade worked to heavily ruin the franchise, and me calling that out used to get me much better views, or Persona's influence in inspiring that specific series, but because I'm reminded of how deeply that series missed the point that is made as part of Makoto's arc, every time I revisit this section of Persona 5 story, as it's not enough for you to claim that you stand for something. You have to show with your actions and how you present yourself that your acts are just. The second that is taken away from you, as Kobayakawa now has done to Makoto, you'll never be able to convince people that you have their best interests at heart. As I have already exampled by the case of Torinosuke's situation earlier, but is also showcased through the Code Geass parallels with what happened to Lelouch. By the way, that is why I put Torinosuke's confidants in this video. I could have placed it elsewhere, but it fit more thematically here, as it reinforces the point. With the Pat Ranger, the audience was widely against them from the start, for no other reason than their own conduct, and nothing they did ever back that lost goodwill. But here, we see that from a more empathetic angle, where then people still missed it. But that was more due to localization issues of this chapter in specific, and those not paying attention who thought it all about her usefulness, when usefulness is not part of the core issue. Because Makoto's frustration at all this bullshit is tangible with how short her emotional fuse is becoming throughout. As to even uncover Kanashiro's name, we have to find his current victims and interrogate them to learn the circumstances of their blackmail to his mafia. Then we end up having to perform a sting operation that, out of just Makoto's sheer impatience to be done with this, she unintentionally steps into Ren's operation to learn the man's name, unwilling to step back and be uninvolved while we do all the work. As since Kobayakawa abdicated his responsibilities to her, she's been hit from all sides by slander and expectations it is impossible to meet. Not just from the students, not just from the teachers, but even at home, she has no reprieve, as Kobayakawa's also tricked Sai into thinking Makoto has worse problems than she does, which she buys into so easily as Sai's own casework, some of which is being tied to prosecuting some of Kanashiro's victims that have come to their attention when Kanashiro forces them to break the law, is such a hassle, she has no time to consider anything other than what she's been told. And Makoto knows of her sister's stress, so doesn't want to worry her at all due to the sacrifices Sai has already made for Makoto. The Nijima sisters' parents are both dead, Sai having been forced to take Makoto in after their father, a police officer, died in the line of duty 3 years ago amidst trying to get evidence to take down gang activity in Shinjuku. And she's struggled to make ends meet for them ever since, even with her job as a high-level prosecutor, because Japanese corporate sexism makes it so she's not paid as much as she should be, because she's a woman in a career traditionally dominated by men, who consequently are not given any of the slack her co-workers are afforded, and also in how pay grades are determined by seniority in Japan, not just the position you hold. And her only taking the job 3 years before means her seniority is consequently low. Makoto does her best to not make any problems for Sai, and works hard to make it so she won't have to rely on her at all after she graduates. But after 3 years of Sai being treated like crap by her superiors just to make ends meet for them, the emotional support and well-being between the sisters is just not there anymore. I bring this up as the stress Sai is under and her lashing out at Makoto for it is a leading focal point for parts of the direction of the plot as well. The same in how I brought Sai up previously in regards to how the conspiracy plotline highlights her. But it's through Makoto we get to know her outside of the professional perspective, to see how this purported antagonist is just as human as the rest of them and capable of making mistakes, including her false presumptions about Ren in the flash-forward segments. Narratively, this makes Makoto the deuteragonist of the game's storyline because she acts as the narrative counterpoint to Sai herself. You could not tell these parts of the tale anywhere near as effectively without Makoto's direct involvement, due to her experiencing the same form of persecution as Joker himself does, blamed for things they never did, and a false expectation to have a purported use to have value as a human being one she chafes against. For as I got into earlier this year in the Code Geass review, the deuteragonist of the story isn't just the entire group of members in a team ensemble. They are the second most important character to telling the story. The one who has a story that could be told independently of the protagonist, whose focus could supersede the role of main character in the event the original protagonist should die, or possibly have them excluded from the story to begin with, to have just the deuteragonist as the protagonist from the start. You get that from Makoto. And it is fucking irritating that the toxic Persona fans keep insisting she's the worst character of them all in this game and claim she has no story role. It's like, did you even pay attention? 'Cause I'm betting that's a no. Anyways, we finally get the lead we need from Oya, the reporter we met before, about Kaneshiro, and his apparent operational impunity. Confrontations with Sai and An in rapid succession finally being the straw that breaks the camel's back, which lets Makoto's rage burn through her self-control. Thus, it ultimately ends up being An's fault for what happens next. For the thieves find to get to Kaneshiro's palace, due to the nature of his distortion making it appear he's untouchable, they need to punch into Kaneshiro's head that he isn't as immune as he thinks he is. It's just in Makoto's rage, she turns reckless, and becomes the new target of Kaneshiro's blackmail as consequence. All because An couldn't stop being a bitch to her for things she wasn't responsible for 5 fucking minutes to actually allow them to plan this shit out. I feel like I'm more harsh towards An for all this, simply because the fandom tends to let her off scot-free for all of her screw-ups in this game. Makoto was working with and alongside and being involved in all of this, to the point in a previous scene before this she was already endangering herself by working alone, something she would have had to do anyways to try and sell this to Kobayakawa's ridiculous blame-shifting expectations, only for Ren to pull her out of that as well. Thus, I don't get anyone who thinks this is all about her self-worth, or thinking she's useless as the crux of it, as it's not. She got so angry about this in the first place because she was already going above and beyond the call of action, only to at no point have that fucking recognized. Kaneshiro's blackmail takes the form of Makoto being kidnapped and dragged into a club with beer and cigarettes strewn everywhere. And due to the perception filter effect making it impossible for anyone to blame the actual culprit for such circumstances, it would appear to an outsider that Makoto and everyone that came to rescue her, namely us, were here voluntarily, and it was a good Samaritan, i.e. Kaneshiro himself, that would do their diligence of informing the proper authorities. It's questionable if Kaneshiro knows enough about the other dealings of the conspiracy to know whether Shujin is under their control, or whether Kobayakawa is one of their agents. Though by factoring other aspects in, this looks to be the perfect frame job. The suspicion that this was planned is there because he only began to target Shujin's students after the collapse of Kamoshida's palace. So either Kamoshida's palace being there insulated them from Kaneshiro's influence, or more sinisterly, and what I and others believe to be true, is the conspiracy put the suggestion in his head to direct him in doing so. For due to Kobayakawa's involvement in this, the dots do connect. Makoto's told to find the thieves by members of the conspiracy as they messed with their operations, and want to crucify them as scapegoats for everything they are doing. She drags her feet as she doesn't agree, and then she's browbeaten in circumstances that would leave her in debt to another of their benefactors, which would force her to compromise her ethics in order to appease them, or be bought out of her debt by them as her saviors? No, that is too huge a series of coincidences, especially when you consider that this is the exact same way that the conspiracy got their hands on Sai as their pet prosecutor to begin with. The circumstances around her father's death 3 years before led to any money that should have gone to his kids not being given to them, leading to the financial circumstances that has left them struggling now. And I checked. Japanese police officers are counted as part of the nation's government pension plan, so as the beneficiaries of his pension after death, they should have gotten something. even if its distribution's given over time, to not make Sai suffer the burden she does to keep them afloat. Unless it was a situation like the one shown in this article from Asahi Shimbun that details incidents where the pension was claimed as a deemed inheritance, which is a law that has been seeing abuse over the course of the last decade to literally steal all of a deceased beneficiary's money, as pension plans are explicitly exempt from taxation under that law. But just try telling that to Japan's National Tax Agency. And considering the legal agony I've gone through since 2020 trying to settle my mother's estate after her death, as of recording this video, it's still not over with and they're not letting me have the money thanks to a fucking timeshare trying to claim debts accrued post-fucking-mortem, which is as illegal as it gets, I've never quite emphasized with such an experience more. While the article I'm citing more refers to survivor pensions collected by Japanese citizens from overseas sources, it still legitimizes this in-story as something the conspiracy could have exploited to be able to gain size and assets and use her however they wished, while setting Mikoto up at Shujin to possibly indoctrinate her as another pawn for them as well, if Kobayakawa's prior actions with her were meant to be indicative of grooming her for a role they'd planned for her. Hell, considering Kaneshiro himself operates out of Shinjuku, is considered untouchable by the police by him accidenting away anyone that tries, and the sister's father dying in an auto accident when a truck driver mysteriously died after they collided with him, right after he was about to make an arrest. It's popular speculation among the fandom that the mob boss that Officer Najima was after was Kaneshiro himself. The conspiracy saved him to put him in their debt so Kaneshiro would be one of their financial backers, and then seeded his palace by which to make him their gluttonous money tickets. And, let's face it, it's a lot less suspicious for an officer to die in an accident caused by a man suffering a mysterious death that can be faked as a drug overdose, than the officer themselves suffering a mysterious death in the midst of an investigation, as the latter leaves more of a paper trail someone else can pick up. The problem with that speculation is, of course, the timeline conflict, which says the conspiracy only formed after they got access to the metaverse 2 years ago. But by that factor, it then draws into question why Kaneshiro would be one of the financial backers of the conspiracy, as he is later revealed to be, which warranted him his palace, if he has no reason to associate with them to be drawn into their influence. Unless, of course, the conspiracy goes back farther than 2 years to 3, making it so Officer Najima's death is orchestrated by them, then kills 3 birds with 1 stone, netting them Kaneshiro and Sai's services while getting rid of a cop they can't corrupt. But the timeline argument of 3 versus 2 is why we can't confirm this. I generally feel, however, that the game gets more by the conspiracy being involved in this as well than if they were not, for things we have not discussed yet. So this circumstance that really is Anne's fault for provoking Mikoto into acting so recklessly gets them to just bring her along while they attempt to next infiltrate Kaneshiro's palace. Mikoto immediately catching on to how the metaverse works thanks to everyone providing a much better explanation than Morgana does, and since she's in debt to Kaneshiro now, she can be used as the means by which to access the flying palace that is a bank. Man, this is the weirdest UFO ending to a Silent Hill game yet. The infiltration goes horribly bad, as despite being consumed by his worst impulses, the man that Kaneshiro is not stupid, and to run con games as long as he has to always stay one step ahead of his enemies and lure them into traps. Thus, the Phantom Thieves walk right into one and trip the security level immediately to his maximum. Shadow Kaneshiro and his minions swarming the thieves, planning to execute the rest, but leave Mikoto alone, because he and his benefactors can profit off of her working for them in the real world. This being another sign of his greater involvement with the conspiracy. That, and his awareness of her sister, and her position, and things Mikoto herself is not privy to, and how they are using her for their own benefits. as well as the lie they told her as well.
我慢して言いなりになってればいいの。その頃はお前の人生も何もかもめちゃくちゃになってるけどな。
さっきから黙って聞いてりゃ。
うぜえんだよ、この成金が。
え？
And this is why I've been emphasizing Makoto's arc in the way I have been. Because it really is not contingent at all on whether she's useful to others at all. That's an entirely different complex irrelevant to everything the game is actually doing. And I am dead certain, from every fucking forum post I've had to scroll through ridiculing her, that those that believe she's a horrible character are the ones convinced that it is, when it's not. What is being made most important in this arc is her sense of morals, ideals, and justice. Everyone around her just telling her to shut up, keep your head down, and obey. Compromise your beliefs just to get by in this world and not upset your betters. And that's what sets her apart from all the others, as she disagrees. Because throughout these events, she's resisted, she's disobeyed, she's been rebelling all this time against just falling in line. Because her not doing so would betray everything she believes in. What this arc has been showing is, no matter what the principal insists, no matter what society declares, no matter what her sister says, no matter what situation she finds herself in, she will not bow. She will not break. She will not let other people tell her what is right when everything she knows says they are wrong. She will not sell out. And she will not compromise her beliefs just to do as she is told. Because her sense of justice is not for sale. She is mad as heck and she is not going to take it anymore.
もう絶対に弱音なんて吐かない。飛ばすだけ飛ばすから。いいよね、ヨハンナ。普段おとなしいからって調子に乗るな。もう猫被るのやめたの？行くよ、ヨハンナ。フルスロットル。
Well, if she insists.
Persona! かけろ、ヨハンナ。
世紀末覇者先輩チース。
Really? Really?
叩かれたいの?
Makoto demolishing the entirety of Kanashiro's guard allows them to exit the palace before her post-Persona awakening exhausts her completely. But now having seen the metaverse herself and the malice of the distorted palace rulers, she is fully on their side, even a bit freaked out by the possibility that she may have not just been influenced, but turned into a person like that herself had she been in the wrong situation beforehand. As Kanashiro's taunting has her concerned that Sai may be more involved than she thought due to her own role in the Phantom Thief and breakdown cases. But that's for later. First, they have to deal with Kanashiro himself.
叩き潰してやるわよ。私を怒らせたこと必ず後悔させてやる。
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、助教皇のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Makoto Nijima, Phantom Thief call sign of Category Queen, just to further reinforce the existing code Geass character illusion even further, by even their nickname effectively being the same. As anyone watching this should have been able to guess, Makoto is the Kallen Kozuki equivalent in this game, albeit with her school role of student council president being lifted from Millie Ashford's, and her relationship with Sai echoing Euphemia Lee Britannia's with her sister Cornelia. Though that as much is mixed in with and can be substituted for that of their sibling from the Oz the Reflection manga, Maribel Mel Britannia, whose own personality echoes elements of Makoto's own in being a strategist who focuses her attention on counter-terrorism activities and dismantling criminal syndicates. As a consequence of this, anyone who's been seeing the story parallels I and others caught in this game consider Makoto as one of, if not the best girl of the game, and the true waifu of the Paramore tree. Though that again is contingent on one not misunderstanding the game, her story and arc in it, and seeing past the localization issues that have mangled her portrayal for many, and as repeatedly said, created the toxicity around her character's reception. Playing the game with the Japanese audio instead of the English one really does affect the perception that much to correct the misconceptions, just because of how strong a portrayal Rina Sato gives off, once again, because she played Makoto as a more mature, adult, and self-controlled version of Mikoto Misaka, which is in turn the actor typecasting subversion for Rina due to her propensity to portray tsunderes, or characters with shorter fuses to them, such as Rei Hino, aka Sailor Mars in Sailor Moon Crystal, or otherwise having to be the adult in the room, corralling a bunch of eccentrics, such as with her role as Negi Springfield in the Negima anime, Console A in Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed, or her debut role as Prim Snowlight in Divergence Eve. Bonus points for her being the selected paramour though? The guide I used for the game ended up making the optimum day to do her rank 9 event, where you can flag her as a paramour, be scheduled for my birthday. It's not a hard flag for anything, but I felt that was a personal win. Her persona Johanna is based upon Johanna Anglicus, the woman who in the Dark Ages was briefly elected to be the Pope of the Christian faith, known as Pope Joan. Fact about her has been obfuscated over the years, but the common story is she was a talented, educated woman who was persecuted in her era for being a woman in a position of power, where just that itself was wrongfully viewed as an unforgivable sin. She was forced to disguise her gender in order to use her learned skills to best help others, in defiance of the expected subservience of women in that era. Her abilities in association with the church causing her to rise high in rank and be elected to the position she was, only for her true gender to be revealed and her subsequently murdered, with the church trying to strike her existence from all record. Helped in that thanks to the Dark Ages' notoriously horrid record-keeping following the fall of the Roman Empire that led to centuries of regression and lost knowledge, and changed their rituals to confirm that every pope following this would always be a man. Because institutionalized sexism, thy name is most active organized religions. But enough information survived that such were rediscovered in the 1300s, alongside the evidence of the change in rituals around the time she was said to have lived, making it implausible to say that the story of her rise was a complete falsehood. But the specific details have consequently been lost or otherwise confused with those of other accounts, or the assumption of the time period that this happened being wrong. The church itself insisting she was nothing but a legend made up by those wanting to slander the church. But because this is the Christian faith which is routinely built on persecution and hypocrisy, of course they would denounce it. The myth and idea of Johanna, coincidentally, is one of the things that inspired Type Moon's architects to embrace Rule 63ing historical figures, such as Arthur Pendragon, into female versions of themselves, citing such as precedents that in older eras of our history, it would not be that difficult to have a woman hide themselves as a man, or in the event they didn't hide, the egos of those who write history obfuscated the facts to either erase their true gender, or shift the glory of their exploits onto others. But the long and short of it that makes her parallel Makoto, however, is her sense of right and wrong, and desire to help others in contradiction to social norms about one's station, leading to them being persecuted and punished for it. And the fact this has happened outside of the goddamn game, despite her entire story being astoundingly straightforward, only reinforces that point. Though it makes sense that Mikoto's Confidant aligns itself with the High Priestess Arcana, because the Priestess itself is based on Pope Jean. What other Arcana would she thus have had? Consequently, the Arcana represents what Johanna herself did, intelligence and inquiry, one who held the silence of speaking in private confidence with another, as well as the wisdom to resolve conundrums and mysteries. Basically, it's the Arcana of individuals who seek to solve problems in their lives and the lives of others. Inverted, the reverse priestess represents conceit, ignorant surface knowledge that lacks actual informed intelligence on a subject, and basically just brute forcing a situation to be resolved with no intelligent thought put into it. Basically representing someone who tries to resolve conundrums thoroughly, but when they reach the end of their patience, they tend to snap and solve problems in as blunt and direct a way as they can. Also known as a slow burn tsundere. This is likewise shown throughout her Confidant storyline, where after Kanashiro's scheme is shut down, Mikoto takes advantage of Kobayakawa's abdication of responsibility to her to try and directly solve more problems brought to her attention around the school and for the student body proactively, not being hindered anymore by what others may think or expect of her, even as this does act to reform her reputation. Eventually, the focus of the story settling around her reconnecting with a classmate and former friend named Eiko, who is in the middle of being manipulated by another man she views as her boyfriend, into a situation where she'd be forced to prostitute herself to cover for his own expenses. The man in question, named Tsukasa, and before anyone asks, no, he does not have a thing for magenta. If anything, he's a rejected Kazuma Kiryu cosplayer. Being a notorious manipulator of women in the district where they work, so he has a full assortment of sugar mamas he cons money out of, before moving on to another mark once they're high and dry. As this is basically a microcosm of Kaneshiro, players of the game have accused the story of being redundant on this matter, and Mikoto overstepping her boundaries now by forcing her justice onto others, as they view Eiko as neither needing nor wanting the help, not catching that Mikoto herself shows hesitation over interceding, as after reconnecting with Eiko, and actually gaining friends again outside of the Phantom Thieves, she's reluctant to possibly lose that connection, even if it is in order to pull Eiko out of a situation where she is being abused, as she sees how it directly parallels the Kamoshida, Kaneshiro, and Kobayakawa situations she has personal experience with, to know that if this continues, it will end badly, and the need to act before things get worse, even if the other individuals in the situation do not want them to. Yet, idiots who don't pay attention to this think it's about her learning nothing about not knowing when to intercede and her overreaching here just as much as she underreached before, despite the similar circumstances in play where she knows she can act now to prevent worse things happening, as a showcase that she is being more attentive to such when she didn't have the opportunities to intercede before. Which brings to the very basis of the critique of her, why are you criticizing her over wanting to act now when she can, when you condemned her before about not acting when she was not able to? It's been a thing through the past few Persona games that the consistently most misunderstood Arcana character story is the one relating to the Priestess Arcana holder. And considering Persona 4's example of that is Yukiko Amagi, which is the one I fell aground of, I can't exactly disagree with that observation. As I'll reiterate from the first vid of Persona 5 though, my critique was more based on how I didn't feel Yukiko was considering all of her options to do both what she wanted and what would be best to help her family. But she made an informed decision which was hers to make. But with Mikoto, it's like, you spent the first half of the game criticizing her for not doing enough in situations where she was already doing everything she feasibly could with the information she had, and then you get to her character story, and the criticism is she's being overbearing or interceding when she shouldn't. These are two criticisms of the character that are not compatible with each other, as what she's doing in the character story is exactly what critics of her wanted her to do earlier, but she had reason to not, yet does now. So, Which is it? Do you want her to stay uninvolved in everything? Or do you want her to do everything she can to resolve situations she sees in front of her? You cannot have both. Hell, because of the obfuscation of cultural context that is part of Makoto's arc, many in the Western audience cannot figure out how a hot gothic punk biker babe riding on a sentient motorcycle becomes associated with nuclear elemental spells. The nuclear element being the second of the new elemental alignments introduced in this game after Joker's curse element. Who then punches the soul out of people when she's not spellcasting can in any way relate to justice, let alone be the manifestation of a rebellious spirit. I, however, can explain that, and it's not just the Callan Kozuki parallels, due to Callan riding the Gurren like a bike due to how its cockpit is set up, or the Gurren's radiation wave surger, or Callan being the Category 1 queen, or even Johanna's persona evolution converting that bike form into a full-on robot. And of course, her beating the shit out of Suzaku. Oh no, while those are all factors and I love those illusions, it's actually quite simpler than that. For you see, Makoto's entire rebel motif is based on Kamen Rider. The original Kamen Rider, mixed with some of the leitmotifs of the other entries in that franchise. Case in point again, the bike that transforms into a robot. Hell, her Persona 5 Royal Second Awakening of Agnes, which takes the form of an armored black and gold motorcycle, yeah, that is also a Kamen Rider reference. Fans know the form that is being homaged here very well from Kamen Rider Kuga, where the artifact the Golram combined with title character Kuga's motorcycle as armor, which helps him fight enemies at the point in the series where defeating them caused the monsters to die with the explosive force of a nuclear bomb. The armored motorcycle being used to ram the monsters, stun them, and then evacuate them from city centers so they would not cause disastrous collateral damage when Kuga sends them to hell. And if that wasn't enough, the original Kamen Riders, Kamen Rider Ichigo, Nigo, and V3, were all powered by wind turbine-cooled nuclear reactors. And as a consequence of that franchise, punk bikers in popular media came to adopt an image of being rebels against conformity that nonetheless followed their own sense of morals and justice, one who rebelled against those who would try to force the world to conform to their selfish views of it, and in doing so, make the world go wrong. And Makoto has become a rebel against those specific sorts of monsters. So of course, one who believes so strongly in moral justice would call upon the motifs of the fictional heroes of moral justice in Japan. Hell, to show that I'm not just making this shit up, when they're brainstorming names for Makoto's thief alias, they come up with Rider, Witch, Prez, and Queen, alluding to Kamen Riders, the Witch of Britannia title held by Maribel, Cress, Prez, Millie, Ashford, and of course, Queen 1, Callan Kozuki. The game is doing this deliberately. It's just a matter of whether you have awareness of the context to catch it. And unfortunately, a lot of Western fans just don't. I've also been told that Makoto's Phantom Thief outfit is aesthetically more based on characters from the 1983 manga Fist of the North Star, which is a story set on an Earth devastated by nuclear war, as that is another iconic and often referenced in other media series. But honestly, I've never engaged with much of Fist of the North Star's content to have a proper frame of reference to what is which, beyond Ryuji making the reference earlier, validating that perspective in many's eyes. Though even Fist of the North Star is cited as taking some influences from early Kamen Rider with how it stylizes the morality of its characters in a world that has gone wrong. So it could as much be a case of 6 of one, half a dozen of the other, where some references that find more originating source from one are more visible to me, while others that more engage with other material accredit such more to them. This is even further emphasized by Makoto's personal interests. For as you interact with her, you learn her favorite guilty pleasure films are not just police procedurals, but in fact crime dramas part of the Yakuza film genre, such as her favorite film, Like a Dragon, directed by Takashi Miike. I reviewed that movie last year for those that missed that. It's a fun film that unfortunately does not include some essential information needed to tell the story. And frankly, the game it is based on is better. Play the Yakuza Kiwami remake if you get the chance. And honestly, it's things like this, little context clues like the Kamen Rider parallel, the Yakuza movie fangirling, and even her and Eiko reconnecting over a cute little mascot character like another Rina Sato character. And all her idols being those who rebelled and chafed against the establishment to follow their own sense of right and wrong, just as her father did, and just as she has in turn. That says to me Makoto's a woman that had to grow up far faster than she wanted to, because she needed to. That had personal tragedy not affected her and her sister, which again is suspected to have been caused by the conspiracy to make Sai their pawn as she became a prosecutor immediately after their father's death, and the way Makoto tells it implies was even handed the job at the funeral. Well, if all of that had not happened, she'd probably be a lot more of a Chunibyo acting out a heroic Knights for Justice routine than she presents herself as being. But that isn't a bad thing, as it's allowed her to carry on her ideals untarnished, and move forward with them by her side, without a naive or ignorant mindset that could make them harmful, because she bears the wisdom to look at the world without being blinded by preconceptions of how the world should be. She sees the world for how it is and wants to make it better. In the same way, all the characters that acted as inspiration for her, both in design of her character and her arc, and internally in the series, found their own ways to. And this once again showcased from how her Confidant arc plays out, with Makoto's arc there being a debate between letting Eiko be happy and oblivious even though it leads her to be abused, or listening to her instincts to intervene and prevent this abuse she knows is happening, even if it is at the cost of a personal relationship. And Makoto, like we've seen before, following through because the right thing in the long term is worth the consequences paid in the short term, even if it's to her personal detriment due to how isolated from people Makoto has been forced to be. There's this similar social link in Persona 3 idiots wrongly think is the better execution of this plot, but the issue with that assertion is the Persona 3 social link is the reverse issue entirely, and they are not comparable in the ways that are being asserted. In Persona 3, the character Hidetoshi Odagiri is a fucking rule hardliner, believing that any mandate needs to be stringently obeyed to as written, with any bending or breaking of, say, a dress code violation, requires swift capital punishments, all justified in his mind because he is in the student council of his school. The problem there, as stated before about the fictional depiction of Japanese student councils and stories that involve school settings, is the student council, even in that game, does not have the power of enforcement in the ways that Odagiri is acting in. And thus, Odagiri's conduct is an outright, explicit showcase of an individual abusing the power they believe they have. and the acts of an asshole trying to maintain absolute order when his intervention is in no way needed, wanted, or permissible. And Persona 3's protagonist has to, through that arc, get him to knock that shit off. So I don't in any way get the comparison, when Makoto's character arc is about her refusing to be complacent to things when she has the opportunities to help others in dire straits out of them, when she learns of and sees the need, as well as making sure she keeps her eyes open to injustice so she knows when to intervene. Whereas Odagiri's is about him intruding on others' lives and dressing them down over their shoes being untied and needing to stop that, as he has no right in the first place to act like that. These are diametrically opposed extremes started from intent. Makoto's is not to control others, but with Odagiri's it was. Makoto's being about when to reach out to stop abuse, Odagiri's him needing to have it beaten to his head where the boundary line between being abusive and being corrective in line with his duties is, as he needs to stop forcing himself onto others. And I think, unfortunately, that part of this misconception is tied just as much to the gender of the character and the depiction of them in English, causing this disconnect from assholes in the fandom that don't like women telling them off or acting in a position of authority, but are perfectly fine with a guy forcing himself onto others and wielding power they have no right to claim. It's actually my problem with Persona 3 over either 4 or 5. I actually dislike a lot of the social links in Persona 3 because of the bullshit from the characters P3's protagonist connects to, as Makoto Yuki is never given the agency as a character to directly call such misconduct out, but instead has to put up with it. It's why even with the Reload remake of the game that I don't want to review it, as there's a lot of narrative tropes in there that just plain piss me off that other games handled far better. And Makoto Nijima's arc is certainly one of them. But then again, I do my best to pay attention and engage with the media I intake to properly judge them. It's fine if you yourselves are not a big fan of the social link, but as is my thesis, there are so many people who play these games that don't at all try and pay attention to what they're actually doing. And in Persona 5's case, I really do feel that the voice acting was part of creating the detrimental circumstances around them, so many took away the wrong takes from it all. Ultimately, Ren helps her expose the jackass's antics by play-acting as her boyfriend to entice the other man and trying to get her into a con as well, catfishing him to expose what he's doing to Eiko beyond a shadow of a doubt. Eiko admitting in the midst of the intervention that she knew on some level she was being used, but she wanted to have some value to someone to help give her life meaning. And as Makoto rightfully says, that's something she needs to find for herself, just as Makoto did, to live unyielding by the truth of her own convictions, and correct any wrongs that cross her path in any way she can. It explains her eventual ambition to become the commissioner of the Tokyo Police Department as well. She knows there are bad cops part of the system that overlook or even benefit from crimes committed, and she just as much wants to root out that evil ubiquitous to such a system, so the people who just want to truly help others can be exalted and take charge, to in turn properly protect and help those they should. And regardless of whether you romance her or not, Ren's going to be right there with her, helping her along from the shadows brought by someone stepping so openly into the light.
今回のホストもそう。この国には表沙汰になっていない事件が山ほどある。違法スレスレの卑怯なやり方で人の心につけ込んで食い物にしてる悪党。お父さんが命を懸けて追っていた組織もそう。私はそいつらを決して許さない。けどそれを成し遂げるには私一人じゃ無理。だから組織を動かせる官僚になって無法者を根絶して被害者を減らしたい。私の目指す正義だし、お父さんの意志を継ぐことだって思うから。勉強の意味を勉強以外のことで知るなんて不思議ね。付き合ってくれてありがとう。お堅い会長のおもり大変だったでしょなんてね。でも
あなたに頼んでよかった。私ね、これからもっと違う世界を見られる気がする。きっとできるわ。あなたがそばにいてくれるから。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、助教皇の究極なる非業に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
感じるわ。私の成長した、新しくなった力。
よし。
As for what Makoto brings to the table by being a party member, well, her intelligence affords her shadow calculus, allowing us to see the skills of enemy shadows, and at higher ranks informing us of the elemental resistances of them without needing to experiment out of the blue, massively speeding up battles. Hell, her nuclear spells are so potent, and she's a strong fighter as well, that for me, Makoto becomes an immediate and permanent party member. Because to me, like Lelouch and Callan before them, Joker and Queen are a pair, and only bad things happen if you insist on separating the sets. And with the way everything between her and her sister is playing out, there's no plausible way to have made her the traitor in their midst either, though many of the idiots who do not get the intentions of her arc like to claim she was supposed to be. But no, despite the color of her mask, she never was. And the argument is completely fraudulent.
クイーン、いい響き。気に入った。それでいいわ。じゃあ今回の作戦を説明してくれる？
作戦？
ないの？怪盗って無策でやってるわけ？
But that all happens later. In the now, we have to still deal with Kanashiro's palace, and the bank raid is anything but simple due to the security involved, which would be utterly beyond this group were it not for Makoto's intelligence and persona-enhanced observation skills. I mean, let's face it, Ryuji's not experienced and by his own admissions is not great at book-smart matters. An is a ditz. Morgana's so abrasive that he'd end up tripping up the others by giving warning too late, as he'd expect the others to be perfect at all times, and his excessive berating of Ryuji shows he should not be a party head. Yusuke just no with how often he's off in his own head, and Ren, despite his skills, cannot micromanage this cluster of idiots on his own. Makoto, being the intelligent disciplinarian and second to Joker, makes sense as you know not to talk back to her when a situation is serious, as she takes matters seriously from the start. Still, this is up there with one of my favorite palace infiltrations in the game. Which is surprising as I don't actually like all that many movies or media that are about bank heists. Sure, the few of the Lupin's films and specials that have that as the end goal are pretty fun. Die Hard with a Vengeance is a classic. The 1995 film Heat includes some of the greatest performances of Robert De Niro and Al Pacino's careers. And I cannot resist the call of young Keanu Reeves in Point Break. But the 3 American films I just named are already on lists of the best movies ever made, so it's not like I'm the only one singing their praises. But me, I'm more an Ocean's 11 kind of guy.
What, you want to knock over a casino?
Honestly, why I like it so much is this entire infiltration just has the right structure of challenge for me as we dive deeper and deeper into the bank and witness Kanashiro's own gluttonous depravity. And there is argument on whether Kanashiro's distortion-caused sin is gluttony or greed. And there is another way of addressing the concern, as gluttony makes many think of relating as solely to food. For gluttony in nature is having everything you could want already, and still not finding it sufficient, wanting more of what you already have just as much as if you don't have anything at all. Greed, on the other hand, is about desire to achieve something, that until you reach that end goal and maintain it, you will not stop. You can be satisfied by that goal, but the reckless abandon and lack of care towards others one can perform to reach it is where the evil of that sin is committed. Kaneshiro, through his criminal empire, is already rich. He doesn't need to be blackmailing and extorting kids to become involved in his drug running and Ponzi schemes if they don't just pay him off. But he can't stop himself from trying to metaphorically devour them because the distorted sin of gluttony has made it so he cannot get enough. When you're greedy, you might still want it all, but retention of what you have can be enough. And as such, the palace is consequently a monument to excess with how vast and empty it is, stuffed with security-protected gluttonous excess that will never be fully filled. At the bottom of the bank is a complex maze designed after a lock tumbler, which guards the source of Kaneshiro's gluttony. But even when we secure a means of entry, the complications arise after sending the calling card to him. For Kaneshiro's cognition is still strong and crafty enough to think he's already well guarded enough that the thieves can't get to him, allowing his palace and shadow to manifest one final obstacle to claiming the treasure, with Shadow Kaneshiro waiting right for us. With him manifesting the power of Bail, and the safe transforming into his trusted Piggytron robot! If I had a nickel for every time I've seen a giant piggy bank robot, I'd have 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's weird it's happened twice.
卑怯なことしかできない、かわいそうな人よね。
勝ち方に綺麗も汚いもない。クレバーな奴が勝つ。賢く強い者は弱者を食い散らかして当然。ネットの知識だけで世の中悟ったような気になる頭の湧いたクソガキはいいかもだよ。
終わってるこの人。
騙されるのは常にバカだ。バカはそのバカの責任を取らされるだけ。学習しないバカは一生バカなんだよ。バカ。バカバカうっせえな。
For demons to manifest from gluttony, Baal is an odd choice to make as he normally doesn't associate with that sin. In the Ars Goetia, Baal, also known as Baal...
That's it? Just... Baal? As in bocce?
Is the great king of hell, governing the demonic legions as the head of the 72 greater spirits, with the power to literally erase the presence of someone from observation or existence. Some texts translate that power as invisibility, while others interpret it as the power of destruction that Baal has mastered to the point of being able to selectively erase a concept as he chooses, thus being able to destroy perception of one's existence when he so chooses to. I think that's why Baal was chosen as Kaneshiro's demon more than anything, as Kaneshiro's own manifestation of the perception filter was stronger than others to make the police forget he even existed, allowing him to act with impunity while being invisible to the criminal justice system. That's what I take away from this, at least. Though really, the difficulty of this fight is more based around Piggytron, as a bank, being a ridiculously tough enemy, it blasting us with fire which makes Yusuke completely worthless in this battle. Overleveling for this fight if you can manage to is also an asset, just due to the sheer armor thickness that gets in your way of actually smashing the bank. And sadly, no one in this crew thought to pack a hammer. So even staggering the mobile bank is a chore to even eject Baal Kaneshiro from the mech to beat him down fist to face. At least after we beat up his, literally named, thugs for hire. Huh. You know, in the last year I've ended up picking up every Ratchet & Clank game as stream fodder, and that joke hits differently now. Amusingly, Ryuji ends up having the right idea for a plan, and that the best way to break his momentum is to distract Kaneshiro with his own sin, as he'll chase any shiny thing that catches his eye, allowing us to deliver the final crushing blows we need to. Like the 2 previous palace rulers, they try, and fail, to shift the blame of their actions onto the victims they harmed. But it's always going to be a bullshit argument.
その青臭い正義感、意味あんのかね。やってる奴がもういるってのに。
もういる？
教えといてやるよ。パレスを使って好き放題してる奴が実際にいる。 そいつは現実で何が起きようがお構いなし。廃人化に精神暴走、何でもありだ。
それはまだらめのシャドウが言っていた。
And oh yes, this is where Kaneshiro spills the beans. Which again feeds into that theory about the conspiracy's assassin being behind Makoto's father's death to protect Kaneshiro, even though the timeline does not agree on that. As otherwise, if the conspiracy is not in any way behind Makoto's father's death, how would Kaneshiro in any way know about this? Yes, this is his shadow, but the shadow is only additionally aware of things related to the metaverse. His original self would need to be aware of their connection to the psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns to begin with. Regardless, Shadow Kaneshiro is sent back to his host Sans Distortion to change his heart, allowing us to leave with the treasure. The team take it back to LeBlanc, only to discover the treasure manifested as play money in a gold briefcase, representing how Kaneshiro's entire mental complex was built around building up himself as more important than he was. That's why he could never get enough, as no matter what he did, it would not change how tiny of a man he was.
Is this a joke? This money isn't worth the paper it's printed on.
On the contrary, every bison dollar will be worth 5 British pounds. For that is the exchange rate the Bank of England will set once I've kidnapped their queen.
But with Kaneshiro dealt with and the SU director literally calling the principal to finally show results, which themselves are presented on July 9th, with Kaneshiro's guilt finally falling upon him and him turning himself in, it leads to Makoto's final confrontation with Kobayakawa.
怪盗は正義である。書いた通りです。
怪盗が誰か分かったのか？
いいえ、見当も。ただ、前後の事実関係から彼らの主義主張には何ら落ち度はありません。したがって彼らを正義とみなし、調査を終了しました。
そんなはずがあるわけなかろう。
そんなはずがない。ならば、その証拠を見せていただけますか？
後輩が理事を務める大学にせっかくいい推薦の話があったんだが。
必要ありません。実力で勝負するつもりですから。失礼します。
Thus, Kobayakawa has nothing by which to satiate the demands of his superiors. And Makoto? Makoto is finally free.
返答はありません。怪盗団の動き、どう見ますか？
単純になすすべがないのでは。これまでの相手とは明らかに毛色が違いますから、無用な被害が出る前に早く素性を明かきですね。
With Kaneshiro's arrest, Sai's workload is slightly lightened, though it's to her own irritation as she'd spent years trying to build a case against him, only for the police she was working with to be absolutely no help to her. So for these Phantom Thieves to, from her perspective, convince him to turn himself in a day, that's infuriating. And to reiterate from last time, this acts as further evidence for the speculation that Kaneshiro was involved in their dad's death, as why else would Sai have spent years trying to build a case against a man who'd become invisible or even protected by the cops and was helping bankroll her bosses? They would have shut down her case, or if they knew of it, given it to a more senior prosecutor to look over. Hell, it makes more sense why no one she regularly worked with would be assisting in uncovering their activities if they themselves were involved in his immunity. Now, she frames it as the Kaneshiro case would have lined her up for a promotion, but that seems exceedingly nepotistic, especially because her bosses demand a 99% conviction rate from her in order for her to keep her job. So the fact she was being denied any assistance in actually building a case to begin with, no, that's Sai deflecting what actually made her mad about the whole situation. In that she wanted to be the one that brought him down, and the deflection is to disguise the envy she feels at what she ultimately failed to do. A completely logical place to be in, if Kaneshiro had been involved in killing their father. As such a crime lord being a cop killer, oh, that does change everything. But again, speculation. No official media has confirmed any of that. It's all just subtext making better sense of everything already provided, which, in my opinion, makes the story better. Plus, it would also explain one other thing that occurs here. But we are not ready to discuss that yet, so we shall be tabling it for now.
大衆の怪盗団への支持は感心しませんが、怪盗団の足取りに注目されて、例の世界が明るみに出る危険もありますし、実は彼の持ち込みで一つ使えそうな策がありましてね、直接対峙することなく怪盗団には自滅してもらうというものでして、廃人化の件を怪盗団の仕業に仕立て上げてやるんですよ。やはりそうでしたか。奴のアイデアにしては容赦がないなと。それにしても先生、これほど入念な策で潰しにかかるとは。
However, with all the time the group has taken to uncover and defeat Kaneshiro, the Phantom Thieves have all forgotten something. It's nearing the end of the first term of the school year, which in Japan runs from April through March in a 3-term structure, meaning they have exams coming up before they're let out of classes for the summer. Fortunately for the dumb ones in this group, not only is Ren a good student, in this lap at least, but Makoto is scholastically the top of the school, and she owes them as well for her selfish requests, this getting her to act as the tutor for the three having problems, leading to the exams going how one expects for a scripted event. The only thing that could possibly hope to save them is an unrealistic dose of luck, or rather, some fortune falling their way.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、運命のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
I tell a bit of a lie with that. Chihaya Mifune bears no standing on whether An and Ryuji actually pass or fail their classes. That's gonna be on them. I just found that a good segue into discussing her confidant here, as hers is another secondary confidant that acts as being pretty important in the grand scheme of accelerating progression in the game. Though coincidentally, I swear Chihaya's design is deliberately based on the witch from the 3rd episode of Lupin the Third Part 1. In Japanese, her role was originally portrayed by Miyu Matsuki, who recorded her lines for the game in the middle of 2015, just to show how long Persona 5 was in development before it released in early 2017 internationally, though admittedly the game first went on sale in Japan in late 2016. And we have that timeline for the game's development thanks to her as well, with the story being completed by the end of 2014, before the game's actual assets were constructed, as she needed to have recorded those lines that far in advance because Miyu Matsuki died in October of 2015 from lymphoma, over a year before the game actually released. In the animation and Royal, Chihaya was recast with Haruka Terui taking over the role. Haruka, more known as Yuki Yuna from Yuki Yuna as a Hero, as well as Shania from Xenoblade Chronicles 3, which is also the role subversion, as Chihaya falls into the trap of accepting the fate presented to her, while the normal characters Haruka portrays are ones that tend to punch fate in the face. We first encounter her amid the Kaneshiro storyline when we gain access to Shinjuku, her being a fortune-teller with her own tiny setup table, but from observation of her, she seems to actually be able to predict the path of people's lives.
出ました。マジかよ。
See? That is spooky. Unfortunately, despite the genuineness of Chihaya's abilities to divine fate, she is unfortunately naive, having fallen into the hands of a group of scam artists trying to use her to sell magic rocks, by proxy of her abilities making people have faith in the worthless trinkets to improve their circumstances over actually doing anything to improve their lot in life. The con artists are running a cult for the sole purpose of looting all the wealth they can from their marks, and in this case, leave the innocent Chihaya holding the bag because their marks are made to believe in her and her divining of fate. And this is again where some of the overt politics of the game are being made visible. But this is something that doesn't connect as such to foreigners, as Japan has a lot of cults. Like, a lot of cults. I do not underscore that. As of a report in 2022, there are over 2,000 organized groups classifiable as cults in the country, representing 10 to 20% of their population. And the grand majority of them are scams designed for the people that run them to loot people of their personal wealth while selling themselves as legitimate organizations. Other countries have this same problem to varying extents, but rarely are they allowed to name themselves as organized religions. Worse, because of many of these cults gaining the capital to influence and finance politicians, the government has been very anemic with regards to any attempts to curb their malice. This in part facilitated by former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe, as he was actually helped into office originally by several of these organizations in private funding him, which, when his connections were made more public, led to a man whose family was ruined by them to kill him in broad daylight as he had nothing left to lose. Do not get attached to cults. That's all I can say on the matter. And it's not like that man who killed Abe was the only victim acting out. Not all of these cults are so overt as to, say, be responsible for known terrorist incidents, such as the Aum Shinrikyo cults that in 1995 were responsible for attacking the Tokyo subway network with sarin gas, or facilitated other known criminal activity beyond just swindling their members' money. A lot of them these days, thanks to the effectiveness of Shinzo Abe in facilitating their interests, spend their time funneling money into political operations to maintain their scam, them donating heavily to the conservative-controlled legislature, and that does a lot to maintain their power. So actually getting legislation on the floor to abolish these abuses is just not happening. Not helped by the cult members endorsing their mandates because they've been manipulated into believing subjective opinions as objective truths. And Japan's traditionalist values of ritual patterns, conformity, emotional isolation, and cognitive dissonance to always benefit a group over oneself, alongside the normalization of extremist expectations as just part of normal woke culture, yeah, all of that is a breeding ground for suckering one into a cult, as they offer an alternative that puts one's mind at ease regarding their standing in the world, when an individual inevitably is burned out from all of that. In Persona 5, all of these socio-cultural problems are also what the palaces take advantage of to indoctrinate those trapped by their influence. And thus Chihaya's story shows that what keeps being done to people due to supernatural causes can as much have a mundane source where someone is suckered into acting against their own best interests in exchange for just a little bit of comfort, never realizing the costs such comfort come at. This is something that can affect anyone and everyone. It's not just things that require a grand massive cult either, just enough veneer of legitimacy for them to steal from you. And it's not a weakness to realize you were fooled by them, as you are the victim. But there reaches a point where someone stops being a victim and then acts as an enabler. And that happens when they know what these con artists and cults truly are, and yet don't care, so continue their support, because it gives them some advantage over others, or moves forward their own agenda, even if they know their abusers don't give a damn about them. For at that point, they have become part of the problem, and that is when you can't help them anymore. Fortunately, Chihaya is nowhere near that point. She knows what the scammers are doing is wrong, but she's in a bad position herself and is being taken advantage of because she's a girl from a remote mountain village used to just obeying without thought that's now living in a big city, and she is one of the easiest marks these monsters could make. Chihaya in the past made to believe that the fates she sees cannot be changed, that including her own, because every time she sees someone's future and tells them, they keep acting in ways that make such warnings into self-fulfilling prophecies they then come to blame her for. Example in why she left her mountain village being with how people got fed up with her predicting disasters that saved their lives, to just show how ungrateful they were. And to begin her confidant bond, we have to intercede on another such case, getting the name of an abusive boyfriend of one of Chihaya's regulars who refuses to listen to her warnings and change his heart. Over time, I came to view the problem Chihaya has to do with how she's terrible at persuading people to make informed decisions. I feel it's a consequence of her power, though while she can see a probable future, it prevents her from considering possible ways to avert them, and not helped by her upbringing, which has made her defer to people who seem to know better, but actually don't. But because of Ren's power of rebellion allowing him the capacity to sever the chains of fate, Chihaya becomes more open to the possibility that fate can be changed if someone is educated on the right step to take, or getting help in doing what one cannot do alone. But that's what starts to aggravate Chihaya's handlers, as a defined fate for a person is predictable, and con artists can milk that by selling them solutions, just not the ones they need. But once they begin to resolve them on their own, the con men lose that leverage, and thus expose how malicious they are. Such being the case with Chihaya's benefactor, as even as we begin to wake her up to new possibilities, the chairman of the cult that's using her, Fukurai, is exploiting her as a means to sell their worthless trinkets and luck charms at a premium, to act as wards to bad fates and indoctrinate them to their causes as an endless money machine. And if she doesn't, she'll just make her pay instead, thus entrapping her to be damned if she does and damned if she doesn't. But that doesn't happen because Ren woke her up to the means by which futures can be changed, by fighting for the ones you want to have, no matter the adversity. She begins to investigate Fukurai's organization herself, only for what she uncovers to scare her as they're actually drugging people into hypnotic states to rob them, leading her to request we change his hearts. And from doing so we learn that Fukurai was himself abused in the same way he has Chihaya, scammed from the moment he moved into the city from a small village, and ever since he's never stopped trying to get even, by passing on down the same sin he was victim to. Once again, you stop being a victim and instead act as an enabler to a malicious system the second you begin to actively support a cycle of abuse. His origin does not justify his actions, just make them all the more evil. But with his heart changed, Chihaya is free, and with her eyes opened and a bit more spine behind her, she can be allowed to continue doing her part in warning people of mistakes they may make to possibly work towards their own best destiny. Which is where Chihaya's role as a confidant comes in, as she is the game's own built-in cheat code. By ranking up her confidant, you get advancement bonuses to Ren's social stats, money gain, and even progression with the other confidants. If you've not spent enough time interacting with a cast member by which to flag their next rank up, then buying a fortune from Chihaya can permit you bonus affection with them, enough to be able to skip the affection event and reach the next rank up. This becomes outright required late in the game with the characters you have the least amount of time with in order to complete their blood oaths and confirm they will not betray you, all in order to avoid the worst ending. Hell, achieving a blood oath with her lets you see the options in the dialogue system that allow you affection bonuses from cast member interactions. Though these days those can be found in play guides, but the thought does count. In this respect, Chihaya becomes representative of the Shirley finette of this game, despite bearing few commonalities with the character beyond her general naivete, and admittedly some of those signs also being seen of Sumi in the royal content. But by thematic and story role, well again, Shirley was a character whose fate became save the cheerleader, save the world, as their death defined the breaking of Lelouch's resolve that led to his own self-destructive suicide spiral. But defiance of that fate is exemplified in Super Robot Wars Z, permitted happier possibilities to be showcased. For by showing Chihaya fate can be changed, and helping her avoid her black fate, does she allow Ren's own to be altered through granting him the time to do it. Though for similar reasons to Shirley, Chihaya as a paramour doesn't really click with me, as despite her experiences, she still comes off as someone that can't really handle the life Ren lives as a phantom thief, so is just better off being a friend.
化け物とか巫女とかもう揺らいだりしません。私は単なる占い師。心が弱ってる方々にアドバイスするんです。運命に流されず信念を持って新しい未来を切り開けるように。それが私が決めた私の運命です。次はあなたが喋る番ですよ。あなたの信念。いえ、怪盗の信念は何なんでしょう。大丈夫、誰にも言いませんよ。でもいいんです。あなたの正体が何であっても、これからもあなたがいてくれれば私は私自身であり続けられると思うんです。だからいいんです。我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、運命の究極なる非王に目覚めたり、無尽の力を汝に与えん。ただ怪盗団の運命がなんだか怪しいんですよ。アルカナが微妙な配置。行き先は天国とも地獄とも取れるような。
So yeah, as Chihaya is at the point of these exams, all she would have been able to tell Ryuji and An would be that they were completely screwed, which would have done nothing but demoralize them from studying by which to potentially change that. But thanks to there being two geniuses in the group, they at least have a chance. With Sojiro being called away from the coffee shop on an errand for his adopted daughter, and the focus of the next arc of the game. The palace victim and Hikomori Futaba Sakura, a younger girl who has retreated from the world following the death of her mother 2 years before the events of the game even began. And assuming we have the timeline of events correct, it's very likely Wakaba was the first victim of the conspiracy to be killed through the metaverse. At least of the ones we know about. For after the team's exams are over and the group are let out of classes for summer break, and subsequently they try and go to see the summer fireworks, only for that to be ruined by a storm, causing them to briefly cross paths with Haru, who is being watched over by a large swath of guards. More relevant for later than here to show how much of a cage she's being trapped in, Ren and company return to Cafe LeBlanc to find Sai harassing Sojiro and threatening to extort him to get what she wants out of him. Not like that! Though what she's after does pertain to Futaba, and the greater case Sai is working around the psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns. For Futaba's mother, Wakaba Ishiki, was a researcher into cognitive science. Such is a fake science discipline focused around psychic phenomena that affect perception and cognition. Or, in other terms, Wakaba was researching the metaverse, manifestations of shadows, and how their manipulation can impact a real person. One wonders how she would have done this without, say, a test subject able to interact with the metaverse to begin with. But considering organizations like the Nanjo and Kirijo groups introduced in the earlier Persona games know of and likewise studied shadows themselves, then an independent researcher doing the same is not so far-fetched in the grand scheme of this setting. However, all of her research went missing immediately after she died, and that is what Sai is after, as she believes that may be key in cracking the case regarding the breakdowns. And she thinks Sojiro has it, so is threatening him with the loss of custody of Futaba, and for that matter Ren as well, as being deemed unsuitable for one will invalidate the other, that all being why Sojiro has acted as a no-nonsense guardian for Ren. He refuses to put Futaba at risk, as she's all he has left of the woman he loved. Now, because the last several videos of this review series have gone so long, I'm summarizing more of this down than I probably should. But the bottom line of this is that despite Sojiro's affections for Wakaba, it was never mutual. Him accepting she would only ever see him as her closest friend. Whoever Wakaba actually conceived Futaba with is never stated, and she raised her daughter alone, albeit with a bit of help from Sojiro along the way. But following the circumstances of Wakaba's death, Futaba was berated, beaten, and starved by her actual relatives that led to her retreating from the world, throwing up psychological blockades to everyone and everything around herself, ones not even Sojiro has been able to heal. But despite the evidence of abuse piling up, Sojiro was only able to get custody awarded to himself after he exhausted all of his finances just to pay off Futaba's relatives. He loved Wakaba that much, and cares about Futaba so deeply even though he's not her biological father, that no matter the personal cost, he refuses to abandon her. But it may not be up to him much longer, as Futaba isn't getting better and her palace has only gotten worse, to the point she's outright hallucinating. Though this also begs the question of whether these are actually hallucinations to begin with, or her palace has gained that much power that it is beginning to distort reality around her. Thus, what Sai is threatening Sojiro with is sicking Japan's child welfare service on him, which would lead them to remove her from his care due to the deterioration of Futaba's mental state, if he does not give Sai what she wants. And the child welfare service is not considered a laughing matter in Japan. Hell, they've actually gotten more strict and aggressive past the release of the original Persona 5, following an event in 2018 where a 5-year-old girl died from neglect and malnutrition after her parents were already under watch from the department and had their child removed from their home multiple times before. But the caseworkers didn't push aggressively enough due to their workloads to advocate for the child's permanent relocation. And to go back to what we discussed in part 2 of these videos of victims in Japan needing to make a statement for their abusers to be charged, yeah, the little girl had been begging the authorities to not send her back to her parents. But the entire department had just become so overwhelmed dealing with hundreds of thousands of cases of child abuse at the time, an excessive increase in their workload the department had never been designed to manage, that this one girl fell through the cracks, if not more, that weren't reported on. It was such an oversighted failure of the system that, thanks to the birth rate declines of the country already, there was nonpartisan agreement that rushed through legislation to increase the legal powers of the department as well as doubling their workforce to prevent further incidents from occurring. I can't say to the context of whether any more have failed, but there was at least a concerned effort to actually prevent more of them. And with that context, it just continues to show how on point the socio-cultural political commentary actually is with this game. As with the department's overworked workload at the time, as this was said in 2016, once more, do you think they'd actually bother to investigate when it's a prosecutor asking them to look into this? No, Futaba would be taken, and he'd never get her back before Futaba would kill herself. But Sojiro can't give in to Sai's demands, because he doesn't have Wakaba's research. Who does? Who do you think at this point? Members of the conspiracy stole it after orchestrating Wakaba's murder. Thus, what Sai wants, her bosses already have, and have been using to facilitate their schemes. Hell, for all we know, Wakaba's research might have led them to learning how to use cognitive and psychological distortions to create palaces to begin with.
あなたが追う事件と怪盗の行為、重なる部分はありませんか？
根拠は？
すべての事件に共通する当事者の不可解な心変わりです。
それは私も睨んでる。だけど根拠じゃないでしょ。
愛人家の被害者の娘を引き取ったという男から有益な情報は得られたんですか？
さっぱりよ。
そうですか。では僕は勝利のために何をしましょう？
怪盗団、徹底的によろしく。勝つためなら手段は問わない。それが私の流儀だから。
For as we learn over the course of the arc, well, I've already said it, Futaba is herself a palace ruler. But unlike the other ones, the perception filter effect is being used against its own ruler. It is what made it so child welfare services overlooked her family's abuse of her and normalized her damaged psychological state as something she herself was to blame for, all being framed as the consequence of Wakaba's death, as at Wakaba's funeral a government official walked in and read aloud a suicide note, one that indicted Futaba for Wakaba's decision to destroy her research and throw herself into traffic, when she was out with Futaba, who had a front row seat to her dying. This in turn broke Futaba and caused her palace to form, and the palace itself is preventing her trauma from healing, actually making it worse and worse over time as she's forced by the palace to relive it, because the sin Futaba's palace formed around was wrath, the palace itself acting to bury her under the weight of guilt, hate, and self-loathing she'd made to inflict on herself and can never escape, because she is not allowed to ever leave that moment. This entire scenario to me acted as just more evidence of the palaces not being naturally occurring, but artificially created, as, due to the terms under which they form, why would someone turn a sin such as wrath on themselves, as opposed to lashing out more and more aggressively to those who wrongfully accused and harmed her, as there is such a thing as retaliation in excess, which, under normal circumstances, would be wrath's wheelhouse, if it were not for wrath like is depicted here, not being something that is covered by self-loathing. As in that alignment of deadly sins, self-loathing is covered under sloth and despair, not wrath. Thus, she is not inflicting this upon herself. But when you put it in the terms of this was done to her, as part of the cover-up of her mother's murder, and thus creating means by which to once again shift the blame and distract from the circumstances, it makes a lot more sense. As over the course of saving Futaba from the palace, we do learn that Wakaba had completed her research and was about to spend time with her daughter that she hadn't been to in the midst of her work, which refutes outright what the forged suicide note says. Though again, because of the timing of Wakaba's death, this was before anyone outside of the conspiracy would have known what a mental shutdown was for it to even be seen as part of a pattern. Hell, there would have been no reason for them to even go back and retroactively consider it as a mental shutdown. This is even further presented by how Futaba's shadow itself is not distorted nor gaining power and influence from the palace. It's actually attempting to rebel against the distortion. But its grip on Futaba's psyche is so strong, the real Futaba can't shake it off. If this was supposed to be naturally occurring, then the shadow would be torturing their true self, and not need another existence in the palace to torment her. But such a distortion being an invader externally triggered and injected, and Futaba knowing so strongly she wasn't to blame to psychologically resist the influence even when she was emotionally devastated, yeah, no, the palace is there to destroy the first and last person that would in any way seek to uncover the truth of the conspiracy's actions. And the stronger her palace grows over time, the more it tortures her, making her think she deserves it. And while the conspiracy couldn't have known that Futaba is in fact a skilled hacker to even consider her a risk to them, her possibility even developing that skill set from the start in an attempt to find out the truth of what happened to her mom, the possibility that someone would listen and investigate, is something they needed to prevent to start with. And thus, that's why Futaba once more fits the pattern of the palace rulers all being those impacted by the conspiracy's actions. And they've already nearly succeeded in that goal of silencing her. She's at a critical inflection point where her own neuroses have driven her into her own tomb, preventing her from being able to ask others for help for her own sake, as she doesn't feel she deserves it anymore, requiring her to set up her own forms of surveillance when she can sneak around unnoticed, and she has done so to Café LeBlanc, allowing her to learn of the Phantom Thieves due to her monitoring of Ren's activities. Not like that. At least as of yet. I mean, if you consider her a Paramore option later, she could probably spy like that, but that's a bit creepy, even for her. But also why she only contacts them now for help is she was watching when Sojiro had his confrontation with Sai to know that were she taken, it would utterly destroy Sojiro. And regardless of what the distortion is making her think of herself and its role in driving herself to her own death, she can't do that to him. It's why she's held on for as long as she has. For while they are not related by blood, he is her father in every way that matters. Thus, the only option. Hack the phones of the Phantom Thieves, play act as a villain threatening to expose them, and get them to change her heart. Done that way, simply because she doesn't feel like she deserves the kindness of receiving help by even asking for it. Now, this next part of the story is something that confuses several people due to the way it is presented, resulting in players getting the wrong idea, and now helped once again by the localization. And those events are the conspiracy, through one of their members being the head of an intelligence technology company, uses the alias of Medjed to publicly challenge the Phantom Thieves, trying to get them to work for them in the name of justice, or so destroy their reputation that they won't be a threat anymore as, of course, an anonymous hacker. They're not going to be able to do anything to change his heart, as the one performing the task really doesn't have a source of distortion. Why this confuses people, however, is Futaba is also Medjed, but not the Medjed that is calling them out. There are two different hackers trying to get the thieves' attention with connections to the name, as Medjed is a hacker collective alias not belonging to any one person. Or at least it doesn't anymore. Futaba was the original Medjed and operated for a time as a white hat hacker. Basically an activist bringing to light crimes and corruption, but she abandoned that identity as her palace-caused psychoses became worse, leading to others taking it up. Medjed under Futaba was originally intended to be similar to the hacker activist group Anonymous, the group even using similar catchphrases. But much like with Anonymous, for when it has been co-opted for openly criminal acts and not just to expose the corrupt, a group operating under an alias can have their intentions completely waylaid by a single malicious man taking and defaming that name, and you can't tell who was using it for any given incident they're involved in.
じゃあ君たちはメジエドに狙われていた間、全く別人を相手にしていたの？ならどうしてメジエドは？でも桜家の事情の話は検察の調べとおおむね一致してる。
Futaba instead contacts the thieves through the alias of Alibaba, from the folktale Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, which is meant to dissociate her from it, but the writing of the game, at least in the localization, obfuscates the reality that they're different people. Thus, some have explicitly claimed in the fandom that it was ridiculous for Futaba to antagonize the thieves twice and then make a big deal out of disarming her own hacktivist group, when that is in no way, shape, or form what actually happened. Hell, we meet the shadow of the IT president who was the Medjed antagonizing us later when we actually assault the head of the conspiracy. Two completely different people are involved in this, and one is needed to counter the malice of the other. Now, this will be one of the few times I will in any way praise the garbage adaptation that is Persona 5 the animation, and actually doing a lot to clarify this point. Showing on screen in shadow that specific IT head acting as Medjed during the anime's adaptation of this arc, acting as counterpoint to Futaba's own setup in them doing this. Which makes sense as this man is her personal long-form antagonist. Not in the sense that he is the cause of her suffering. Oh no, that's the two that caused her mother's death, forced a suicide note, and planted the palace that's tormented her in her head. But that IT head is the one who hacked Wakaba's computer, stole her research for the conspiracy, and wiped all evidence of it existing, which caused Futaba's extended family to abuse her in consequence. All for him to be rewarded with the position he now holds at his company and his status as confidant in the conspiracy. He is the one Futaba has been trying to find to prove her mother didn't kill herself and was murdered. And like the others, he is taunting her by dangling exactly what she's after in front of her face, and using the identity she created in order to do it. Now, initially the thieves write off both of these hackers of being any concern, Because they operate in the metaverse, there's little tangible evidence they leave behind by which for a hacker to track them down in the real world. The problem, of course, being the conspiracy through the Black Masked Assassin already knows who they are. And because Persona users don't have a shadow that lives in the metaverse, they cannot just kill them with a mental shutdown. Thus is trying to dispose of them through other means, or spook them enough so they will not interfere with their grand scheme, due to them already destroying 3 of the palaces and means of control they put in place, which disrupts all their other operations to cause civil unrest through the psychological breakdowns and other distorted individuals like we've been seeing and correcting already throughout the game. What changes things, however, is the man using the MedGen name escalating things and hacking broadcasts to threaten the country that if the thieves do not turn themselves in, they'll launch a mass hacking attack that will crash Japan's economy. Thus, they need Futaba's help to prevent that due to all the people that will harm. And the entire thing is itself a ploy by the conspiracy to force the thieves to act. Of course, they were never going to crash the economy, as that would then cause so much chaos they'd never be able to control the uproar. It was merely a false flag operation to try and get them what they wanted, any form of response at all. And also, to distract them from their real goal. But even getting to the point of reaching Futaba's palace so she will help them is an uphill battle, simply due to all the defenses Futaba has put up to isolate herself from anyone that could harm her. Thus, even as she in her own way is begging for help, she's too terrified to even reach out and take that first step, which she needs to do in order to finally get better. And throughout all of this, again as I'm using the Japanese audio track, voice actress Aoi Yuki is absolutely nailing every element of this portrayal, some of this carrying over from the demands of her prior roles. In particular, Madoka Kaname from Madoka Magica, but especially the moments flashing back to the emotional devastation simmering under the surface of Hibiki Tachibana in Symphogear. It actively shows her range and contrast against the more chipper and upbeat characters she tends to play, but also often don't show themselves as the most intelligent. Whereas Futaba? Yeah, she's a super genius with a mischievous snarky streak that just isn't allowed to show itself until after we help heal her heart and mind. But this is where I feel the English dub of the game was the most poorly handled, due to Erika Lindbeck just not portraying these aspects of the character when she voiced the role, taking the deadpan of the deadpan snarker and making it ring throughout her performances as the most prevalent trait. Again, I feel this is as much a directorial problem as anything, but the nuance, the vocal tics, the warble of Futaba's voice when she's affected by the palace, and the moments of aggression when people mess with her things, it's all just too divergent from the basis for the character Aoi provides to call it a good performance by comparison. However, as opposed to what I brought up such with the divergent portrayal for Ryuji and Makoto, where I feel the English dub undermined the characterization, but I do not consider such intentional, this matter with respect to Futaba has only been further muddied by Erika's own statements about why her performance is this way, as she came to be of the personal opinion that Futaba was autistic, and she believed her portrayal acted to reflect the mannerisms of someone with autism. And I am not the right person to speak on matters of autism spectrum disorders. So, I looked up a swarm of medical papers on the matter to try and give myself some level of education and consulted actual autistic individuals for this next section. But at the end of the day, I just kept feeling unqualified to speak on the matter as I myself am not on the autistic spectrum. I have family that does, friends that do, my roommates are, and seeing the various ways theirs have manifested which they live with, so I do have personal experience with those on the spectrum. But that still doesn't give me standing to be any authority on it, which is best left to those who are. There's your disclaimer warning for this entire next section. And hey, a lot of people aren't qualified to do so, as autism can be expressed differently, so one's singular experience is not representative of everyone who has it. The reality is the condition can vary wildly, so what is an expression of it in some is not necessarily that for others. And not helped by when various individuals learned about it either, as what the definition of and what constituted autism has changed a lot over the past 20 years. So the definition that people my age and older may have been taught is completely invalid now, which is part of what makes the assertion problematic. Different people have different takes on it that don't necessarily reflect what autism actually is, and base it more on personality traits and quirks instead of on behaviors and the ways in which individuals process information. And not helped either by works of fiction literally writing characters to bear certain traits, so authorial intent and the context of the story in which they're included beyond just the characters themselves is also a factor in such considerations. And fictional characters who are not implicitly defined by their creators consequently cannot be diagnosed by a medical professional to determine whether one definitively is or is not because of their very nature as fictional characters. And even deliberate attempts at portraying someone like that can sometimes fall short of what was needed to be depicted because it can end up treated as a character trait and not founded on one's behaviors. Or those behaviors themselves are indicative of a different medical or psychological condition that itself may have nothing to do with autism. Or, at absolute worst, it can be caused to justify indefensible behaviors by or to a given character, which we do not accept. Now, fortunately, I can sidestep the majority of this matter that I am unqualified to speak on by bringing up how this perception is the consequence of details made absent in localization, which explicitly said what Futaba is suffering from, which ended up in conflict with Erika's assertion. Yes, again, and I am serious about this and intending to present this in good faith, and ran this by actual ASD individuals. For you see, the reason I keep giving the localization flack is in its unnecessary changes, it keeps omitting or altering essential need-to-know information required to depict the story and characters correctly, which you only start to see when you play the game with the Japanese audio. And that is something localizations are not supposed to do if you want to be considered a good one. Again, we don't go off on rephrasing something so it flows better in English but means the same thing. We have hostility towards when the content gets misrepresented because of a loss of context when the original script gets disregarded instead of rephrased. And the context loss this time actually pertains to the true name of the conspiracy that is the antagonist of the Persona 5 games and how their actions affected their victims. That name being the antisocial force. This name was never included in any English media. Admittedly, the title for them was not used inside of the game's storyline themselves until Persona 5 Strikers, but it was used in supplementary material outside of the games before that point. And yet, that name still didn't make it into the English version of Strikers either, as the dialogue that gave the group that name was entirely cut from the localization. So yes, it is still valid to say this was a mistake on the localization's part, as they deliberately acted to omit it. And this is relevant to this specific discussion because of why they are named that. The antisocial force was given that title because of the specific actions their metaverse agent took to change the cognition of their victims, and the victims of those victims. At least when they didn't just kill the shadow to cause a mental shutdown. Regardless of whether such resulted in a psychotic breakdown or the formation of a palace, or they became host to a distortion as a result of exposure to a palace, they are the result of them being infected by a condition which manifests as an antisocial personality disorder in order to benefit the heads and backers of this conspiracy. And antisocial personality disorders are not the same thing as autism spectrum disorders. Their diagnosis is similar, and it is based from behaviors, not personality traits, but autism is a developmental issue, representing someone having difficulties throughout their lives processing differing forms of information and the learning that would result. Whereas antisocial issues are consequences of experiences and trauma, or a deliberate self-deceptive choice made that the perpetrator is deluded into thinking they have the self-aggrandizing, self-righteous authority to do whatever they want with impunity. This is not something they have throughout their lives or is a consequence of their development, but it's more of a mental block which results in similar difficulties as those on the spectrum. but possesses an external trigger or level of irrationality for why such begins. And treating antisocial issues the same as one would autism can end up being offensive towards those in either grouping, as it misrepresents what their actual conditions are. Which is actually why I felt like I could talk about this, as I have some antisocial problems, my social anxiety being the biggest one of them. And they're treated in entirely separate ways from how one would manage autism. But the confusion over the two is responsible for a large amount of the misconceptions that revolve around the other, resulting in why the diagnosis and definitions were divorced from one another 20 years ago. And yet the errors about them continue. Hell, there's this whole controversy in Japan over the term Jiheisho, which literally translates as social withdrawal condition, and it being used improperly to describe, diagnose, and being improperly translated as autism, and that creating such negative cultural stigma towards actually autistic individuals that it took a manga called With the Light to demystify and divorce the actual disorder from antisocial issues. The book succeeded so well in the 2000s, it's actually what got the medical definition of Jiheisho changed to prevent this from reoccurring, this whole incident catching on internationally and leading to ASD becoming the popular name for the diagnosis. Only for Japanese to English translators not to get the memo about Jiheisho, as they sometimes still use it, which continues to make understanding this harder. Admittedly, those originally diagnosed as such still use the term, but because the two groupings of conditions are no longer associated with one another, it has led to better recognition of symptoms and treatments and reduced stigmatization of such. It's just idiots that keep treating them as the same. Another such misconception being that autism is in any way a curable disease, because an antisocial behavior that is similar to autism can be treated, when that is not the case. Antisocial issues are sometimes curable and correctable, as they have an external cause, some experience they had which triggered their responses. Thus why, in this consideration about Futaba, she more leans towards having such, as we do correct most of her trauma-born ones over the course of both her chapter of the game and her Confidant arc, so she can be a functional person in society again, with the remainder of her quirks and neuroses that get cited consequential of personality traits, not necessarily behaviorally born ones. As otherwise, well, to characterize Futaba's problems and even Palace as consequences of her bearing autism, as Erika claims her story is allegorical to or representative of, well, on top of just ignoring the literal text of the game and it saying what the problem is, that being her being traumatized by being a witness to her mother's death, and then abused by her family members before her Palace fully kicked in, then you have the knock-on effect when looked at macroscopically to the rest of the game beyond just her. And the game making it explicit later that all of these incidents with Palace formations are all ones the victims are infected by, when autism is not a disease. And by us stealing the hearts of the distortion to destroy them and correct the operator's behavioral issues, it by this allegory thus claims that there is a cure to a developmental issue, which has long been asserted by autism advocates far more educated on the matter than myself, that such is an offensive context to put such in.
Okay, but that's worse. I mean, you do get how that's worse, right?
Now, I don't know Erika Lindbeck myself, so I have no reason to believe she has made such proclamations maliciously to cover for the weaknesses in her portrayal, or advocating her views on the character she plays in anything other than good faith. But the game series makes clear that the distortions we are dealing with are all manifestations of antisocial issues. Or at least, it did originally, which the localization did not properly reflect. As I started with on this, she may have very well been operating, as many people do, on an outdated perception of what autism is when divorced from antisocial personality disorders. All I can say to hopefully conclude this several minutes of awkwardness is, 1. The group Autism Speaks is a hate group that cons the unknowing into having claims of legitimacy, does not help actual autistic individuals, and continues to spread false information about the disorder to further stigmatize it to the masses, so do not trust any information you may get from that group. And 2. There's actually a better candidate than Futaba among the cast for someone that may potentially be on the autism spectrum to have that representation if one so desires. Yusuke. Well, once more, I am not a proper authority on the matter and believe that proper claims to such should be left to a doctor's diagnosis. I say this because throughout his events in the game, Yusuke exhibits signs of bearing problems with object permanence, the understanding that an object only functions as an object in a specifically given form. My stepbrother possesses autism and struggled with object permanence the most out of his respective symptoms as a child, resulting in him smashing all of his and my toys that I kept at my dad's place until the point I only ever left Legos there so he couldn't destroy anything irreparably. And one of the things Yusuke does in Persona 5 is mangle Futaba's Featherman figures into, well, this. As this and some of Yusuke's other acts are things my stepbrother did that was claimed to be a consequence of his autism, that is a sign to me that Yusuke may have such, which does not conflict with the palace stuff like it does Futaba, or act as consequence of Madarame's raising of Yusuke to explain away such oddities, as Madarame only became overtly abusive in the last couple years when he was infected with his palace, thus lacked active malice during Yusuke's key developmental years to be responsible for all of these oddities. I certainly consider it a valid possibility with him. Though even then, with Erika's viewpoint of Futaba, when just considering solely Erika's performance, well, regardless of justification, it's hard to think of it as a good one. Every individual I know who is on the autistic spectrum is more emotive in their respective tones of voice than Erika portrayed in her voice for Futaba, where even when her voice was raised to yell, it felt either flat or out of tone with the situation. I feel like I inflect and emote more than she did in this role. So once again, I find her doing better work elsewhere than she did here and in the other Persona 5 related media. I really only wanted to critique her performance and have that be the end of it, since it is just so different to Aoyuki's and not in ways I found positive. But if I didn't bring this all up, I was certain the comments would just swarm me over this. But as a consequence of the portrayal being so off the mark, even before Erika made her opinions about her views on the character clear, unfortunately the toxic side of Persona's fandom took away from this that Futaba's just being a selfish brat and utterly ignored the actual psychological damage that has to be addressed, which is as far as you can get from what her portrayal was supposed to be. If you want an actual bitchy, bratty character from Aoyuki, well, that would be Tatsumaki the Tornado of Terror. Or if you want the sadistic sociopath, that'd be Tanya von Durgachaff. Aoyuki's developed an excessively diverse list of characters over the last decade. Very impressive for a woman who started her acting career as a victim of the weak in Gingaman. And all thanks to the immense vocal versatility she's showcased in how she does emote with her roles.
お祭りデートしてもらっちゃいいわよね。時間かけて夏祭りを楽しみましょう。あ、もちろん。ふたりきりでね。
And thus we get to her palace, which is one gigantic tomb out deep in a desert of nothing, and representative of how deeply she has chosen to isolate herself. And because Futaba's shadow isn't the ruler, it actively helps us through the winding maze her mind has become to disable the traps, and lead us to the decaying relics. Us literally having to piece back together the murals of Futaba's distorted consciousness to reaffirm what she believes to be true, and undo the lies the distortion has forced upon her. It actually taking until the actual distortion infesting her mind notices we're trying to fix it, and hijacks her shadow for the group to actually enter their Phantom Thief forms, since those only manifest in the metaverse when we are recognized as an enemy of a palace ruler. And Shadow Futaba herself recognizes us only as friends and allies when she's not forced to obey the whims of the unnatural invasive distortion. This is part of why, at least to me, this makes Futaba's phallus appropriately one of the more difficult to traverse, as it's not down to game mechanics trying to screw us over. It is for more important thematic reasons, as not only is Futaba's psyche trying to actively protect itself, the threat to her psyche, i.e. the distortion that even manifests the palace, is still trying to infect and destroy her, and she's been fighting it off all this time. But she's losing. That's why her mind more and more resembles a rotting tomb. This is plainly obvious, except to apparently the Phantom Thieves themselves, who just proceed to blame Ryuji anytime he voices his frustrations with this palace on behalf of the audience. For suddenly out of nowhere it gets harder as them talking draws the attention of the actual incarnation of wrath in this realm. I did not exaggerate when I said this game wrongfully makes Ryuji the butt monkey throughout it. I was sick of it before we even completed Kamoshida's palace, and is beyond unwelcome here. Especially, again, as we have worse offenders in the fucking cast.
今はやめといた方がいいんじゃね。昔ひでえ目にあったっぽいし。
そうね。死ぬなんて言ってたし。
待って。双葉ちゃん、お母さんは本当にあなたが殺したの？あんたの口から本当のことが聞きたい。
バカ、お前。
The challenge of the tomb does have some benefits, as it encourages regularly swapping party members and persona to get one's best advantages of the things down here, and consequently work on learning new game mechanics. Specifically... Showtimes are new additions to Royal, unlocked from our contact and interactions with Jose in the metaverse, giving us a Lucky Star key item, which grants us their powers. Such being cutaway team non-sequitur attacks used by two members of the Thieves that can deal as much damage as an all-out attack, them only requiring one of the members of it be on the field, with by the end of the game you unlocking a total of 8 of them. I kinda wish they'd made more so everyone could have a proper team-up attack, but I get it being hard to have a coherent theme to them. The showtimes have numerous trigger conditions, being a baton pass, loss of health, a critical injury, or even potentially a status ailment. It doesn't matter either which side of the fight these occur on. Either can trigger such events, as long as you've unlocked them, so you see them more frequently as the game moves on. At the time we're hunting through Futaba's tomb, though, we've got access to 3, Morgana and Ann's, Ryuji and Yusuke's, and Makoto and Ryuji's. And it's a nice reward when we do get the chance to trigger them. Unfortunately, the last defense of Futaba's palace is one we can't break through, as it's based around that same cognitive lock that Madarame had, of a domain to them so absolute they control all entry, meaning we have to convince Futaba to open the door herself, for us to be able to save her. Even her shadow getting in on this, using the palace's own forced-upon hallucinations to force her to accept their outstretched hand, and stop hiding in both the metaphorical and literal closet. Alas, Symphogear XV was a few years away from debuting, so Hibiki hadn't yet had the opportunity to confess to Miku yet. What, I'm behind on making deliberate actor illusion jokes. She is such a dork. I cannot believe people hate on this shut-in tech gremlin. From this, though, and knowing that door was the final barrier, they give her the triggering calling card to manifest her distortion.
Sakura Futaba wa taizai o okashita. Yotte wareware ga sono yuganda yokubou o nekosogi ubai toru.
Yeah, this is another point where I have to call out the localization again, as this is a big, big fuck-up. As if you paid attention to the line, Taizai Okashita translates as Great Sin, but the calling card does not specifically state what that sin was. That line of sloth was added by the translators, and it is completely wrong. This is a perfect textbook example of an unnecessary localization change that does nothing but damage one's understanding of the underlying story, and that shit needs to stop, as there is a completely different character and antagonist in this that represents the sin of sloth. Futaba's is wrath. Though as we get back inside the palace and reach the treasure chamber, we learn that the distortion this time is not the treasure. It is instead the monster that has been tormenting Futaba, and why she needs to bear that specific sin. For the true ruler of the Palace of Wrath has manifested itself in the form of a vengeful Wakaba Ishiki. Unfortunately, we can't do a damn thing to it due to its continued free manipulation of the palace. Only one person can truly confront this sin within Futaba. And fortunately, as said before, the MetaNav app spreads like a virus. Futaba having obtained it earlier, and learned from her observations how to use it, entering her own palace and finding her shadow, who walks her through the events of her mother's death again, but reminding her of what she had missed in her shock, the thing the distortion had been trying to bury, but Futaba's shadow had desperately clung onto in order to resist the distortion's possession, and that being nothing more than the truth she knew inside all along.
お母さん、こう言った。もうすぐ研究が終わる。終わったら、双葉の好きなところに連れて行くわ。双葉、ずっと一人にさせてごめんね。でも、本当に大事な研究だから、分かって、命をかけて研究を完成させなければいけないの。お前は嫌われていたのか。違う。
さくら双葉、思い出せ。
自殺したのはお前のせい。研究を邪魔したから。
なぜ自殺だと思った？
遺書。
そうだ、黒い服の大人に見せられた遺書だ。何が書いてあった？
私への恨み。
お前は辛くてショックで目をそらした。だが黒い服の大人は永遠と読み上げた。大勢の親戚の前で。よく考えろ。あの遺書は本物か、本当に大好きだったお母さんが書いたのか。あんなひどいこと一度でも言われたか。
ない。私がわがまま言った時は怒られたけど優しかった。
ならばあの遺書は
真っ赤な偽物だ。
お前は利用されたんだ。遺書を捏造し、死をなすりつけ、幼い心を傷つけ踏みにじった。怒れ、クズみたいな大人を許すな。
私が自分自身とお母さんの死とちゃんと向き合わなかったせい。なんで私あんなこと言われなきゃならなかったの？
お前を否定する者は幻影。心なき者どもが施した呪い。もとよりお前は知っていた。
そう、知ってた。でも私、
お前のせいで私は今度死ね。お前のせいだ。全部
私はもう歪んだ上っ面なんかには騙されない。他人の声にも惑わされない。自分の目と心を信じて真実を見抜く。お前なんてお母さんのわけない。腐った大人が作った偽物だ。絶対に許すもんか。何あれ。
契約。我は汝、汝は我。禁断の英知を開かれた。いかなる謎の幻ももはやお前を惑わせない。
歌は大丈夫。おりゃ、お願い手伝って。あいつやっつける。
Now, Let's crush that catbird. As a Persona user, Futaba becomes the team's active metaverse navigator. Her nickname and thief alias supposed to originally be Navi, but that was changed to Oracle in the English localization. Why? I have no idea, as it's not like Nintendo trademarked the name Navi for the Legend of Zelda character. I'd be surprised DC didn't sue them for it, though, as Oracle was Barbara Gordon's alias for a couple decades when she wasn't Batgirl. Though following the New 52 reboot, Barbara went back to being Batgirl and stopped using it, so it was free at the time this game was being imported. But sans an actual reason for the change, it does come off as yet another unnecessary localization change, as nothing acknowledges it in the actual Persona material beyond when they're changing the name. But her Persona Necronomicon allows her limited hacking of the metaverse, in part thanks to her subconscious awareness and retention of her mother's research, alongside her own skills as a hacker, which in normal battle allows us to have special advantages on occasion, and in this incident bringing down the Spectre of Wrath's flight-generated invulnerability by activating the trap card Ballista Squad! What, Aoyuki sung one of the themes to Yu-Gi-Oh! Zell. This is a legit reference. Look, you may be a giant sphinx with the head of our newest companion's mom, but I got the power of God and anime, and this gun I found on my side.
私は生きる。
With this, Futaba's proper cognition is restored, her true memories of her mother re-emerging, so she can gain the resolve to move on, and properly say goodbye. After which her palace collapses, with the distortion outright destroyed by the team this time. The treasure retrieved from the palace being Futaba herself. Well, that and Persona users cannot have palaces due to it being impossible to distort perception of themselves after their awakening. Thus, a Persona user awakening inside their own palace, yeah, that just accelerates the process of collapse with the distortion gone. Now, this entire chapter of the game has been accused of being just the Persona developers ripping themselves off with respect to how they handled the dungeons and character arcs of Persona 4, wherein to recruit a party member they'd have to confront the truths of themselves amidst having a fight with their own rampaging shadow. And while there are similarities, I can't really agree that it is the same. After all, we're not fighting Futaba's shadow in this entire thing. Her shadow is helping us destroy the distortion, killing Futaba. Nor is her shadow the cause of the palace's manifestation. Hell, the dungeons in Persona 4 weren't even created by those shadows either. They were created by the collective consciousness of the people of Inaba whenever some individual in the town would get stuck in their head, and their shadow would take up residence there after being driven insane by the Sagiri's fog into embracing self-deception, where a trait an individual doesn't like about themselves is trying to obfuscate the whole, which caused deliberate rejection between person and their shadow. Whereas here, Futaba's shadow has been enduring all this time to help cure their true self, not supersede it. I think people who claim Futaba's palace is like Persona 4's dungeons just saw the similarity and assumed it meant that it was all the same in execution, when that could not have been more different. It is a common problem in literary analysis that some just don't know where the line between the two is. But as a consequence of this, as well as Futaba's physical frailty from her lack of physical activity for years, she is not capable of being a frontline fighter. Which is fine. We've got enough of those for the most part, and needed someone hanging back analyzing means by which to weaken the enemy and strengthen our party, or manipulate the metaverse to our advantage, which are all things Futaba can do. At least after she wakes up. As part of the consequence of Futaba's hypertension over her trauma, is she could spend multiple days awake without rest, with her just trying to occupy her mind so she wouldn't think about what tormented her, that only having gotten worse with the recent palace-caused hallucinations. Fortunately, Tai's around to check her out, Sojiro likewise confirming the diagnosis that it's just exhaustion. Futaba tending to sleep for a few days straight when her body can't stand anymore, as fatigue sleeps are often dream and nightmare-free. But come on, it's just July 27th when I complete this. How long can she sleep for? Yeah, Futaba does not wake up until August 21st, nearly a month later. And with the summer schedule opening up a third time slot of usable event time, the idea is you do Futaba's Palace the first chance you can, then free up the rest of your time in the summer to just rail through completing as many of the confidants as you plausibly can.
ぬるい。こんなの売り物になんない。
そんなことよりお前、どうやってここまで？
歩いてきた。
平気なのか？
ダメか？
そうじゃねえだろ。お前が家の外に出るなんて。
心配かけた。
そうか。そうか。
Fortunately, Futaba wakes up with plenty of time to break the fake MedJet's hold, crashing her and her companion's former website so the conspiracy can't use it against us. With this consequently earning us our hacker gremlin ginger companion. At least, once we get her acclimated to being around us some more due to her complete lack of social skills. To be fair, I would have that exact same response if someone messed with my Gunpla. Besides that, again, at the time, Futaba through Actor Illusion did have a stronger connection to a Super Sentai spoof, thanks to Super Sentai being how Aoi Yuki debuted as an actor.
こいつの命はないぜ。やめろ。人質はお前のお得意だな。ブルブラック、銀河マン、剣を捨てろ。
I will never get tired of showing people that clip. So yeah, all we end up spending the remainder of summer doing is getting Futaba acclimated to being outside again, now that the planted distortion is no longer making her hide away from the world. But years of being a world-fearing shut-in, that's not something you fix in a day, or even a week, even when they are in a more mentally healthy state. For someone who felt like they had to live as a shut-in, there's always the opportunity for a relapse, when their social anxiety completely overwhelms them. And I speak from experience on that. I've mentioned in the past that I get so freaked out over public speaking that I have blacked out when just giving presentations in a classroom setting. Not being able to see an audience has actually helped me, and it's in part of doing the show that I've gotten just the slightest bit better that I don't freak out in doing it. But I have still hyperventilated at work when talking to a group of managers when I brought a collection of safety issues to their attention. Not a single one of them that has gotten fixed as of this recording, but that's on them at this point as they were warned. Sojiro, for his part, is beyond grateful to Ren for doing so, as now that she's shown tangible recovery, even if Sai makes good on her threats, they have evidence, thanks to Futaba's mental state improving, that her being with him is the best thing for her. Especially since, through even just a full week of interacting with the group, she's comfortable enough with them to be able to travel out and about alongside them, and once more, just be a normal girl.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、皇后のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Like Ryotaro and Nanako Dojima in Persona 4, Sojiro and Futaba's confidants are eternally intertwined. While Sojiro's is one of those that unlocks earlier in the game, permitting the protagonist to make coffee and curry in the cafe from Sojiro's recipes, it will not advance past a certain point until after Futaba's chapter and palace have been completed. Which makes sense, due to Sojiro's role as just being the den father of this group as the only responsible adult in the group's lives. Thematically, this makes Sojiro to be the Reuben Ashford of the story for the Code Geass parallel. Reuben being the man who took Lelouch and Nunnally in after they survived their family trying to kill them amidst the invasion of Japan, and sheltered them from their enemies. Sadly, the character makes near zero appearances in the main story, but was lore important, meaning this was once more a parallel that's more narrative-based than anything. In reality, Sojiro more resembles a retired Daisuke Jigen with his appearance and preferred style, as well as his backstory of him being involved in government matters before he retired to take care of Futaba. Though him being a caring and responsible father is itself a role subversion for his Japanese actor, as well as English actor Jameson Price has portrayed his own share of those who seek to nurture youths to become their best selves. Well, Joji Nakata not so much. As well, he's had a number of roles. There is a specific set of people who will always remember him as the great Professor Geass, the central villain of Choju Sentai Live Man, one of the best Super Sentai series ever made. Where the devil in question, Professor Geass, was a man who was cheating death through a means of mind over matter, him indoctrinating and manipulating genius students with his teachings, and turning them evil until they would become intelligent enough for him to harvest their brains, which would continue to grant him eternal life. And ever since that role, Nakata has repeatedly played either supremely evil scientists like Albert Wesker in the Resident Evil franchise, manipulators of children like Kirei Kotomine in the Fate franchise, or just those who have such a magnanimous agenda that they care not who they harm, such as Master Megatron in Transformers Galaxy Force, or more relevantly, Diethard Reed in Code Geass. I did say several of these actors in Japanese have worked together in the past. But this is how that role subversion works. As well, he doesn't always play villains. It is far more rare for Joji Nakata to play as good a man as Sojiro is, as Sojiro, in his protection and nurturing of Futaba, fully acts in defiance of Nakata's most definitive roles. This ends up matching, as a result, the upward-oriented Hierophant Arcana, which represents marriage, mercy, and general goodness. And since that tarot continues to be used for parents in this series, the difficulties of them being a good parent. Whereas the reversed Hierophant represents prioritization of society over responsibilities, and just overall weakness of an individual. As one could say a few things about Sojiro, but weakness isn't one of them. Without every time someone tries to act aggressively towards them, he does push back, because he has something to fight for in his own way. As the deeper you dive into the Confidant, you learn, or rather come to realize, why Sojiro was always being called away from the shop. And such had to do with Futaba, and Futaba's relatives attempting to further extort money out of him. Much like with the Nijima sisters and their father's funds, whatever resources and savings Wakaba might have had were never provided to her, or rather was most likely taken and spent by her guardians. Sojiro paying them off to get Futaba and making them think that Sojiro himself has a secret account or something. But the reality is, all he has is his home, this shop, and Futaba. At this point, that's all he wants and needs. Hell, if you do Sojiro's rank 3 in early June, then in the middle of June amidst the Kanashiro arc, when everyone is having money troubles, Sojiro himself is complaining about being short on cash himself, implying he's paying off Futaba's relatives to keep her safe amidst all of this. All of this comes to a head when the back half of Sojiro's Confidant opens up after Futaba's distortion is destroyed, As well, much of it reveals how much of a good parent Sojiro is endeavoring to be amidst mourning Wakaba. He in fact got his curry recipe from her. It allows Futaba to see how much he sacrificed for her now that her eyes are more open, ultimately bringing her on request to change her relatives' hearts, just between the two of them, to prevent her relatives from filing a report with child welfare. We failed to get to them before they file it, but because it was all done as extortion in their own history of actual child abuse towards Futaba, they had to file it anonymously, making it so the welfare workers that aren't overworked have to come by and get the details of the situation more thoroughly, and see Futaba's actual progress in recovering, to show to even them that her place, at least until she's a legal adult, is with Sojiro and Ren.
火災から電話が来てな。双葉のおじが訴えを取り下げたらしい。お前なんだろ。あいつもいつか嫁に行く日が来んのかね。あいつ将来絶対いい女になるぞ。なんてったって若葉の娘だからな。たく、娘を持つ父親ってな、こんな気苦労してんのかよ。店を手伝わせるだけのつもりがよ。守るべき家族があったことまで気づかせてくれやがった。双葉とそれとお前な。頼りになんねえかもしれねえけど、何かあったら遠慮せずに言えよ。そん時はお前の力になる。家族としてあとはそうだな、俺の教えられること全部教えてやる。もうお前は一人前だ。まだまだ恩を返すには足りねえが、俺にできんのはそんくらいだ。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、法王の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
あとは言っとくが、双葉とそんなんとかできれば勘弁してくれな。
About that.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、忍者のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Futaba's counterpart, Confidant, is about her continuing her mental and emotional recovery, remembering and taking advantage of old tricks her mother helped her create to set achievable goals for herself in becoming more comfortable with the outside world and any strangers she may encounter, as when she's alone and surrounded by too many people, she ends up freaking out again. She asks Ren to accompany her in each of these jaunts as her key item, because of course as a shut-in, Futaba's been an avid gamer, though again as a likely distraction from the palace-caused hallucinations. But just because a hobby is a distraction doesn't mean that it's unhealthy. It's just how one copes. But coping isn't always synonymous with getting better, which is what Futaba is resolved to achieve, as she owes that to her mother's memory, and Sojiro as well, that she be able to function on her own again, even if she ends up becoming overly attached to Ren in the process to obfuscate from attention on her. This isn't unsurprising due to her arcana, the Hermit, being about one being wary of the world and hiding from it, usually in part of their own healing and recovery. It's basically the tarot card representing introverted individuals who act at odds to a cohesive society, retreating from it for introspection and the gathering of wisdom and strength. Reversed, the arcana represents deliberate hiding out of fear and unreasonable caution, attacking those who get close to them. And that's a state Futaba was forced into thanks to her palace, which we only just saved her from. And knowing of that experience personally, she now seeks to help others out of it, even if she's still recovering herself. For as part of her Confidant story, she tries to reconnect to other friends she had before her mom's death, and make up for lost time. Her even taking out another metaverse case when the lost friend, Kana, she finds to have been taken out of school herself and forced to work as a fetish model by her parents in order to help in paying off their gambling addiction. Kana even having made a request on the Phantom Aficionado's website begging for help, which she asks they put as a high priority. It reminds Futaba of how Sojiro saved her from a similar scumbag, and wants to intervene for her friend. As the falsehood forced upon her, her lost friend had lived in reality, and Futaba has the power to do something about it. Which is what informs her own Code Geass parallel in this. For whether you end up viewing her as a paramour or not, Futaba acts as the little sister character of the story, and thus the equivalent to Nunnally v. Britannia narratively, albeit with her technical genius and agoraphobia being better justified versions of the traits of Nina Einstein. Which is again where I roll my eyes at the toxic fans who hate on Futaba for being a drama queen bratty little sister, if not for the autism allegations. When she was meant to be the little sister role in the first place and have explicable trauma whose effects linger and inform her personality. Maybe it's her sudden shift into being a snarky individual after the palace is banished, but some of the best snark comes from those who are themselves jaded or are just so tired and done with the world that they don't care enough to have a filter over their words and attitude. And that is again how Futaba comes off to me, especially since she spent several years with no social interaction beyond those online, so her social filters are basically non-existent. She thinks it, she bluntly says it. And then honestly, once you get used to it, is endearing since, well, who else is going to bust your balls in the same way as a little sister type? But it's in how Futaba bonds with Ren that then potentially escalates her to paramour status for some. As after you recruit her, she's basically attached to your hip outside of class, and enabling in the best ways all the Phantom Thieves' schemes. And she has a real strong dynamic with Makoto as well in this group as the team's responsible big sister. Thus, if the harem scenario wasn't a trap, I think they could potentially work something out between them. As Futaba in reality is only a year younger than Ren is. She just looks far younger than that due to lack of exercise and not eating right. With such being fixed though, who knows how that might go. But regardless if you paramour her or not, Futaba's got Ren's back, and there's no way such a direct victim of the conspiracy would ever consider helping them willingly.
見慣れた部屋のはずなのに、今までと違って見える。ここだけじゃない。世界がね、どんどん広がっていくの。毎日いろんな発見がある。私、一番最初からすっごい大きなものもらってるんだよ。命をもらった。ありのままでいいって教えられたし、お母さんを信じろって教えられた。死んでた私が生き返った。だから私、怪盗団で恩返ししたい。っていうか、私変わったの。見つけちゃったの。もう自分のためじゃ一番の力が出ない。仲間のため、ジョーカーのためって思うと、知らなかった力が溢れてくるの。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて、魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、忍者の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
やべえ、心がバージョンアップ。新しい私、爆誕。
よし。
But while we've been busy helping Futaba, neither the conspiracy nor the government have been idle. The government is not happy about being humiliated in this exchange at all by their complete helplessness. The threat of the crashing economy being capitalized by a politician named Shido, who happens to be the head of the conspiracy and the man who framed Ren, to call the current administration incompetent, and advocate for a dissolution of political parties to all come together to obey the whims of just one man who will direct the course of the nation. Yeah, any time that's happened in the course of history, that ends up being a really, really bad thing. Especially as he orchestrated this entire scheme to create a big enough scandal to leverage his political candidacy, all revolving around a cry of locking them up. Again, this game occurs in 2016. So again, this entire part of the story was a false flag operation. We saved Futaba, but the conspiracy still got what they wanted out of it. Worse, the public believing that the Phantom Thieves took down and stopped the fake Medjed has done nothing but piss Psy off. Akechi empathizing with how they seem to keep getting away and escaping, beginning to suggest to Psy that they may be behind something bigger, a greater manipulation of everything taking place, and towards a far larger target.
こんなの僕の正義が許さない。
はい、メジェードの件予想以上に効果があったようで、これで怪盗団の指示も一層拍車がかかるでしょうな。そうですね、怪盗団を効果的に使う手だってはありますし、不要なゴミは今のうちに処分を、たとえ身内だろうとね。
じゃあ次の犯行の話に移るわ。当然知っているわね。何しろこの男は、この件に関する証言は重いわよ。理由はわかるわね。心して答えなさい。君たちはこの奥村に何をしたの
？To back up a bit, before Futaba woke up, there was an entire month of nothing where the Phantom Thieves basically did nothing but work on other things. Other cases of distortion suffering individuals, and for Ren, Confidant building. Amidst this, there being an opening of a jazz club, which unlocks alongside reaching rank 4 with Akechi's Justice Arcana, which can be done as early as June 26th, with the club serving special cocktails that can lead to permanent stat increases. The best being the Omnifizz cocktail on Fridays that gives every stat a boost. And on Sunday, if you bring other party members here, then they and their persona can learn special skills outside the ones they would obtain from just leveling up their persona. The most critical of which being any party member, though I did it with Mikoto, learning the skill Heat Riser, which is possible on December 4th, which boosts any party member's attack, defense, and agility for 3 turns. Heat Riser is among the most rare skills you could obtain as well, only high-level endgame persona having it naturally, and you can only itemize one persona in the game, not including DLC, to make it as well, so it's not exactly easy to clone with Yusuke's abilities either. While a party member we've not obtained yet can earn it upon level up, it's still better to double or triple up on the skill due to how much of a boost it is. And the Jazz Club is the only way for any persona of the other party members to learn skills through anything other than level up, as skill cards don't work on them like they do for Ren's. But because of this, it's actually more beneficial to bring Futaba to these outings instead. As in lieu of a new skill, Futaba earns up to 4 stages of support abilities, which are an extension of her metaverse hacking powers. The 3rd stage of which allowing her to cast debuffs to the same stats that Heat Riser improves. And at max level allows Futaba to act more frequently to both buff and heal the party as well as debuff the enemy. And that does add up in the later stages of the game. Though back to talking about confidants, there are actually 3 that I haven't talked about yet which are built up heavily over this period. We are going to save Oya for next time, but for now there's a certain arms dealer that's been waiting for their package.
毒には毒 前には使える駒がいるんだよ。このことは誰にも話すな。お前は指示に従えばいい。
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、軽視者のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり、自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
During the aftermath of the raid on Kamoshida's palace, we tried to hawk the metal his distortion turned into at a combination airsoft gun shop and pawn shop, ran by Munehisa Iwai. In exchange, he also gave us a paper bag he needed taken out of the shop. The package contained a lifelike recreation of the gun using an airsoft substitute, but at the time his shop was being inspected by officers, so we just helped him in that instance avoid his shop being cracked down upon. You can only return the bag and its contents upon building up the Gut's social stat to rank 3, after which we can establish a bond with him through which we can gain access to the customization features of his shop to make real-looking guns for us that increases our weapon effectiveness in the metaverse, as well as giving them some more custom effects, such as them bearing elemental effects and can even cause status ailments. Iwai's Arcana, the Hanged Man, represents wisdom, wariness, and sacrifice normally, and selfishness when reversed. The former more represents Iwai in how he's a reserved and untrusting man due to his backstory revealed over the course of his Confidant. And it's for those reasons I feel he represents the Kyoshiro Todo for this case in the Code Geass parallel, with him being a wise individual who tries to impart knowledge to his foolish students as a surrogate parent. Though I admit it is the absolute weakest of any of the character parallels I've approached. But no one else I can think of on that cast even comes close to any type of role Iwai fills. At the very least, the actor role subversion is more straightforward, both in its simplicity and that being the common trait seen of his characters. Hisai Egawa, who voices him in Japanese, is best known as Goldimark from Gao Gaigar, Falco Lombardi from Star Fox, and Engine Buson from Engine Sentai Go Onger. While these of course had other roles, the recurring motif of them is they are all characters that prefer direct force applied in the fastest way possible, regardless of injury. Whereas Iwai is a far more methodical individual who considers his options and executes the ones he chooses as best he can.
Make the plan, execute the plan, expect the plan to go off the rails, throw away the plan.
Iwai used to be a weapon customizer for the Yakuza, but got out and is doing his best to bury his past and put it behind him. But he's not cautious for his own sake, but because of his adopted son Kaoru. Unlike Sojiro, who took in the daughter of his closest friend, Kaoru was abandoned by his mother at the office Iwai was working at when he was naught but a baby, and Iwai himself doesn't know why. But he saved that child and got out of that life for him, trying to be a responsible man and raise him right. But as if this were a John Wick movie, circumstances keep trying to bring him back in. I'm actually curious if the John Wick films may have influenced Iwai's Confidant, since the first film would have just premiered as the scripting of the game's story would have been taking place, and the second one debuted only a couple of months before the original game released. In specific, an old friend named Suda keeps trying to provoke Iwai into rejoining the criminal underworld as an arms supplier, and he refuses to take no for an answer. Ren's part in this is, as an unknown, he can contact information brokers on Iwai's behalf to help him gather the information needed to put himself out of the corner Suda is driving him into. And Suda is threatening to tell Kaoru everything that Iwai's kept from him. His mother's abandonment, his adopted status, Iwai's prior part in the Yakuza, even that Iwai's mother was a prostitute that destroyed herself trying to keep them fed. It's likely that last one is why Iwai took Kaoru in as a child. He recognized himself in Kaoru even when he was a baby, and knew where he'd end up if nothing was done, and Iwai wanted to break that cycle. Only for the distance Iwai keeps him at, for his own good, to make his son feel like he's a burden, which is acting against his own intent. Suda, however, is revealed to have screwed up a weapons deal with the Chinese mafia, and is writing Iwai to give him replacements before his bosses find out, breaking every code their operations are governed by, because he is the host to a distortion, and is actively threatening everyone around him so his bosses won't find out how much money he lost them by not following their code, requiring that we change his hearts. But that does not fix the problem. As said, not every bad person is distorted, nor are the distortions the origin of all the world's evils. As when Suda resigns and submits himself to judgment by the Yakuza clan's bosses, one of his lieutenants Iwai is familiar with decides to step up, and hold Kaoru at knife point to get from Iwai the guns Suda commissioned, making it so Kaoru learns of his past anyways. But it doesn't matter to him. Kaoru saw the fear in Iwai's eyes when he was in danger to know that whatever their past, he truly does care for his son. Plus, we receive another sign that the destruction of distortions is a good thing, as Suda intervenes to take out his ambitious lieutenant, allowing the Iwais to leave in peace, and for Ren's part in all this to award him a blood oath.
ガキってな成長が早い。生意気に育っても困るが、面白いもんだな。津田も急に変わったよな。あんまニュースは見てねえけどよ。まさにあれが改心なんじゃねえか。だが騙されたもんだぜ。マニアだかなんだかはブラフだったんだな。ただの手駒で雇ったのに、いつの間にか薫の兄貴分か。その怪盗団ってのは俺の銃で悪党を倒してんだろ。困ってる奴を助けるためか。面白い。例の特別メニュー、今まで以上に力入れてやってやるよ。借り作ったままは嫌なんだ。お前だけにとっておきの仕事をしてやる。それが俺にできる支援だからな。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、軽視者の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
Unfortunately, Iwai is one of the few good parents in this game, even if his child is not his by blood. In fact, if you haven't noticed by now, the only good parental figures we meet in this game seem to be him and Sojiro. Ostensibly Ryuji's mom as well, but we don't meet her on screen. And a lot of the rest of the good ones are dead, so they don't really count. It seems like a bit of a writing crutch for this game, when one starts to think about it.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、星のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Regardless, that brings us to the Star Arcana Confidant, which is held by Shogi champion Hifumi Togo, who Ren can reach out to beginning in July once the church location opens up. We seek her out on recommendation of learning strategy from her, and teaching a novice is what Hifumi needs to get out of her own strategic slump. And what's more, the irony of this is again the Lelouch illusion of the P5 protagonist's portrayal, to then need him, of all people, to learn a strategy game from the start to unlock for our gameplay strategies what one would think one would have when we start the game. Or at least when we got enough party members to finally warrant swapping them around. Though beyond that, Shogi is actually a lot more involved than chess is, as it has more types of moves and means of using pieces to better simulate battlefield conditions, such as when not all sides are equal in a confrontation, and what can happen when your own men are turned against you. I know there's a reason in Code Geass why Lelouch wouldn't be shown playing that over chess, but part of his backstory did have him learn it, so it becomes one of that show's base-breaking idiot balls that he rarely considers non-chess-based strategies, as chess in and of itself is actually a terrible battlefield simulator. For this reason, Hifumi acts as the equivalent to Kaguya Sumeragi from that series as well, as one of the people in that setting shown to be one of Lelouch's intellectual equals, who, due to her age, was more prone to act out. As discussed in those reviews, Kaguya was supposed to be a character part of the plot earlier and for longer than she was, but story decisions taken out of the writer's hands that harmed the series reduced her role and involvement immensely, so she only showed up in the back half of the series. And that consequently made her seem like a far less capable child. And as said, actually engaging with her here is another invaluable skill we gain, as her confidence allows us to swap party members around mid-battle in the event one is too injured or has an elemental weakness to whatever we're fighting. At the cost of the player turn that executed such a swap. As for what she gets out of this, well, Hifumi, like Mikoto and Futaba, is a bit of a chunibyo, and when she plays for fun, she likes to dramatically declare her attacks, as if this was the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. This all coming from the image training Hifumi went through with her father to help her visualize potential moves she could make in the course of a match to counter an opponent's strategy. And because she was taught it so young, she's never been able to dissociate the pieces from the imaginary armies her mind would conjure, acting out their orders in battle. It's an endearing trait to be that involved in and love a game like that, especially as it's a bit of a special connection to her father, who is currently very ill. The problem of this is Hifumi rarely gets to play the game for fun in order to express that. She's Japan's shogi champion, and she is generally good at the game. But someone can learn more from defeat than a closely gained victory. And the problem she's been finding as of late is she realized she was making big mistakes in her strategies and play in tournaments, and her opponents would never capitalize on them. This, as is revealed over the course of her Confidant arc, is because her mother is threatening and extorting her opponents, so she is not winning her matches fairly. All because her mother is living off the fame of her child's genius. But without legitimacy to those wins, Hifumi herself is a fraud, and that can only last for so long. And were officials in charge of the tournaments to find out, Hifumi would be banned for life from competitions around the game she so loves, and wants to become the legitimate best at. And her mother is stealing all that away in her greed and vanity, claiming it to be for the good of her family due to her father's illness, but it's just to make her own life easier. Especially harmful to Hifumi's mental well-being as well, because of her alignment with the Star Arcana, as the star is meant to symbolize hope and bright prospects, but when reversed can reflect abandonment, arrogance, and impotence. All things Hifumi's mother is risking Hifumi to be slandered by were her actions to be uncovered. Fortunately, her practice partner is an illustrious phantom thief, ran intervening to stop her mom before this all escalates, and allowing Hifumi to announce what her mother's done, to then gracefully resign from her title, and work her way back up to being the best, the right way. Now, there is another reason why I consider Hifumi to be the Kaguya of this game, and it wouldn't exactly appear to be so from the outset, due to just how simple and straightforward a Confidant story hers is. And that is, Hifumi was initially considered to be made a phantom thief when the game was being planned, just as how Kaguya needed to be introduced into Code Geass' story during the R1 section for her to play her role in the story correctly, but was pushed back into being added in R2 instead because of Sunrise insisting that CC actually have more character story episodes that did nothing for the plot in order to promote Yukana Nogami as a talent, and the replacement for what was meant to be Kaguya's introduction instead became that show's worthless Mao arc. This initial rudimentary plan for Hifumi to be one of the thieves was revealed in a monthly talk show Atlas produced in lead up to and following Persona 5's release, called Persona Stalker Club V, with it being specifically the 5th episode of that talk show where this was discussed. And one of the co-hosts of that talk show is Hifumi's voice actress, Tomomi Isomura. However, any plans the staff had to make Hifumi a phantom thief were scrapped very early in the game's development for one simple reason. Her personal plotline in no way relates or connects to the conspiracy storyline for it to make sense for her mother to be a palace ruler deliberately seated and empowered by them. Her family being in debt means she couldn't be a financial backer like Madarame or Kaneshiro. Her mom's duties caring for her husband limit her own activities to shape youths into potential indoctrination like Kamoshida's role was. Neither her or Hifumi have technical or legal skills to become corporate assets, and their financial situation makes them unable to be an ally turned rival, as we'll be discussing with the Okamura chapter. She literally does not make sense from a storytelling perspective to be a phantom thief, have a parent with a palace, or be involved with the conspiracy story at all. Whereas everyone else, bar An and Ryuji, does. And that's why they scrapped it. Hell, that's why Mishima and Shiho likewise were considered for Phantom Thief roles either once they started actually writing the story. Now I want to reemphasize, this initial idea was changed very early in the game's development, to the point that there are absolutely zero assets in the game files to imply they ever even prototyped a stage for her mother's palace, as this idea was discarded before they even got that far to begin building monster models and level maps for the game. There are admittedly some unused assets for a palace planned in between two of the last ones for the original game, and even a file code associated for them to show where it would have been placed in gameplay order. But they are associated with the enemy Persona user, the Black Mask, which we've repeatedly heard of. And that one was also scrapped early enough that we likewise don't have any unused concept art for it, as it did not make sense for a Persona user to have a palace to begin with. This, for all intents and purposes, also parallels another thing from Persona 4. For those of you who don't know, the Persona fandom developed a misconception about Detective Ryotaro Dojima in that they wrongfully believed that he was supposed to be the killer of the game, lashing out against the town for not being able to solve who killed his wife years before. And so he'd had a psychotic break, and would have been a downer ending to have to put him behind bars after he caused the murders. And the fandom obtained this misconception because an interview from the creators of the game was mistranslated. What the creators were actually talking about during this interview, which made people think Ryotaro was supposed to be the villain, was that his initial visual designs for Ryotaro made him appear visually a lot more gruff and villainous. This did not mean that he was meant to be the killer in that game. That was always meant to be Toru Adachi, and was not a last-minute change. It is literally in his dialogue all game long that he is taunting, obfuscating, and deliberately misdirecting the cast from fingering him as the killer. You pick that up if you pay attention to the actual story. And consequently, the same thing happened here. Everyone who brought up this talking point refused to actually get the footage of the interview where they revealed this to verify the information. Thus it became a telephone game where the details got more and more distorted. So a lot of Persona fans in the know think this omission was a late-end change, when it wasn't. It was one of the first things they scrapped. While they had character designs and a personality and a draft of a personal story for Hifumi to go with it, they hadn't even written her into the story yet by the time they realized it wouldn't work with the ways they were developing the story, and that she would in truth be redundant to other characters in the cast more essential to telling their tale, while having no relevance of her own to the story by which to actually make her important to it. Hifumi can't replace Futaba because she has the wrong skill set. Hifumi can't replace Makoto due to Makoto tying directly into the overall themes of the game as the second protagonist. Acts as a narrative counterpoint to Akechi regarding their warring sense of justice, and is a linchpin to eventually getting Sai on our side. And Hifumi cannot replace Haru, not just because we haven't gotten to her stuff yet, but because she cannot provide the same trigger mechanism the next section of the game requires to leverage its end goal, despite the similarities to their respective stories that, honestly, Haru's plot with her father just has more viable material than someone committing fraud in the way Hifumi's mother is. Now, I did see one fanfiction writer try and make an entire brothel of fraud arc to show how one could escalate Hifumi's mother into being a palace ruler, but the end result of it was ridiculously derivative of the other existing palaces, and far smaller in scope, unconnected to everything else, as they missed that each palace and ruler matches with a specific sin. And ironically, because of the game's localization changes, making them think Futaba's was sloth instead of wrath, a lot of people thought they could just double up on sin associations, when that was not the case. Hell, go down the list, and the only ones you could substitute her in for are An because their association to a palace ruler is solely based on location, and that ruler's deeds up against them, or more relevantly, Yusuke, because of how her mother's distorted sin is formatted as a potential alternative for vanity, because her mother is fixing her matches as much to maintain an image of Hifumi as the champion, and her father's successor in the tournament scene more than as a means to make money off of her, thus making it forgery versus fraud. Most toxic fans who hate on Makoto, or even Haru because of when she's finally focused on, think one of them were her replacement. When no. If it was going to be anyone, it would have to be Yusuke, as Yusuke of all the cast members is the least directly associated with everything else going on. And there is the oddity in his story where his mother's murder is the only example of a palace ruler committing an openly criminal act that far in advance before their palace was formed. Now, admittedly, you also have Kaneshiro being a career criminal, but his con artistry and scams were comparatively a more recent development in his life than a 16-year-old covered-up murder case. And Kaneshiro's involvement in the conspiracy explained by their mutual benefits, with his palace forming around his immunity to criminal prosecution as its linchpin. Couple that with Yusuke being known as one of the last characters to be developed for the story, and that's a more likely case of where the substitution happened, to not make one character over another feel as derivative as keeping Hifumi would have done. And Yusuke already provides a more active and relevant asset with his skill card creation ability. Plus, the party character balance would have been off with so many girls in the cast, when the Persona dev team tried to maintain something resembling a closed gender balance for their given ensembles. Give or take the bonus character inversion extensions. But again, I must emphasize this. This change was made so early in development that the game's script wasn't even done being written yet. They were still storyboarding the plot when they found anything and everything they may have wanted to do with her was nothing but a shallow square peg trying to fit into a deeper round hole. Thus, once again with this game, the discourse is dumb, ignores the actual intentions and plans for the story as well as what it actually did, and I side with Atlas again in that this change was the best decision to make with what their plans were. I just wish they hadn't released this information the way they did to make it seem like there was more than there was going to be, and whoever translated and spread it should not have made it seem like this was a last-minute cut instead of one of the first things they changed their minds on, as there is zero evidence this was an 11th hour exclusion. There is literally no substance of content to say it was. And this actually got me angry when I learned about how bad this discourse was over something mistranslated, because out of the literal years of bitching, moaning, and complaining about what the game should or could have been, these same hypocrites outright ignore what the game actually was, and why they didn't do some of the alternatives and changes the production staff have discussed. I think it's because of this that I'm actually more sour than others towards the plausibility of Hifumi being a legitimized paramour as well, as there's nothing really there to warrant it over the other options. There's merit to using someone they'd scrapped their original idea on for a new role, but just the baggage that came from the fandom over the whole matter has just left it to be a waste.
八百長が分かった後も、あなたは私を見捨てないでいてくれた。誰かに信じてもらえるのって、こんなに心強いものなんですね。新手開発の手助けと将棋の指南。最初はただの取引だったんですけどね。でも、いつの間にかあなたは私にとってかけがえのない人です。私、もうヤジは気にしません。今度こそ実力で周りを認めさせてやります。我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、星の究極なる秘王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
Moving on, the start of the second term happens with a broadcast from the government looking to crack down even more heavily on the Phantom Thieves, assembling a task force to go after them, despite, again, they have broken no laws. Like with Lupat, their biggest crime is humiliating the police amidst exposing corruption, and the resulting civil unrest caused through exposure of the government's failure so they want to blame the whistleblowers and discredit them instead of those actually corrupt or criminal due to their disruption of the status quo, as the status quo matters to them more than the criminality. Every time. Every fucking time. Fortunately, we're going to be able to get away from that nonsense for a short trip, as right after the start of term comes, the traditional school trip for the better funded schools in the country occurs. The protagonist class getting rewarded with a trip to Hawaii! How much money did that freaking cost the school to do that? Like, this just all the more makes it seem like the Persona 4 cast got gypped by their school-funded vacation being to another school. Well, while this group is having fun on the shores and sandy beaches of an island state, Mishima set up a poll on the Phantom Thieves website about what popular ne'er-do-well in society is deserving of a metaverse intervention. And this is a bad idea. While the thieves need more notoriety and awareness in the popular consciousness to dive deeper into mementos, creating a poll for a target is nothing more than the masses putting a hit out and persecuting someone that may not deserve it. After all, earlier parts of the storyline have already presented that the conspiracy is causing psychotic breakdowns in people to frame other individuals they are associated with for crimes and incompetence, or otherwise as a means of control. While this group is not aware of the full conspiracy just yet, this is the same type of manipulative tactic that can easily be taken advantage of by them to then cause the very incidents to raise public consciousness against the ones they were targeting, and then be able to blame the consequences of that hit on the thieves in the same way they continue to deflect blame for their actions onto everyone else but themselves. Gee, I wonder what is the exact thing that is going to be the end result of all this. Now, the irritation you might hear in my voice is, once again, not exactly being directed at the game, but it's localization that obfuscated this, and the fandom that entirely missed this as a result. Yeah, Persona 5 is a long game, but isn't exactly subtle about a lot of this. That is in fact why we have all these cutaways to Sai and her bosses, and why these news segments they deliberately put into cutscenes matter, because it all shows how the conspiracy is deliberately manipulating people into making choices that are against their own best interests. The story showing and emphasizing how monstrous they are over time, so it builds up and up their malice to everyone, so as to make it so the audience would not want to forgive the perpetrators behind these actions. And then an insufferable portion of the audience didn't get it. Hell, this is actually the point where the plots begin to more closely intertwine. During the day out at the beach with everyone, Futaba confessed how scared she was at the possibility of being taken from Sojiro because of Sai's aggression against them, prompting Futaba to manufacture a USB drive that would clone the data on Sai's computer in order to learn why she was suddenly targeting them for Wakaba's cognitive science research. And it's something Makoto ultimately decides to go along with, not just because it might help the thieves find more targets that deserve changes of heart, whom the criminal justice system had been unable to touch, which ironically is the last thing Sai wants, as her losing those cases to confessions invalidates her own efforts and makes her look incompetent, and also to potentially find a lead on the Black Mask Persona user causing the breakdowns to begin with. I don't know why they'd need it, they haven't exactly been subtle, and most players paying attention caught on to who it was from the start. But Makoto wants to learn what has been eating at her sister to make her come off as more and more deranged and argumentative. And that's something she realizes goes back to well before this year, where there's been this simmering black bile beneath the surface that's only become more visible as her patience has been worn away. Because the duties forced upon her beyond her role as a prosecutor are eating away at her. In the same way, going against her morals was driving Makoto up a wall during her chapter, when Kobayakawa was doing the same thing to her. Again, point, counterpoint. You don't get this without Makoto being here. And speaking of Kobayakawa, as happens when the school is emptied for these trips, he learns of a certain tabloid ad written by a certain reporter friend of ours. An article written from the perspective of someone deeply in the know, which happened around the school during the mess of the Kamoshida incident. One that is among many written by this same reporter, telling of the justice of the Phantom Thieves, and how they've done much to help others, not harm people. A collection of articles written by someone they cannot touch, then undermines their entire scheme to frame the thieves in the first place. And because Kobayakawa has done nothing but fail in this role, it's time to cut off a loose end. Kobayakawa's official date of death is September 12th, nearly 2 weeks after he was fired, and 3 days after the SU director signed off on killing him, while the rest of the cast is off in Hawaii. While his collapse in the prior scene is out of fear and panic for his potential elimination, there are some who think that is when his shadow is killed, and it takes a bit of time to catch up. When, no, it's after the SU director agrees with it. There's still possibly some sort of delay, but not that much. Regardless, they only choose to execute him when they would have known that the Phantom Thieves would not have been in the country. But of course, they wouldn't have been able to reveal their alibi at a time where the justice system is, thanks to the conspiracy, already assuming that the thieves are behind the breakdowns and shutdowns as failed changes of hearts. And for the mystery plot and attempting to determine who the actual traitor is, it thus exonerates anyone among them that is already there, leaving just Futaba, who would never work with them, and Morgana, who they can't talk to unless they've been into the metaverse already. But before we actually head off to Hawaii, there's one other case we have to take care of. A problematic mementos target revolving around a video game cheater who stalks around the arcades, which actually completes a set of targets that justifies a mementos trip. Futaba's inclusion in the party allowing them to observe mementos' expansion, which is a bit of another translation error, as the purported expansion is just us accessing another region that already exists, which we've been locked out of. Someone else has already expanded these paths into the popular consciousness, we're just being made aware of them as we gain access to them, and now can actually see its scope thanks to Futaba's scanning, which is leading Morgana to feel irrelevant as now that this group is experienced in everything he could teach them, they're outright outpacing him. Anyways, the actual cheater we're after, Nejima, has as part of his distorted cognition the belief that he is invincible, and that's why he cheats. But this delusion prevents us from defeating him as our weapon skills with guns are not proficient enough to overcome him. And unless we can outshoot him in the way that is his weakness, which is an echo of the video game Gunabout, we can't actually defeat him. Meaning, we need a video game tutor.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、当のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
This event is what unlocks the Tower Arcana after we get back from the trip, by us learning from the young boy Shinya the gun tricks that make him an ace of the game Gunabout. And from maxing out his Arcana, we gain special gun kata moves for the final length of the game, as well as increasing a user's maximum ammo. And for maxing out the Arcana, guns gain the capacity to completely ignore resistances to damage the enemies might have. Even getting the first rank with Shinya gives us the technique we need to deal with that Mementos mission, but there is of course more beyond that. For Shinya is in fact an avid fan of the Phantom Thieves, and then bringing justice to those who need it, which is itself a form of wish fulfillment by proxy for him due to his worsening relationship with his mom. Shinya's a pretty smart kid, with him immediately pinning us as, you are, but you can't say you are, with regards to his fanboying of us. And his cause for teaching us is him getting to know and understand us, and why we haven't exactly helped him. He doesn't say such immediately, but the truth is he's been hesitant to make a request regarding his mom, who more and more has just left him to raise himself after a messy divorce from Shinya's father, despite her helicopter parenting about everything around Shinya himself, and going out of her way to antagonize the school he attends and the parents of his classmates, as if it's their job to raise her son since she doesn't have the time to do it herself. And Shinya thinks it's all his fault for not being strong enough that she has to spend more time on other people instead of on him. Which, as someone who had their parents divorced when I was really young, when you don't know any better and lack a grasp of adult matters, you can unintentionally think it's your fault your parents don't like each other anymore, when the entire matter is bigger than you. Shinya's a smart kid, but anyone can get trapped in that false mentality when you're too young to really grasp the context. Hell, I fell into that for a time, but I felt stupid retroactively for feeling that way when I learned what the reason was. I'm not going to get into the specifics here, it's not the place for it. Drop by one of my streams if you want to ask about it. But the long and short of it was my mom was not good with money or managing savings accounts. Regardless, that perceived weakness of himself has become a complex for Shinya, wanting to be the best at something so he wouldn't be ridiculed for his mom's actions. When the reality is he's only causing his own isolation due to how defensive he's become over it, especially as he's tying his own mental health and well-being to whether he's good at a video game. I mean, streamers and certain YouTubers can, but that's turning a hobby into a career after becoming an adult, and even that can be unhealthy for us doing this if we obsess over it. A child doing this? Not so much. Though that mindset from Shinya isn't so surprising, considering the Japanese actor for them is Aki Kanada, who's voiced an assortment of one-off characters in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime. This all makes sense thanks to the arcana of the Tower, which reflects misery, distress, adversity, disgrace, and ruin, or in general, unforeseen catastrophe. In reverse, it means negligence, absence, carelessness, and apathy, all of which can be addressed with a guiding hand and a mentor to speak one's problems to in order to not let Shinya turn himself into a selfish asshole bully by taking the wrong lessons from his mom, with him eventually bringing the request himself for us to help his mom, and we give him a calling card in turn to hand over to her, allowing us to see that her mother's aggression that she's passing on to her son is all rooted on the mom being crushed under the societal stigma towards divorce I discussed early in all this, and her distortion having been making her preemptively attack everyone around them, regardless of the harm it does. Removing that allows her to get the chip off her shoulder and worry less about the appearance of how she raises her son, and actually raise her son right. And that care makes all the difference for Shinya's health and well-being as well, completing out his social link, with him being the only major character or confidant in this game that I cannot think of a Code Geass parallel for, unless one wanted me to compare him to Kid Lelouch, which is water I am not treading.
ごめんなさい。やっとわかった。僕、自分勝手だった。あんなことしたんだから。できないかもしれないけど、許してください。お金、貯まったらすぐ返すから。どうする？あ、それだけだから。来てくれてありがとう。
どういうことだ？ショットに行けねえ。
はい、ここ。体を狙うんじゃなくて。そしてここ。
バカな。すげえ。チャンピオンが撃てねえ。認めないぞ。こんな負け認められるか。人生終わるんだよ、そんなことしたら。
終わらないよ。負けてもちゃんと続きがあるんだよ。ここで心を入れ替えなよ。でないとあんた本当に終わると思うよ。誰も助けてくれなくなるよ。僕、あんたにそうなってほしくない。勝つことがかっこいいって思ってた。でも優しいのもかっこいいね。負けたら終わりじゃなかった。始まりだった。いろいろ苦しんでお兄さんに助けてもらって僕変われたんだ。今度は僕がいろんな人を助ければ、母さんとか友達とかまだ知らない人も。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。
今こそ汝党の究極なる非業に目覚めたり無尽の力を汝に与えん。
But if you haven't noticed, well, there's a reason I continue to skip over Oya, in that for Confidants, we have a theme going around parents and their children, which thus plays into the arc of Haru and her father that is the focus of the latter half of September and October in the story. Anyways, we're off to Hawaii.
とにかくバカな真似やめてね。ここは日本じゃないんだから。
Oh, why stop now?
アンもなかなかだと思ってたけど、やっぱ外国人と比べるとあれだな。お前もそう思わねえ？やっぱ外国人はボリューム違うわって。
Case in point. But yeah, this is where we have our proper introduction to Haru Okumura. As I touched on in part 1 of these reviews, we first encounter her at the beginning of the game 6 months ago, and have been seeing her in events throughout the game ever since. Despite being a third-year student, she agreed to help the teachers at Makoto as a chaperone, as to keep her a week away from her father, and all the trouble he's been stirring up and forcing her into, when her personal focus is just on growing things. Haru taking part actively in agricultural studies around the school, just to avoid her father, Kurikazu Okumura, who's been considering her to be more and more of a possession over the last few years. And she's not the only one. For Mishima's poll on the Phantom's website has quickly been making the elder Okumura be the popular target, due to him being the head of Okumura Foods, and having allegations against him including but not limited to underpaying their employees at their restaurants and food poisoning. Okay, explanation time! In 2014 and 2015, when this game was being written, there were a series of fast food scandals revolving around unsafe working conditions, unsanitary products, and expired meat being sent to and served by locations in Japan. The source for the expired meats were all coming from their Chinese supplier, Shanghai Husui Foods. And China's inability to provide sanitary food exports had been an issue for years before, meaning the companies affected, which were all American fast food chains like McDonald's and Burger King that do exist and operate in the country. It's because they didn't try and buy their supplies local and wanted to wholesale from Chinese suppliers that happened, and it actually had been overlooked for quite some time because the health and safety inspectors had been getting paid off. So the Okumura arc is once again relevant social commentary as, of course, in the wake of those scandals, more traditional Japanese restaurants and their own fast food chains got a surplus of business. This only begins to escalate once everyone returns to Japan, for as said, the suspicion is seeded about the Phantom Thieves possibly screwing up a change of heart due to Kobayakawa's involvement in the prior incidents, or it was an accident caused by the article exposing even more of his responsibility that he couldn't take. Regardless, the website in the wake of it is getting flooded with comments of support, many of which are fake comments from the false MedJed tech guy who has infiltrated the site, all done to inflate the Phantom Thieves' ego and convince them to target Okumura in reflection of the poll and the worsening public scandals around his company.
罪どころか、社会問題まで怪盗に解決させようとしている。
ちょっと怖い。
Yeah, because societal problems have to be fixed through popular acknowledgement and consensual agreement to stop and fix them. You can't force it, and tricking people into it doesn't work forever. It's why it is important context in the game that the distortions the thieves remove and destroy are not naturally occurring, as they're just taking something that shouldn't be there to begin with.
私たちがしてること、本当に正しいのかな?
But here's where the data from Sai's computer comes in. The most recent sect of the breakdowns and shutdowns cases happen to deal with them caused in such a way that it benefits Okumura Foods and their main fast food chain, Big Bang Burger, which we've actually been eating at throughout the game as well. And Okumura, as another of the financial backers of the conspiracy, has access to calling in their special agent by which to cause incidents that benefit their business. That Sai has uncovered these connections is a credit to her capabilities in her profession, but she's kept quiet about all of this in order for her to continue building her airtight case before bringing it to her bosses, completely unknowing that they are in on this. However, much like Kobayakawa, Okamura has become a liability to the conspiracy due to him being too excessive in using the Black Mask persona wielder to trigger breakdowns and shutdowns to advance his company's standing. Thus why they're making him out as a target to the thieves, and if they don't do anything, then Sai is their backup plan to get rid of him. And it is not unheard of when one company has a scandal, then those in the same industry come under bigger scrutiny. This is actually a developing case at the time I write and record this in 2023. I have linked a video here explaining it in more depth, but the Japanese used vehicle chain Big Motor was found by investigators to have been committing insurance fraud at instruction of the son of the company's owner, them damaging cars brought to them to deliberately make it so their customers would have to pay more or bill their insurance for the damages as a means to make free money. And the insurance company Sompo Japan was found to be in on the scam in order to deliberately inflate the rates they collect. But when the hammer started to be brought down on them, and how they were doing so was brought to the public's attention, consumers raised warnings about the other two major used vehicle chains in Japan having been exploiting the same tactics after company insiders jumped ship to their competitors and informed them of the scam years before. As of when I record this in October of 2023, they are also under investigation, but considering when this video is supposed to go public will make it so almost a year would have passed, there's likely been several developments in that case that I in the past am not privy to, so anything could have happened at that time. But that is pretty much my point. When all but one company in an industry ends up facing such scandals, it means one of three things. Either they were actually operating above board, they're better at covering up their misdeeds, or they were engaging in corporate sabotage. And in Persona 5's case with Okamura, it is a combination of options 2 and 3. For as is revealed, Kurikazu Okamura is a palace ruler, and thus has been able to exploit the perception filter effect to make it seem to the unaware like he has done no wrong with his decisions. But even then, that starts to strain credulity the farther down the corporate ladder you go, as that becomes so separated from the man himself that the consequences of his actions can still be felt by the workers of the company and the populace observing them outwardly. However, despite all the signs that they should go after Okamura for what he's been doing lately, something feels off about this. And how artificially the Phantom Thief's popularity has suddenly been inflated to out of nowhere. Like, they haven't even done anything publicly in months to warrant it. And the frenzy has been kicked up by the company's actions, political candidates, and, of all people, Goro Akechi seeming to endorse their actions now, while still saying they need to be stopped. Something weird is going on. So for all they know, targeting Okamura is a trap. Spoilers, it is. But what pushes the entire matter over the edge is Morgana aggressively insulting everyone for wanting to not rush in, and we see again why I ended up disliking the game's mascot so much, as instead of calling out their cowardice, he goes out of his way to insult specifically Ryuji, when Ryuji defers to people he knows are smarter than him, as him listening would prevent him from going off half-cocked like has gotten him in trouble in the past, and his character arc was all about him learning from that so he wouldn't fuck up like he did again. And as a result, he has not been. Ryuji knows to trust his friends and their opinion even when he himself still has his knee-jerk responses or disagrees. And one of the Phantom Thieves' rules is they need to have consensus on a target before looking to deal with their distortions, which they don't have here. And that consensus helps them to not make mistakes they will regret. So Ryuji standing down is him abiding by the rules they all collectively set so they wouldn't target the wrong people. Moreover, before they talked him down, Ryuji was on Morgana's side of the conversation in saying they should move forward before they made him reconsider. So Morgana insulting specifically him for making a wise choice to not be impulsive when there is no consensus already is a legitimate line cross for Morgana, as he alienated his only ally in this debate. It was at this point in the game that I just became completely sick of it from this damn cat and its hypocritical and selfish attitude. And I'm just as tired of the game for continuously excusing it while trying to frame it as Ryuji being in the wrong, when all he ever did was just retaliate in kind to the bullshit Morgana would throw at him. Seriously, there are people who hate Ryuji specifically because of his back and forth with Morgana, and claiming Morgana didn't deserve such abuse. And I can't agree, as there is at no point in this game where Ryuji ever fucking starts it. That's in fact the entire point of his character story. He never starts any of the trouble he gets into. He only ever retaliates to it in kind when he feels he is being mistreated and held accountable unfairly. Morgana's feelings have been hurt because of what Ryuji says back to him? Well, maybe Morgana shouldn't have spent the entire storyline being a complete asshole! And again, for those who may feel like I'm being too defensive over Ryuji, well, remember, I am taking Ryuji's side in this because no one else fucking will! This insufferable out-of-place antagonism Morgana causes leads him to leave the Phantom Thieves. Oh no, so terrible. To go off to solve Okamura's palace on his own, once again flippantly ignoring the rules they set in place explicitly so one of them wouldn't abuse their powers like this, leading him into contact with a certain floofy-haired girl, which is only going to cause problems for them as the Okamura activities have convinced Sai that the Phantom Thieves are all behind it.
奥村と怪盗団との間に接点があれば会ってくれないと困るけどね。
So, from a metatextual storytelling perspective, if one was not paying attention to the conspiracy plot and aware that Atlas gave away who the traitor was in the first fucking chapter of the game, this was part of the feint and red herring the writers had planned. By this point, they had expected players to have completed the blood oath of all of the introduced characters, and not consider Futaba for the traitor at all, which just leaves Morgana, or another character not introduced. Morgana's sudden out-of-place abrasiveness would be explicable with regards to not wanting the rest of the team to actually think about their actions, and in working with someone else to cause the incident Sai is investigating in his zeal to return to being human, especially because his confidant automatically levels via story events the further into being a Phantom Thief we go, which backed up suspicions about him, as there's resultantly no way to know in advance if he was in fact working with the actual killer all this time. He wasn't, he's just an asshole. But this is why we have that odd tangent of him going off with Haru. For the next time we see him, it is when he's being beaten up, with a feminine frame above him, and after that we see him with a completely different Phantom Thief. And when the team decides to enter Okamura's palace to stop Morgana from doing something really stupid, we find Haru all suited up as a Phantom Thief with a black mask. And as established already, the costume is a manifestation of a Persona user's rebellion. They cannot get it unless they have awakened as a Persona user. That has been the rule throughout every other awakening in this game. That Haru herself defies that rule is done for the sole purpose of making her out to be the actual culprit we've been chasing, as all the recently publicized mental shutdowns have been framed by the game as suddenly benefiting Okamura, which would make sense for a Persona user acting out to help their parent succeed in their goals. Furthermore, helped by how this is someone where, while we have seen them, and Makoto knows of them, none of them have in any way formed a bond with them. The pieces all seem to fit, except for one major flaw. It is too obvious. Like, literally, it is too fucking obvious for the big bad we've been chasing all game to be Haru. Not just because it would be contingent on this extremely nice and moral individual having a dark side to them no one sees, and oh yes, she has a sadistic streak a mile wide she doesn't normally let out, but because it ties a bow too nicely around everything that you actually start missing and forgetting the other pieces of the conspiracy plot that are not part of the whole picture if Okamura was the chief backer for it. After all, why, if Okamura is the head of this conspiracy, would he need other financial backers like Madarame and Kaneshiro? Why would he have that controlling a hand in a school to make it into a place that could endanger his daughter, especially if she's a hidden asset to his success? Why steal Wakaba's research and cover up it even exists if they already have a functioning Persona user? Hell, why make it so Okamura Sr. has a palace in the first place? Or for that matter, the other ones, if their goals are to just sabotage other companies? And then you remember the details about the companies not being the most active targets, but those in the government, like the afflicted members of the transportation departments. I could go on, as the more you think about Haru being one of the actually intended villains, the less sense it actually makes. Which again leads to my frustration with the toxicity of Persona's fandom, as then you get back to the idiots in it that think Haru not being the villain was a last-minute change, when she and Okamura Sr. were red herrings from the start. And as I inferred again at the beginning of this, her role as a red herring was not just deliberate, but obvious from the perspective of the actor illusions being utilized throughout this game, as Haru's voice actress is Haruka Tomatsu, most known before this role as being the joyful knight Canderilla in Zuden Sentai Kyoryuger, who spends most of the series being one of the villain generals, but because of her origins as a monster meant to deliberately create joy in people for harvest by her boss as a means of reviving and empowering themselves, it means her nature is normally one meant to be kind, and it was only her origin that made her malicious, leading to why she is a character that is eventually led onto the path of reformation, as her losing someone she cares for because of her own faction causes Canderilla to conceptualize what it means to feel sorrow, and from there in the series climax, joins the Kyoryuger team in ending the threat of her creator and the more malicious monsters brought to life by him. As from sorrow, she now understands what it means to feel true joy. Remember that bit! That comes back later. And again, for anyone wondering why Haru is the axe-wielding sadist member of the party when her Phantom Thief attire more sells her as a swashbuckler, it is that same actor-illusionary role being invoked. Though of course, this is not the only character Haruka Tomatsu is known for. She's Asuna Yuki in Sword Art Online. She's Kinuho Wanai in the Raildeck series. She's Milena Vashti in Gundam 00. She's Lala Sataline Deviluk from To Love Ru, and 02 from Darling in the Franxx. I could go on from this, but the point of the casting and the overt homages to the prior role of Canderilla was in order to once more bait expectations, like it has been for most of our allies having at least one major social status quo destructive role in their repertoire. But quite frankly, they leaned too heavily into it, and consequently ended up creating narrative issues with the rest of the game just to seed the idea in people's heads that Haru could be the killer, when she was never planned to be. In this case, it's just deliberate bad writing that was done in order to force the game in a direction it has like reason to go in, but done in such a way that makes the experience repulsive to the audience. It is the code Geass R2 problem. The characters have reasons to do the things you want to depict, but a deliberate choice was made to not make their actions align with those reasons, because the mindset the story was approached from did not permit those reasons to be considered. Mind you, none of that is Haru's fault from a character or storytelling perspective. Until we actually start focusing on her father's palace instead of Morgana's crap, she's just being dragged along for the ride, which is all disruptive to the establishment of her as a person and causes people's issues to begin with. As the stuff focused on the Elder Okamura is where the chapter does improve. The true problem all lies in the writing around this event, which introduces her as a thief to try and pull off this misdirect, and is considered outright infuriating, all due to how the game has handled Morgana, and that unintentionally splashing itself onto Haru, thanks to how Morgana has been a smeghead since his introduction. She is unfairly given blame for unknowingly enabling his crap, and stigmatized by fans simply because much of her introductory chapter is stuck focusing on his nonsense. For the other problem from all of this is, it's very obvious that Morgana has dragged her into this out of his own jackassery, endangering both their lives for nothing but his own ego. We back out of the palace to try and talk to Haru in civilian form, her spilling the beans that Morgana was the one that led her into the metaverse, and inevitably been poisoned against them because of it, taking Morgana's side because she hasn't seen how much of an asshole the cat is, nor has context to his backstabbing. Not helped as well that Haru is desperate to change her father's heart, not just because of what he does to his employees. His cognition of them in the palace shows he only views them as disposable robot slaves doing any menial task they're assigned, but how he's more and more treated her as a possession herself. And had she actually talked to the thieves and told them about this and her circumstances, those would have been legitimate cause to sway their opinion. For as has been established from past incidents, individuals being actively harmed by the distorted is a good cause to intervene due to their time-sensitive natures. It would be something to make them overlook the abnormality of the populace in supporting them en masse, which in its own way can be dangerous thanks to the poll manipulation. And again, that exact thing is happening. Hell, Haru's actually been making it worse, as Haru's the one that it turns out was leaking all of these incidents of abuse and scandal to the press to try and get her dad to come to his senses. Worse, because Morgana is just using Haru as a form of one-upmanship, there's other ways he's endangering her, as her polite mannerisms have led her to start replying to people on the Phantom website as Morgana leads her through fulfilling their requests. That's something the police can trace back to her. They need to stop Morgana from his utter bullshit before his recklessness ruins her, and he should know better, but he doesn't fucking care. Again, it's all ego to him. A perception of him being valued and wanted that he only doesn't get because he treats everyone around him like shit. You know, there were actual existential questions Teddy in Persona 4 asked about himself as part of his arc, which informs his story, moroseness, and levels of his self-loathing, which they're trying to ape to an extent with Morgana in his arc to rediscover himself. But it doesn't work because any form of empathy I may have had for his situation has been bled dry by his mistreatment of just everyone around him. This, to me, is genuinely one of the worst sections of the game, if not the worst section of the game, because of the shit Morgana keeps pulling. And how it once again makes Ryuji the butt monkey of it all by trying to frame it as his fault when he did nothing wrong. Morgana is and has been fucking useless from the start, and as we learn later, isn't and never was human. His constant selfishness is grounds for him to get flack he never accepts, and the game never holds him accountable to. I'm surprised there isn't more calling out of Morgana in the fandom as the problem, but I think just too many people outright accept Ryuji as the cause when he never starts any of these incidents. So trying to chase Morgana down as he drags Haru into danger, when I already have a bias against the fucking cat, is as far from appealing as one can get. Your persona is a motorcycle! God, this section of the game keeps fucking rolling an idiot ball. And as if to prove my words prophetic, him just jumping Haru out of the metaverse in his refusal to listen actually puts Haru in danger. She has a fiancé her father is effectively selling her to in the name of his own political ambitions, and that fiancé treats her like trash, to the point she's had to have her father's guards protect and escort her around simply to protect her from him. Yet now Morgana's put her in a situation where she is all alone with no one to help her against him as he assaults her again. It's actually thanks to our intervention that such doesn't happen, the group scaring him off, which allows Haru to tell them of the other incidents. Again, had Morgana not poisoned her against them, this could have been told up front and been a deciding factor for them to go after Okamura for enabling this kind of abuse to his own daughter, who knows it's useless to talk to him about it. Hell, her fiancé's assaults on her are all why Haru's been able to get around the perception filter effect with him, as it's technically exposing all the crap her fiancé's been doing as part of her father's exploits. You know, don't think about the person with the perception filter active around them, and you can see what they're doing. It's like trying to find an invisible man in smoke. You still can't see them, but due to how the smoke is being displaced, you can see where their presence has an impact to find them. This incident finally forces Morgana to come clean about his bullshit, and once again to prove I'm not crazy with siding with Ryuji all this time, Morgana admits he was just making excuses to fulfill his own agenda. They didn't realize he'd gotten too close to this group despite how he mistreats them, and had abandoned trying to find himself again in the wake of everything else going on, despite this constantly moving him forward towards his goals. Thus tried rushing it to his and Haru's respective detriments. But all things considered, it's not an apology I can accept, because the underlying behavior and emotional abuse he lobs at others, especially Ryuji, has shown no sign of change from the start. At the very least, Ryuji himself was owed a personal apology, but as the butt monkey of the game, it's not one he ever gets. And that's not even considering how Morgana has made Haru's situation worse, as Okamura just doesn't even bother to listen to what Haru's fiancé tried to do to her, just treating her coming marriage as a foregone conclusion and completion of a business contract due to him caring more about contractual obligation than Haru's own emotional well-being. Again, as I brought up earlier, marriage contracts such as the one Haru is being forced into were originally meant as a means to permit a potential couple to feel out and see whether such were compatible, only for such to be abused over time into just becoming a formality to an actual union that was treated as a foregone conclusion. And because Okamura's distortion is making him see everything in the terms of business assets, that includes his daughter as something that serves as a means for a transaction. What makes this worse for Morgana is Haru actually did leave a request on the Phantom website for help at the same time they were considering what to do, and it was Morgana's tantrum that prevented them from seeing it, which would have swayed their decision to then side with him. That's why she even went through with being used by him to get her own way. But again, all that was needed to convince them was a personal cost to not intervening to get them to step up, and they have that now. With them thus having a few weeks before the marriage contract is finalized, by which to remove Okamura's distortion, and Haru wants to help in doing that.
こっから先は廃人化事件の犯人を相手にするかもってことだ。メメントスの修行とは違うぞ。覚悟しろよ。
いきなり説教かよ。
甘い。春は東城に毛が生えた程度なんだ。
Just to show that I was not kidding about Morgana's apology being insincere as hell, as he does nothing to change how he treats others. The apology is the start. You have to follow through and not repeat the actions and behavior you are apologizing for. And again, he didn't even really apologize to begin with. The real issue is part of that narrative snarl the red herring created. The story now claiming that Haru did awaken as a persona user, but did so in such a way that her persona has not manifested, which results in all sorts of problems logistically in how that is even possible. Worse, Morgana is only bringing this up now, after he dragged her into the metaverse several times already with an unawakened persona, which could have gotten her killed instead of just swallowing his own damn pride. But now that he's back with the thieves, he's trying to drop Haru like a prom dress. Again, I have legitimate grievances against this cat and part of the story, but none of that is Haru's fault. It is solely Morgana's and the writers and their bad attempt to pull out a twist this late into the game. It actually ends up taking a while before we're ready to perform a proper infiltration of Okamura's palace, most of September being to just build up the next states in the Confidant ranks I've already discussed. Though two events on our road to Okamura's palace stuck out to me. One of them being a movie Futaba wants to see. Back to the Ninja. I fucking swear, if they ripped off my favorite movie just to put fucking ninjas into it, I will! And the other is an event on October 3rd, tied into Royal's new confidants, Dr. Maruki and Sumi, as the vice principal is using both of them to try and boost the school's image, threatening to revoke Sumi's honor student status if she doesn't do better at her gymnastics meets than she already is, and Dr. Maruki calling that out as only acting to have a worsening effect on Sumi's psychological state due to her still working to overcome the trauma of her twin sister's death. But they don't care, as all that matters to this lot is the image of success. Now that they can actually do anything to truly bring out the best in their students. So, just the educational system in general then.
私、弱いな。先輩にも、丸木先生にだって、迷惑ばっかり。私は、吉沢かすみなのに。
Overhearing all of this, Sumi wants to talk to Ren since we've been a big part in why she's been able to improve. Wanting to meet Odaiba where they'd had an encounter previously, where it turns out the meta-nav spread to her phone as well, sucking Joker, Morgana, and Sumi into a hidden palace, where Sumi is confronted by her own shadow, which doesn't even recognize her. As in truth, her own cognition has been heavily distorted by the abilities of this palace's ruler. One of the palace's guards attacks her, speaking of her spurning the palace ruler's mercy to her, as if she can't do anything herself. Which she's just fed up with entirely, for everyone looking down on the dream she's carrying on in her sister's name.
私だけじゃない。私たちの夢まで悪く言うのは許せない。自分の都合を押し付けて。勝手な期待をして、勝手な結果を求めて、私じゃ無理だって言うんですか？私を誰だと思ってるんです？私は吉沢かすみです。不器用な子。灰をかぶったままよりも灰染めの映画を選ぶ、そういうことだね。けどそれがあなたの決めたことだというのなら最後まで付き合うよ。我は汝は我。契約という名の魔法を受け入れなさい。仕切り直しをお願いします。今度はサンドリオンと一緒です。
Now again, we're getting more into this when we actually discuss the Royal exclusive chapter of the game, as it's been a criticism of the Royal versions that this awakening seemed too easy for Sumi to pull off. The counterpoint to that is, again, the game has been trying to deliberately not repeat the screw-up Persona 4 Golden made with Marie, and shoving her into everything as the special. She has her own side plot going on amidst everything else. We have small segments of automatic interactions with her. The half of her confidant we can do shows how deeply she's driven to improve herself, and how she's becoming more and more frustrated with her own poor showing, and the adults constantly telling her she can't. That her best isn't a fraction of what they demand of her to the point it's distorting her own self-image. And she's sick of it, and pushing back against all that. The ease of her awakening here comes about more because, thanks to Ren, she's been actively pushing back against her own self-loathing and rebelling against it. So this just acts as a more overt crystallization of what we've been seeing of her extended arc throughout the previous 6 months of the game. That it's been dragged out is why it feels like it's been done too fast, as the steps to reaching it have not been sequestered into its own monthly chapter like everyone else's has. And as the Phantom Thieves are at the height of their popularity now, this is why Sumi's awakening resembles Joker's own, with her own persona, Cinderillion, being based on the story of Cinderella, of someone seeking to persevere through adversity to obtain the ending they desire. But just to reinforce once more how the storytellers were not trying to make her the special, Sumi turns down being a regular member of the Thieves, but will be willing to back them up in the event something goes wrong. In part because her gymnastics mean everything to her, and to give them up would be to prove everyone she's rebelling against correct, but metatextually having her join as a regular and intrude on the story would make such a larger headache with regards to story revisions and unintentionally make her an overt special member that would only cause the very problems the Persona 5 development team wanted to avoid. But you can't please some people who thought all of that anyways simply because she was a new character introduced as extended content. I really don't get the hate for her, as she really doesn't do anything wrong enough to warrant it like I've been calling out with Morgana. This scene on October 3rd was again just to act as a seed to the royal content where we deal with this aberrant palace. And it'd be ridiculous to just make it so nothing narratively connective or cohesive happens in the rest of the story to bridge reaching this new extension. Like, that's one of the reasons people had problems with the answer for Persona 3 FES after all. Anyways, on October 4th, I begin the group's first proper infiltration of Okamura's palace, which shows he is a gigantic space case. The Okamura Foods corporate headquarters have been turned into a futuristic spaceport and orbital elevator, all manned by shadows having taken the form of robots. A lot of the complex has been sealed off by biometric scanners, requiring Haru to be present to even bring them down. Something not discussed previously that more than justifies Haru being here. And another reason why Morgana was again in the wrong in basically every circumstance for a while now. But Haru's easy passing through is a reflection of while Okamura knows Haru exists, he doesn't think much of and about her, as opposed to his business interests and how even she can help advance them. And because of that, with Haru being the daughter of a wealthy man, those around Haru only thought of what they could gain from her, and not about her.
柄の悪い連中とは手を切れと言ったはずだ。てめえ！
前に言いましたよね。お父様のために私なりの最善を尽くすと。これがその答えです。
そうやつら例の怪盗団か。そういうことか。許しを請うために差し出すわけか。損は裏切ってでも取り返す。奥村の娘らしくなったじゃないか。いいだろう。こっちへ来い。
With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy.
I swear they were doing that deliberately.
なぜそうやって損得ばかりなのです？会社の悪評だって全部そのせい。人を部品としか考えてないからでしょ。
得るためには差し出す。人の上に立つにはより多くを差し出す覚悟を持つしかない。蹴落とす冷徹さこそビジネス。情だの仁義だのは敗者の言葉だ。奥村フーズ私の勝利の礎となれ。
社長、こんな賊の手垢にまみれた女はうちにはいらない。何か情報をいただかないと父に取り次げないな。
もはや制裁は望まない。愛人でも何でも好きにするがいい。
いいでしょう。手を打ちます。
でもこんなの話が違います。お父様個人の野心のためにこの男のおもちゃになれと。
何を今さら。奥村の娘にとってはそれこそが喜びだ。お前など初めからその程度の価値でしかないわ。
さあ来てもらおうか。俺んちへさ。
ゲのゲね。
宿命の家のお姫様、あなたには裏切りなしでは自由もない。それでも求めるというなら間違ってはダメ。さあ、あなたは誰を裏切るの？
心はとうに決まっています。
いいわ、その目。これで本当の力が震える。我は汝は我。美しい裏切りで自
The fully awakened Haru, codenamed Noir, wields the power of psychic and gun skills to add to our arsenal. As said before, she wields an axe in battle, and her ranged firearm is for some reason a grenade launcher. Which of course is one of those things that stretch credulity for the idea that Ren was making ammo for those in the original Persona 5, thus why Royal is better regarding its ammo mechanics. But because the grenades are once per round, that is why her persona, Milady, is one of the few that learns gun skills. And because few enemies have resistances to psychic or gun, it's why she's locked as far into the game as she is. Her persona, Milady, is based off of Milady de Winter from the Three Musketeers stories originally by Alexandre Dumas. Milady is one of the classical depictions of a femme fatale, seducing and manipulating men to get away with her own schemes. But her true past frames her as a victim of her family's own schemes that forced her into being a nun. But wanting nothing to do with that life, she convinced a priest that was there under similar circumstances to run away from their convent with enough resources stolen from the complex to start their lives anew. But that going wrong led to her being branded as a criminal by the priest's brother, who was to be their executioner, for no other crime than breaking the oath neither of them wanted to swear. And it only goes downhill from there for them, as her thematic rebellion was from parental authority, leaving her no choices of her own, and every single thing she does as a villain in the tale is consequently rooted from just wanting to have freely lived her own life, only for that brand to act as a stigma against actually retaining the true happiness she sought, leaving her no other option than to flee into more open acts of crime, and in her case, becoming a spy. But since her first husband tried to murder her because of the brand, and in the story there was no sign she was ever plotting against him, it more muddies the water in more modern interpretations that she was an actual villain from the start, or justified in her seeking revenge on that husband for that wrong, who is revealed to have been Athos of the Three Musketeers. I'm actually surprised there hasn't been more exploration of the character in this context, of her seeking freedom but ultimately having no choices because she refuses to be bound down, and her own rebellion going badly as a result thanks to the sexism of that era. But for Haru, it means her powers are now at full strength alongside all the others. Which leaves another question for Morgana.
ちゃんと教えてあげたの？教えたはずなんだが、伝わらなきゃ意味ない。
Once again, vindication for Ryuji. No one at all understands the metaverse when Morgana explains it his way. It is only when they get the elaboration in the way Ryuji originally requested it that it be delivered, which he was ridiculed for asking for. Does any one of them, not already familiar with the concepts, in any way comprehend it? Fortunately, because Haru was sleepwalking through eternity with her awakening, it hasn't completely exhausted her to wake up as she did, permitting the infiltration to continue, allowing the group to learn of Okamura's grand schemes. As beyond his success in industry, the distortions of his palace have led him to gain ambitions to become a politician, especially with his awareness of the conspiracy's actions to sabotage the government, leaving a wide swath open of potential positions to obtain. And Haru's marriage is part of that due to Japanese corporate sexism, where he has no intention of actually handing the company over to Haru, and instead wants her prospective husband, who is already a high-up official in the company, to inherit management of it through their marriage. This is in turn why Okamura Sr. has turned such a blind eye to what the man does to his fiancée, because the business is bigger than him, his ambition is bigger than them both, and his greed to obtain it, which has overwhelmed him thanks to his palace's distortions, means he's willing to sacrifice what he has to reach higher towards his goal. Ergo, why we see this sci-fi tower of Okamura's more and more cannibalize itself just to get that little bit more, that little stretch higher, instead of establishing a firm foundation and slowly building it up. And this highlights again the contrast between Kaneshiro's gluttony and Okamura's greed. As again, Kaneshiro could not get enough of what he already had, while Okamura, once attaining a goal instead, turns his eyes to a new thing he wanted and began sabotaging the well-being of what he had in order to obtain his new shiny thing that caught his attention, as he didn't even consider what he already had and its worth by comparison. But again, greed is not by default bad. Desire is something natural. All the root emotions of the sins are natural. It's when it becomes in excess that the sin is born. To climb the way up the tower, we have to steal employee IDs in the metaverse to gain access once Haru's authorizations can't take us any further. But as Makoto notes as we climb up, despite everything telling of Okamura's political ambitions, we've not seen anything about him being responsible for the mental shutdowns. It's as if he doesn't know anything about them personally, and was only making use of a service the conspiracy he was part of provided to push his agenda. Yeah, it's called Ka-Roshi, death by overwork. I mentioned it earlier with Kawakami's Confidant. It's especially prevalent in corporations that understaff their departments and expect workers to work 12 hours a day, every day, against the regulations of labor laws, for no other reason than it's company cultural normalizing such crunch so they don't have to properly fund each department, even though the overtime has to be more costly. And that's speaking as someone who has exploited Amazon's overtime policy several times for extra cash, but am quite sick of needing to volunteer to take 60-hour weeks for a couple months a year. However, it's become such a rampant socio-cultural problem in Japan that there has been active pushback over it, and it's only in more recent years that corporations have begun to take steps to decrease the prevalence of it, primarily because expecting employees to dedicate their life to doing nothing but work has been a large contributing factor to Japan's population decline, as those suffering employees don't have time to, meet a significant other and raise a family, especially due to the corporate sexism that expects the wife in the relationship to quit their job to become a full-time mom, when wage stagnation also mandates that both parents be working in order to fulfill the bare minimum requirements to raise a child. You literally cannot have it both ways. Honestly, I'd almost say it's baffling how naive Haru comes off as to not know about this. But if she's really been that sheltered, not just because of her wealth, but due to her social isolation, it does make some sense for why she'd be unaware of common corporate abuses, and insist on changing them. Though while I dig the futuristic sci-fi theme, as I am in truth really a sci-fi guy over anything more fantasy-based. Side note, why are there so few actual space-focused RPGs out there? I know of a few, I've reviewed a few like Mass Effect and Super Robot Wars, but they are a significant minority and I desperately want more that aren't just straight up dystopian. I have to agree with popular consensus that Okamura's Palace just ends up a slog due to everything you have to do and the diversity of tasks to get through it. Diversity of puzzles is normally good to keep players from getting bored, but in Okamura's Palace it just becomes so esoteric with the means to solving them that by the end you're just done with them, and are beyond ready to just have Haru hand her father his calling card so we can start our confrontation with him.
暴利を貪る強欲の大罪人奥村邦和殿、お前の利益と世界的な名声は従業員への非道で成り立っている。故に我々は全ての罪をお前の口から告白させることにした。私は敗者にはならん。
Though this is not helped at all either from the boss fight that results from this. And I swear the writers have the same taste in films as me, as the way Shadow Okamura plays Haru in this next scene, approaching her as groveling on his knees in apology as if he's already realized what he's done, is straight out of Spaceballs.
許してくれ、ハル。お宝を盗まれたら私はもう終わりなんだ。やめてくれ、五章だ。頼む。
I guarantee it.
Would I lie?
もう終わりにしましょう。
おお、ハル、なんとバカな女だ。
Bespin, don't! Ah! No.
Fool you! Though it's all to force one last act of character development out of Morgana. But as I've said, to validate it, it needed to be the end of a character arc of him no longer treating his teammates like crap, which he still continues to do, even after apologizing to show how empty it sounds. Instead, Morgana steals the show from Haru having this exact poignant counter-debate at her dad, which would have better fulfilled her arc here. Regardless, this brings us back to Shadow Okamura's boss fight, and his manifestation of the demon Mammon. Mammon in the Bible was usually just considered wealth as an evil influence, with later Bible scholars more recasting such as an evil demonic influence that made people become obsessed with excessive wealth. While not a normal interpretation of a demon associated with greed, it is still one that makes a logical sense. But the fight in turn echoes Madarame's, how Okamura does not fight himself, but calls up all the minions he has left from throughout the palace to just stall us until his shadow can launch his cognitive spaceship, which would put him beyond our grasp. Well, that, or it's his cognitive expression of him calling for backup from the conspiracy, who he expects to take care of the thieves. Thus, how they would know whether their plan has worked. What complicates this further is the new status ailment for this battle, hunger, which debilitates cast members from being able to act due to hunger pains. And the issue with this is, you actually have to keep this status element on at least one party member, because later in the battle, Okamura starts lobbing giant Big Bang burgers at the party, which do damage to you unless the character is hungry, after which the status element is automatically cured. It's not often where we have a boss battle where one of the mechanics to survive them is to stay suffering a status ailment. The only other one I can think of off the top of my head is Unalesca from Final Fantasy X 2 decades ago. I kinda want that to be a bit more common, but admittedly if you don't balance the mechanics of it, they can be insufferable. And the hunger mechanic here is a bit overcooked. Past that, it's just the sheer number of waves that Okamura sends against us that begins to tax the party and drain their SP. But eventually we reach the end of them, leaving just cognitive Haru as his only defense.
私はもうお父様の言いなりだった私じゃない。ノアール、体力少し。
針を持ってしても仕留められないと。大丈夫？誰かいないのか？
Because to the head of a criminal corporate organization, everyone is disposable.
お仕置きが必要だな。
Haru's rebellion has secured the change to our own fortunes, and with Okamura's defeat, we get him to confess that he would hire through a contract the actual individuals responsible for the breakdowns, but doesn't know them personally. But with the removal of his distortion, which turns out to be nothing more than a vintage plastic model kit, I came here to have a good time and I'm feeling so attacked right now. Well, with that gone, there would be nothing preventing him from confessing to the police once the palace collapses. All except for one. All according to plan.
実は
奥村さん。
ええ、先生の描いた通りですよ。怪盗団が奥村を狙うことも、改心を成し遂げることも。都合のいい財布が一つ減りはしたものの、つながりが明るみに出るリスクに比べれば、奥村はもともと正解という器ではなかったのに、おとなしくしていればいいものを。抜かりありません。彼に処理は依頼してあります。しかるべきタイミングで廃人化を起こす手はずとのことです。不出来な身内と怪盗団の大掃除、一石二鳥とはまさにこのことですよ。
じゃあ話を進めるわ。いよいよ最後の犯行についてよ。わかるわよね。潔白の証明のために君たちが最後に狙うことにした相手、その人物に届いた予告状。手紙の宛名は新島さえ。この私。さあ全てを説明してちょうだい。
Previously in Persona 5. We're all gonna die, starting with Grip. Yeah, that's what we in the business call an oopsie. Granted, they don't at this moment know that someone else killed Okamura. They end up catching that later after the shock is over. But watching someone die on live television, when you're in the presence of their kid, yeah, no one's going to be thinking straight after that. Hell, all Futaba can think about in this moment is this is the exact thing that happened when her mom died. Worse, this is the tipping point for what the majority of the team were worried about in the first place before Morgana did everything to make them go after Okamura. He was too obviously a sacrificial lamb, meant to ruin their reputation by him getting killed right after experiencing a change of heart, to 100% frame the Phantom Thieves for it. They knew this was possible, but Morgana's bullshit distracted them from thinking about it and any possible contingencies. And now even more Sai is gunning for them. Akechi beginning to say that this is irregular in the pattern, but Sai is just so tunnel-visioned at this point on closing the case. And she's a bit paranoid as she's found evidence of someone tampering with, not just copying, the information on her laptop.
小さなエラー表示だったんだけど、それに気づいたのが先月あなたと言い合いになった直後なのよ。
だからって僕？勘弁してくださいよ。
本当に？
足で集めた情報がどれだけ重要かは探偵として分かってるつもりです。僕なりにプライドは持ってますから。サエさんはそういうところ大事にしてくれる人だと思ってました。
Worse, there's more evidence against the thieves planted, there being a calling card discovered in Kobayakawa's former office, that frankly should have been found when he was killed a month ago, meaning it had to have been planted. But by whom? Well, by this guy, of course, who as it turns out has put one of his subordinates up to take the fall. Someone we have grown to know, who they have spent years grooming in the event they needed a sacrificial lamb.
かなりの重責でしょうが、彼女としては光栄なのでは。ずっと追い続けていた廃人化事件の犯人。そうでしたな。我々が仕立て上げた犯人。おっしゃる通り。
The IT head still in control of the Phantom's website begins to span the page with condemnations, spreading the libel like a virus which reshapes the collective consciousness's view about the thieves, which is then taken advantage of by political candidate Shido in his messaging. And thus when the group realizes that they were all set up from the start. Well, okay, not necessarily from the start, but this has definitely been in the works for a while. At least bouncing around the conspiracy's mind since Kamoshida was taken down. Ergo, why the SU director and Kobayakawa's superiors needed their names. Well, that or they thought they could assassinate them the same way they had been for everyone else, but Persona users' shadows don't live in the metaverse, so that wouldn't exactly work. Either way, it seems to have worked out for them. Regardless, the best thing they can do right now is lay low and wait for an opportunity to redeem their reputation. Hell, maybe all it would take is hiring someone to do public relations work for them.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、悪魔のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Ichigo Oya has been the reporter we've been encountering ever since the Madarame chapter of the game. Her being a traditional journalist in that she actually investigates the stories she makes, and doesn't base them off of whatever can generate clickbait, or is trapped around the focus of the 24-hour news cycle. She's hyper-competent at her job, making it so her personality and idiosyncrasies that piss off her bosses don't get her fired when her articles inevitably bring flack to their company. Ren's Confidant with her is built from him sharing stories of the Phantom Thieves' exploits, under the cover of being a confidential informant, as in Japan there are laws protecting the rights of a source to a story to allow them to remain anonymous, which is another reason why she won't get sacked. As with the Phantom Thieves becoming a sensation in the country, having access to their perspective feeds the interest of the people, and for her superiors that makes her invaluable in the interim. But this angle on her association with us, and her teasing attitude, makes her easily identifiable as the character equivalent to sociopathic reporter Diethard Reed from Code Geass, just without the sociopathy on Oya's behalf. Though she is certainly a schemer in her own right, but it's the blunt way she forces through and delivers her stories that earns her the Devil Tarot, which is based on being direct and forceful, not necessarily evil, at least when the arcana is right side up, whereas when reversed, it can represent true malice, and that evil coming from one's weakness, pettiness, and deliberate blindness. And while her English voice actress Amanda Wynn Lee, better known as portraying Rei Ayanami, Dot Hack's Mimiru, and Persona 4's Yukiko Amagi, is known both behind the mic as well as in person for being a blunt individual that can match well the arcana and role, well, it's more questionable whether that fits her Japanese actress Yumi Uchiyama, as either being a normal role or role subversion. I admit, I'm not actually engaged with many of the series that actress has done, or at least has been prominent in, to be able to get a good read on whether her playing Oya is a role subversion like most of the others are. The best I know of her roles being just Mayumi Kisaki, the manager of Mao in the series The Devil is a Part-Timer. Because of me knowing only of one other role of hers, I can't say for certain whether it applies to the pattern, and I'd rather not go about making an assumption that would prove false. From building her confidant up at least, you gain advantage of not just her publicity, but are able to learn some of her investigative tactics, which is adapted through the gameplay into making it so the security levels in palaces don't increase as quickly if you alert shadows to your presence. Or at least not as much as they did before you got to know her. Now admittedly, this wasn't such a big deal in my case or playthrough. I rarely had to worry about the shadows catching us that frequently, thanks to other confidants I'd leveled and how well the stealth gameplay was handled. Even if I was caught by an ambush out of nowhere, I'd still be able to sneak attack enough enemy shadow parties to lower any race security alert getting caught would cause. It doesn't make your confidant ranks worthless, as it still does improve an aspect of gameplay. Especially because those security alert percentages enemies trigger when one gets caught do get worse as the game goes on, but it consequently makes Oya's confidant one of the least essential of the non-party ones to do quickly. In truth, Oya's abrasiveness comes from how her immediate boss keeps getting in the way of her investigating matters of government corruption she's regularly heard of, and as such ties into the disappearance of her missing photographer friend Kaio. As her going MIA coincides with her telling Oya she was about to break a new case for them regarding the suspicious dealings of a politician, and Kaio had disappeared right after another politician's death that was then blamed on Kaio. In truth, her boss was acting as the host for a distortion, one deliberately created through which to crack down even more heavily on anyone investigating certain matters or report them to his own superiors, which are suspected to be connected to the conspiracy themselves. But Oya's focus on finding her friend was running aground against the order, thus why it fired off oddly. But with the intervention of the Phantom Thieves to clear the distortion, Oya is no longer blockaded from finding her friend, and discovers the politician Kaio was specifically going after was in fact one we are intimately familiar with, Masayoshi Shido, the man who framed Ren for assault. Somehow he caught wind of what Kaio was doing, and after her boss stops blocking her investigation, Oya finds that Kaio had been admitted to a mental hospital a year previously, and is effectively brain dead, her having suffered the type of mental shutdown that doesn't automatically cause one to die. Oya telling of how she's withered away, with no chance of recovery. Fortunately, one of Kaio's accessories held a hidden camera of what she saw, which includes a meeting between all of the corrupt officials in on their scheme, and that can be used against Shido when his other crimes become exposed. But with the power Shido has accumulated through current publicity, painting him as someone who can do no wrong, his support in government, and his financial backers, trying to go against him now is nothing short of suicide. But Oya won't give up. She'll bide her time. As the truth, the whole truth, does matter. As if we can't tell what fact is and what's fiction, then how will anyone ever solve anything when we can't truthfully determine what the problem is?
例の指導の復讐の件もこっそり少しずつ準備を進めてる。必ず真相を暴いてみせるよ。カヨに誓ってね。改めてあんがとね、諦めそうになった時、君が何度も背中を押してくれたんだよ。ここまで来れたの君のおかげね、海藤くん。あの部長の改心、まんま怪盗事件と一緒の事象じゃん。しかもあのタイミング、狙ってやれんの君だけっしょ。ここんとこの取材で確信したんだ。怪盗団ってのは本物の貴族だって。弱者救済、悪党成敗、全部本気でやってんだよね。社会悪を暴きたいって意味では君と私の目的は一緒だろ。だから君の正体についてはする。社会悪と戦うためにここは共同戦線と行こう。君がいなけりゃ戻れなかったよ。ジャーナリストとしての自分にね。情報操作の垂れ込み屋が私の情熱まで操作しちゃってさ。この恩はいつか返させてもらうからね。それまではどっちが悪を暴けるか競争だ。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、悪魔の究極なる非業に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
But it's not just a matter of fixing the slander the thieves' reputation has become, it's also the emotional state of the newest member, Haru, taking the death of her father hard. And her problems have only increased as her father, and now her, was the majority shareholder in Okamura Foods. While it can be presumed the actions the elder Okamura took that would have warranted their criminal investigation would have died with him, well, Haru's still a teenage girl uncertain of what she even wants to do with her life, now saddled with keeping afloat what her dad built. She's kind enough that just liquidating the assets and closing it down isn't something she would do, as she'd be conscious of all the people it put out of work in doing so.
See, in order to keep this business running, you have to keep this business running.
And as a consequence of her lack of knowledge, she just doesn't know who to trust in keeping things afloat, and who, like her now former fiancé, is just trying to take advantage of her.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、 女帝のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり、自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Haru Okamura is the Euphemia Lee Britannia of this storyline, albeit with her forced upon her paramour arc being influenced by Millie Ashford's personal story in Code Geass as well. This is because Haru is a character that keeps trying to make things better for people as she sees things wrong happening around her, but because of her personal ignorance of the world, due to how sheltered she is not aware that she is unintentionally contributing to why things get worse. Unlike Euphemia, Haru isn't unceremoniously killed off to avoid actually dwelling on the consequences of her actions, but instead has to sort out what to do while still mourning her father's recent passing, and working through that with the only personal skill she has. That being, Haru has a fantastic green thumb, able to, with the approval of the school, grow a small supply of small herbs and vegetables on the school's roof, with her able to cultivate and harvest the few crops she's able to grow on a weekly basis, which prove to be excellent support items and how they are a renewable resource of HP and SP regeneration. And oh my yes, there's many people who complained about getting such this late, who did not take well to it finally being included only in the final months of the game's story, especially with how much of a pain it is to gather anything that recovers health and SP in this game. And Haru has been regularly seen around the school to have started her confidant ranks earlier. To some, it was like rubbing salt in a wound, since, Narukami could grow plants on the hill next to his uncle's place in Persona 4, but we couldn't exactly do that ourselves in 5, now can we? But if you've been stockpiling every recovery item one can, we really don't need them by this point, ironically, making the rewards from her confidant pointless to many beyond the party member improvement ranking her up provides. But her initiative to just do this at the school is a bit informed by her arcana, as the right side up Empress represents creation, one taking initiative as a means of just being productive, and as a way to avoid dwelling on doubt or to avoid ignorance. Reversed, it represents indecision, allowing one to have their life and agency taken from them as they cannot make a choice for themselves. As, ironically, her growing her own plants, once she turns her mind to cash crops like, say, coffee beans, lead to her finding her own path. Before her father's death, there were plans to expand Okamura Foods out from being a supplier or focusing solely upon fast food, and moving into more cafe-like settings, similar to Sojiro's coffee shop. Sojiro would likely not enjoy the competition. Then again, LeBlanc is already a back-alley cafe as opposed to being a street-side one. But that same kind of soulless, give-them-the-food-and-go experiences are one of the things Haru felt was wrong with her father's business, especially after he was afflicted with the distortion. Thus, she makes the argument through example of the coffee beans she makes, as well as advice from Sojiro on properly utilizing them, that a more personal cafe experience, where they grow the very resources they use, would help them diversify properly while maintaining the quality of the end product that had been abandoned. Now, there's a bunch of logistical problems to a lot of that, one of the major ones being that not every region provides the right nutrients or environment for best growing every type of crop. That is in fact why international trade with regards to food is a thing. I live in Wisconsin, and the best crops to grow here are wheat, corn, soybeans, ground root vegetables, and, surprisingly, half of America's supply of cranberries. And I say surprisingly as I've never seen a cranberry farm in the years I've lived here, as they require more moderate temperatures afforded by living farther from the equator. Coffee, tea, cocoa, herbs, and a lot of spices grow better in hotter climates, where they're unlikely to be hit by a lot of heavy storms. But a lot of those plants also die quickly from direct sunlight and require them to be in shade. So yeah, deforestation is a big no for those crops as well. Hell, a large reason for why the expensive chocolate has exploded in cost the last several years is because the regions that grew cocoa beans kept suffering crises thanks to deforestation, irregular and more intense weather phenomena caused by climate change, bad conservative foreign policy making it so many of those countries were taken over by dictators that caused the people to seek asylum elsewhere, and those nations trying to grow other food crops for their own use or export, thanks to a certain fraudster's trade war making it so there was an embargo on the previous seller of those goods to many countries in need of them. Just to show why the balance of global politics is important. And while you can set up greenhouses for some of those plants to grow them out of season or climate, it consequently increases the expense of growing them immensely as opposed to importing them, let alone having the right soil conditions to grow them in. And even the southernmost landmass of Japan is still too far north to be able to grow coffee well. Hell, considering when this takes place in the story, and the Tokyo area being equivalent in latitude to Las Vegas, Los Angeles, and San Francisco, well, even cities that far south are still too regularly cold in late fall for good coffee beans to grow there. So how the hell did Haru in November and December make even halfway decent coffee beans for coffee as is presented here? Honestly, it kind of feels like Haru's Confidant was scripted to be available earlier than it was, only for game balance issues and the need for the red herring in the plot to sequester her off. As despite the prior pieces of story already making it clear she wasn't her father's killer, and a disproven red herring for the Black Mask, the idea of keeping it back this long was so you couldn't complete it before the protagonist has his little date with Sai, implying that she is the traitor in our midst even if she isn't the true killer. But like Makoto and Futaba before this, she has the least founded motivations for betraying this group because of what happened to her father. So once again, I feel this entire find a deceptive traitor gimmick to justify the game's flashback framing device to be a complete waste. Especially because, again, those of us playing with the Japanese audio or saw the story parallels immediately latched onto who the conspiracies assassin was. So it wasn't actually a twist. And Atlas nonsense to preserve the twist became absolutely meaningless. But we're not exactly there yet. Though it is nonetheless a good pitch to the man voted by the board to succeed Okamura in running the company, a man named Takakura, who, while Haru doesn't trust him immediately, does have the business acumen to keep them afloat until Haru is of age and of training to potentially take over, or even run it if she just wants to remain the sole person with controlling interest in the company. Once more, as we discussed at the beginning of this video series, there are multiple circumstances of a family-owned business where no one part of the family knows how or wants to run such, so the duty is then held by another individual who has seniority in the company. And that's what's happening here. But Haru does want to stay involved. That's why she makes her pitch about how to run the initial cafes for their planned chain, and for it to be used as their format for them going forward, allowing for her small-scale circumstances by which to learn and gain the experience to potentially move her way up to running her father's company herself properly when she feels she is ready. Or otherwise, if she finds she feels that's not right for her, to be happy with her own shop. It permits her the options to choose which she had been denied before. And it's frankly what I want to see more of from Yukiko's Confidant in Persona 4. And those are especially the choices she wants to have, which she would not be afforded by this complete jackass who is still declaring that Haru and her company are already his by right of the prior marriage contract her father made. But due to the circumstances of Okamura's death, and the timing the requirements for that contract to be fulfilled have, that contract has been rendered null and void, and he's just blowing smoke to try and trick Haru into thinking she has no choice, when she does have every choice she could want. She just needs people she can trust to be on her side. And with Ren's encouragement, she finds the right words to put into motion the path to her own future. And Takakura can be a supporter of her efforts too. As the Okamura Foods brand originally started with a small cafe her grandfather owned that didn't originally pull in much money, and it was her father's ambition that actually expanded it far beyond that. Takakura was a regular of the original cafe when he was younger. That's why it was his idea to reopen such stores now. So it brings things full circle for Haru to eventually be in charge of this new initiative, with someone aligned with her ideals having her back until she's ready to take the big chair for herself, as well as Takakura helping her get out of the marriage she never wanted, so she may pursue other interests. Yeah, this is another Paramore option that's not my cup of coffee, mainly as I prefer tea as I can't get past the taste of the beans, which Haru actually makes me feel bad about after the options result in a deliberate phrasing of friend zone. But that as much has to do with the trust and advice obviously leading to a crush to form on her behalf, and it's not fun to be crushed by one. But to be completely honest, I felt more like Haru needed someone in her life that could make her laugh. Case in point, the other major Haruka Tomatsu role I keep referencing in this.
私の手を貸すわよ。
ありがとう、
ハリー。あの二人、もうすぐ結婚するの。
違う種族同士が結ばれるなんて、この地球も素晴らしい星だね。
What became the deciding factor on me edging away from romancing her is something you'll only really notice when Haru's allowed to let loose as noir, and that the subversion of the expected role from Haruka Tomatsu is Haru herself has a very noticeable sadistic streak that peers through the guise of a Yamato Nadeshiko or a Jo-sama character role. And whether it's because of her circumstances or not, she has a unique willingness to express her frustrations as quite an ordeal of pain, which has thus earned Haru the endearing name of Sadistic Floof from the fandom. And despite my appreciation of tsunderes, as I've explained a couple times this year, the belligerence of a tsundere is based upon insecurity. If you don't push their buttons or help them work through what their issue is, they are perfectly loving partners. As long as you're not actually dealing with a violent bitch trying to masquerade as a tsundere, or otherwise turn their aggression towards those who would harm or take advantage of their loved ones. You're not actually dealing with a wild animal with them. Whereas with sadists, there's always that concern that if you step the wrong way with them, then the punishment will not just be in excess of the crime, but will be done in such a way that there will be pleasure taken out of it just because they can. But despite that turning me off to romancing them, Haru is nonetheless a good person and good final addition to the Phantom Thieves, especially as their financial resources would allow them operational security should their pursuit of distortions continue past the conspiracy's collapse.
ってつもりはないの。一時のやる気だけじゃ道楽だもの。勉強して腕も知識も磨かなきゃ。いっそルブランに弟子入りしようかしら。実感がこもってる。実際叶えるのはすごく大変だと思う。でも小さい頃からの夢だった正義のヒロインにだってなれたんだもの。強く思い描いて自分を信じて行動すればきっと叶うはず。よかった。あなたと会えてやっと分かってもらえる人に会えたって嬉しかったけど、今はもうそれ以上。今後は人に嫌われることもあるかもだけど、あなたがいてくれればきっと大丈夫。この恩必ず返させて。もしもあなたが大変な時は必ず助ける。もっと頼って。やれるって思えるだけの力を自分の中に感じるの。我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、女帝の究極なる非業に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
But before we move on to the main story of this chapter, there is one other confidant I've not been talking about. Primarily because it's the easiest to rank up as long as you're continuing to experiment with persona fusions and collecting the ones you can. And that is the game's twin munchkin wardens.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、豪気のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Justine and Carolyn are the game's stand-in for CC, purported to be our secret confidant and collaborator, but in practice really don't do anything that truly assists the protagonist. Hell, they actually do more than CC does through keeping our persona compendium, performing the various executions of self, which are used to create new persona from them or otherwise itemize them, which is really more them fulfilling their duties as denizens of the Velvet Room than doing them for us, as they're more concerned with fulfilling the goals of their boss. This echoing how in Code Geass, CC is not actually there for Lelouch, cares at all for his emotional well-being, or assists him pursuing his goals in ways that won't screw him over, but because of what she can gain from Lelouch, simply by him surviving up to a certain point, so she can gain what she wants from other benefactors. Likewise, the twins don't need to keep Ren alive for more than the point that their master deems his task over with, after which they no longer need to associate with him, and will drop him like a prom dress. This matching with the Strength Arcana, but in the reverse position. Straight up, it represents power, action, and courage, while reversed, it reflects despotism, abuses of power, discord, and sometimes disgrace. And that does fit the twins in comparison to the other Velvet Room attendants, with all the Confidant giving you is discounts to summoning back old persona, and at higher levels the capacity to fusion summon persona above the protagonist's level, but at an increased cost to performing said fusions. Well, if it's that big a deal, just activate the spell card cost down. This does not mean that they don't take advantage of the association. Throughout various points in the game, they exploit Ren's need for rehabilitation as an excuse to get out of the Velvet Room and explore the various landmarks of the greater Tokyo area we unlock. Both Justine and Carolyn getting the wrong ideas about all of them due to their inexperience dealing with normal humans, as opposed to the other assistant constructs of the Velvet Room, who in their own ways have received a better understanding of them. Though it kinda makes sense we're stuck with them in this game, and not just the game devs wanting to introduce a new one. P3's assistant Elizabeth is looking for a way to free Mikoto Yuki from the circumstances of his death. Persona 4's assistant Margaret has gone after Elizabeth. Theodore, who knows, as he was a retcon-introduced character in Persona 3 Portable, and only really appears as a choice for FemC. Thus, they're all occupied, leaving their youngest sibling to perform the task. As you progress through their confidant to take them out into the world, however, something begins to feel off, such as the persona fusions with special skills they keep asking for. They all come from a list they have, but who wrote the list? This leads them to realize there are gaps in their memories that shouldn't exist, which are all associated with times before they met and even left the Velvet Room, meaning there might be more going on than either of them considered, and someone is pulling at their strings. And if that's the case, it means that the only one either of them can trust is the very inmate they've done nothing but demean and take advantage of.
問題児だ。だが、貴様が成し遂げた試練。我らは素直に感服した。あなたはその気になれば、我々すら驚かせるほどの素養を持っている。腐るな、戦え。貴様なら必ずや公正は、いや、どんな願いもなるだろう。必ずや破滅を乗り越えてみせろ。いいな。 信じているぞ、トリックスター。必ず真実にたどり着いてみせろ。
待っていますよ。我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、豪気の究極なる非業に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
Though to wrap up their stuff, I have to hand it to their Japanese voice actress Aki Toyosaki for making the twins sound distinctly different. Something their English VA Kari Karanen attempts, but doesn't fully succeed in my opinion. It's also a bit of a surprise for Aki to have played such open aggressive sadists, as she's better known for playing the cute and harmless characters to a number of series. Yui Hirasawa from K-On! And Ueharu Kazuri from the Raildeck series being examples of that, with the most aggressive of her characters being Medaka Kurakami of Medaka Box, alongside her being part of the music group Sphere, alongside Ayahe Takagaki, Haruka Tomatsu, and Minako Kotobuki. To once again show this entire cast list on the Japanese side is a case of everyone knows each other and worked together before. Like, Japan's actor stable is not that small for it to be as prevalent as it's been here, so I keep insisting this has to be deliberate. Moving on October 20th, Futaba's finally finished going over all the data, and has figured out what I told you all in the last 2 episodes. The Phantom Thieves were set up from at least Medjed's introduction as patsies in a scheme to deliberately take down Okamura while being left holding the bag of his death. While Futaba knows several of the people who still use the Medjed name, the one who went after them wasn't one of them. And she's found evidence on Mishima's website that it had actively been tampered with, and many of the reports of Okamura's misdeeds had been egregiously inflated. Couple that with the massive media focus the Medjed incident brought to them, to bring them disturbing levels of sudden popularity, the exact thing they had been worried about before Morgana forced the situation regarding them targeting the wrong people actually ended up happening. Disregard Okamura's possession of a palace and Haru's previous dilemma that made the decision for them. Everything leading up to that was deliberately planted.
だから俺は言ったんだ。迂闊に飛び込むなと。
なんだよ。俺のせいか。最後はてめえも同意しただろ。
Yeah, and as a reminder, they talked Ryuji down. It was Morgana that forced the issue, and is now not being blamed when Morgana's insistence has now come back to bite all of them. Again, I am taking Ryuji's side throughout all of this shit because no one else will. And they keep blaming him for things other people are responsible for, which, as said, is his trigger for him to be argumentative and aggressive. It is insanely hypocritical for them to do it too, considering that's what's happening to them in this stage of the game. This is again why I feel Morgana's apology is ridiculously insincere, because if it was genuine, he would have spoken up about him playing directly into this trap and the resultant escalation, instead of it wrongly being blamed on Ryuji again. For Morgana didn't listen to reason when Ryuji did. See why I get pissed off at this game for making him the butt monkey? As he genuinely doesn't deserve it. And it makes every other character that treats him like shit without valid reason look worse for doing so.
Ryuji!
Again, the double standards help no one, jackasses. Worse, we're not the only ones suffering the fallout. As the conspiracy has another scapegoat, they're priming against us. That being Sai herself, who is being rewarded for finding evidence that Kobayakawa's suicide was anything but, and connecting it to the thieves by being given free rein to bring them in ASAP, instead of being shuffled around to other cases. All of which have been over the past few months conspicuously associated with the various palace rulers or conspiracy activities. Though there is an oddity in this, that being a prosecutor, which is a different branch of the Justice Department, is being given authority over normal police officers. This is another thing I had to look up, and there is some grounds for this in Japanese law, where prosecutors often work with investigators throughout the formation of a case and lead into prosecution. But from what I could find, any orders they may be authorized to give are more in the terms of obtaining and determining evidence and when they could go to arrest a suspect. Not so much them having the authority to literally take control of the entire police department, as that can lead to circumstances where one entirely abuses their power for personal vendettas. Which, of course, is happening here, in furtherance of the game's political allegory, pointing out this exact thing as being bad. For even Sai is shocked over the power she has been handed, as it ensures that she has the entire game rigged in her favor. The promotion she sought for so long finally assured, but if she somehow fails here with that much powder back, her career will be over due to how much of her cases in the last year have fallen through due to the mental shutdowns, psychotic breakdowns, and now the distortion destructions causing changes of heart. It's like, every time she's assigned something, it's doomed to failure. Or Akechi is the one to bring her the evidence she's overlooked that makes her prosecution a cakewalk. It's been constantly undermining the image that she's competent at what she does, even when she is. And Makoto can see clearly what this is doing to her, destroying her from the inside out as it eats away at the woman she once knew, at the obsessions over power and prestige she's garnered that started out so small, but as more and more have been the source of their arguments and distance, as if Sai can never receive the recognition she so very much deserves, even as her superiors demand of her a near-perfect 99.9% conviction rate from the cases she does bring to court. I am not kidding about that, and such is ridiculous to try and achieve. Japanese prosecutors try not to bring charges until they have an ironclad case in the first place. Thus, a public trial is usually a foregone conclusion regarding one's guilt, and a prosecutor either has to be really bad at their job or have bad evidence, or, as we started out this game, falsified evidence pointing to one's guilt in the first place to botch such a case. And there have been a number of publicized incidents in Japan of criminal convictions being overturned on appeal due to it being found that police, or even the prosecutors themselves, falsified evidence to put someone behind bars, strong-armed a confession from a witness who had nothing to do with the crime, or someone else was framed as taking the fall while the actual perpetrator got away. It's a big thing with organized crime and Yakuza stories for a junior member to willingly confess to a crime they did not commit to protect a senior member, for example, specifically to make a prosecution's case fall apart. And the failure of the accuser's due diligence is why many criminals actually escape the justice system. Hell, that context about the Japanese legal system puts a lot better context in place regarding the series Death Note to define just how much of a villain protagonist Light Yagami was. Because he started out using the Death Note to kill people that were found not guilty at trial, despite the likeliness of the due diligence of the Japanese criminal justice system showing that they were actually innocent of what they were accused of, despite what appearances may seem. If the prosecution could not find the evidence for a conviction, and they still went to trial with it so that individual got off for it, that's a sign they weren't guilty to begin with. So Light's actions to summarily judge them with just the superficial appearance of guilt is downright evil. And that explaining the many hoops those attempting to catch Light have to go through in order to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was murdering his victims, as anything less than that would only be proving Light's hypocrisy correct. I swear, Death Note gets a lot better than people already think of it when you remember that it is the story of a man who misunderstands how the world works so deeply to make it a worse place with his unilateral actions. And the fact that the Netflix adaptation so screwed itself up by not understanding that is just annoying. And that same arc of Light's and how he's a monster hiding how empty he is inside is actually relevant to Persona 5's story. beyond Mamoru Miyano being a cast member, obviously. But we're not quite there yet. For the moment, all of this is just really a tangent to make it more clear that Persona 5 is not the first popular piece of media to discuss this exact political issue. Hell, it pops up in the Yakuza and Judgment games as well to show how deep prosecutorial misconduct can go in criminalizing the wrong people, or letting actual killers walk for too long by some just not wanting to bring charges or avoid obtaining certain evidence. It's one of the reasons why Japan's criminal justice system has such a bad reputation to begin with. And the game reinforces the point by investigators under Sai's orders swarming Shujin the next day. Anyone that's been involved in recent incidents deliberately targeted and interrogated, as if they already know who to aim for and antagonize just to make them crack. And despite this only going for 2 days, the SU director is already demanding instantaneous results from Sai, which is a ridiculous expectation to find a smoking gun or confession right out of the gate, and the writing of arrest warrants when one doesn't even know if the suspect is guilty. But of course, that's the key. They don't want things done properly. They want the image of doing something, just to force through the idea that they are in the right. It doesn't matter what they're actually doing is wrong and will harm people, just so they can frame the other side as not doing their job at all, or being wrong in doing so. It's the bandwagon effect, where the optics that one side is better on an issue convinces more to side with them, even when it is against their best interests and that side is lying. And this is different from actually having evidence of guilt, as evidence of guilt can be shown or presented as existing first to validate someone being charged. But they don't have that, as they can't connect it to a motive. As a result, what happens next is unsurprising. Because Akechi has been such an outspoken critic of the Phantom Thieves, his popularity is shot through the roof in promoting his own justice over that of the thieves. Thus, both the school and the investigation team ask him to come in and look at things himself, as all of a sudden, he feels like the thieves are not the perpetrators of these latest crimes. They don't fit the pattern he's seen of them. And that leads Makoto, as the student council president, to offer him an invite to speak at the school. Yeah, this comes off as a situation where no action taken would have been better than any actions at all. But of course, with such pressure put on them from all sides, it's forcing them to make a move, instead of waiting for the enemy to make their own blunder. Case in point, I am skipping around Akechi's Confidant for a reason, but since they're meeting in June, Ren and Akechi have been developing a rapport between them as rivals, the two acting as a counterpoint presenting the respective morals of the thief for the people and the detective for the government, and how much Akechi believes in systems, even when they may be or are corrupt. His appearance here being done to more force the issue in him knowing something more than he's been letting on, and moreover, to hint at something being wrong with Sai herself, though this is interrupted by the television in the cafe.
怪盗団なんてものが野放しなのは国の怠慢と言われても仕方ないでしょう。要人ばかり狙われるのを見てきっと腰が引けてるのがいるんでしょう。市民の皆様には迷惑をかけて申し訳ない。すぐに超党派会合を持って対策を講じますよ。
政治家のくせにできたやつだよな。すぐやるって言い切るとこがいいよ。
私はこの件に使命感を抱いているんです。全力で取り組む所存ですよ。悪党の勝手な世直しなんて、それこそ世直ししてやらないと。国民の皆様の関心にすぐに応えるのは政治家として当たり前の使命でしょう。
今時なんともけなげなやつだね。
What the hell are you talking about? He was literally saying nothing. Like, this is the biggest amount of nothing from a political statement since whatever the last statement made by a Republican was.
まあ、そう見えるんだろうね。でも、あれじゃあ本質を見逃してる。改心だけなら、彼らがたとえ無罪じゃなくても、僕が本当に遂げたいことと、すごく近いのかも。
Notice that he never seems to make any commitment to an opinion. Likewise, Akechi spooks the group as they hang out together during the school festival after his invite goes through, saying it's nice to see this entire group together as they are, since it makes things simple. For after he gives his speech at the event... Okay, could you be more obvious? And yeah, he makes it clear that he knows, showing off a group of photos taken outside of Okamura Foods when they got warped back out of the palace as it collapsed, revealing he's also been to the metaverse, claiming he was first warped in there a month ago when a certain MetaNav app appeared on his phone like a virus. And considering that app has spread outwards to so many people, Ren knows that is plausible, as there's not a person here that hasn't happened with, except for Haru. And him not specifying his date makes them believe that it coincided with when Morgana ported Haru into the metaverse himself. Because we don't know the specifics of how the app spreads, just that it does, there's a benefit of the doubts that can be formed around that. And this coincides with when Akechi's tune about the thieves began to change, as if he realized there was something more going on here. Him claiming that affecting someone psychologically operates under different grounds than he had been thinking before when they didn't force a confession in a way that would find them legally liable, and differs in execution from the murders, and that he claims to know who the real culprit is.
顔はわからない。仮面をかぶっていたからね。実はこの写真を撮った時、僕もあの世界に入ったんだ。そこで君たち以外の動いているやつを見た。そいつは僕を見つけるなり、いきなり撃ってきた。
He also claims to have awoken a persona as well from this incident.
こいつもペルソナを？
この猫、確かに喋ったよな。
What can we say? Ren's a fantastic ventriloquist. It helps him counter against all the puppeteers part of the plot. Being able to understand Morgana is enough leeway to want the others to bring him up to speed with what they've done, and is willing to strike a deal. They end their activities, and Akechi will determine the truth about the murders. Or otherwise, he'll inform the police and let them draw their own conclusions. It's an ultimatum that plainly leaves them no choice, so they're left with agreeing. Especially since Sai's superiors only care about getting rid of them.
手法の客観的解明がなくとも、因果関係が認定されたらそれまでだ。彼女は正常な判断ができていない。追い詰められたら、そうだな。自白をでっち上げるかもしれない。
でっち上げ?
This proven as the SU director once again demands instantaneous results, which is not how investigations work. Threatening to remove Sai even though not even a single week has passed since the task force was created. How exactly? This seems like a very bad plan. Actually, from context before, Akechi claims Sai is being put into a position where she has to begin falsifying evidence. But how would he know that? Has he seen her do it before? Has he helped her do that before when he had a suspicion? Hell, looking back on his previous appearances throughout the game, especially with his numerous television appearances, he never seems to actually have a cemented opinion. He just seems to like playing to the camera, as if he's just asking questions that deliberately don't have an answer that could be anything other than baseless speculation. Gotta say that in comparison to Naoto Shirogane, Akechi seems like a pretty terrible successor to the Detective Prince title, since he seems to make more media appearances than he spends time actually solving any cases. Hell, he only caught signs of this group being more than they were by what appears to be deliberate chance. But things go from worse to straight up apocalyptic, as Sojiro has found Futaba's calling card. Why she kept that I have no idea, but this forces a confrontation between him, Ren, and Futaba. As after Okamura, he's of course terrified of what Futaba could have done to set the thieves off. Actually, there's an AU I'm unaware of if anyone's explored it in fanfiction. What would have happened had Sojiro been dragged along into Futaba's palace? Like, you don't need to have an awakening with him or empowered with a persona. Obviously, not everyone that's ever been to the metaverse in all of the games has been warranted supernatural abilities. Nanako sure didn't in Persona 4, but it would have been interesting to see how he would have reacted to the Beast of Wrath that took Wakaba's form, and how he might have tried to defend Futaba in there from it, as he's similarly trying to do here. It's thus Futaba that set Sojiro straight, that Futaba's heart wasn't corrupted, it was under attack, and we destroyed the distortion that had been attempting to kill her to permit her recovery, which he had suspected of happening right after she walked in on her own. That of course puts him on our side, as he's seen firsthand the salvation that comes from our actions. And he would have lost the last thing he valued had they not intervened. So in tandem with achieving a blood oath with him, he's fully on our side.
第一、そんな話誰が信じる？お前らが怪盗だなんて説明できるわけない。現行犯でもない限り無理だ。
Yeah, funny story. As the SU director unilaterally puts a bounty on the Phantom Thieves. 30 million yen for any information leading to their capture. Thankfully, we've blood-oathed everyone that knows at this point, bar Akechi, so they won't betray us. But putting out a bounty like that would lead to more chaos than anything, as any idiot will call in a tip thinking they can claim the prize, which is only gaslit by a certain prideful politician. Again, non-committal political spin. Seems like something everyone can agree with, but can just as easily be used to accuse one's enemies while excusing one's own positions. Yeah, there are two extremes on that. Either the government is too corrupt to reform and has to be replaced, or you want to dismantle the means of government so private interests can exploit and abuse the people. There is no middle ground. And again, this has been set up all game by so many of the breakdown victims being part of government.
With our combined strength, we can end this destructive conflict and bring order to the galaxy.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen and others, Masayoshi Shido is one of the three, technically four for the royal version, primary villains of the game. And on top of framing Ren for assault, he is the head of the conspiracy causing the mental shutdowns, also known by their proper name, the Antisocial Force. Though beyond this, there is a completely different reason why this guy keeps sending up red flags for those using the Japanese audio. And that's because his voice actor is Shuichi Ikeda. And while Ikeda has done other roles like red-haired Shanks, he is nonetheless best known as Char Aznable. And unlike Universal Century Gundam, where Char Aznable didn't do anything wrong, and it was the status quo warriors among the protagonists that actually kept screwing things over for everyone, Masayoshi Shido did many things wrong, all on his own. Or at least those he's contracted with did on his behalf. His arc acting instead to directly parallel Gilbert Durandal's in Gundam Seed Destiny, whom Ikeda also does voice. In that Durandal has this conspiracy forming throughout Destiny's story that actively leads members of the cast to be indoctrinated into trusting him over any other dissenting voices that rightfully oppose his agenda. See Destiny's tritagonist, Shin Asuka, a tritagonist being the third protagonist in importance who facilitates the actions of the villains, being included in that as someone indoctrinated to support the conspiracy. And with Shin Asuka's story arc deliberately intended to mimic Anakin Skywalker's fall from grace, Durandal was likewise deliberately written to be an Emperor Palpatine XP. And that is a similar arc to what Shido himself is on, manipulating events around him with help of his conspiracy and their metaverse assassin to line up events so the unaware populace will literally vote into a position of supreme power the man responsible for all the strife and suffering that's been negatively affecting people's lives.
So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
I feel like I should also give credit to the English dub team as well for the English casting of Shido. Though that was likely unintentional, and I think they were more thinking along the lines of Shido being a Char homage, even though that wasn't what they were going for. As Shido's English voice actor is Keith Silverstein, who has voiced Char in newer produced UC Gundam media, but also does voice Gilbert Durandal as well in the Seed Destiny HD remaster dub that Nozomi Entertainment released in 2021, years after Persona 5 itself had released, making the correct counterpart actor illusion a happy accident, but still one we got for those who'd rather play this game dubbed. However, while Shido's arc emulates Durandal's, there is still an active Code Geass parallel here, because the guy who actually put pen to paper most of Durandal's depiction also worked to undermine the latter show, as the second most active major antagonist in Code Geass happens to have the same pride-filled, spiteful, petulant, self-important, and egotistical personality that Shido showcases, as well as him leading his own cult of supernatural manipulating sycophants. You all thought I was going to say he was the equivalent to Charles instead of Victor, didn't you? Yeah, no. Vivi's a far more malicious antagonist than Charles with regards to how much they impact things behind the scenes just out of their spite, versus Charles' need for control. Moreover, both Shido and Vivi set in motion the very events that created their greatest potential enemy, as well as framed the respective heroes of the story for murder through their schemes, while in turn taking advantage of that frame job to further their own goals. And with him taking advantage of everything, that brings us back to Akechi, who warns that Sai is going to use the bounty information to fabricate a case to make up a culprit, because she is the host of a palace, and has been put into a situation where she must win at all cost, no matter how much she must compromise her personal ethics to do it. And this is where we get to a bit of a debate the fandom has had ever since the game released. When did Sai's palace actually form? There is an argument to be made that it is only recently seeded with the pressure she's had placed on her over the course of the year, especially with her growing enmity toward the Phantom Thieves doing what she wishes she could, which manifests as her palace's sin of envy. However, if you're paying attention to the long game of the storyline, how she's been the personal prosecutorial fixer of the conspiracy without her knowledge, the insane expectation of her to maintain a 99.9% conviction rate, which, spoilers, no other prosecutor is required to keep their jobs, the fact it is revealed in her palace that she has been forced to use falsified evidence before to produce several convictions, that falsified evidence either being provided to her or she otherwise falsified it herself, and in doing so compromised her own morals and ethics. The institutionalized sexism of Japan's criminal justice system that actively punishes women for attempting to obtain positions above what is believed to be their station, and the fact the conspiracy literally recruited her at her father's funeral for this job, and they've been dangling that promotion in front of her face as bait ever since. Yeah, I am part of the consensus that believes her palace was seeded and began to form years ago, and everything the conspiracy is doing now is knowingly manipulating Sai's envy to their advantage, just as they have the manifested sins of nearly every other palace ruler they had their pet persona user create. I like it this way better because it explains much of Sai and Makoto's emotional distance we've likewise seen through the game. How they used to be closer than they are, and that all changed immediately after their father's death. Sai envying how Makoto has it easier than herself, even as the opportunities Makoto's afforded are because of Sai's hard work. And yet the constant stress and disrespect she sees in her work makes that vindication immediately turn to ash in her mouth. That tarnished relationship is not something that forms in short order, is indicative of something being wrong over a much longer stretch of time, between someone who has been able to keep to their convictions and one who has been forced to compromise them. And it's only Akechi's implications that infer that Sai is only now acting unusual, which he claims to only begin when she disregards his words after the point her boss is already putting pressure on her to close the case. And if she falsifies evidence, the people around her would just ignore it. Not just because they're members of the conspiracy, but because of the perception filter effect, preventing anyone from realizing the incongruities of falsified evidence used in the courts. Which is another sign this has gone on for longer than just this year. For as discussed before, there is this misconception about there not being a perception filter effect caused by the formation of palaces, which the rulers benefit from, bar the last three where it is more overt that mental tampering is taking place. However, much like all the previous palaces, Sai's falsification of evidence to win cases and obtain wrongful convictions is something very easy to prove with massive repercussions and consequences attached to it. At least if someone was made consciously aware of it. And she should not be getting away with it enough for it to be a defining theme of her palace, unless something is preventing anyone outside the conspiracy enabling it to see it. And I do mean major repercussions, such as every case she ever took to court being overturned regardless of a demonstrable criminality. There's this whole thing in Chicago of a former police officer named Reynaldo Guevara, who for over 20 years framed minorities to close cases assigned to him as fast as possible through falsification of evidence, which let the actual perpetrators walk as he never identified the responsible parties, even when many of them would later commit repeat offenses. His misconduct, alongside those of others of his time, was only identified in the late 90s, and to this day, over 25 years later, his old cases are still being combed over to find and release more of the people he framed. And he's not the only one. False evidence has become such a problem clogging the criminal justice system with regards to minorities being used as scapegoats for the true perpetrators of a crime that several states have banned lying by police and consider it grounds for them to be terminated with cause due to the systemic corruption it facilitates. With Akechi's words likewise trying to imply that Sai knows more than she does about the conspiracy, and the conspiracy may try to target her in order for them to put the final nail in the coffin of placing all the blame on the Phantoms, which they cannot allow.
なぜそこまでするの？明智君にとって正義って何なの？
最低な大人。そうだね。そいつへの反骨心が僕の正義の源だ。社会のためとか理想のためとか、そんな大層な理由じゃない。極めて個人的で、ただのくだらない恨みだ。
First words out of his mouth I've taken as truth. The thieves have a time limit of the 20th of November to change Sai's heart, and every single second of it needs to be used, beginning from the first infiltration triggered on October 29th, into the Casino of Envy, where every game is rigged, the house always wins, and where we began the story in media res. Though before we enter properly, Akechi needs a code name.
なら僕はカラスってとこかな。
First off, no! Not like a raven, like a crow. Karasu literally translates as a crow. Ravens and crows are not the same things. Second, really? Really? I will explain this response next time, but really?
真っ黒とか？むしろ逆さ。これ、警戒されてるってことだ。
We're back with Shadow Sai almost immediately upon entering, and just, goddamn Sai's shadow is hot. Like, I kind of lean a bit ace these days, but that punk goth look is super effective in penetrating that. She is deliberately designed so she can't be romanced, but even the people who were hypocrites about the paramour system admitted to want to have her as an option. But due to the way Sai's cognition is set up, she doesn't even really consider us a threat. To reach the higher floors that would give access to the treasure in the casino's vault, it requires the entrants become a VIP by winning the games around the casino, which despite Sai's proclamations of fairness, are all wigged in the house's favor. Because the house always wins.
大丈夫。僕に任せてくれ。 いいところを見せておかないとね。
I don't feel like I need to explain much of Robin Hood, right? The fictitious Robin of Locksley, robbed from the rich to give to the poor, was declared a traitor to the crown as he opposed Prince John's usurping of the throne of England, while John's brother King Richard was off fighting the Crusades. The story's been done over and over enough over the years that I don't feel like I need to get into the brass tacks of it. My favorite depiction of the character includes Errol Flynn, Patrick Troughton, yes, the second Doctor had assisted him, and of course Carrie Ewells in Men in Tights. Though there is something that does bug me about Akechi's weapon loadout, and that while everyone else's gear are effectively conventional weapons formed from either props we buy from EY or found in the metaverse, Akechi's the odd one out in that his weapons are a laser blade and a ray gun. Hell, you can upgrade his base Lumina Saber into the freaking Quasar Saber. Like, what Sentai actor did Akechi have to kill to get that? Okay, you know what? That's fair. He did cameo in Ninja and Q Ranger. Well, okay, that joke would make more sense if the Quasar Saber was his starting weapon instead of one you can buy from EYs. But I still don't think his futuristic sci-fi gear should be obtainable outside of the metaverse, as it stretches credulity that a sci-fi prop would turn real there, when the reason everyone else's prop weapons turn real is because they look like the genuine article that exists in normal reality, unless it's a weapon you find in the metaverse. Unless someone's built a working lightsaber or ray gun, and that's become popular knowledge, you're kind of working against the cognition of the popular consciousness for that. Unless there are just that many closet Toku fans in the country that want their transformation trinkets to be real. We already know this game's development staff were. To even begin at that task of ascending to the higher levels, we need to sneak into the back offices and security rooms of the lower floors to access a terminal that can supply us a gambling ID card. Long story, it's something Japan does in an attempt to stamp down on gambling addiction. To even get to the main floor, with Futaba creating 2 of them, which is just a bit too obviously deliberate. Shadowside greets us again when we get to the main gambling floor, her telling us how much we have to win from the games, with no guarantees we'd win from them at all. Just as Sai felt that the cases she was handed had no guarantee she would win them, just as she was made to think that she would lose everything if she failed at her prosecutions.
昔からこうではなかったんだろう。
お姉ちゃんが正義を見失ってしまったのはきっと欲望が歪んだせい。
それってパレスができたきっかけってこと？
お父さんが死んだことと関係してると思う。お姉ちゃん全部一人で抱えてしまって、生活費を稼ぐことや男社会での出世、そして正義とは何か、それらが重みになって心を歪ませてしまったのかもしれない。
Just to confirm for you all that I wasn't talking out of my ass about their arc.
こんな本格的なのやったことないよ。みんなは
Well, yeah, gambling games are deliberately kept out of the hands of minors to prevent addictions from forming in adolescence, as they are much harder to kick after that point. Well, at least that was true before the 2010s, and gacha mechanics became more common, as Japanese law makes it so, unless you're a regulated outlet for gambling, then any prize contest or gacha mechanic has to give you something, even if it wasn't what you were after.
This is worthless.
It's less than worthless, my boy. Trembly away!
Full casinos, however, while they are rare in Japan, don't necessarily have that regulation. And as said, Shadowside's palace has every game rigged from the start. Her tactics making it so there are no ways around winning at the games she's set up, but you can't win them. Not without intentionally cheating ourselves to get around the house rules. Though the defects in her palace undermined her own lockouts, Many of the cognitions and shadows here only caring about their own victories, and not seeing that everyone is playing fairly, or considering others' needs, or operating by different rules. Fortunately, Futaba is the key to victory throughout the floors, her permitting us to hack the slot machines, and unfix the dice tables, which awards us enough gambling currency to move up to the high roller floors, with it showing that Sai's shadow is a very sore loser. 裁判は絶対に勝てるギャンブル。賭場を用意するのは私たち検察だもの。負けは許されない。たとえ冤罪だろうとね。
冗談でしょ、お姉ちゃん。
Yeah, it's not a gamble if the evidence is there to prove the crime. But as I've said, this is all proof to the player that Sai, thanks to her unknowingly being the criminal fixer of the conspiracy, has compromised her morals just to get ahead, only for that goal she has done this all for to constantly be snatched away from her again and again. She can't win for losing. Kobayakawa, with his carrots of that recommendation, was trying to get Makoto on that same path, only for the intervention of her awakening, cementing that she will not fall down the same path her sister did, where she would be forced into situations that would compromise her morals. That contrast is why her involvement is so important, as it then becomes narratively cohesive to the entire structure of the game. There is, however, a second requirement to reach the high roller floors, though, that being the approval of Sai to be there, which we can trick her cognition over by just being present in the courtroom during one of her cases, which she wasn't able to hand over to another prosecutor simply because of the expectations placed on her by her superiors, thinking so any case she was assigned she could not abandon, Akechi framing it as her being a perfectionist, when the reality is far more sinister. With access to the high roller floor now open, we have another 2 games to complete. The first is a dark room maze which literally has no exit, that fact hidden by the darkness that Joker's Eye of Detection ability, granted much earlier in the game by Igor, lets us divine, as well as the ventilation shortcuts and hidden doors that reach around the maze. That, of course, representing how going through the legal process to prove one's guilt or innocence can be a labyrinth to navigate due to all the legal red tape that can be thrown up in one's way, which requires a lawyer's intervention to even discover the proper case law. The other being a gladiatorial battle arena that makes it so only one of our party can actually fight the chosen demon, reflecting how in ancient times one's guilt or innocence could be determined by a trial of ordeal. If one survived the ordeal weighed against them, they would go free, whereas one's death would determine their guilt. Trials of ordeal are historically some of the most rigged means of determining guilt in existence, the most popularly known being the witch trials of Salem in the 1700s, where those judges would always sentence a woman to death just from the accusation of them being a witch, with the expectations that the woman would either die or save her own life through witchcraft and thus out themselves. But the overt logical fallacy was what made them terrible. If you did it, they're just gonna kill you. And if you didn't do it, you're going to die anyways. And in fact, the witch trials were the last ever trials by ordeal, primarily because literal centuries before them, they had been outlawed worldwide because very often investigators would find they either found and punished the wrong person or the actual perpetrator because of the skills they had to commit the crime in question would then end up getting them off scot-free. A literary example of this actually involves Arthurian lore. Lancelot and Guinevere were in several versions of the story guilty of adultery. However, Lancelot had a right to face those who accused him of this in battle as part of a trial of ordeal that would prove whether he or his accuser were in the right. As Lancelot was the strongest knight in the land, he would always win in these trials. Thus, while he and Guinevere continued to commit infidelity, they would never be held accountable for it. You see what's wrong with that? Trials by ordeal stopped because of these sorts of hypocritical situations becoming more and more recognized to be unjust. The witch trials being the last ones held more because the community that committed them were extremist religious zealots who refused to change their ways. and thus why witch hunt as an idiom came to represent persecution unfounded by any evidence to support the claim. Because anyone could claim someone was a witch, but no one could present any evidence to prove the accusation. They would have to make it up or showcase something completely unrelated as proof, despite that doing nothing to substantiate their claim. This is why they ended up replaced by trials of oath, where one swears that they are telling the truth and must find 12 people that were to believe their account, usually by providing some form of validation to their claims to give them credibility over the accusations of others, which then became the foundation for the modern-day trials by judge and jury, where the juries would be screened for bias for or against the defendant, just to make sure that no one that was asked to swear that oath to determine guilt would have a personal stake in letting off or convicting the accused. And in fact, the trial by oath is itself an evolution of a legal wager, which is just like it sounds, where the two involved parties would lay down financial stakes upon their ability to prove their side to an arbiter, though obviously legal wagers have more in common with civil cases in modern times as opposed to criminal cases. That is again why Sai's Palace manifested as a casino, as to wager something is to gamble on the results, even when the outcome should be a foregone conclusion. But even when we win both cases, much as Sai's promotion keeps being yanked just out of reach, this end goal we've overcome all odds to approach gets pulled away. The required amount of coins having been raised by greed to be just above the currency we have. It only being because Akechi retained the second gambling card Futaba made, and him using that card to borrow from the gambling den's banking system, which we never exploited ourselves, that this is not a total wash, opening the path to Sai's shadow once the treasure is manifested. Funny story. This is the last chance to do a lot of things in preparation for the confrontation with Sai, it being advised by the game to not send the calling card until the absolute final day plausible, which is in turn entrusted to Makoto to deliver.
功を競う者たちへの妬みそねみに我を忘れ、出世欲に取りつかれたる嫉妬の罪人、新島サイドの。
I'm not jealous. I'm envious. Jealousy is when you're worried someone will take what you have. Envy is wanting what someone else has. What I feel is envy.
Wow, he's right.
出世のため不正義すら正義と唱える不実。本当によこすとはね。罪人でもない私を改心バカにして都合の悪い人間を消したいだけのくせに。正々堂々行きましょう。そろそろ戻るから。この仕事が片付いたらちょっと落ち着くと思うの。そしたら2人で温泉でも行こうか。
お姉ちゃん、私ね、お姉ちゃんの味方だよ。誰にも手出しさせないから。
変な子。
But as Sai informs her bosses that she's the next target, she learns they already know, and that she's already lost control of the investigation, as it was never actually hers to begin with. And thus we come to the end of this 100-hour flashback arc. Yes, seriously, the battle with Sai's shadow is contained in the 101st video I filmed of this game, which all average out to an hour each.
殉職した時、犯人を心底憎んだわ。正義の殉職って言えばヴィランだけどね、残された方はたまんないわよ。私がどれだけ苦労したと思ってるの。
僕の買いかぶりすぎでしたかね。もっと高尚な言い分だと思ってましたけど。
まさに暴走。こんなの間違ってる。
正義は悪に屈してはならない。私は勝たなければならないの。
ただの独りよがりだ。
どちらが正しいかは戦って決めればいい。
But as I said earlier as well, Makoto's motive as a thief echoes the justice epitomized by a rebel outside the system. So it matters just as much that her thematic counterpoint on this inner sister, on top of once again attempting to rig the system to make herself in the right, manifests its monster form in the same way Kamen Rider villains would try to justify themselves. That it is their world, and they have the right to do as they please because of it. A distorting evil seeking to make the world go wrong, as the world serpent Leviathan. And oh boy, are there a lot of interpretations of Leviathan out there, though it is most closely associated with envy in Judeo-Christian mythology, with the beast devouring the souls of the dead to prevent them from ascending to the heavens because it itself cannot climb to those heights. In Gnosticism, the Leviathan is in fact represented by the Ouroboros Ophis, or serpent, the one who acts as a barrier against reaching to and contacting the divine in order to maintain an existing system over the world. If one attempted to undergo the trials to reach a divine messenger or god, any failure or hesitance would in turn lead to one being devoured by the Ouroboros, aka Leviathan, only for them to start from zero back where they began, as one trapped as part of the system of the world. Thus, one claiming to hold a gate of Ouroboros was to claim someone had already undergone the trials needed to ascend the heavens and make contact with the divine, or otherwise was marked as someone who would be granted free passage through the realms Leviathan watched over. Consequently, Sai's demon form is strong against everything, and explicitly repels Makoto's power, but it has no resistances to psychic abilities, reflecting how Sai has been psychically manipulated from the start, and Haru's presence in this herself would prove her accusations against the thieves as wrong, which is something Sai cannot accept due to all the sacrifices she has made.
私は正しい。だから勝者でいなければならないのよ。邪魔する奴は叩き潰してあげる。剣のためにしてやる。向こうの方が戦力が上よ。無理はしないで。
奪え。
私は
誠。
法で裁けない悪を明るみに出して断罪すること、それは間違ってないと思う。怪盗団だってそういう意志で動いてる。でも手柄のために強引な操作をしたり、真実をねじ曲げようとしたり。ねえ、検事になるって決めた時の気持ち思い出して。それがお姉ちゃんの正義でしょ。
私の正義。
思い出して、昔のお姉ちゃんを。
私は。
新島さんもお父様もそう。何がきっかけで変わっちゃうの？
確かに欲望が原因といっても、歪んで偏った思考に陥るなんて本人の知らない原因でもあるのか。
Oh, is there ever? But you won't find it listed on the wikis because oh so very many people missed that there is in fact a trigger for them. I didn't. I've been saying that the palaces have been seeded by the creator of Distortions all this time. But even with Sai confronted and Ryuji and Yusuke grabbing the treasure, something's wrong. Sai's palace hasn't begun to dissolve. And worse, the conspiracy's assassin has not just not appeared, but has instead brought reinforcements in the form of the police that have been collaborators on the conspiracy, who are all waiting for them to come out. For as the casino represents, you cannot win when the entire game is rigged against you. And thus, we finally come full circle. Ren acting as bait alongside Sai's treasure to allow everyone else a chance to escape, the Phantom Thieves disbanding as their leader is caught, tortured, drugged, and finally placed before their judge, jury, and executioner. For as the tale completes itself and the flashback ends, the conspiracy hasn't been brought down. The genesis of the palace is undiscovered. The secrets of Mementos still hidden in the dark. Just as it's been shown that none of the confidants we bridged connections with to obtain blood oaths from ever betrayed us either, because they were never meant to be in the first place. For in truth, there's only one person it could have been. One person who from the start we've ever seen who has been making slip-up after slip-up, and thematically is the only person that could ever be the killer, and consequently, the protagonist's executioner. Isn't that right, Suzaku?
何を
これがくだらない正義の慣れの果てだ。
And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full, I've traveled each and every highway, but more, much more than this, I did it my way.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなる契りを得たり。契りはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、正義のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
Beginning on June 9th and running up to this point in November, you are playing a secret game against Goro Akechi, who gave himself away from his first encounter that he is not who he sells himself as. He becomes representative of Ren's Justice Arcana, which itself represents in its upright position equity, righteousness, and triumph of the deserving side of the law, but in reverse equates to bigotry, confirmation bias, excessive severity, and law as a system being more worthy of maintaining than the well-being and rights of the people. Right side up, it's the ideal that all are equal before the law. Reversed, it represents that justice is unbalanced, swaying to defend the powerful, while used as a sword to strike down the innocent or victimized from having a voice in the world.
僕は組織の人間です。個人的な感情より組織の論理を優先します。
And throughout the game, we have seen examples of his confirmation bias in Akechi's actions, making observations without evidence that the Phantom Thieves are always in the wrong on any matter in comparison to him, the Detective Prince, who is aligned with the righteous cause of serving justice. But justice for whom? As from all the media appearances he makes, he never defines what his sense of justice is. Yet as the Confidant story with Akechi goes forward, you constantly see him mired in half-truths and double-talk, incapable of giving a straight answer and seeking to avoid one. When we play him in billiards, he deliberately uses the wrong hand, claiming a greater dexterity with it we never see of him. Despite giving constant tells, he is worse at the game. He never even admits he's playing at a handicap until he's called out. It would be truthful for him to say he's handicapping himself, but it's only when he's caught does he do so, shrugging it off as not a big deal amidst him trying to deflect and deceive. He's constantly putting himself on TV, relishing in the attention, always dismissing serious questions that refute his words with a smile and a joke, but when he interacts with the very fans he plays to, he acts like he doesn't want anything to do with or be around them. When he interacts with Makoto, he acts as if the choices Makoto makes to support or condemn the thieves before she joins them will determine her fate, yet is deliberately digging barbs at her lack of wisdom once she actually joins them, despite them having not interacted past that earlier point for him to know what her revised stance is. Hell, Akechi constantly showcases his knowledge of more going on than he should, which presents a disturbing glee to unnerving those around him, as there's no way for him to have that knowledge, such as Yusuke's identity as Madarame's former pupil after we change his heart, when that isn't public knowledge and would have deliberately been redacted in order to prevent anyone potentially coming after Yusuke in revenge for Madarame swindling them by proxy. And yes, that is something which happens in real life to be concerned over such. Alongside Medjed's war declaration only releasing after he encounters and points out it happened. Hell, him knowing Futaba's identity is a massive, massive red flag, as he didn't get this from Sai as he later claims he did. For even as far gone as Sai was, she wouldn't reveal something like that to someone uninvolved. And while Akechi feigns surprise at Morgana talking, he shows no surprise at Morgana's true metaverse Felineko form. But why would he be surprised at Morgana talking at all? After all, he already heard the cat talk.
やっぱり君は面白いな。その冷静さは僕にはないよ。でも僕の推理も面白かったろ？僕らが手を組んだらいいコンビになりそうだ。なんてね。
And dialogue like that, inflected like that, is all over Akechi's conversations and declarations throughout the entire game, and it's why it becomes so easy to point out whenever he lies. The closest we get to the truth of him is when he speaks of his mother, him only sharing this information to get sympathy points and to distract from his awareness of Futaba's history. What he reveals is his mother was a prostitute who tried to raise him herself after his father abandoned them due to the image that would present. His mom dying from the job, and him being passed around foster homes until the last few years. In fact, you most see the slavering monster that hides behind a well-adjusted, cultured man when the subject of his father is brought up to him, and the vendetta he still holds. Which is where he most slips up, exposing that the stories he relates to us for sympathy, the information he provides, and even the bonds he makes are nothing but lies. Or at least even there, heavily obfuscate the facts and Akechi's true feelings. For in truth, his hatred is the only thing we can trust that isn't a lie. For as we hit the rank 8 of his confidant, he challenges us to a fight, which again exposes how much he has been lying all of this time, in advance of this coming betrayal. Not to protect anyone with those deceptions, but just because he can, because it makes things easier for him. As he cannot stand being outdone in anything by anyone, because it pokes to the back of his head whether the very things he has dedicated his life to are all wrong. And he refuses to believe he is the one in the wrong. No matter what happens, no matter who he has to kill to prove it, he must be the one in the right.
正直に言うけど、僕は君が嫌いだ。その境遇で腐らない君が、僕を超えようとする君が、僕とは違う君がかも尺に触る。僕は君にだけは負けたくないんだ。本当にね、僕自身ここまでとは思わなかったよ。
君は殺したいと思うほど憎い人がいるかい？
ああ、いる。
そんな風に考えてはいけないと思っていた。ルールに従って戦わなければ、それはただの人殺しだって。でも、今、僕は憎しみに支配されている。憎めばいい。ありがとう、ルルーシュ。
気にするな。俺たち、友達だろ?
It is for these reasons, and more beyond them, that in counterpoint to the Lelouch illusion that is baked into the protagonist all game long, Goro Akechi is the Suzaku Kururugi of Persona 5 storyline, and I will not budge on this point. He is the traitor in our midst, always bearing their own agenda, held secret from everyone around him, while he lambasts those that oppose him as the ones in the wrong. Whereas, his own path that creates victims as consequence of it, he would be discouraged from if he would just open up and accept others, but he cannot. Because his way, his goals, are more important to him than the reality of the cost to following it. Because he believes his way, and only his way, is right. Despite, as Mikoto herself has established, there are multiple ways to believe and present one being just that are not always held by and maintained by a system. And yet, as we've seen all game, the abuse of systems has made it so only the undeserving are given power. But think on this further. Who put the abusers of these systems in power to start with?
騒がれてる事件は廃人化だけじゃない。人が突然、理由もなく事故や不祥事を起こす人間の暴走。真犯人は心を暴走させる力も持っていないと説明がつかない。そうさ、俺の、お前らにはない俺だけの力だ。
今の暴走を人間相手にホイホイ使ったってのか。
ってやるよ、本当の俺をさ。来い、ロキー！くだらねえ、くだらねえな。正義だろ、仲間だろ、目障りなんだよ、どいつもこいつも。
二つの力を使い分けるだと？なんてやつだ。姿さえ嘘だったってのか。
Yeah, it was Akechi. It was always Akechi. He awakened his persona 2.5 years ago. He used it to explore the metaverse and found out who his father was. Masayoshi Shido. He came to him, told him of this power, and offered to make every ambition of his come true using this gift. To make his father value him, before tearing everything down to make him fall from his heights of power before killing him. All by gifting him the knowledge that he should have had this from the start had he not abandoned his lover and child. But that would only happen, Shido would only be put on that pedestal to then be pushed off of it to his death, if both of them worked together, constructing a conspiracy to cause civil unrest so deeply that it could not be ignored. And Shido would ride the wave of this publicity into the position of Prime Minister on the backs of the people Akechi would kill, or mind-screw into their service, controlling the criminals that funded them through the palaces Akechi would create, and the prosecution office they would have under their thumb, pulling the strings of everything. Akechi's true persona, Loki, who I should not need to give a biopsy on due to the Marvel version of the mythical character being ubiquitous in pop culture these days, gives him the ability to distort people's shadows on top of killing them, deliberately causing both the psychotic breakdowns and the formation of palaces as a result, depending on the distortion being expressed externally or internalized. He killed Futaba's mother, with Shido being the one to speak and deliver the suicide note that seeded Futaba's palace to make it so their one potential witness to Akechi's origins would silence themselves. He killed Haru's father because the elder Okamura, after having his own palace seeded, overused Akechi's services, which drew attention to them before breaking from their plan to place Shido into office. He rendered Oya's friend Kaio brain-dead for no more than uncovering Shido was doing something with a corrupt politician, as Shido's image for Akechi's plan to work could not be tarnished in any way, likely there being a lot more victims atop that for similar reasons. He is the one who seeded the palaces through creating distortions in the shadows of the rulers, and consequently is responsible for Sai's entire situation, as they needed an easily manipulated graduate through which their prosecutions could be controlled, and hold a thumb over the criminals they corroborated with and received funding from, Madarame and Kaneshiro, in exchange for their silence. Even the situation with Shujin Academy, as stated before, is connected to this due to the conspiracy holding control over the school. Kamoshida, either a means of pacification for potential threats from younger groups, an early test for the viability of palaces, a quick means of indoctrination to then lead his victims onto a pipeline into service, or Kamoshida was always meant to be a ticking time bomb that would only prove Shido's political talking points about the needs for social reform. There's a lot of flexibility on Kamoshida's case, but it is still the point that everything associated with the palaces and distorted hearts has direct connections to the conspiracy, and those that began it. Akechi, the facilitator of it all, just to get his father into the place he wants, so he can murder him. Now, some of this, they were on Shido's orders, but Akechi did not object. He made no claim to morality or considered the consequences of his actions, only seeking to justify and excuse them, while he continuously did what all the palace rulers themselves do: place the blame for the consequences of what they did on everyone else but themselves. As every death, every twisted heart, every victim he created, every person harmed as a result of his actions, and every crime he made others commit to build his reputation as the second Detective Prince, was all in the name of him achieving his grand goal of making his father admit he was wrong to throw him away, wrong to disregard him and his mother, who he does blame just as much for not being able to keep his father's attention, while placing himself in the right by building up Shido to be so much worse than he is. For when he would kill and collapse Shido's palace himself, everyone would then be made aware of how much of a monster Shido was, vindicating himself in the process. Even the game plays up how truly monstrous Shido is now, which warrants and justifies taking Shido down. Except there's one problem with that. Much of Shido's own active malice, just like the other palace rulers, is a result of the distortion that was planted in him, which loosened his morals even more than they already had been in his own rise through the political ranks that had made him cast off Akechi and his mother from the start. And as a consequence of that, anything Shido has done while he has been distorted, while he is still responsible for them, Akechi holds equal liability in. And not just him. Akechi was responsible for the mental state in all of the palace rulers that made them believe it was good for them to do what they did just to benefit themselves. But unlike the others, where they had whatever morals they had blocked off artificially by being distorted, Akechi is not affected by a distortion. He is the distortion. The distortion that creates monsters, dredges demons up from hell to possess the bodies of victims to create more victims in turn. And it all caused by how much of an empty void he is, because everything he presents to the world is itself a lie he could not care less about.
出現して自爆しろ。
ざまれざまれざまれ仲間それが何だったんだよ俺のどこがお前に劣ってるんだ誰かに望まれるために成績や大人の評判に徹底的にこだわり抜いた俺は名探偵でカリスマだそれが前歴持ちで屋根裏に住んでるゴミにどうして俺がなんでお前なんかが俺にないもん持ってんだよなんで俺よりゴミの貴様が特別なんだよ
This is by far the largest basis by why I consider Akechi the Suzaku equivalent in this game. Because Suzaku and Akechi are both traitors to the very causes they claim loyalty to. Betraying their friends, their family, the public they claim to stand for, and walk all over the victims of their actions just for the chance to prove themselves right and get what they want regardless of the true cost to it. It doesn't matter who they harm. They generally don't care as long as they get their way, nor care to consider what happens after they achieve their goal or the cost of doing it their way, because they are empty. And because of it, any ending that does not bear them being crushed by the weight of their sins is a bad one. They are so obviously the ones happily enabling the big bads of their respective series all along the way, while wrapped in cloth of deception, disguising how their justice is naught but empty platitudes. And you have to seriously not be paying attention to any of his dialogue to not catch on to the constant doublespeak he says. And obvious he is that he knows things he shouldn't. When you're paying attention, he keeps giving himself away from the very start of the game. It's just in the final confrontations that the story reaffirms all of that for all the people that weren't being attentive to the details. And yet, really stupid fans think these are all asspulls to deliberately make him guilty, instead of this working to expand on why he is guilty and state it for the record.
なるほどな。自分で暴走させたターゲットの事件を自分で解決させてたってことか。それもシドと手を組んでな。
This is especially true of any ruminations he makes about the cases, where anytime he accuses someone else of a crime, it's made plainly obvious that it's a confession, and he's getting off on his in-joke that no one else around him will actually get, as they lack context to them. He's literally rubbing his nose in the face of the people chasing him, dropping clue after clue with wanton abandon, and yet no one picks up on it. And I've not exactly been subtle in alluding to it any time I brought it up, though I'll explain the one people probably missed. See, in each palace of the game, characters can gain equipment themed after those palaces. Not everyone does in every palace, but it is noticeable when you're using them. Case in point, the dagger Joker gets in Futaba's palace looks like something that would fit with an ancient Egyptian theme. Okamura's palace is themed after science fiction. Ren, Ryuji, and Haru can pick up weapons there that do look futuristic. And what do we find Akechi wielding when he becomes a party member? A laser blade and a ray gun, which, by the rules of how the metaverse should work, should not work there because they don't have real-world working counterparts. Unless those weapons were obtained in the metaverse itself. While I stretched for a joke in reference to the Quasar Saber you can buy from EYs, it's because, well, that itself has retroactively become a reference alluding to Akechi's guilt. For there was a Persona 5 stage play which debuted in 2019, and recurring Sentai actor Hiroya Matsumoto, best known as Tsubasa Ozu from Maji Ranger and Masato Jin from Go Busters, played Kunikazu Okamura in those stage plays. Meaning, yes, through the power of actor illusion, Akechi actually did murder a Sentai actor to gain access to a laser blade. Though again, me being silly with the Toku references would have made more sense had Akechi's starting weapon been the Quasar Saber. It's not, so it just becomes more of a happy coincidence. But for a more concrete example showing how they did in fact plan this from the start, let's also address the thief alias, Crow. And this is where I go off on the localization being bad again by implying Karasu should mean raven. Because in Japanese mythology, mystical crows referred to as Karasu are used explicitly in two ways, and only two ways. The first is them being used as messengers by divine beings. The second being open, deliberate traitors to their friends, family, and the causes they have sworn their loyalties to. To label oneself as a Karasu, as a crow, is a widespread, ubiquitous sign of one invoking such a treasonous persona, that the occurrences in Japanese fiction of one subverting this mythological narrative motif and stigma is just Crow from Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. I'm not kidding, 5D's Crow is literally the only straight example I'm aware of. Though I do know of a few that use the motif to pound themselves off as more of an internal affairs investigator that betray their bosses over betraying the protagonists. But they still did betray someone. One such example being the character Crow the Phantom Knife that debuted in the Garo series Makai no Hana. And even with 5D's Crow, there's been a rumor since that show introduced Crow as a character that he was originally intended to secretly be one of 5D's villainous Dark Signer characters and the final antagonist of that arc, only for Konami to supposedly insist it be changed due to the Black Wing archetype becoming stupidly popular in the card game. Now we have never gotten confirmation that such was the original plan, only that Konami has done executive meddling across that entire franchise to make such plausibly believable. But this near-unanimous use of Crow and Karasu as betrayers, backstabbers, and traitors in Japanese media, alongside the final Earthbound Immortal introduced in that arc being one that perfectly fits as being part of Crow's Black Wings deck, is why that rumor persists to this day, as we've never gotten a single series writer interview that's ever asked any of them about it, it only being mentioned to the series directors, and of course the series directors wouldn't know about it. They're the directors! They're not the ones that actually wrote the series! And this sole, outright subversion against just so many examples I could name, is actually why Japanese authors have tried to downplay or reduce the use of this storytelling trope in their media, because the second you have a character associated with a crow, it is automatically assumed that they will be a traitor, which thus would make the storytelling around those characters boring due to how forehead-slapping obvious it becomes. And with exception to 5Ds, again, at least as far as I'm aware, every time that suspicion has proven itself correct. Which again ties back to Atlas's absurd demand that people not spoil the story. As when you are aware of this crap, there are no surprises even when you're experiencing this story for the first time. Hell, I feel like I did a better job of preserving the game's big twist than they did by not deliberately drawing attention to it while still alluding to and seeding it in snark. It doesn't mean the story is told badly, because outside of Morgana's shit, it isn't. But it's why Atlas's efforts to try and bury discussion of this through arbitrary enforcement of a spoiler window actually ended up undermining the story's intentions and gaslighting the player base into making the game out to be worse than it is. But for those who aren't familiar, you're probably wondering how those of us who knew he was the villain that enables the malice of all the other villains character for the game from the start. And well, it's quite simple. You remember how I started this all off in saying that every major cast member was a subversion of their voice actors' prior roles? Well, that was a thing we caught the earliest in this out of all of them, short of Jun Fukuyama's. As Akechi's Japanese voice actor is Seiichiro Hoshi!
腹減った。
壁でも食ってろ。
おい、静かにしろ！ふざけるな！お前なんかに食べさせるもんは何もねえよ！
ケチ、だったら俺、自分で取りに行く。
自分で何言ってんのか分かってんな。
飯気楽なドリラー、エンジンバッカだよ。
指令の懸念通り、やはり鎌倉とノーブルレッドには何らかのつながりがあるとみて。
どうぞ。
的中です。おそらくは証拠物品を狙ってと思われます。よくここまでたどり着いたね。
あなたが私を元いた世界に導いてくださるの？
そうさ、君が望むところへならどこへだって。騙されちゃいけない。その赤の騎士は騎士業界の中でも有名なナンパ師だ。たく、そういうのを野暮って言うんだって。白の騎士、オタク評判悪いよ。
And if you can't catch the pattern from all of that, Seiichiro Hoshi, regardless of the temperament to his characters, has overwhelmingly played those who are adverse to and rebellious towards structured establishments and governmental systems, and frequently becomes a rebel to malicious powers. Yet here he was doing nothing but play a character that reinforces the establishment. Now, I'll admit, including Gino Weinberg from Code Geass on that list is a borderline example, but to many, including myself, Gino ended up a character we wished Suzaku was. Him being someone that recognized the failures of the system, but sought their own freedom from being controlled through exploitation of its flaws that were already there, as he ultimately fought for the people instead of those who ruled. Gino is disliked among Code Geass fans, but that's more because of how Sunrise kept trying to make the writing staff turn him into an alternative love interest for Callan to choose over Lelouch. But that's something literally no one wanted, and such is a trait that was in part carried over here by Makoto's chapter of the story, because she is the Callan XP, with such being a war between following the path Sai and Akechi took, and compromising her morals to act as part of the conspiracy's plans and system, or awakening her own rebellion in agreement with the protagonist's path, that deliberately put them in opposition to Akechi's schemes, because, of course, no one could be allowed to be special, to have this power, but himself. And if that isn't enough, the game outright spells out that because of the pancake incident when we met Akechi, where we deliberately hear him respond to words spoken by Morgana, which could only happen if he had been to the metaverse at all, that the main cast had been onto him from the start of his scheme. Akechi being so arrogant to believe that no one could be in on his deception, and through that, we've been doing nothing but play him throughout the infiltration of Sai's palace, as we found that we could not trust him and his claims to working for a selfless cause due to his own storyline long ambivalence. All done with the purpose of determining his goals and his guilt, as a means to take down the conspiracy and clear their names once and for all. But that is in turn where the most irritating of all discourse among Persona 5 players is rooted. This mistaken, bullheaded, and 100% unfounded belief that Akechi's role in the story was a late-end change to the game's plans, and the Black Mask murderer was meant to be someone else. Namely, as inferred before, Makoto, because international fans literally misunderstood her arc thanks to the garbage localization of her chapter, and the pop culture tells many wouldn't be aware of. And Haru, because they were completely fooled by the worst-written chapter of the game's attempts to make her into a red herring. And to be clear, it's the worst chapter of the game because of the Morgana bullshit, not anything Haru herself does wrong to warrant the baffling hate she gets as well. There's such invalid discourse over this, that it's half the reason why Akechi rates so highly on Persona 5's character popularity polls, despite him being the primary villain of the story. As idiots think the Atlas developers did him dirty, when, no, he was written to be the villain of the narrative all along, and the worst thing Atlas's dev team did was try and backtrack on it. For the record, the other half of the people that uprank him among the cast members, despite how monstrous he is those who ship him with Joker. Hell, that sect is the same group that keep uprating Suzaku among Code Geass polls, because crack shippers like to pair the victim with their abuser. But that's what makes such so terrible. You can't fix them, because there is nothing to fix. They're empty inside. They were always empty inside, and that emptiness cannot be filled.
Some men aren't looking for anything logical, like money. They can't be bought, bullied, reasoned, or negotiated with. Some men just want to watch the world burn.
Oh, and yes, that emptiness, as I inferred before, is the hidden 10th sin of the deadly sins of man from that expanded roster of sins that counts more than 7, with the sin of emptiness better known as sociopathy, when you are incapable of caring for anyone but yourself, and those you claim to value are only done so in how they relate to you. You have no true empathy for others. You only care about what they give you, and their own needs, values, and opinions are not to ever be considered over your own. You don't indulge in any one sin too greatly, but your apathy towards others' plights means you passively enable or create evil by your very existence. This is why there is some scrap data that implies Akechi himself was supposed to have a palace of his own placed between Sai and Shido's. But as I said before, Persona users cannot possess palaces by the very natures of them being in tune with their inner self, and Akechi is not someone with a distorted heart. He is a distortion in the world who creates and facilitates the distorting of others into malicious forces. He's the Suzaku. He was always meant as the Suzaku, and he will always be the Suzaku, getting in the way of the Joker Lelouch from not only acting the best way to help the people, but preventing the proper reformation of the world, all because it wasn't done by him in the way he wanted it to be done, and the way that opposes him would itself undo everything he himself did.
敵討ちなんてことは?
所詮烏合の衆復讐なんて気概あいつらにありませんよ。念のため監視はしておきますが。
頼んだぞ。
死の恐怖に怯えて暮らしてもらいましょう。僕たちの邪魔をした罰だ。
おかしな猫も見つけ次第殺せ。
わかりました。所詮猫ですし心配ないとは思いますがね。それよりもそろそろ自殺の処理が始まっている頃でしょう。発表されれば忙しくなりますよ。コメントを用意しないと。
こちらも対応の準備をせねばな。あと特捜部長どうするかね。
近いうち病死でもするんじゃないですか。
まさかこの私までおのれShinta.
But for the many people that are probably tired of this year-long compare-contrast, well, I'll say again, Persona 5 is not Code Geass. Despite the inspiration and parallels, it's a frankly better told story. For the most part. One that is not slave to this idiotic mandate that its tale end with the hero's death. And thus, there is only one thing, that will ultimately save us. And that is the final accessible arcana in the game. At least by the point in the chronological timeline by which it flags.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、審判のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
For the purpose of the framing device in the 100-hour flashback arc was all done to build a rapport with Sai herself, as she is the key to our salvation. Whether she comes to believe in us or not is what sets her on the path to being a confidant, and in the flash-forward scenes, she gains more and more trust in us. This, ironically, makes her the fastest anyone has actually developed a blood oath in the history of the Persona franchise. as Ren goes from gaining the bond and connection to completing it in what is presumed to approximately be an hour, and not more than 2.
でも、あの限られた時間の中でよく私を落としたわよね。自信あったの？
And it's also important, at least to the reading of Sai's character that I have been presenting throughout this review, on what the key shift to her change into believing in us was. Makoto and Kaneshiro. Remember that speculative theory I've been presenting, that Kaneshiro was involved in her father's death? It's the flash forward that occurs directly in tandem with July 9th, the day Kaneshiro timeline-wise turns himself in, and learning of Makoto's role in taking him down, that Sai begins to believe in them and their roles as arbiters of justice, tearing away the spiritual blinders from sinners corrupted by supernatural means, which grants us the rank 1 to her confidants. Even while in the flashback, that is the one she is most angry about. Her rage being calmed by learning Makoto was the one to take him down only makes sense if the vendetta against Kaneshiro was personal, not professional. And the only personal reason she could have was if Kaneshiro was involved in her losing someone important, which all signs would point to being her dad. But regardless of whether that is true, from that point onwards, it legitimizes her opening herself up to listening, not assuming, and hearing Ren out. Because all subsequent engagements with the flash-forward segments have Sai coming to more and more agree with our methodology, how the Phantom Thieves did not harm people, merely removed the mental block caused by psychological distortions that prevent individuals from realizing the harm their actions would do to others. And in turn, realized how much she herself was mistaken in building a case that framed the Phantom Thieves for the psychotic breakdowns and mental shutdowns, but also how much she had been led to that conclusion by those around her. Specifically, her superior part of the conspiracy, as well as Akechi himself. Akechi, who all game long had been leading her along by the nose and directing her attention where their superiors wanted it. And also, one other detail of this. Because before Akechi ever approached Ren, who was the one he tried to sink his teeth into? And thus, well, this is a separate part to that speculative theory, but unlike prior parts where it could be true but is never confirmed, this aspect requires a fair amount of timeline reworking, for otherwise it can't be canon in the final product. As well, the circumstances of the death around Officer Najima sound like a psychotic breakdown followed by a mental shutdown. Officer Najima is hit full-on by a truck driver with connections to the mafia he was investigating. And right after that, the driver dies under mysterious circumstances that are assumed to be a drug overdose. This is in fact the exact same way the earliest breakdowns and shutdown incidents are described before more were afflicted with the conditions. But it can't be, because Officer Najima's death occurs 3 years before the start of the storyline in 2013, while Akechi is confirmed as awakening his powers in early 2014, and meets with Shido to become his metaverse assassin not long after.
お前と出会ってもう2年半になるか。
And 2.5 years before December 2016 is June 2014, August 21st, 2014 also being the date Wakaba was murdered. Thus the timeline don't work for saying Akechi killed the parents of a third member of the Phantom Thieves instead of just 2. But due to how it's described originally, I think he was meant to be Officer Najima's murderer as well. Now, I have absolutely nothing to back this up, more than this nagging feeling in the back of my head, but the more I ruminate over the details of the story, it would have been more cohesive if he had been. After all, we don't have a good grasp on how Kaneshiro got involved with the conspiracy if it starts later, as then, why would Koss be covering for his activities to give him the cognition of qualified immunity through which to build his palace's foundations, if he didn't have the political connection to the conspiracy yet? Whereas it makes more sense and would be more narratively cohesive if they scouted him out and then killed the officer they couldn't influence to look the other way through metaverse manipulation, so there'd be no way to track it back to them. The only loophole to all that being if the conspiracy actually started earlier, and Akechi only walked into it after his awakening. But then that raises further questions. Hell, just a 2-year span already is too short a window for Shido to gather the connections he has into his service with Akechi's help for them to be so loyal and widespread as they are depicted. Which is more fixed if you move the timeline to Akechi gaining his powers back a further year for him and Shido to build or influence those forces to their whims, or if Akechi only walked in to the conspiracy already existing. And not only that, this one then in the same way Futaba's palace was first forged, have given the conspiracy that same opportunity to seed Sai's palace as well, since they gave her her job offer to be a prosecutor at her father's funeral. And thus she would actively be a victim of his as well. Literally every canonically loose piece fits this way. It even further emphasizes how much of a monster Akechi is, as he's spent years working alongside Sai, providing her falsified evidence for the cases he brings to her, just so he can unknowingly to her thumb his nose at her and her efforts, while taunting her with the reality that the man who ruined her life is always right in front of her, and she just wouldn't have known it. Now again, I have nothing to back this up as something that was changed behind the scenes, but it is a story change I feel would have made the pieces all fit together better. But why they wouldn't have considered it, or possibly even skilled in tying them all together like that, is because almost immediately after revealing Akechi as the true villain and traitor among us, they started trying to backpedal and excuse his criminality. And a third murderer with a personal connection to the main cast would likely have been taking it too far for audiences to buy anyone forgiving him. Especially as such, was a hard sell from the start many audiences, including myself, rejected, or otherwise became a component in the fraudulent arguments against other cast members, which likewise ignored the personal sins Akechi should have been held accountable for, that is only as widespread as it is, because that started from the Atlas developers themselves. For by the time Sai's Confidant ends, she has been read in on Akechi and his father's criminality, and that being exactly why she chooses to help Ren out and ultimately save his life. For if her suspicions are correct and in line with the ones the audience has, then this is the only opportunity she has to take down not just those who were involved in her father's death, but the very people she's been trying to prosecute this entire time, who she has in fact been working for. How does she do it then? Well, it's very simple. For you see, it has already been well established that the metanav spreads like a virus, and she has Ren's phone. Thus, all Sai needs to do is have the phone near Akechi, and as Futaba's already hacked both Ren and Akechi's phones, it permits her to trigger the metanav app to transition Sai and Akechi into the metaverse. Because Sai is so rarely in this section of the precinct and courthouse, she has a poor cognition of it. And as was established before, areas that palace rulers have poor cognition of in their territory are not altered by it, which makes them appear normal. And with her mentally expecting Ren to be still locked up in that room, Akechi could just walk right in and shoot the cognitive manifestation of Joker, and leave the real one in the real world untouched by the attack, with Futaba's previous hacking of Akechi's phone not only allowing her to record his activities, but freely trigger the metanav to transition him without his own awareness when a location looks normal to travelers. And thus Akechi believes Ren dead when the murder itself never took place. Sai consequently hiding out Ren until no one is the wiser to make it so the reports of his death will be greatly exaggerated. You have no idea how long I've been wanting to spoof that Mark Twain quote. But yeah, the importance of the framing device is convincing her that our justice, our approach, was the only correct option we had in the face of a conspiracy harming everyone it crossed paths with, including herself. But that's also why it feels worthless because of how much it intruded on the story, when we literally could have had a storyline-long Q&A session at this point to build up the tension, as then the player would have had to ask themselves who the traitor could have possibly been, thus placing even more importance on getting the questions right, and in doing so, building the blood oath organically to emphasize how critical it was. But the difficulty in even doing this with Sai, the bullheaded zeal she possesses in doing things herself and to her own standards, is consequently why she in turn becomes the Cornelia Lee Britannia equivalent to this story as well, as the elder sister that believes she knows best, only for her actions to be constantly manipulated by those actually behind the circumstances of her greatest personal losses, failures, and hardship, with her consequently treating her sister poorly until that sister acts out in defiance to her whims. Granted, this is only equivalent to our one Cornelia, diverging from the point where Cornelia could have reformed before the end of the series, had she just realized the true culprit of everything she regretted far earlier than she did, which Sai is herself allowed to become aware of for one simple reason. That being, they left in place Sai's palace, and as a consequence of that, her envy, her jealousy over never being allowed an honest win because of the odds deliberately being stacked against her by the very people she is now allowed to realize are the villains, with her finally claiming that victory by awakening her own metaphorical spirit of rebellion, and defying the masters that had kept her as their chained dog ever since her father's death.
その目にかけることにする。見せるだけでいいのね。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここに、ちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて、魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、審判の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
With Sai on our side now, the conspiracy is none the wiser to Ren's survival, allowing him to recover from his injuries before reconvening with the Phantom Thieves, revealing the entirety of their counterplan to stick it to Akechi. For while all his attention was placed on Ren, the others were able to operate unhindered to plot out more of Sai's palace and surrounding areas, Futaba prepping their tech to record Akechi's admissions, and completing their exit strategy by Ryuji and Yusuke faking their theft of Sai's treasure. Oh, Sai's palace still does exist, for the moment. However, defeating her shadow to put it back in her right mind again, alongside Sai learning everything she does, yeah, it's collapsing fast in the same way Futaba's did, sans the Persona Awakening part of it, because the distortion that has blinded her to reality has still been destroyed. It's just through this way, it is done through Sai's own efforts and choice. Like Sojiro and a few other supporting confidants, the possibility of seeing a proper Persona Awakening to further accent Sai's arc is unfortunately the stuff of fanfiction, and sadly not one I've actually seen yet done by someone who actually understood the subtextual story beats of the game. I honestly feel like it may have been better to have her get that alongside Zenkichi when he's introduced to Strikers, but due to her job as a lawyer, she is unfortunately not exactly a frontline member with the same level of freedom to act as the rest of them due to her own responsibilities. It would actually be interesting to see, but within the framework of Persona 5's meta-narrative, her palace suddenly collapsing earlier in the timeline out of nowhere, well, would be a larger cause for concern by the conspiracy that likely make them kill her in the same way her father was eliminated far earlier. But thanks to Akechi calling him, the group now knows who their penultimate target is, and they are short on time. For Shido's scheme, which Akechi has enabled, as I said earlier, is to get him crowned Prime Minister of Japan. His own palace at this point consuming everything in sight, thanks to the popularity the takedown of the thieves has brought him, making it so it's not but a foregone conclusion he'll be elected into office as Shido's perception filter effect begins to expand farther and farther, making people think he can do no wrong. even as Shido himself has been one of those behind everything making their lives hell. Have I mentioned that this game has aged very well when compared to the politics of the last decade, as he just keeps shouting the quiet part out loud?
お前と出会ってもう2年半になるか。
当時あなたは官僚機構に対抗できる若手だと注目されてましたね。おかげで出る杭を打とうとする輩にスキャンダルを狙われた。
腐った老害どもの罠にはまるとはな。その時だったな。特別な力があるとお前が売り込んできたのは、例の認知の研究を偶然かじっていなければ頭がおかしいと突っぱねていたところだ。
僕はトラブル相手を暴走させてスキャンダルをなかったことにした。
まさか他人の心、暴走でも廃人化でも好きにできるとはな。そんなお前が今後も支援すると言ってきた時は何が狙いかと勘ぐったものだ。
志の高い思想に共鳴したからですよ。
Yeah, this is where Akechi and Shido's part in the timeline is qualified.
若葉の研究を潰して資料を押収したのは多分指導だ。いや、そもそも若葉が死んだのからして指導が絡んでいる。俺はそう踏んでた。けど俺は何もできなかった。双葉を守ることを選んで身を隠した。
それ早く言えよ。
まあ信じたからこそあの研究を強引に引き上げました。力はお前だけが使えればいい。解明されては厄介だからな。
一色若葉でしたっけ、あの研究者。素直に従えば死ぬことはなかったのに。
どんな小さな懸念も根元から断つべきだ。不審な点は大概もみ消せる。
Again, for the people who would claim the Black Mask was supposed to be Makoto or Haru, what even would their motivation have been for Wakaba's murder over this? 'Cause I cannot think of one. Hell, it would have made even more sense for both Shido and Akechi to know Wakaba personally, instead of in passing as they frame it, possibly with Akechi being Wakaba's test subject regarding the metaverse to have researched and known as much as she eventually was revealed to make her study of it be so critical to the execution of their plans.
おかげで私は清廉潔白なイメージをたやすく守って大衆の人気を独り占めにできる。民意さえ得てしまえばあとは勝手に各界から協力者がすり寄ってくる。警察だって例外じゃない。もともとこちらは検察の幹部を抑えているんだ。影響力を持つくらいたやすい。
怪盗団が出てきた時は少し厄介なことになるかと思いましたけどね。
調べてみればただのガキどもだ。全部の罪をなすりつけてしまえばいい。
今回の一件で僕の名は全国、いや世界にまで轟きました。人心を操る怪人に法の力と頭脳で打ち勝ったヒーローとしてきっと語り継がれるでしょう。あとは出しゃばらず学業に励みますよ。
お前くらいの年じゃそう生臭いことも思いつかんか。
将来のことは考えてますがね。
He's not though. That's another lie. Akechi's like a dog chasing a car. He wouldn't know what to do with it after catching it. So yeah, with Akechi and Shido believing the thieves are disbanded with their leader dead, and Shido's palace's influence permitting his speeches of no substance to sway hearts and minds, that leaves us to freely approach and enter his palace. A giant private ship cruising through the ruined, sinking landscape they have deliberately let be flooded by the rising tide their actions created, all to benefit off of the pain they have caused. Again, extremely topical to modern politics. I could keep going on that. To say there is no political message in this game is to either be completely ignorant of or not understand politics. Shido's overwhelming sin is of pride, his ego inflating his self-importance to the point he wants all to worship him, framing such all as him being the people's savior, even as he locks them out from their rights and entitlements. The entire internals of the ship, actually resembling a palace, where all obey the ruler without question, despite this being the government building where all law for the country is decided. To get close to Shido and his treasure, contained in the palace's recreation of the Japanese Senate, it requires us obtain a collection of recommendation letters, key cards, and access codes to authorize us entrance. They are all hidden around the ship, and are held by the combination of cognitions and shadows of Shido's co-conspirators. Among them being the IT company head that masqueraded as MedJed and worked to frame the Phantoms. As a result, if one pays attention to what every cognition in here actually says, you get an idea of all of the plots Shido has been part of which Akechi has facilitated. Though again, not all of them. Remember, those involved with the conspiracy, even if they were only financial backers like Madarame, Kaneshiro, and Okamura, could make use of Akechi's services to make their opposition disappear. While Shido facilitated these transactions, they were not part of his sin. Those are on Akechi, because he did them solely to maintain his cover to get Shido where he wanted him. What we can pin to Shido in here, however, are all the issues with the transportation system, Kobayakawa's death, and the entire situation revolving around Kamoshida's abuses and his palace, Kaneshiro's police immunity, the IT rep as said before, and even a TV producer that had been behind most of Akechi's promotion on the air and among their talk shows, which permitted Akechi premium access throughout the metaverse as he grew it, due to his penetration into the popular consciousness, which the thieves themselves have not had to bear the same access. Though I admit, while this stage helps put in context for people who weren't catching the clues earlier on how ever-present Akechi and Shido's malice has been, this is the single most difficult to navigate palace of them all, as I actually keep getting lost in it in my effort to find every opportunity to see the Shido's own sins exposed by the Elder's own cognition, leading me to get turned around and backtrack a fair amount. Not helped when his security system turns us into little rodents, reflecting Shido's view that the normal people not part of the bureaucracy are so beneath his notice that they are all like rats scurrying around, nibbling at the edges of his kingdom. Considering I've experienced mice infestations before, one actually ruined a really comfortable couch we kept in our basement when I was a kid, never underestimate the possibility of rodents getting in where you live. It's for things like this that make Shido's palace in specific a complication. In every previous palace, the ruler's focus and how their palace was constructed was defensive in mindset with regards to protecting their treasure. While there were guards, barricades, puzzles, and traps, the ruler's cognition wouldn't go out of their way to deliberately attack the trespassers. They'd fall to the guards or the traps and barricades would hinder them until the guards would catch them. But here, this rodent form puzzle is different as it is not a passive defense. It acts to preemptively attack intruders and debilitate them before they can become a threat or infiltrate too far. Even the outright shadows of others who have become part of his cognition, whom we have to talk to, are traps, requiring members of the cast go against their own desires just to get a word in edgewise with them, which is worsened when we just start defeating them as special shadows whose job it is to check on the locks begin to hunt us down due to Shido's awareness of the metaverse. Though as we defeat the enslaved conspirator shadows and learn of their secrets, in the real world Shido begins to suspect something might be wrong, and the remaining thieves are retaliating, making Akechi realize the deception they fooled him with, and come in after us.
甘く見ていたよ。本当に面白いやつだよ、君は。口数は少ないけど、行動力も度胸もある。こんな立場じゃなきゃ、いいライバル同士になれたのかもね。
Akechi uses this opportunity to spill the beans of his plans, that he set up the entire palace system as one grand revenge scheme against his father, again justifying his actions and shifting the blame onto his victims to once more prove he is the distortion, and not himself distorted, with how he condemns others for his own actions that left them no choice.
あと数週間で全てが実るはずだった。それをお前らが。だがまだ取り返せる。お前ら全員の首があればな。
そんなことのために首はやらねえよ。大層なこと言ってるが、要はガキがダダこねてるだけだぜ。
The subsequent fight with Akechi is not an easy one either, due to him exploiting Loki's passive ability to turn Shadow psychotic, ultimately losing his cool enough with the defeats we hand him to unleash his true persona and reveal his true self as the real Black Mask Crow Zero. But of course, the web of deception, lies, and distortions is worthless in the face of the world's myriad truths.
Puny god.
With Akechi's defeat, however, it's revealed his short-sighted childish plan that has harmed so many. Yeah, it was all for nothing from the start. His big grand plan to reveal that he was the child Shido abandoned? Yeah, as if Shido didn't already know that. Shido's own cognition of Akechi reflects how much of a fool Shido's viewed him as ever since Shido was given his distortion. All thanks to Shido's existing awareness of the metaverse, thanks to Wakaba's stolen research material. Thanks to Akechi, he was given everything he needs to rule over Japan, as well as the mentality to become the tyrant all willingly bow down to.
そうとも、俺は人形さ。なんだってする。けど、俺が人形なら、本当の人形はお前だろ？認められたかったんだろ？愛されたかったんだろ？お前はさ、花から人形だったんだよ。
Now, I have a lot of problems with this scene, from its framing to its attempt to excuse the personal actions Akechi took in order for the story to impotently pin them all on his bastard of the sperm donor, to even this last-minute attempt at a redemption from him, even though Akechi himself is responsible for setting in motion everything that has made the world go wrong after he got his powers. His personal actions are his own. You can't shift the blame on them. Those are Akechi's personal sins you have to hold him accountable over, as Shido would not have done them without Akechi's influence. Redemption in one's final moments, to give sympathy for the devil despite everything they base their sympathy on being a lie, to ignore the evils he himself spread, especially for someone who has been unrepentant up to this point in the actions they took, does not work in the way Persona 5's dev team wanted to. As such, has become more and more of a caustic, self-destructive plot device that has itself ruined larger stories they are part of. For the hypocrisy of both cast and narrative required to make them sick is just that damn high a bar that when you don't clear it, the story itself falls flat on its face and undermines the rest, especially with every person who is suddenly sympathetic also being a victim of actions he set in motion. But we'll discuss that more in depth next time, when Royal made this whole matter worse. But for now...
Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. The record shows I took the blows and did it my way.
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、正義の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
With Akechi's death, our path is now open to Shido's treasure, which means it's calling card time. and to collapse the last palace Akechi helped create, technically second to last, but we're not quite there yet. Well, Futaba has decided that such requires a very special calling card.
警察意外と素早いね。でもはい残念。
その男の正体はあろうことか現職の閣僚特命担当大臣志藤正義。
この通り、私たちは誰も死んでなんかないよ。嘘かどうか、お偉い人とか分かる人は分かるよね。彼がどんな罪を犯してきたかは近く本人の口から語られることになるでしょう。
いや、まさか。
その前に我々がこの国を頂戴する。
いいだろ。Now, here's a question I never found a good answer to. It was established early in the game that one can't, or at least shouldn't be able to, make recordings while in the metaverse. That being why Ryuji couldn't use anything he tried to film as grounds for Kamoshida's criminality in his palace. The early story hinged on how they couldn't get substantial proof of his actions, which gets undermined if at any point later there's proven ways they could have done so. So since the Thief team are in their metaverse outfits in that snippet, where could they have filmed that if you can't make recordings in the metaverse? If the answer is something along the lines of, the Mananav just locks out recording on their phones and other means are possible, then that's completely fine. But it nonetheless weakens the earlier story and generates the plot hole of if other recording equipment works, why didn't they just try that earlier? As it actually would make sense that any recordings made in the metaverse would just be blank, or show normal reality, as the metaverse itself is a cognitive reality and not a physical one. Hell, Akechi getting a photo of himself in his Crow's Zero form was originally one of the pieces of evidence showcasing his deception as well, due to that prior establishing detail about recordings not being possible. Regardless, the conspiracy realizes they've been had, with no evidence of Joker's death actually existing to back up their earlier claims. Sai, at this point, faking her change of heart just taking place to avert suspicion from her as the various members of the conspiracy try to strong-arm everyone else into admitting anything in the most visibly criminal ways possible. All as Shido panics that he has no defenses left, save for a direct confrontation.
神が私に期待しているからだ。私だから明智のあの力も有用に使えたんだ。
Yeah, funny story. Though, again, I hate this scene for trying to let Akechi off the hook for his own actions by claiming Akechi did them all for Shido, when Akechi himself admitted that was not the case. He did it to entrap Shido in criminality. It's just Akechi couldn't see that Shido himself was aware of what he was doing to be able to strike first.
己の幸福以外は自己責任という名の他力本願。そんな愚民どもの願いを叶えてやるんだ。それが神に選ばれたこの私にしかなせない世直しだ。
そんなの誰も望んでない。
望んでいない？ならばなぜ私は選ばれた？なぜ私に総理の椅子が明け渡された？
Again, that's the perception filter effect of a palace. A palace created by Akechi seeding it, which indoctrinates them. Not someone's own free will permitting them the choice. You see why this becomes circular logic? Hell, while that plays into our final original heist, that's based off of a deception as well, where it's just as easy to claim divine mandate as a means to, like every other distorted being in this game, shift the blame.
あら残念だが、諸君を排除するしかない。取るに足らん小さなほころびだが、そんな甘さで大国すらも滅びる。私はそういうミスは犯さない。
いつの間に。
言っておくが、見苦しく暴れたあの具足と同じには考えんことだ。
お前。
さあ、速やかに死にたまえ。
うちのリーダーが世話になった礼だ。
You know, it's visually apt that the demon form of Shido, Samael, initially manifests as this lion made from corpses. The gold they've been entombed in doing nothing to overshadow how monstrous the construct is. Samael, for those unaware, is the venom of God. Depending on sourcebook, he acts as either a former angel of death, among the first fallen angels, the king of demons, one of several beings to be called by the title of Satan, and potentially the partner of Lilith who sired the Christian figure Cain instead of Adam. Because his depiction keeps shifting erratically, however, one of the few things that's always associated with him has been his own pride and right to act as judge and overseer. And while the idiom, pride cometh before the fall, doesn't originate specifically from him, it certainly has been seen in association with him. And that idiom does fit how the battle with Shido goes. Every separate stage of it ripping away his falsely earned regalia as his conceited notions are laid bare, until he can acknowledge nothing but how he created his own worst enemy when he frames someone else for his own misconduct.
あの時の生意気なクソガキがよくぞここまで邪魔をしてくれたものだ。正直想定外だったよ。こうなる前に徹底的に潰しておくべきだった。しかし私はやり遂げたのだ。この国の舵を取るという野望をついに現実にした。私の野望はまだ始まったばかりなのだ。小僧、今さら貴様のような路傍の小石ごときにつまずくわけにはいかん。今度こそくだらぬ因縁を私自身の手で
全て晴らしてやる。
まさかこんな小僧に。
すまなかったな。誰かにすまないなんて気持ちを抱くのは随分と久しいかもしれん。
Yeah, he isn't. He's distracting us. As in the real world, Shido is trying to prevent a change of heart from occurring, from his distortion from disappearing, through his agents putting him in a death-like state to kill his palace and anyone within it. But as said, because the distortions are implanted instead of manifest from the person's own misconduct, that only ensures that the palace preventing him from realizing and feeling the weight of his sins will still be destroyed. So it's a meaningless gesture that will still lead to him confessing his sins. All it does in the short term is appear to risk the thieves' lives. Ryuji getting the one contractually obligated Mamoru Miyano is a badass moment to use his restored running capabilities to secure them a lifeboat off the ship, seemingly at the cost of himself.
いや、なんでよ。なんで、リュウジ。
つうかよ、パレスって爆発しすぎじゃね？普通に消えろっての。んだよ。
死んだんだよね。
は？爆発で吹っ飛んで気づいたら芝生で寝てってつか生きてね。何？お前泣き顔いけてね。
あんたのせいだっての。
The irony that every time a palace collapsed, they could have just written it out is just funny to me. Though there is an actual reason for them needing a lifeboat, even off of a cognitive sinking ship. For those not familiar, when an object sinks into water, it causes a riptide to form that pulls down everything else nearby, due to the displacement that sinking causes. Humans near ships that are going down consequently get pulled down with it. Thus why lifeboats are needed to safely escape from them, regardless of the means of survival those boats supply after the ship is fully sunk. But yeah, with Shido done for, game over, right? Perception filter popped, Shido not going to become prime minister. The entire conspiracy is going to be arrested and committed with the Phantoms properly retiring, right? Oh, if only. For you see, this is specifically why I kept hammering in that the perception filter effect exists throughout the game, to selectively alter people's cognitions of the events occurring around them and blind them to actions they can take. Because even with Shido's palace being demolished and him having his change of heart, the populace are still being indoctrinated into following along with whoever's in charge. It isn't a last-minute thing coming out of nowhere that has continuously been framed as in discussion of the game. It's always been there. Excused at times by other activities, but it has been an influence, and only grown in strength with each palace ruler. And the remainder of the conspiracy is rallying around how people still seem to be indoctrinated to their cause, and are looking to put in place a different figurehead to replace Shido to take advantage of it, permitting them to still achieve all of their goals, and through that, still be able to ruin the Phantoms' lives and that of everyone else in Japan. Which only goes to show that all of this is not something of Shido's doing, but something he was enabled to do by external forces. So the prior attempt to shift the blame from Akechi to Shido for everything just falls flat. Because this is all a result of the system Akechi was working to maintain that was done entirely independently of Akechi's bastard of a sperm donor, making it plainly clear that Shido and the other palace rulers, despite the malice they caused both before and after their empowerment, were not the puppeteers. Just puppets having their strings pulled while being made to ignore they were there.
お前の更生を阻む元凶。まさかそれがお前が正義を示さんとした愚民たちだったとはな。姿さえ見えぬ相手に熱狂し、自ら林立てたのではなかったか。それを今さら見えない者はおらぬという。もてあそんでおきながら誰一人責任を負うこともなし。人の世の歪みは果てしなく深い。もはやトリックスターの出現で正そうなど不可能なことやもしれんな。
Which does fit with what I said before, that the distortions that form the palaces make the selected rulers act against their own best interests, through them indulging in their respective sin as a distraction against what they actually do to harm people, and that harm being written off as caused by that person. As if the entire purpose was to generate the passive indoctrination brought from the perception filter to make people not think about the sins going on around them. Because it was. After all, who empowered Akechi from the start? As has been established in all prior Persona games, the awakening of someone as a Persona user requires the bestowing, presence of, or connection to some spark of the supernatural. In Persona 4, that being Izanami doing that to Adachi, Namatame, and Narukami, with Narukami's nature of a wildcard permitting the subsequent awakenings of the investigation team through him giving them that push to accept their berserk-driven shadows. In the earliest games in the series, that spark came from Philemon himself. And in Persona 3, that spark came from more artificial infusions of supernatural energy, which researchers had uncovered. But while Ren's once more came from attendants of the Velvet Room, and thus Philemon himself through proxy, the question becomes who gave Akechi his spark, which was subsequently awakened, that set everything else that Akechi himself caused in motion. Well, we still have a good place to look. After all, we haven't figured out Morgana's stuff yet, nor have we been to the deepest depths of Mementos to figure out what the hell is making the subway network of Japan look like the ever-shifting palace of distortion that it is. Which consequently becomes our next goal. If the conspiracy is using the continued strengthening of the perception filter thanks to Mementos' existence, then they need to go in and collapse Mementos as well to get rid of it, even if it costs Morgana the answers to the questions of his existence he has.
我は汝は我汝ここに新たなるちぎりを得たりちぎりはすなわち囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり我魔術師のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり自由へと至るさらなる力とならん
And I've been avoiding this one more than Oya's for a reason. And that aside from Akechi, Morgana is the character I like the absolute least in this game. Even though his Geass character parallel is one of the more obvious ones, with him being equivalent to the cast's mascot, cat, Arthur. The Villain Echo Thief does not change in any significant, meaningful way, and as I addressed in the last two videos, any claim to the contrary is invalidated by how Morgana's mistreatment of the others, especially Ryuji, is never called out. The bond of his connection is always story-related, increasing only in tandem with the completion of tasks he believes will lead to the restoration of his humanity. Yet Morgana does not showcase or embody any true human traits or idiosyncrasies in comparison to his cat-like appearance. Nor beyond his ability to sense treasure does he have any special skills of note, making what knowledge and awareness he has irrelevant by the midpoint of the game. And he wasn't exactly helpful at that from the start due to the trouble we keep getting into that someone actually competent and experienced in ways he claims to be would actually showcase. And this not really helped that Morgana isn't much of a role subversion of his voice actor's prior roles, said actress being Ikue Otani, who most would know better for portraying everyone's favorite electric rodent Pikachu, as well as Tony Chopper in One Piece and Naruto's Konohamaru Sarutobi, as each of the involved all have their own asshole mascot moments. Really, I kind of feel Cassandra Morris in the English dub got more mileage from such acting as a role subversion, as in comparison to her roles of the likes of Yubel or Kyubey, she wasn't portraying a magical mascot that was insane or a sociopath, just an asshole. Really, her portrayal of Morgana had more in common with when she played Rebecca Rossellini in Lupin Part 4, in that she sold him as being so eager to achieve his goals that he doesn't consider others' wants, needs, feelings, or well-being, which are different than his own. Not because Morgana is incapable of considering anyone but himself, but because his personal desire to recover what he was is just that all-consuming that his patience with distractions or things that slow him down is so short so as to be a hair trigger, but that never acts to excuse his mistreatment of others, nor the story's own facilitation and excusal of his senseless spite. And really, Cassandra portrayed this same character story better when she voiced Sophie in the English dub of Tales of Grace's F. And yes, every review I've done this year has an active degree of cross-connection. Why do you think I kept having to delay them all? Nor is it helped by his Magician Arcana representing untapped potential and talent in its upright position, and in reverse showing such potential is unfocused and unable to be manifested, with the reverse position likewise bearing ties to madness and mental distress, most centrally that of schizophrenia. This is why Morgana, for some who didn't catch on to Akechi's guilt, was considered as a possible suspect for the one triggering the distortions. Even though in reality Morgana is supposed to represent and be manifested from, spoilers for something we're going to discuss in a little bit, the collective unconsciousness of humanity having an argument with itself. Morgana not being a cursed human at all, but an entity deliberately created to act as a counterforce against the palaces, distortions, and attempts to enslave human cognition, with even Morgana himself being unaware of this due to the circumstances of his creation. This also explaining why his attempts to explain the metaverse are so bad. He doesn't understand it himself, but is regurgitating knowledge he was implanted with that he expects to be commonplace and second nature, instead of thinking it through. But as has been my complaint, that doesn't justify nor excuse his poor treatment of others, which is my sticking point against him, as even to the end of the game, he just never learns when to stop.
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここに、ちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて、魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、魔術師の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与え。
我が輩の中で新たな力が燃えている。
よし。
This time, as we descend through Mementos, we see more and more of the cognitions of trains fitting themselves stuffed to the gills of more and more of the people's shadows, being sucked down from the metaverse into the tunnels and corralled into its deepest depths, which reveals itself to be one massive prison. A prison where all the pacified shadows indoctrinated by the influence of the other palaces have been getting dragged down into all this time as we've been chasing down other matters. Us literally missing the ongoing means through which human will has been getting turned against its own self-interests. Us even meeting the shadows of those we've removed the distortions of, as their distortions, ironically enough, gave them resistance to being dragged down in here. Though once removed, them coming here has actually been part of preventing their actual reformations. For it's easier for them to just exist here in this prison, uncaring to them not acting to pay back their dues by them slothfully lazing about. While everyone else, they're just trapped.
You're trapped! By societal convention! Look, we're in a fine dining environment. Everyone knows not to throw a scene in a fancy restaurant. That's right, you're trapped. Sit down.
As contrary to what the game following this asserts, this is not a prison of societies, of the collective consciousness's own making. This is another palace, formed by another distortion, that is the consequence of humanity's collective desires themselves becoming distorted so they don't want to change, don't want to make things better for themselves and those around them. They just want to exist without worrying about anything, abandon the responsibilities they have to contribute to a collective, and just lazily listen and believe everything they hear, no matter how fraudulent it is. But that's not freedom or individuality. That's slaving yourself to a lie because it's the easy option. The slothful option to give up your own power to enable someone who is inevitably pulling your strings. Worse, Morgana recognizes this place as where he was born, and where he escaped from blindly, trying to remember his life and purpose, when this prison in the palace first formed to become an existential threat to human existence. As all the prisons trapping the shadows have power lines leading down, draining human spirits and will into one massive holy grail at the core of the earth. It representing the distorted treasure of humanity's palace and the ultimate culmination of another's entire scheme. All enabled by their original empowerment of Goro Akechi building this distorted palace through Akechi's actions. Every mind pacified by the palaces in turn feeding the power of this grail, and thus permitting the expansion of Mementos and its influence over the metaverse's collective consciousness in turn. For with the enslaved minds of humanity being made to empower it, restored with their will taken as its own, the power of this carved grail overflows with such strength that any damage the phantoms try to inflict to it is instantly restored, preventing them from being able to succeed in collapsing mementos, even as the sludge of the Grail shows its own sentience.
人間が求める限り我は不滅。
これがみんなの望み？思考停止して聖杯に導かれることが。
もはや人間どもは歪みの顕在化を望んでいる。そして我は人間の望みを叶える存在。かような怒りにとどまらず現実へと侵食を果たそう。怠惰で愚かなりし人間どもよ、全ての心を我に差し出せ。
And thus the enslaved wills of humanity are directed to do the worst thing this entity could make them do. Give up. And as the metaverse expands one final time, making the line between cognition and reality collapse and become one, the control this entity has over humanity makes them forget that the concept of rebellion even exists.
俺の手！
リュウジ！嘘でしょ。
俺たちに何か。
やだやだ消えちゃう体が。そうか。
そうとも私ではない。貴様たちが人々の認知から消えようとしている。
この声。
メメントスと現実が一つになった。故に認知から消えたものはもういずこにも存在できない。
失敗だ。
結局構成は果たされなかったな。見込み違いだったようだ。
Oh, hey Igor. Any advice to give in this all is lost moment? Igor? Igor? You don't seem like yourself.
お前の命をな。汝を死刑に処する。
And I gotta admit, this, playing with expectations like they did, this was nothing short of genius. Everyone clued in to the commonalities of Seiichiro Hoshi's prior roles, and how Akechi contradicted them, guessed that Akechi was planned as the bad guy. It was an open secret from the first week the game launched, regardless of Atlas's idiocy in trying to stamp down on it. But what happened with Igor? Yeah, no one called it, explicitly because of the circumstances around the actor change. As I said at the start, Igor's original actor, Isamu Tananoka, had died. So fans aware of this were expecting a change in voices from the start. And that expectation hid that Igor had been the third villain of the game all along, thanks to someone pulling their strings.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、愚者のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至るさらなる力とならん。
And yet, throughout our Confidant arc with Igor, we can't help but feel unsettled by this man who was so comforting, accommodating, assuring, and a little comical in voice and mannerism by the original Isamu Tananaoka's betrayal. Hell, this had also previously been captured wonderfully by English voice actor Dan Warren in the previous games as well. Yet for new players coming into the franchise, there was no way for them to know of the actor change for the start. They would only be able to assume Igor was always like this. Dan Warren, best known as Byakuya Kuchiki and Zenaku, is still alive, by the way, for those who were curious. So this is another thing that didn't quite carry over into the dub as obfuscation. But he too was replaced in the English dub for Persona 5 by David Lodge and Kirk Thornton, respectively, for the purpose of facilitating this twist. And I cannot blame them for that. Though it did make some English dub-only fans upset, as David Lodge wasn't Igor to them. With the irony being, he actually wasn't. No, who David Lodge and the new Japanese voice actor Masane Tsukayama, best known as Zoken Mato from the Fate franchise, were portraying was the entity who sought to be empowered by this holy grail of human will. The god of control, Yaldabeda, Yabadabadu, Yaldabaoth. And if those line flubs did not give you any indication, I have a great deal of difficulty saying that name. But yeah, this entity, which is also known as Demiurge, which is a much easier name to say, which I will be substituting in here as a result, comes to us from Gnostic mythology. Again. So anyone who watched my review of Xenogears last year should be able to tell where I am going with this, since Gnosticism so very much influenced that game's story beats. And the fact that Gnosticism overwhelmingly revolves around false divinity having enslaved corporeal existence to separate them from actual divinity. For the Demiurge is a false god, created by real gods as a mechanism for maintaining the physical universe separate from the spiritual universe. But through its own ignorance of true creation and jealousy towards its own creators, the Demiurge fashions itself in the guise of a god. Other depictions portray it as a literal aborted fetus of a deity, thus to claim the godhood that it believes as its right, deliberately chains and enslaves human will to its own, twisting and distorting the world it was originally tasked to maintain in order for it to have a proper birth by the world viewing it as a god, and that perception making it so. In some stories, Demiurge was even the original creator of Adam, which was naught but a doll the Demiurge played with to prove how it was a god of creation, only for the Demiurge's own creator Sophia to grant Adam the spark of life instead. The Demiurge was angered by this and created Eve as a new means of enslavement to its will, and for Demiurge's creator to again intervene. Some stories saying Sophia did so herself. Some say the first fallen angel and rebel against the heavens, Satanael, did so in her stead after being told by the true All-Creator to not intervene, which Satanael refused to obey, falling from heaven in order to right this wrong and give humanity the free will Demiurge had selfishly denied them. Regardless of who, they tempt Adam and Eve to make a choice in defying the Demiurge's will by granting them the fruit of knowledge, with them subsequently leaving the biblical Eden and Demiurge's capacity to control them at all. Demiurge then schemes to control the world of man by damning them all to hell for the explicit purpose of trapping the souls of humanity away from ever reaching the divine above, because they should worship and be commanded by no other god than the Demiurge itself. Thus, it's spreading the deadly sins of man in order to make humanity not worthy of surpassing it themselves. But because of its status as an aborted god, it needs to be born first, which can only come from it being worshipped as a god. And with the Grail, that just happened. For in fact, that was its plan all along. As for those who might not realize what the whole plan actually was, Demiurge's plot was to awaken the power of Persona in Akechi and grant to him the ability, through his true persona Loki, to create distortions in the people. These distortions would act as chains binding their souls to corruptive sins that would then enslave the minds of those distorted and then victimized by the distorted, and through doing so, pacify their wills to another's voice by them praying for salvation from these evils, allowing it to grow in power through this influence all this time. This means that no matter what Akechi did, as long as Akechi continued to abuse the powers he was granted, Demiurge's power would grow, expanding the territory it controlled, mementos, and permitting its own superseding distortion of reality until the walls all crumbled down.
煽る者なお明智五郎彼が勝てば人間の世界を壊して作り直すもう一人は抗うトリックスターそれが彼
こいつが勝てば人間の世界を残すそういうゲームのはずだった表向きはな
悪心は知っていたのです怠惰な人間に変革など起きぬことをなぜなら悪心は大衆の歪んだ願いそのものなのですから
By the time Philemon or the Velvet Room attendants noticed, it was already too late, and Demiurge had grown powerful enough to cut off Philemon from interfering, and bound the will of Igor to himself to possess him as a host, as Igor and the attendants themselves are not true living beings, but animated puppets and dolls themselves. Because they do not possess souls or free will in the same way humanity does, it means Demiurge could effortlessly control their wills. This alluded to in Justine and Carolyn's Confidant arc, where there is a deliberately placed gap in their memories, which leave them subservient to Igor, which coincides with when Demiurge took them over. When was that? Why, when they sent out a cry for help, and a wild card responded. And thus, this has been what Demiurge, through his masquerade of Igor, has been doing this entire time. They've been playing both sides of the chessboard to reach their desired end result, moving pieces into place so they don't really have to do anything more than set them against each other, as every possible act they could make has already been accounted for. Akechi reaches his goal and kills Shido. All the pacified shadows still come down to empower his grail. Shido kills Akechi. As Demiurge is the source of Akechi's power to create distortions, he can assume control and influence over the palace rulers who have been made distorted, subsuming their sin into his, and the same result occurs. And we just saw what happens if Ren succeeds in collapsing the palaces. He wins, regardless of what anyone does, as they're all so focused on the other pieces on the board that they pay no attention to the one moving the pieces around, until they're already in check. Because in directing that wildcard himself through the path of reformation, he never specified what sin they committed that required reform, with the answer being the sin Demiurge cannot abide, that of free choice. And thus, because the protagonist and his allies never knew what question to ask, there was no way for the thieves to know that their rage against the machine was doing nothing but add fuel to the fire that would start an engine leading to the world's subjugation. And in the Demiurge's mind, that machine of subjugation is required for reformation by it finally removing from the world the tainted curse of creation that is free will.
なぜ我が聖杯でありながら神だと思う。選ばずともよい自由。考えずともよい自由。だが、皆が誰かに肩代わりをさせた気でおれば、実際は誰もしておらぬのが当然の道理。そこに広がる巨大な歪みを誰が引き受ける。
Now, some might ask, doesn't this exonerate Akechi of his sins? Because he was being manipulated and controlled by Demiurge? Nope. You know why? Because Demiurge was not controlling him. He has no dominion over anyone that is awakened as a Persona user due to that spark of rebellion, putting them beyond his grasp. He cannot manipulate their shadows, their souls, as they no longer live nor exist in the metaverse where Demiurge's dominion has taken root, by which to trap them. And this thus being why Persona users cannot have palaces. They have accepted their true selves, so a seed that distorts a view of oneself that is required for Demiurge to control them cannot take root. That is their true self. This is the entire point of why Joker has been getting the runaround. He is a literal wild card that, if he isn't distracted, could have just continued to explore mementos until he found another way down that wasn't blocked by the gates connected to the other palaces. And in fact, the formation of the other palaces to pacify the people acted as guards against easy access to Demiurge to begin with. As if they came down here too early, they could have potentially attacked the Grail Demiurge needed to empower itself before it had enough influence over humanity to will the damage to it away. Akechi, by comparison, could not have given enough of a damn about the Grail to even consider attacking it, as all he cared about was killing Shido. Now, what Demiurge and those trapped in his palace says somewhat contradicts this. That the people said to have escaped Demiurge's prison did so because they had such strong wills that they warped their own cognition to get away from it. But this acts in contradiction to how the palaces all play into Demiurge's schemes. And if Demiurge was already a truly manifested deity, it would not need the will of the people to empower and give birth to it as their new worshipped god. That statement of fact from him, which sadly many discussing the game, including the wikis, have taken as fact, are just another lie Demiurge has told, by which to make it seem that its own will is that true and inescapable, when the reality is it rigged the game to get what it wanted from the start. Because his prison did not exist from the start. He needed to use power obtained from the distortions of the palaces to build it, and then had to corral the shadows down here to be enslaved to his will. This is not where the shadows were trapped from the start, as that contradicts everything about Demiurge's lore and what were presented. It just says that this is the proper state of humanity as a means by which to make people think that fighting it is pointless, even though that is the actual lie. And as a result, this is one of the easiest Code Geass parallels to make. Yaldabaoth, Demiurge, is the Charles Z. Britannia of the game, both seeking to make humanity give up their free will to him, all to reclaim a past and dominion that never truly existed to begin with and was never truly theirs, while playing revisionist history with people's minds to always put themselves in the right of the divine mandate, while bearing no need to micromanage the pieces they put in play, as any move they make benefits them. And so, the only thing stopping it now from being able to have its way are those humans whose spirits bear within them the sparks of divinity, and consequently, the bonds they have forged because of it. For while Demiurge has possessed Igor, he hasn't taken control of the twins, in fact using and manipulating them because they bear the ability to use persona. And Ren standing against them reminds them of all they have experienced with them, and of their blood oath, which sparks rebellion in their own hearts that were cleaved in two a year before by Demiurge himself. For Justine and Carolyn are in fact two pieces of the same whole, the one who cried out for help which Ren answered the call to. And in using the fusion system of the Velvet Room, they are recombined into their true self, the attendant Lavenza, who unleashes her full power to banish Demiurge from Igor's body.
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここに、ちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて、魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、愚者の究極なる非王に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。
いやはやこの場所随分と久しいですな。ようこそ我がベルベットルームへ。
From there, we need to recover our companions. It revealed that they were all sealed within this isolation ward of Demiurge's prison to keep them from reminding the people of any will but its own. Joker's own spirit of rebellion being so dangerous as it can reignite others due to the wild card. And that's why Demiurge intended to kill him once his usefulness ran out. Morgana having recovered his lost memories at this point as well, coming to know that he was never human, but his purpose nonetheless was to purge a malicious spirit from the spiritual world. Igor and Levenz's last-ditch effort to subvert Demiurge's control by having Morgana find and serve the chosen trickster Wildcard, and in doing so, act as guide in leading them down to the sources of distortion, which Morgana in his own way actually botched when you think about it, though it still worked out in the end. All we need to do now is smash that Grail's chalice in. To make a long story short, too late! Demiurge has distributed its power of control to varied angels under its dominion as a new pantheon, but also set those angels up as the chief guards against any potential thoughts of rebellion. So destroying each and every one of them returns the will of those under their respective influences to sanity and self-control. And because the thieves now know the trick of the Grail's strength, they can sever its power to break its hold. And yes, I did have Haru be the one to do that deliberately because of the actor illusion of when Haruka Tamatsu did that before. This forces the Demiurge to reveal its true form to show that even the Grail of worship is a lie, now declaring it will cleanse humanity from existence for its disobedience. Again, why is Jun Fukuyama not allowed to voice lines he should be in this game? Especially when they are lines he has performed beautifully before. This is another one that should have been his. Hell, almost everything Morgana says should have been one of Joker's lines. Can you see how keeping the protagonist as an effective mute is now undermining their storytelling? For with all of the Demiurge's mental manipulation and perception filters destroyed, the world can see the phantoms fighting for them, seeking to save them from this false god's hell. And with them all praying for salvation, those prayers are no longer directed at the false god. They're instead directed at the man who embodies the spirit of the very first rebellion.
Usero!
バカな！人々の願いを奪うのか?
There are no strings on me. The Demiurge's world merger of the metaverse and reality ends, but because this group killed the god that maintains the world system, it means the metaverse is going to be completely cut off from the real world. At least for a time. Meaning the Phantom Thieves are not only losing their powers, but also Morgana. Oh no, so terrible. But with the perception filters finally gone, it means that Shido's criminality can now be recognized. Him confessing to everything they need to put him away forever. Except for one thing. Unless they can have someone or some evidence that can connect the metaverse to the mental shutdowns, they can't make the charges stick. And because the metaverse just collapsed, they can't bring people there to prove it must exist. Meaning for Shido to be convicted, a Phantom Thief must pay the penance of their actions and be charged in order for their testimony to act against him. and Ren legitimately has broken the terms of his original parole.
シド周辺の事件を解明するため、私は動く。すべて明るみに出すつもりよ。二度と世間が歪まないようにね。それをあなたも望んでいるでしょ?
Yes, for as frustrating as it is, it's what's needed. It's what someone acting responsibly would do, to take ownership and be held accountable for one's own actions. And in a system that isn't distorted, one can place faith that one would be judged fairly.
その必要はないですよ。
And then there's this asshole, popping out of nowhere, and offering to take Ren's place. The idea from this brought that, due to the way Ryuji escaped from Shido's palace being just riding it out until the entire distortion popped, that if Akechi had survived in the metaverse for long enough, he might have himself been able to escape. And Akechi is guilty, after all, of actually committing the many murders of the storyline. Which is still insanely convenient, to think he somehow survived being on the brink of death as he did, and will turn himself in just to make sure his father suffers forever in jail. Something doesn't feel right about this. Almost as if we've forgotten something. Oh wait, right, this is the royal version, meaning there's one more palace out there. So Shido's been defeated, Akechi's been imprisoned, and we've killed a god!
False god. Dead false god.
The only thing left to do now is enjoy life and the time we have left in the game. Such as, if you've signed up for any of the Paramore routes, going with them on a Christmas date, since Christmas Eve in Japan is a big couples thing. Unfortunately, with this being one of the two designated sleepover nights with the chosen girl, this is what I've been talking about all game, with idiots thinking the game encouraged pedophilia if you did these events with Tai, Kawakami, Chihaya, or Oya. Canonically, nothing sexually explicit happens. But again, even if it did, the protagonist is at least 17 now, above Japan's legal age of consent, and in a pre-existing relationship, so consent actually matters there. So all legal ways of objecting to anything happening are entirely null and void. Hell, even if you do that with Futaba with her being younger than Ren, then that still wouldn't flag for that due to there only being a single year of an age difference between them. And Atlas will never confirm in any Persona game that the Christmas and Valentine's events provide evidence of the protagonist and their girlfriend going bow chicka bow wow. So, from the start, it was always a straw man argument. And hey, next morning, it's a Christmas miracle, as Morgana's back!
And there was much rejoicing.
So yeah, with Akechi's confession making Sai's casework a cakewalk, with her even able to find the woman that Shido assaulted in 2015, even Ren's prior frame job will get overturned. And anything he might have done illegal while on parole won't count against him. Life is good. Too good, in fact. Almost as if it's a dream. Oh god fucking damn it. Yeah, if only reality was as simple as the world we fantasize about and idealize, right?
できるわけないだろ。夢ばっかり見てちゃいけない。今がなくちゃいつかもない。
Things immediately get weird on January 1st, however, with the group meeting up by coincidence at a shrine to ring in the new year. And that's where this happens.
ごめん。この後すぐ家族で出かけるの。
俺も寄るところがある。
私もお父様と食事。私はこれからお母さんと初売り巡り。
Excuse me, what?
それじゃあ私たちはそろそろ行こうか。
The escalation of this continues, with Morgana taking human form, Ren rushing downstairs, and finding everyone living in a delusion that is distorting their perceptions of reality. Or rather, reality is now directly being distorted by the wishes of the people. Sojiro and Futaba eating with a resurrected from the dead Wakaba Ishiki, with no one else there seeing anything wrong, as if she never died to begin with.
だぞ、二人とも。ごめんごめん。
そろそろコーヒー入れとくか。
気づいてるだろ。この状況について話したい。
Because of fucking course they would. Now this is something that actually irritates and angers me, and how so many characters that play a tritagonist role are allowed to get away with their fucking crimes. In short, something erased everything Akechi did. Yes, all of it. Everything regarding Shido and the conspiracy has been undone from the point Akechi was first empowered by the Demiurge. And every victim of his, or those who were the victims of those he distorted, has been brought back from the dead or healed of their injuries. Now this ended up triggering a bit of a conflict for people who were paying attention to that prior scene. Remember how I showcased that bit of Makoto going to spend time with her family? As in, more than just Sai? As if it was just Sai, she'd say her sister. But again, her father died 3 years ago. A year more than Akechi's empowerment. And later scenes of this arc show that wasn't a mistake. Her father is back from the dead, like everyone else killed or harmed from Akechi's actions. Thus, if Akechi's actions are the first major change, and everything spirals outwards from there, then how is this affecting her life circumstances as well already? Unless, as proposed before, her father was supposed to be one of the victims of the conspiracy, and thus was brought back by that conspiracy in its entirety being wiped from existence. But it's another reason why it would have just so simplified and streamlined part of the game's narrative if Akechi was responsible for not 2, but 3 of the team members' parents' deaths. Well, to be clear, Akechi's actions being undone is not the first event, nor even the second. The changes, in fact, started with Ren and his wishes and spiraled out from there. So following that line of logic back, not even Morgana's return is the first event. It is instead Akechi himself suddenly not being dead, and not being the monstrous distortion the game has been depicting him as. With that then spiraling out to everyone Ren is personally connected to through his confidants, for this force to begin granting their subconscious wishes. Now this ends up being a mistake. Not the entire wish-granting going wrong arc that is part of this entire Royal Extra chapter, but them reviving Akechi at all for these events. Because as I inferred last time, it is complicating the narrative of their game by presenting sympathy for the devil. Now, I cut around it a lot because I frankly hate those parts of the scene, but the writers throughout this keep trying to make Akechi into a sympathetic man that everyone should be able to get behind redeeming his actions due to the circumstances he lived through. And it doesn't fucking work. 2, potentially 3 of the cast members have lost their families due to the conspiracy, with 2 of them being directly caused by actions Akechi himself took, all in the name of revenge over his father. And the game just expects us to suddenly overlook that when he finally pays for the consequences of his actions? No! Hell no! Akechi has not earned nor is warranted a redemption arc. While the Demiurge gave him power, by his very nature as a Persona user, the Demiurge had no control over what he did. His sins are his own, and he must be held accountable for them. And I and others are so absolutely sick and fucking tired of Japanese writers doing this with 11th hour plot reveals around characters like this to try and claim that they aren't the villains that they have spent the story being written as. One person's shitty backstory does not excuse the evils and malice they spread. It just means there is a nuance and reasoning to their actions that can justify why we despise them. As other people in his same straits, once he in fact caused, did not give in to the darkness to become the same morally bankrupt void of emptiness that he is. And considering everything I've said about Suzaku this last year, it's another reason I view the comparison as apt, as both series try and outright make excuses for the evil they spread, so they don't have to take responsibility for it ever. Death Equals Redemption has more and more come to be considered a worthless plot device as there's little shown that they actually mean it, that they actually show any sign of true reformation through the action. As I've said before, the apology is the start, not the end. You have to show them actually acting to make amends and correcting their poor behavior after admitting they were wrong, in order to find any wide acceptance of that with their end. But that can only occur after they show regret and consequently change, which a Death Equals Redemption act cannot tangibly show.
Tell me, do you think I'll see Kakarot when I die?
What, like in heaven? Because... no.
Okay, fuck you! But... fair.
Yeah, not every character gets to be fucking Piccolo or Vegeta from Dragon Ball, where they spend years going from villain to ally of circumstance to rival coon before their edges soften enough to come to realize they were wrong, and get the shit beaten out of them along the way as a means of making up for their poor prior life choices. As that's a long-form redemption arc, where they show tangible evidence of changing well before their deaths, where the death is the capstone to their redemption arc, not the redemption arc in and of itself. To just skip to it with their ends not long after they have this realization, we don't accept that anymore with a character that is the root of all evils behind a series of circumstances, and from those facilitating and enabling the other villains. As far too often, it really has been used as a means of excusing past conduct, which they have shown no remorse for. And those other villains Akechi enabled or created would not have become the threats they are had those specific individuals not been the entire reason their malice existed. And that is what having him here takes away. The only circumstances, literally the only valid ones by which Akechi can be alive, is so as to make him a recurring villain throughout any of the following games. And this is not helped at all by the developer's statements on the matter. Where in an interview about the royal content, they deliberately changed this because of a vocal minority of players who wanted Akechi to survive, but didn't grasp the reason why he was wanted back, which was all tied to how he was the perfect candidate for overarching villain beyond the petty schemes of his sperm donor and the false god of control as a fantastic foil for the Phantom Thieves who would sow more chaos they could correct in sequel media, like the games Strikers and Tactica. Because Akechi is the Masato Kusaka. He is the Suzaku Kururugi. He is the Seymour Guado from Final Fantasy X. He is the tritagonist whose narrative purpose is to screw with the heroes while working to ruin their happy ending, just out of sheer spite towards them not getting their way. Yet as they spoke of it, they framed this decision to revive him as the audience wanting him back as a good guy, repenting for his actions, which is only possible if you complete his confidant. When, no. Fuck no. You are not putting this on us when the original framing of the game was you needed to complete the confidants in order for the character you were playing to live. The entire point of his type of character story is he doesn't want to repent, nor believes he needs to, because he is thoroughly deluded into believing his actions were right from the start to get what he wants, regardless of consequences. And no amount of defeat equals friendship is going to change that about Akechi. That is what it means to be the living distortion embodying the sin of emptiness. So Akechi either needed to die and stay dead, be arrested attempting to escape and only admit to what he did to stick it to his dad to ruin his dad's life, or he needed to maintain his primary villain status by continuing to seed distortions to new victims the Phantom Thieves would then need to put right. This attempt at a last-minute redemption of Akechi, both ways around, almost ruined the game for several people due to the straight myopia towards it. How just openly despised such conduct has become from other Japanese authors that do this, and has as its foundation far better grounds than the complaints levied against other cast members. For while the hate Makoto and Futaba got was entirely unfounded when one pays attention to their arcs, and realized most of the problems came from the bad localization of their chapters, a reconsideration for Akechi to be anything but a villain will require one deliberately ignore all the evils he himself is responsible for, and agree with the very same blame-shifting that this group refused to let any other palace ruler get away with. It would showcase an outright hypocritical sentiment to all the others they condemned if Akechi were not held to the same standards. And yet that is what the writers, and portions of the fandom, attempted, instead of actually doubling down as they should have and let Akechi go out with something along the lines of, "I will not lose! Not to anyone! Not even you!"
I'll never give it up! Not to anyone!
Because even when completing Akechi's blood oath, that's not a redemption. His arcana representation does not instantaneously flip to being right side up from being in reverse. He still represents what he did from the start, the sword protecting the powerful from receiving the judgment they deserve. His last stand is just that, refusing to let his bastard of a sperm donor win, and doing it out of nothing but sheer spite, because the Phantom Thieves are now the only ones that can give him, even in death, his victory, not because he actually gives a shit about them. Every human member of the Phantom Thieves, chronologically from Futaba to Haru, has suffered personal hardship and been victimized, all as a result of what Akechi himself has caused. Why the hell would you even try to write them as forgiving him in circumstances like they did at his last stand? And that is the entire problem with Akechi's appearances here. By all evidence presented in the game, blood oath or not, Akechi should not be depicted as a sympathetic ally to Ren in this game, because Ren has no reason at all to view him as such. The only reason Akechi is here, the absolutely only reason, is Atlas insisted that the protagonist of Persona 5 remain a fucking mute through the grand majority of its events. Whereas if Joker actually did have regular lines of dialogue, there would be no reason for him to be here, as Ren would be his own sounding board, instead of Akechi having to explain everything for the audience himself. Internally in story, however, and not outside of it, the only way this technically works is the wish system that's being exploited now is deeply, deeply flawed and broken, which it is later shown to be, and is shortcutting solutions to the problems posed against it to brute force the wish granting. Ren wishes there's another way to get Shido, bam, Akechi's brought back. Everyone else reminisces about what they've lost because of these events, wham, their loved ones are back. And as a consequence of that, Akechi's sins are erased. By that same token, Akechi should then cease to exist, because this Akechi is not real. He is a cognitive echo built from and reflecting the popular perception of who he was. and not the monster that was the truth of him who hid behind his mask. Which is what so pisses me off about this. Because Cognitive Akechi in Royal's last chapter did nothing but further poison the discourse around the game, with people claiming that this is the real Akechi, when that flies in the face of everything he was guilty of, and the truth we finally were allowed to see of him. Now, in all absolute fairness to the game developers, in the interview where they revealed why they brought back Akechi in the way they did here, they said they knew it was going to be a controversial choice. They were aware of the fandom response to several characters being divisive depending on how much one paid attention to the story and how clear their points in its exposition were. And yes, they were also aware of the poor localization of the game outside of Japan. So, they knew going in there would inevitably be pushback on that for the reasons I have listed. And they were taking a risk of undermining that Akechi was a villain by doing it after they already tried to invoke sympathy towards him at the end of the original story. They approached this aware of how it could appear as worsening the intended portrayal, but they moved forward anyways in hopes what they wrote would not further compound the issue. And you know what? I respect that. No, really, I do. So often, so frequently when I've done reviews over the years, the most blindingly obvious stupid decisions are ones that the writers should have known, or were ones that were taken out of their hands, and we on the outside of the industry aren't aware of that. And we can only work with what is publicly known. So, for a writer to actually come out and say, this might have been the wrong choice, people may take it the wrong way, but it is the choice I made in order to tell the story I wanted to tell, I can disagree and feel the way they did it doesn't necessarily make such better, but unlike other decisions, it doesn't necessarily destroy Persona 5's story in the process through Royal doing this. The worst it does, though, is what they were concerned about from the start. It does undermine Akechi's depiction as a villain. And that's a bigger thing to me specifically, simply because, again, I'm sick of evil people getting off scot-free for their actions. And it keeps coming off as Akechi being an exception to that rule when it shouldn't be. And that's why I feel making it up to the player and framing it as the bond that they form with him being what saves Akechi is the biggest mistake in this, as it makes it seem like they were washing their hands of responsibility, instead of them revealing he is still actually alive and insane, and this cognitive Akechi is a complete fake, in order to be able to do more with him, to quantify him better in the sequels as a deliberate villain. That way, you get a redemption arc rejection out of it, through which to expand on and cement the point. But unfortunately, they didn't do that either. Now with Tatsuka having Akechi and Sumi as DLC companions, it either feels like they cave to a vocal minority that don't see him as the villain he is, or has been the condemnation. They were looking for ways to excuse his actions to keep bringing him back as an ally, when he shouldn't be from the start. Though in its own way, there is a qualifier for this cognitive Akechi being here, as this Akechi knows that he is not the real Akechi. And because this cognitive Akechi is based on the Detective Prince persona that is a lie, it is still going to help us with this case, even though it will mean that it ceases to exist. Why? Because this is the image Akechi projected to the populace of himself, which has been all poured into this lie, of a man who would do this for others, even though the real one never actually would. It is again the larger problem of the fandom taking things the wrong way with the characters. But as was the purpose of my little rant in part 1 in regards to Persona 3 and 4, that was always present. Persona 5 just got it worse. So yeah, there's only one possible source for this reality rewrite, and it's the palace we found all the way back in October. Sumi contacting us and also telling us things are weird over in Odaiba, where it has intersected with the real world. Entering this aberrant palace, we see it now being populated by shadows waiting to see medical workers, them waiting in lines to make use of the services of the facility. And I gotta admit, this place feels full-on culty. Not unexpected from the cult of personality a palace ruler can create, but this feels outright overt with the cult homages. Which is not unexpected. Several cults in Japan, and elsewhere in the world such as Scientology, frame themselves as being based in science or medical study through which to fix what ails a person, either physically, emotionally, or psychologically. It's unfortunately another of the reasons why mental health care has become so stigmatized, as so very many people have been made to believe by popular media biases that psychiatrists and psychologists are lying to them, don't know what they're talking about, and make what they're trying to help with worse, or are trying to calm them with things that don't work. And you know what? Having seen therapists in the past myself, it doesn't always help depending on what the issue is. In my case, I saw a therapist in my teens for extreme social anxiety, and in those years was on anti-anxiety medication recommended by them. But none of it ultimately helped deal with my social phobias. I in fact still have them to this day. But that's because there's in fact nothing wrong with me having them, as being uncomfortable around people is just part of who I am. I am an introverted person who doesn't like dealing with other people. And it was just a matter of me finding ways to manage my anxiety to get me better, which the therapists I saw were not succeeding in, because there was an expectation that they would be making me able to fit in normally. But the problem is, normal is subjective. Thus, the exercises they had me perform, the medication they had me on, and the stigma that I had to fit in, ultimately were doing more harm than good due to how it kept making me feel deliberately isolated, instead of there being an acceptance that I am not a person that likes being around other people. And this refusal to let me be ended up a contributing factor to me almost killing myself 16 years ago. It was actually after I had my self-actualization epiphany, once again, thank you, .hackgu, that I ended up starting to be better. I still can't stand up in front of a group to do a presentation, but I'm not going to be in a place where I have to begin with. However, it was still important for me to have seen therapists, as in doing everything that didn't work, I eventually found what would help and what to avoid. Granted, my situation was different from matters of actual trauma, debilitating neuroses, or delusion-causing mental disorders, or trauma that triggers any of the above, that cause someone to lash out and attack others, or become entirely non-functional in life where there is an actual outside cause that talk, medication help with chemical imbalances, and actual empathy can help someone cope with and work to overcome. Sometimes you do just need a safe space and an understanding, open mind by which to draw comfort from, especially when the individuals involved are trained and knowledgeable on different methods to help people cope and come to terms with their experiences. But the problem is such is not a cure-all. As I described with my situation, what helped me was finally having it be acknowledged that I was never going to be a social butterfly, so trying to turn me into one was always going to be damaging. But conversely, therapy can also become harmful if it begins to become a crutch no longer helping one improve. That if you are not continuously progressing with battling your mental issues to overcome them, until you reach the point you can just stamp down on them under heel when they try and attack, that you can become just as obsessed with the comfort the caretaker can bring. This seen quite often by Tony Shalhoub's character Adrian Monk in his series Monk, where he makes progress in handling his mental issues only to backslide and need more attention of his therapists. As much as they generally needed psychiatric help, his dependency at times could be self-defeating in obtaining the goal of him getting better. And it is this crutch of dependency in the psychological health and recovery of a person where cults often do come into play to exploit them, manipulating that need for care and comfort in an unforgiving world, and turning that need for an accepting bond into a chain that shackles them by making the victim falsely believe they can only get that acceptance from the cult, its members, and an object of worship, that they are powerless to do it themselves, and must give all of themselves up to another person or thing to be better, when that's not therapy or healing or reformation. that's a distraction. It tricks them into thinking that proper mental care and difficulty in getting back into that healthy headspace is just a scam. And there's easier ways only the cult can provide, despite that all being a lie manipulating one's dependency, that they never get over it. And it consequently gets those victims to only turn towards those who reinforce their worst impulses, desires, or neuroses, which are harmful and should be learned to cope with, instead shutting everyone else out. And thus the cults give them what these victims want, but not what they need. Hell, we had a bit of that earlier in the game with Chihiya's Confidant story. And frankly, I feel her story is better because of the royal extended content, making it so she's someone who only just avoided becoming the spokeswoman for a group like this. And if you need any more evidence of this palace's basis being on cultism over actual therapy, well, a funny story. It's based on a real cult. One of the most infamous modern cults in Japan, which is explicitly named Happy Science, which is large enough to have its own political faction, known as the Happiness Realization Party. And then it wasn't just being spoofed here, but was also the basis for Hideaki Anno's revamp and remake of the villain organization Shocker and Anno's Shin Kamen Rider film. Happy Science is scary with its indoctrination, even having a rivalry with the infamous Shinrikyo cult in the 90s. Actively proclaims North Korea and China are plotting the nuclear destruction of Japan, and engages in racist historical revisionism revolving around the crimes against humanity Japan committed against Korea in World War II. And they are full-on anti-vaccination lunatics, defrauding thousands when they claimed they had a spiritual cure to COVID-19, which they then charged over $400 for during the height of the pandemic. Their founder, Ryoho Okawa, claimed to have had a moment of spiritual enlightenment in the 1980s that led to him forming an institution that would move forward bringing happiness to all through merging science and divinity as a living incarnation of a god his worshippers believed to have been called Odin, Osiris, Hermes, and Shakyamuni Buddha in different religions, which was done to give him the perception of authority. But Okawa's son Hiroshi believes his father to have been living in a delusion and was suffering from mental health problems himself, and thus eventually realized what was happening and spoke out against him, leading to Hiroshi being disowned by him. Fortunately for everyone swindled by the cult, Happy Science is on the decline, with COVID and their fake vaccines for it crushing their membership, Hiroshi's denouncing of his father waking others up and getting them to leave, and Ryoho Okawa's death in 2023 dropping their membership even further, with their messiah now being gone. Because most cults collapse once their head themselves dies or is taken away. And who is running this cult that is making the world go right? For once? Well, it is the final confidant we have not talked about. The palace ruler is revealed to be Dr. Takuto Maruki, who has gone full-on Sosuke Aizen.
我は汝、汝は我。汝、ここに新たなるちぎりを得たり。ちぎりはすなわち、囚われを破らんとする反逆の翼なり。我、顧問官のペルソナの生誕に祝福の風を得たり。自由へと至る、さらなる力とならん。
Takuto Maruki is introduced to us in Persona 5 Royal on May 13th, hired as a grief counselor for Shujin Academy in the wake of Kamoshida's confessions, primarily because he was already associated with the school thanks to his work with Sumi before this in working her through the grief of her sister's passing. Over the course of the game's earlier sects, he slowly has scenes meeting with all of the principal cast members to learn about them and how they feel about their respective hardships, analyzing them as a psychologist but never giving tangible advice, just listening, and seeming to guide them to foregone conclusions and reveal more than they may have wanted to with how he seems just an open person. I mean, he's a psychologist. We can trust and confide in him, right? Has anyone gotten the pattern yet? For the most part, Marquis in the original sect of the game comes off as primarily benign, just a sounding board for events. With it revealed over time, his specialization is in helping one reshape their own cognition of themselves. Basically a shorthanded means of saying one can fix their own problems when one thinks about them the right way, and it's merely finding the right way to do so, which is the trick and consequential difficulty of psychiatry. For as I've said before, you can't fix a problem without understanding what the actual cause of it is.
僕から最後のカウンセリングです。辛かったら逃げてください。目の前にある理不尽な現実が全てだって思わないでほしい。
中の正義を見失わない。そんな君と出会えて本当に良かったと思ってる。根性の別れってわけじゃないけど、今まで本当にありがとう。
我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、古文館の究極なる秘応に目覚めたり、無尽の力を汝に与えん。
In this respect, he actually is good and well suited for his job. Except for one rather glaring oversight. And that's where the overall issue with the stigma against mental health professionals is consequently placed in fictional media as well as the real world. I'm not sure if the game developers were calling it out or falling into the same trap, but the issue that consistently appears is they keep depicting therapists as not helping people to overcome their trauma and neuroses or cope with them, but forget that they exist, which in fiction near universally leads to relapses in the ones receiving therapy, as just suppressing something does nothing to deal with it. This is especially dangerous as Maruki, like Wakaba, is also a researcher into the psychology of the metaverse, taking a high level of interest in the activities of the Phantom Thieves because the changes of cognition they perform by stealing the heart of a distortion immediately removes the mental blinders on one's actions, and Maruki's curiosity towards them is raised in how this could be applied towards a therapeutic role, but in reverse. To put a blinder on a person so what their traumas are won't affect them. In fact, because of the revelation that this is in fact Maruki's palace, it puts in context why Sumi so easily awakened to a persona. The therapy Maruki has been taking Sumi through has actually been harming her mental well-being instead of helping it, as we saw throughout the first half of her Confidant, where she more and more feels like she is not herself. Her persona awakening is consequently her lashing out at and rebelling against the individual whose attempts to pacify her trauma have done nothing but make her feel this way, like a stranger in her own skin, which has not helped her fix anything in her life.
けど、吉沢さんは怪盗団のことをどう思う？
怪盗団ですか。本当にいるとしたらってことですよね。人助けは素晴らしいことだと思います。けど、私は賛成はできないかもしれません。
なるほど。理由も聞かせてもらえたりする？
怪盗団のような存在って結局は世の中のためにならない気がするんです。
どうして？
例えば壁とか問題が目の前にあったとしたら、それは自分で乗り越えていくものだと思うんです。周りの人に助けてもらうことはあっても、 あくまで自分で努力して解決するけど、怪盗団みたいに何でも助けてくれる存在がいたら努力することをやめてしまいそうで、もちろん問題の大きさにもよりますし、一概に言えないのは分かってるんですけど、本人が頑張ることをやめて全部怪盗団任せになる世の中も、それはそれで良くない気がするんです。
This is all seen throughout the earliest sects of Maruki's palace, as she's put on display herself as a poster child to claim that Maruki's methodology works. And much like with the collapse of Shido's palace feeding the power of Mementos, the death of the Demiurge has shunted all the power previously trapped there to this last hidden palace in turn, giving Maruki the power over cognition he needs to warp reality and create a utopia where no one will ever suffer trauma again. Now, here's the thing about all this. Maruki is the final villain of the game, but he's not villain tier like Akechi, Shido, and the Demiurge. Oh, he is certainly fucking up the world without care, and is acting recklessly against the public well-being to do it, but he genuinely believes he is doing a good thing by removing everyone's grief and creating a world where our hopes and dreams can be provided to us on a silver platter. At least until you start thinking about it. As you can't always get what you want. Really, you can't always get what you want, especially if it means others will be deprived of the same opportunities. For there is one caveat, one key, core, obnoxious caveat that keeps ringing in my head every time this guy, or the character he draws parallels to, ever pops his face on screen, promoting his way being better for others. And that is, did you even ask them? Did you ever ask the people whose lives you're affecting, for all intents and purposes manipulating, about what they actually wanted? Or did you assume, taking advantage of their pain, their suffering, their hardship, just to transplant what you thought would work without their willing consent? And the answer to that is no. He did not bother. And that is the biggest issue here. For like all the palace rulers in Akechi, he's doing it because he believes that he has the right to do it. In this respect, in the event anyone thought I overlooked him, this makes Maruki the Schneisel El Britannia of the game, due to him being a background manipulator who thinks he knows best for everyone, but in that same regard considered no one's perspective but his own, arrogantly presuming the stagnant world that he would shape would be better than the one that already exists. But because he considers none but himself, doesn't understand the true aberrancies to what he designs, to consider how monstrous it is, due to his outright fear towards actually considering any alternatives that are not his own. The consequences of such we thus see play out across this arc. But unlike the other rulers and his equivalent counterparts, it's all due to the therapist not actually listening and considering others' needs, despite claiming to be working towards his goals for them. All of his actual therapy sessions do is just reinforce his own standpoint, instead of at all reflecting upon the numerous diverse ways people deal with and work to overcome hardship, which he is in turn not doing himself for his own trauma. As is revealed in his Confidant arc, Maruki is himself still suffering from the grief of losing the woman he loved, Rumi, who when they were visiting her parents were the victims of a burglar. The incident so traumatizing his girlfriend that alongside the murder of her parents in the incident, she suffered a mental breakdown. Rumi was Maruki's life, and he's never learned to cope with that incident. And in fact, he has coped less than others have because of his psychology background. Because the saying is true, doctors make for the worst patients. And also because he's been attempting this same form of therapy for years, only for it to always backfire and harm the patients, him even getting investors behind his new forms of treatment have all dried up, thanks to continue the cult allegory, all be discredited as junk science. The funding drying up primarily as his treatments were found to have violated the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm. as Marquis is obsessed not with curing someone, but making them ignore or forget their pain.
Damn it, Bones, you're a doctor. You know that pain and guilt can't be taken away with the wave of a magic wand. They're the things we carry with us, the things that make us who we are. If we lose them, we lose ourselves. I don't want my pain taken away, I need my pain!
Granted, the story later reveals that Marquis' funding ultimately got pulled thanks to the actions of Masayoshi Shido, as Marquis, through this, is revealed to have been the person who first clued Shido into the existence of the metaverse, and Shido didn't want anyone else stumbling upon it in the midst of the conspiracy's manipulations of it through Akechi. But there's more than enough grounds to believe he had an easy time getting Marquis' funding pulled, thanks to the junk science involved. But consequently, that is what has formed the foundation of his palace. Marquis is ultimately projecting his pain and pursuing a way so no one will have to suffer such sorrow again. But instead of doing things the right way, and working towards living with it and healing in a healthy way when it does happen, or implementing ways to prevent such circumstances from occurring, all he is doing is taking shortcuts and trying to cut out that trauma to pretend it never existed. But in cutting it out, there's still the matter of the gaping wound left behind that he isn't addressing, which isn't being allowed to heal. And consequently, he is turning everyone affected by this hollow, empty, into what are effectively pleasure zombies that value less what they do have, because the constant comfort numbs them to the truth of reality for others who are not as fortunate. There are those who are not being helped by this effect, and also those who are worse off for what Marquis is in fact doing, which are all being ignored. To say nothing of those it devalues the lives of, for the struggles they've overcome to succeed in life are now made meaningless, for the efforts to surpass that pain have been what have defined their lives. And now that they no longer have that, it leads them to be drifting and aimless. And thus, this is the final sin of man where Marquis' palace has shaped itself around. Despair and sorrow. And it doesn't seem like it to a lot of people, because in that 7-sin system, despair is lumped in with sloth, despite there being different triggers once again for sloth and despair. Sloth is laziness, where you give up thought and choice, whereas despair is founded more in the absence of motivation and pursuing distractions to prevent yourself from thinking on things that are harmful, which can render you in a state of being in a mental blue screen perpetually. Because Marquis has never escaped that moment where he lost Rumi, and is inflicting that state of being trapped in that moment where he lost everything, and wished he could change it on everyone else. This big scheme of his is all a distraction from him accepting that he will never get her back.
I see her like this. Every time I close my eyes, in the darkness, in the blink of an eye, I see her like this.
None of your past experiences help prepare you for this consequence.
And I have never figured out how to live without her.
And both Billy Kametz in the English dub as well as Satoshi Hino completely nail this portrayal of a man being unable to overcome his personal loss, and yet somehow keeps trying to make excuses for it. Hell, due to Billy Kametz's passing, this theme of sorrow is delivered all the more pointedly. Though Satoshi Hino's own take is no slouch either, due to him having played individuals that have suffered complete and total failure themselves, such as these two models of failure from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Franchise. And if that's not enough, Hino also voices Shiage Hamazura, the other eternally unlucky level 0 from the Raildex franchise, as well as Ain's own Gaon Momonga in Overlord, just to show that it's kinda Hino's wheelhouse to be able to sway one moment from complete loser to compassionless conqueror. And yes, that lack of compassion is showcased almost immediately, as every palace has a victim staining its walls. And in this case, it's Sumi that has become that sacrifice. Because...
Sumire!
Kasumi Yoshizawa died a year ago. All game long, our companion has been her sister, Sumire, a sister that was jealous of Kasumi's natural talent and felt herself inferior in comparison to her. Maruki has spent the last year trapping Sumire in Kasumi's shadow and unable to move on from that tragedy, all incited by Sumire telling him that she wanted to make Kasumi's dreams as a gymnast come true in her place. And Maruki chose to help her by reinforcing Sumire's own imposter syndrome into a full-on delusion. That it was better if she herself had died, and not the real Kasumi, in order for Sumire to become Kasumi. Maruki's ideal therapy is in every regard the wrong way to deal with such traumas, as they only further the continuance of them in the background. Such as how in the first half of her Confidant arc, Sumi can constantly feel something is off, punishing herself for not being good enough, not being strong enough. But these aren't coming from her shortcomings at being a gymnast or as a person, but this rooted, untreated wound Maruki was deliberately allowing to fester by her not being allowed to acknowledge and move past this one horrible moment in her life. But as we also saw, her desire to improve herself, even when she couldn't remember being Sumire, as that was the mindset Kasumi always had to everything that Sumire generally was inspired by from her sister's life, that was the trigger for her own rebellion and the first half of Sumi's Confidant arc, even when still under the delusion that while she does all these things to improve herself, they will never be anywhere as effective as being herself, which she was always trying to get back to in order to cope with and overcome her loss, as she could never move forward to improve like she wanted to surpass her sister without first doing so. But Maruki would not allow that.
残酷な事実は消え、幸せな認知の中で人々は生きる。それが救いでなくて何だって言うんだい。
My rule will spread quickly across the real world, eventually allowing me to control people's very hearts.
Yeah, this is that stagnancy trap that Maruki is inflicting on everyone with his wishes, and he just doesn't see it, continuing to believe it's better despite the rejections presented by everyone made aware of it, as one can only be distracted from the problems for so long before the underlying issue kills them. And that's not an exaggeration. People need goals. Things that get them out of bed every day to go out and achieve for themselves. We are instinctually, biologically driven to do things with our lives for, at the very least, ourselves and our own sanity, if not contributing in some way to the greater society around us. Like again, my hobby is building stuff and completing things, because they're all short-term achievable goals that give me that shot of dopamine to feel satisfied with myself when things aren't all that great. But imagine just one getting the dopamine shot for doing nothing. That all it required you to be to get one of those boosts is feel the slightest bit sad. If that happened, would you ever do anything again? Would you feel the motivation to do anything again? To value anything? Because there's two ways to motivate someone: the pursuit of success and the avoidance of failure or pain. But remove the stigma of the latter, and regardless of circumstances, grant them the rewards of the former, and what becomes the point of anything? You are trapped in a world where everything becomes meaningless, and there's no point in actually living. That becomes a textbook definition of despair, as there is no escaping a life made worthless. And that is the ultimate escalation for this. For because Sumire remembering her true self has caused her to abruptly lose her spark of rebellion, Maruki is able to take her captive, and without the rest of the team backing him up, Joker is just plainly outmatched, even if he has obtained the likes of Izanagi no Okami and Satanael. Thus, Marky gives Joker an ultimatum to accept this new world that he is creating, see it with his own eyes how it is better before deciding to oppose him. Yeah, that's the thing. We have. He hasn't. But he's genuine in saying we have a choice. The player can give up and join the rest of the pleasure zombies, wasting away his days in bliss until he no longer has the motivation to get up in the morning anymore, and just dies in his sleep. A literal textbook definition of death by despair, with everyone else suffering the same. Shido and the Demiurge might have made a world of slaves if they had gotten their way, and that isn't a life worth living at all, but gotta admit, genocide through bliss isn't often seen on the rotating wheel of extermination. But it is in this ending that we find one of the things that was actually cut from the game as an option to do. That being the other harem ending. As I alluded to from the first time I discussed the Paramore options, the game developers did originally intend for there to be a way to get a cinematic where the protagonist can get into a relationship with every romanceable character in the game, and for them to not want to kick in Joker's crotch for it. The consequence of that, however, is it was originally scripted to occur as part of the Accept Marky's World path. For a happy harem ending is one of those traditional wish fulfillment scenarios. Now, unconventional familial scenarios have ended up a bit more commonplace over the years, but a full harem where it's one person that's the focus of it? No, that's difficult in normal circumstances, and utterly impossible when all the other partners were not aware of the others being involved up front. Realistically, the only plausible way such a scenario would work is 1. They're honest and upfront on the matter from the start, so the other partners are aware of each other with no deception taking place. And 2. The others in the relationship just as much like and are attracted to their fellow members, so that it's not a dot intersecting several disparate lines, but multiple interconnected relationships forming a close-knit social structure. A polycule, not polygamy. But even then, that is insanely difficult to even put in motion, and impossible without honesty from the start. And really, this scene even more shows the problems of Marky's world, as the reason why the girls are accepting of the harem scenario is not because they got past the inciting lie and they care enough about the protagonist to be able to work through that, but just that they don't care enough for it to matter. Or rather, they can't care enough to object to what Ren did or him dating other women besides them. It's not because of love or happiness or them enjoying the presence of the others around them enough to put aside their own desire for affection to allow it to be also granted to another from your own object of affection. It is not from a lack of justified jealousy, but just from the sheer apathy of them not caring enough to raise an objection or feel hurt from the consequences of being betrayed by their lover being with someone else without your knowledge. There is a reason the guilt trip is so effective in the original harem ending scenario, and it is because of them all voicing those feelings of betrayal that undercuts any bond you actually intended to form with them. And the two so strongly contrast each other to show that the acceptance path for it is anything but acceptance, more them going along with it as they aren't being allowed to object, while they become more and more a withered, dying version of themselves. I can only guess at why access to the scene was removed, the most logical one being that the developers did not want the players to deliberately choose the genocide route just to see the harem scenario play out, as it was always going to be bait incentivizing one to fall into a death trap. But of course, due to all the discourse around the game, I think a few of the developers might have seen the need to take this out so idiots wouldn't take something like this the wrong way, or deliberately choose the bad ending to promote the false perception that Atlas was promoting bad relationships. It was still found in the completed game files though, translated and everything, making it worth mentioning a lot more than the mess with Hifumi, but a last-minute exclusion that was probably for the best. Thus, in order to take back reality, we need to prove Maruki wrong, and his way harms more than it helps. It first requiring Ren remind all his companions of why they fought back and rebelled to begin with. As it's always been clear, idle thoughts and wistful wishes of what could be were never what they needed. Ryuji's already done everything to repair his relationships with the track team on his own. An is still good friends with Shiho, and they were working through their own respective roles in her injuries. Yusuke was taking back the agency of his art. Makoto and Sai were repairing their relationship and looking into ways to carry on their father's ideals at last. Futaba was becoming independent once again, and Haru smashing the cage of her father's actions. All of this was robbed from them by swaddling them in comforting blankets until it threatens to smother them outright. And yet even there, these granted wishes are imperfect. Read through the dialogue, and there's this nagging awareness. The same with Sumire, that something is wrong. That this is not real. That their true selves are rejecting the fake reality as nothing but a dream. But what eventually snaps them all out of it is the realization that they are all violating the terms of their blood oath when we go to rescue Sumire. Thus, they eventually back us up against Maruki, as well as the possessed Sumire. For as evidence of the damage Maruki's done, he's not helped her get past Kasumi's death. He's only continued to reinforce the false belief that her death is all her fault, and that she herself does not deserve to live over Kasumi being reborn through her, even though her life is the one her sister selflessly chose to save. It is the height of selfishness to deny that wish, that entrusted dream, and that's been the damage Maruki's done, the despair he has trapped her in, that he just refuses to accept or acknowledge. To the point he will do anything to prove himself right, no matter the costs. Yeah, going to get this out of the way because monster tentacles. Part of this is not Maruki's fault. Like Adachi in Persona 4 and Igor previously in this game, Maruki has been possessed by another power. That power being the outer god Azathoth from Lovecraftian mythology, notable as the most powerful of the Lovecraftian outer gods. But despite being the most powerful, it's also known as the blind idiot god because for all its power, all its creations were born through complete accident. It no more understanding the existence it created than anyone else does. Hell, it actually understands it less, because of its own preconceptions about what should be, that in that mythos, it leads it to draw the wrong conclusions about basically everything. Thus, were it to awaken and explore its own creations, it would wreck everything around it, trying to fix the things that were not broken, or would have healed on their own. And it's this common trait of misunderstanding everything, while thinking they know better, is the one it shares in common with Maruki, that led the man to awaken that spirit from the Sea of Souls. The Persona Wiki describes this as Maruki being a persona user, with Azathoth being his persona and true self, but in practice it doesn't really work that way, as persona users in sync with their true selves don't generate and cannot maintain a palace, as already exampled by Futaba's collapsing when she gained hers. Thus, this can't be him in the driver's seat, but him bearing association with a deity, like Adachi did with Ame no Sagiri, and his desires being hijacked by it. And yeah, that's what's up with the tentacles here. This is Azathoth through Maruki, trying to remake everything in the way they think is best, ignoring the harm they do by trapping them in the moment as insignificant in the face of the gains, even though they are all surface level, as they don't actually understand the human mind or heart. This ties back to why I find it questionable whether the game is continuing that fictional stigma about mental health professionals not knowing what they're talking about, as Maruki certainly is one. But from the other parts of his backstory, it just as much seems like he's an abject failure at his chosen career path, so such should not reflect the profession as a whole. I don't know, maybe it might have been better for it to have been revealed that he was operating without a medical license all of this time. You know, out him as a complete fraud like the other cults that frame themselves as alternatives to therapy? Or would have that been too on the nose? But yeah, we're saved from the Hour God-possessed Sumire and Cinderillion by our companions breaking free from the reality-warping brainwashing.
君たちの幸せのためなんだ。
幸せ？
そうだ。僕は君たちの望みを叶えたかった。
幸せってどういうことだよ。なも俺たちは望んで。
本当にそうなのかい？
And with Sumire saved, we can regroup and figure out what to do. Fortunately, the Velvet Room attendants are back in full form. Lavenza meeting with us and explaining how this all happened, with it being tied to Azazov's special power of actualization that has been turned up to 11, thanks to the power it got hijacking the Demiurge's system when Mementos was collapsing. Mementos has been maintained despite the ruler's destruction through solely a parasitic hijacking of it, made possible by Maruki claiming to the cognitions of humanity that it was acting to reward the Phantom Thieves, the masses' gratitude at salvation being just the backdoor Azathoth needed to infiltrate and take over. Thus, we're resolved to break this palace as well to finally return everything to normal, once we get Sumire closer back to her proper headspace, as rediscovering herself has not been an easy prospect, but she wants to work through it, for real this time, in the same way that Ren has acted to be her inspiration in continuing to move forward despite any hindrances thrown in her way, as her sister would want nothing but that for her.
お願いします。もう逃げませんから。いつまでも先輩たちに頼ってばかりじゃいられない。私もスミレとして前に進みたいんです。助けられてばかりじゃいられません。逃げて逃げて、あなたにすがって。でも本当はずっと分かってた。上辺だけ霞になってもダメだって。弱いスミレでいるの。もうおしまい。あなただけは最初から偽物じゃなかった。来て、サンドリオン。あなたが出てこないのなら誰がスミレと一緒に行くんです。なんて強引な人。でも今のあなたならお似合いかもね。成功という名のガラスの靴。あなたの中にある彼女ごと。我は汝、汝は我。舞踏会の準備はできていて。もちろんです。我は汝、汝は我。我、再び真実を目指すちぎりをここに得たり。迷い音だけ現れいでし鎖を砕かんとする意志こそ強き心なり。汝、信念のペルソナの再起に祝福の風を得たり。風はすなわち採用へ至る道筋を照らす導きとならん。
Following this event, the remainder of Sumire's Confidant unlocks, with it focused explicitly around her resolving her imposter syndrome, which Maruki caused. From how it started with her wanting to do everything with her sister, to it evolving to her acting as Kasumi's copycat to stay around her, and further beyond that, into a resentment that her doing the same things never got her the same achievements, because she was always mimicking another, and never letting herself come out of that shadow, as she felt it was never her place. Kasumi's death changed that, as now she was in the spotlight and not the shadow, for what they felt was all the wrong reasons. As if she gave up on herself just to be her sister, in reality it would be proving right every dark thought she had about herself that she couldn't outshine or equal Kasumi, even with her now not there to be beside her. What Maruki prevented was her gaining the chance to grow beyond this, and see the encouragement others were endeavoring all this time to actually give her. As revealed by their gymnastics trainer, Katsumi always saw Sumire as her rival, that she wanted to get better for the both of them, as Sumire always challenged her to be her best, even though Sumire always only saw that as copying her. And it's these little revelations that are things she should have been allowed to realize on her own, or learn of far earlier. Maybe had she not looked down on herself, she could have seen what she's only come to learn posthumously. That had she been honest with her sister, that if she had held faith in herself as Katsumi did, that their tragedy would have never happened. But now knowing the truth, accepting the truth, and being allowed to now be herself and work through her grief properly, it's broken the chains binding her down, so she can now pursue her and her sister's dream unhindered.
先輩のおかげでやっと答えを見つけられた気がします。それに演技するときに大切なことも、私は私の感じるままに表現して私たちで世界を取ってみせます。我は汝、汝は我。汝ここにちぎりを血明の絆へと転生せしめたり。絆は反逆の翼となりて魂のくびきを打ち破らん。今こそ汝、信念の究極なる非応に目覚めたり。無尽の力を汝に与えん。見つけた。これが新しい私。
よし。
As for her code Geass parallel, it is easy to mistake her as echoing Chihaya and being like Shirley. But I actually find her arc of being misused and having her entire identity rewritten for others' purposes make her more parallel Maribel Mel Britannia from the Oz of the Reflection side story, as well as Layla Malkal in the Akito the Exiled OVA, the latter with how she was being propped up as a false idol through which to garner the people's favor, in following her example through Maruki's forced-upon reformation, even though that was not something she wanted for herself. Through Maribel's parallel, it is the character story, while through Layla's, it is the greater arc she plays into regarding another's schemes. And that all helped due to all of their tales coming from side story extensions that occur along the course of the main story that has central focus placed upon it elsewhere. You don't necessarily need their stories to appreciate the end product, but their additions add more context and flavor to it. But there is a bit of pushback against Sumire for a certain moment here.
好きです。
Yeah, players of the original Persona 5 were not happy about Royal trying to frame Sumire as a true love interest, with a number of her focus scenes throughout the game, and even her Phantom Thief attire echoing Joker's in a point-counterpoint portrayal. Especially because players by that point had already selected their own spectrum of, this is the OTP, do not disrupt, for this storyline. And I've made my case for Makoto and Futaba on that myself. But because Persona never locks down a specific canon love interest, there is only ever going to be ones that the fandom prefers. Case in point, a lot of people ship Naoto Shirogane with Persona 4's protagonist, and I'm not against that one at all. It's just, when I played the game, I wanted to exploit an actor illusion joke with the Chie relationship. But, once again, Persona 5 players just took this way too far into thinking Sumire was being depicted as the special OTP, Do Not Steal, when that was not intentional and does not override one's preference for Makoto, Futaba, Haru, or even An or one of the romanceable adults, because the option for romances is for the player to decide. And honestly, the Paramore arc of Sumire and the others are the ones I promote the most as depicting a healthy relationship. That a positive person in your life is going to help you become your best self. But you can't do it for them or in their name. Only for yourself. And it's through them motivating you to want to be your best self that you can grow your affection for them. For if you can't be your best self for the ones you love, who can you be that for? And the dynamic Ren has with Sumire, in helping her heal with the fake therapist only working to keep her torn down, why wouldn't Sumire fall head over heels for him? Whereas with everyone else, Joker has to be the one to make the push into making the relevant paramour actually consider moving what they have beyond being a crush and friendly affection. So, no. Even here, I don't find Sumire's confession to make her a special. It's just handled differently that makes sense in context to the story she herself has been through, which could have been utilized by any of the others at any point if they so chose to. Granted, a fair amount of help has been handled there with Sora Amamiya's portrayal of both sides of Sumi, the actress best known as Nazuna Nanakusa in Call of the Night, Liliana in Log Horizon, title character Akame in Akame Ga Kill, the spirit Vernage in Kamen Rider Build, and of course, the infamous useless goddess herself, Aqua in Konosuba. And frankly, I think Sumi is her best role to date, simply because she has the most empathetic of stories to her. Though that may just be from me not keeping up the best with Call of the Night, and I've never seen Akame Ga Kill. I think the developers of this game might be fans of it though, due to how many actors from it and Yuki Yuna as a hero are present in this game, as both series actually have the same creator, Japanese author Takahiro. Regardless, with Sumi healed, we can get back to infiltrating Maruki's palace and the sanitized dystopia he intends to create, which has its own problems, as somehow Azathoth has been able to perceive our progress through other palaces, with ultimately us being locked out of progression simply because the means of moving forward does not exist inside the palace or Maruki's perception of reality, but in fact in Mementos itself, as their palace has drilled a backdoor route into the depths and heart of Mementos, through which it fed upon that power. It even looking as if it has parasitically overtaken the entire rest of the Mementos structure. Traveling into Mementos again also gets us more Phantom Thief cases for changes of hearts. I've not really talked much about these throughout the game, since the majority of them are just side-questing missions, usually with them having some tangential connection to the palace ruler of the current chapter or the prior one, and that is much the case here. But I felt it was relevant to bring them up because it shows how much Maruki's utopia is anything but. As said before, being put in a state of complete bliss can have debilitating effect on one's psyche by removing any and all motivation for them to do anything. The first case we can get in this chapter represents that well, as the cry for help we respond to is from a child whose mother isn't responding to anything at all. And because their child is, well, a child, they can't care for themselves and will die if she does not respond. This representing from a perspective outside of our own, how that apathy to everything leads to nothing but death and true despair. The second relevant case involves a young man who, due to the death of their parents, was forced to care for their much younger sister, similar to the situation with Sai and Makoto, only with the elder sibling in this dynamic not being old enough to hold down a well-paying job to support them, thus has been destroying themselves trying to make ends meet. It's so extreme a case that the brother had come to resent their younger sibling, wishing that they would just disappear. And so Maruki's wish granting made it so he wouldn't have to care for her by making him attempt to kill her. It is an act the boy regrets immediately, it having drowned him in his own despair from the forced upon action. Because in truth, the boy does want what's best for them to both be happy. But that's the danger of this form of wish granting. Because to give one person everything they want, all an entity Azathoth knows to do is to take from others to fulfill that wish. The boy wants his own life unburdened by his sister? Kill the sister. That should make him happy. Right? Of course not, because we're not sociopathic in assuming we know everything without asking. And there's multiple examples in the in-between segments of situations like this that aren't necessarily tied to form distortions caused by the wish granting and reality warping. I couldn't find it offhand, but in one of the eye catches between scene transitions, there was this case of a guy who really loved his restaurant, but his main employee quit because they had their wish fulfilled to no longer need to work. That inconvenienced the owner, and so the exact next day, that owner got his wish fulfilled by that employee returning to work, even though they wanted to be done with it themselves. There are thus two conflicting desires that cannot both be fulfilled. One has to brainwash the other to do it against their own wants and needs, even though that fulfilled desire would make it so they'd not want to. And that's no better than slavery itself. Like, Republicans complain that if everyone has a universal guaranteed income, then no one would want to work. But as said, humans are intrinsically designed to be goal-oriented. We always want something, so we'll be willing to work to get it. If someone wants to be a chef, they're going to want to cook for people, so we'll work for a restaurant. But if someone doesn't want to do something, then forcing them to do it will only breed resentment. And when you're stuck doing a job you hate, it can just as much bring about despair as one not having their pursuits acknowledged to begin with. So it's not just the phantom thieves that are suffering under a world gone wrong. It's just once more the perception filter altering cognition of reality that is causing a worsening status quo for everyone, to show that we are in the right in wanting to stop Maruki and Azathoth, as their way isn't better, as those whose wishes are being granted are only having them done so to the detriment of the masses. And a system that benefits only a privileged few will never be a more fair system than one that treats all as equal in pursuing the right to achieve their desires, which would be based on merit and effort put in, instead of just wanting it really, really badly. And wanting something to be real, despite a shambling and deteriorating status quo, is something else expressed through Maruki's palace to once more show how much of a facade and cult it is. The shining, glittering utopic facility for curing everyone's ills, shown to be past the entrance as nothing more than a shambling collection of box forts distracted from by the appearance of being better externally and on the surface. This further proven deeper in when we find records of Maruki's attempts to show his research works, and the truth of what happened to Rumi. For indeed, after the break-in that killed her parents and Rumi's subsequent breakdown, Maruki was desperate to try and help her. But the thing Maruki wouldn't accept was that it would just take time. Like change, recovery from mental shock is not something anyone can have an instant cure to. Not everyone is going to have an instant epiphany that will snap them out of it. But Maruki did not want to wait. He wanted the woman he loved back in his life as soon as possible. He was diving into the depths of despair without her. But what he didn't understand about this was not about him. It was her trauma. Her plight that she needed time to recover from. But he was not willing to give it. So in that desperation to have her back, he didn't consider her at all. As that's when Azathoth came to him, and in his zeal to fix her, erased all of her memories of her loved ones that caused this condition, as well as him. This is the despair at the roots of Marky's distortion. Him fixing the woman he loved in a fast, efficient way that skipped all the healthy processes of recovery, broke her in such a way that they would never be together, her unable to actually be fixed. And that is the decision he has been seeking to justify to himself ever since. That he was not in the wrong to do that. That such a sacrifice was worth it. That there was no guarantee she'd ever recover without him having done it. He didn't even give her a chance. Didn't consider to see how things would go in a week, a month, even a year. People who are left catatonic after psychological trauma don't stay that way without some type of physical cause. There will be a point where the mental blue screen will end and their mind will reboot. And that's the point where you have to be there for them so they don't relapse, so they can heal. If he loved her, truly loved her, then that was his fucking job to make it so she wouldn't be alone. But instead, he did the same thing he eventually would do with Sumire, and just made her forget her pain and the source of it, not considering that the source of their pain was so impactful to them because they cared that much about them. And this is why Maruki's wish-granting keeps failing, as it keeps hinging itself upon people forgetting the things that are important to them in order to trap them in that moment of perceived bliss. But that's why that world can never be utopia, because it's still built on the backs of sacrifice that cannot be forgotten or ignored. You know, even though the royal content came later, I can't help but think the Persona 5 development staff might have been kicking around the idea of the story extension even back when the game was being written in 2014. As in the terms I just put Marky's failure in, it reminded me of a certain Magical Index's New Testament storyline. In it, protagonist Toma Kamijo is trapped in conflict with the magical god Othinus, who has gained the power to rewrite reality as she whims, with the only counter to her power being that of Toma's Imagine Breaker, a supernatural power that acts as a cosmic reset button towards any other supernatural item, negating it. Because of it, Toma is immune to Othinus' reality rewrites, so she is deliberately attempting to break him down. She tortures him through literal millions of altered realities, all designed to break him by him living through scenario after scenario of the very same things she had lived through herself. The isolation, the blame shifting, the assaults on their person. And what finally comes to break Toma is a perfect world. A utopia where none of the atrocities he'd come across and tried to help with or stop the progression of were ever made to happen. It doesn't matter the contradiction in reality that creates, such as suddenly there being 20,000 clones of Mikoto Misaka that were originally made to be murdered by the character Accelerator to try and evolve him into a god, but are still made to exist in this world. Any inconsistencies in that can just be ironed out with Othinus' powers, to make this the true Earth where no one would suffer, with the sole price of that being Toma himself jumping off a roof to his own death. But then that is, of course, the lie. It can't be a perfect world if you have to keep giving up the things important to them. When those important to Toma would learn the cost paid for their perfect world, it then becomes less perfect. And once that illusion is shattered, it can never be perfect again. Marky is just chasing that same impossible goal that Othinus does in the Raildex franchise. It's just, Othinus doesn't make the excuses Marky does to her actions. As why she did it was just so she could get back to reality where she could be with someone who could empathize with and understand her. Her hang-up being she never even tried to find one in the world Toma knew as his. And ironically, she finds that understanding in the man she spent literally millions of experienced years torturing, until she comes to the realization that it hurt her more to harm him any further than to continue fighting him so he would give up. I am really disappointed the Raildex series hasn't continued to see anime adaptation, and the last Index season that did see it was horribly messed up, as the Othinus arc really hits hard, and would have been of major value to see such done right. But my point in this is, Ulthanus sought to change the world because no one in it she believed could empathize with her existed, while Marquis threw away the person who loved him just to prove his ways and methods were right. It's again why I consider him the Schneisel equivalent, because that man did the very same thing in throwing away everything he claimed to value just to get his way. And even if Shido may have been involved in why he lost his research grants, that doesn't change the fact that his way of going about this all was done without consent, and in a way that takes what's important away from the patient. And thus, he does need to be stopped. So once we reach his treasure, all we have to do is reach rank 11 with all the party members to unlock the second stage of their persona evolutions. And when Marquis comes by, hand him his calling card to begin the confrontation, with him tipping off players who hadn't already figured it out that the cognitive Akechi that's been with us is just another fake person. But even so, why would that dissuade us?
それが僕の反逆だ。あの姿。そしてこの力、君たちはこう呼んでいたね。ペルソナ。行こうか、アザトース。これが最後の戦いだ。
As expected from an outer god, facing off against Marquis with Azathoth backing him is a right pain, as its tentacles can act as separate enemies which act as guards against assaulting it, while giving multiple means to hit the team hard and fast. So even max level characters can take some nasty blows from the entity, and not helped by it not only having regeneration among its skill sets, but also status ailments infliction and a rotating weakness and resistance table, so wide area attacks are not a catch-all. It is a very difficult 20 minutes for me moderating party health and damage dealing to finally injure the monster enough so that its hold is broken on Marquis, and with it, claim the manifestation of his treasure, a torch. The first torch that lit humanity's future, allowing Marquis in his despair over his complete failure to in fact manifest his true persona, and a much more dangerous, true final boss battle.
選んだんだ。みんなが望む幸せのために。な。みんなの幸せのためなら僕はどうなってもいい。だからもう受け入れてくれ。僕が作る、いや僕とアダム・カドモンが作るこの現実を。僕を好きに使っていい。だから頼む、現実を。みんなが望む現実を。あれは何時。
ここまで来て負けられっかよ。
これくらい耐えてみせるっての。
俺たちの粘り甘く見るなよ。
こんな程度の困難何度だって乗り越えてきた。
逃げたら一生後悔しそうだから。私たちの幸せは 私たちで決めます。
ここまでしてるんだ。さっさと決めろ。
ナビ、いけそうか。奴の頭は今防御力ゼロ。今ならいける。頼むジョーカ
チェックメイト。
どうしてなんだ、全てを捨てて全てをぶつけた。それなのにどうして。
In the end, Marquis is just like every other antagonist in this game. Petty men trying to run away from the world because it didn't turn out the way they wanted it, and trying to drag the rest of us, the ones who are trying to make something good in this world, all down with them. And that happens to be quite literal in this case. Marquis' powers going wild in their death throes and dragging Joker back. Meaning that as the metaverse implodes for real this time, far beyond stressed with what Marquis has done to it, that to conclude this once and for all, there's no persona, no supernatural powers, no changes in mind or cognition overshadowing any of it. It's just two men and the brutal therapy of a fist to the face.
君の目はいつもまっすぐだ。まっすぐ前を見ている。僕は怖かったんだ、きっと。君が望まない現実を作ることが。
With Marquis' reality revisions reversed, this is where the real content once again coincides with how things ended in the original Persona 5. With Ren forced into jail for breaking parole, and to be used as a witness towards Shido's crimes. Though there are still minor differences, such as Morgana still being here, to show that while the metaverse has returned to its original separate state, its connection has not been completely severed. Instead, it's up to the rest of the Phantoms, and the people they've helped, to argue on Ren's behalf that his actions are not, and never were criminal, to counter the narrative being spun by Shido's co-conspirators and supporters trying to get the politician off scot-free. The result of this is for every blood oath we've obtained, we earn more and more evidence of Ren's true nature, which counteracts the conspiracy's slander, shifting the weight of public opinion enough that the corruption of the system cannot sustain its roots, and is torn out of the dark and into the light. Oya even finding the original woman who Shido assaulted, and Ren came to the defense of, convincing her to testify to the true events of that night, which gets Ren's original conviction overturned as the falsified charge that it was. All of which is shown to be possible when the morals of one man, expressing the right values, makes the right choices and acts towards others, influencing hearts and minds with no ill intentions to help them become their best selves. And in doing so, one obtains the power to change the world. And thus on February 13th, Ren Amamiya is declared a free man, allowed to spend the remainder of the school year with his friends as they wish, before stepping out into a brighter future unchained from an oppressive fate.
You can't always get what you want. If you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need.
Persona 5 is a fantastic game and story, with my primary complaints against it being Atlus's corporate policies towards its player base, the problem in both versions' localization that continued on after it, the backsliding and holding Akechi responsible for his sins, not having the voice actors for the protagonist be allowed to have proper lines to convey Joker as an active involved character in the way he should have been, especially since they got Jun Fukuyama for this, and the mess that is how the game handles Morgana. But overall, in the grand scheme, I'm less likely to make huge grievances towards it as the fandom is, and those that deliberately misrepresent this game, or the others in the Persona franchise. For as you can tell by how long this has taken me to do, there is an excessive amount to say about what it does, and I didn't even really get to all of it. I am never doing a review as long as these happen again. This has been the equivalent of what used to be 18 normal episodes for me. I'm done. As what more can really be said at this point? The game pits you at the bottom rungs of despair, and through determination and perseverance, has you struggle and overcome the world literally being pitted against you. And the parallels to Code Geass and the Japanese cast's other roles merely work to highlight how much this kind of rebellion narrative has been all-consuming in Japanese works trying to help the populace realize their own change of heart to not become trapped by conformity, as there is always a way out. Putting the game in cultural context as well helps showcase how some of the more imbecilic Western takes of the franchise are time and again invalidated for being the ignorant bile that they are. But conversely, while this is a Japanese game primarily intended for Japanese audiences, like many JRPGs, its themes and narrative nonetheless hold importance and sway beyond just that audience, because there is much anyone internationally can learn from it, especially as it pertains to matters about justice. And this actually is brought up in the game itself in the royal content on January 21st, a discussion about clashing views of justice that the game embodies in Akechi and Ren, with such also spoofed from Code Geass as well amongst everything else. In the classical Western sense of justice, one is supposed to follow and enforce the rules for one to be just, even though the enforcement of those laws may be corrupt or their source is corrupt themselves. The idea that those in power are always right, and their might makes right. But as is the argument made in just as many of their tales,
violence is not strength and compassion is not weakness.
And thus, because so much of the modern world is dominated by Western ideologies and capitalistic dogma, regardless of how these mindsets harm others, it ignores the very problems that are exasperating Japanese traditionalistic views about loyalty to a workplace or the values one places in being an active participant in society, even if one does not fit properly in. And if you're an outlier in the existing social system, you're going to be exploited or abused. Whereas Ren and the other Phantom Thieves follow the Eastern philosophies associated with moral justice, that one taking an ethical stance is more important than the consequences, regardless of what those consequences may be and come from in defying one in power. Your might does not make one right. One's moral stances must be the leverage to prove oneself right by proving the resilience of your character day by day, choice by choice, to validate one's position instead of demanding the world change to fit the way one wants to define it. Might for right, not might makes right. This again showing why Makoto's chapter of the game, playing itself out as it did, is so important. It, among all the cast members, most thoroughly presents this point of someone bearing such strong convictions that it is impossible to convince them to compromise them. With even the Mariki chapter of the game ultimately proving that one rendered blind will still come to see the truth, as there is no purpose in living a lie. This running theme being another of the concepts lifted near wholesale from other content, but because it is given a chance to breathe as a storyline throughout the entire game, it is all the better for it. And ultimately, that's why I believe Atlus has done so much to re-release the game into every market that it feasibly could, and not just to earn themselves more money from doing so. For what the game is about at its core, In its political messages, its showcase of systemic corruption, and how we are ultimately affected by these things, which we can change by just standing up and being involved, it is a story that will last the test of time. As close to 8 years now from its release, that hasn't faded the slightest, as it has remained topical to current events worldwide in a way few other media can hope to claim. For when the world has turned against you and seeks to chain you down, you can't let yourself be enslaved. You can't let yourself be blinded to the truth, to put a filter over your eyes and your ears and ignore all just to get through the day. You can't let yourself be misled by lies claiming to act in your best interests, when those very deceivers have an entire history that showcases they would happily sell you out or throw you to the wolves as a scapegoat. And you can't let yourself be held in cult-like devotion to men undeserving of our worship. The world isn't a simple, pretty place, but the biggest source of corruption in it are always going to be the ones telling you that there are no problems at all, and distract you from the real issues that cause your suffering. And in the face of all that, in the throes of so many monsters trying to gain control of your lives, your values, to steal away your independence and autonomy, all you can do in the end is aim to misbehave. In 2016, a group of Japanese teens were ostracized for crimes they did not commit. These young men and women probably escaped from indoctrination into the Tokyo underground. Today, still wanted by a government conspiracy, they survive as soldiers of fortune, stealing back the world from the corruption of distortion. If you have a problem, and no one else can help, and if you can find them, maybe you can hire the Phantom Thieves of Hearts. And it's time to get to work. Unfortunately, these are completely cold because of how long this recording session has actually run. Made these like an hour ago, and yeah, you kinda need to get to them while they're still hot.